story begins with Gail Hamilton stubbornly jotting down notes on how to make their adventure group better. Gail's attention was cut off instantly. The squad leader called him and, to his own surprise, said that the contract was being terminated. The leader, without unnecessary words, makes it clear. From now on, Gail is no longer a member of the wolf pack. Later, the whole team gathered around the table. Gail scratched his head in confusion, while the leader persistently tried to get his attention and insisted that Gail was listening carefully. One of the members, Kushbilbora Paladin, directly stated that Gail was fired, and Gail froze, not managing to finish his thought. Melissa, the same woman from the party, quick to fight and witty in mockery, grabs his face and laughs at his reaction. Luke, the thief in their group, rushes to stop Melissa, who is teasing Gail, and she mockingly offers to comfort him one last time. Norris, the black mage, chuckles and adds, "Gail should have foreseen this." Gail stands up and protests, pleadingly demands to be given a minute, saying this decision came out of nowhere. Kush does not believe his own surprise and says that it seems Gail has no idea at all why he is being fired. Gail admits they have been together for 3 years. All this time he carried the team's support, redeeming cursed items. It sounds strange, but it turned out to be very appropriate, especially while they were still in low ranks. And even now, puzzled, Gail sincerely does not understand why it happened this way. Kushmox feels a slowdown approaching him, and as the creator of curses, immediately explains what it means. Gail takes on the worst support job imaginable. His cursed items weaken monsters exactly once and are useless afterward. Gail, being the weakest in the group, is still stuck at level 31. Gail fervently defends himself. Creating curses is not the most popular task, but his items have helped them complete quests without extra trouble more than once. And he confidently adds that he can make curses milder, and with the right support even remove them. He shows a passive cursed necklace. It should affect monsters, making their features contort with disgust and beg not to be pulled out. Kush looks at Gail as if asking why he even wears it. Kush curtly cuts Gail off. "We have already found a replacement." Moria Glaris is the new support mage who has skillfully mastered both buffs and techniques that weaken enemies. Moria enters and the rest of the group greets her warmly. Gail notes to himself that she is attractive. Kush insists Gail is no longer needed. Gail stepped away from the table, and behind his back there were still quiet whispers. Low-level members drag S-rank teams down, and sooner or later this was bound to happen. In despair, Gil breaks into hysteria, turns around and begs, "Give her one more chance." He says he has stronger cursed items he hadn't shown before because he didn't want to break the group's dynamics, but now he is ready to bring them to light. His proposal was crushed by silence. Everyone silently stared at him. Kush does not utter a single word. He just continues to watch him intently. Gale, with tears in his eyes, asks if they are really sure they won't regret this decision, and Kush answers, "Yes." Gale thoughtfully recalls how he supported them throughout the entire journey. Although he never performed spectacular stunts, another fact made him proud. He completed quests alongside them. He even hoped to stay in the wolf pack forever. But Kush advises him to end adventures once and for all and open a shop of cursed items. Melissa laughed and said that he would attract those people who enjoy the eerie. Norris mocks, if Gale opened a shop he would tell everyone about it and even present it as a freak show. Luke assures that he holds no grudge. Gale accepts all this with bitter calm and without extra words simply leaves. He walks down the corridor through pain and thinks, what broke? Why did this happen after all the time they spent together? And he recalls, Kush promised to cover the room and Gale's food, said that he could leave, but insisted on taking Gale's share from all the expensive ingredients for curses, so it turned out that Gale essentially worked for free. Gale irritably mutters to himself. I cast one last glance at them. He notices the group laughing together. Near the door, Gale makes a decision. He pulls out a material that looks like parchment. Without saying a word to them, he secretly slips cursed items into part of their equipment, those that increase their base stats. He hadn't hinted at this before. He knew they would definitely start complaining. Apparently he was never valued. Gil chanced for a spell. The magic circle flared. The backlash bit into him with full force. His face twitched in pain, and he sank to the ground, gasping for air. Many cursed items bind to the wearer, enhance stats but with penalties. In the case of wolf packs, the curse on the equipment boosted their effectiveness but took experience for the minor inflicted statuses. Gale absorbed these downsides himself so the rest of the party could perform better. He clenched his hands and shouted, what a strong backlash he felt. He even insists that now he feels significantly lighter. The curse is lifted. Wolfpack will lose the advantages it gave, and Gale no longer worries. They got a new magic support, and the rest of the party was around level 50. And he took on about 20 stat reductions from each. Checking his own stats, he couldn't believe his eyes. The changes were stunning. Gale Hamilton reached level 48. He is still a curse master. New stats: Endurance 1311, Strength 980, Defense 1024, Magic 3402, Agility 835, Resistance 4509, Status points plus 875, Slots for cursed items 8. Kush, as a paladin, had 5,000 strength and 3,000 defense, so Gale's new stats for the support role were too inflated. And it was then that a woman approached him and scolded him for idling. If he has already disconnected, let him go. Gale apologizes and leaves. He stretched, considering the next move. No money, but all his cursed equipment was still nearby, as if unwilling to let go. He glanced ahead and saw a person luring customers to a busy stall, and the scene immediately sparked the words of one of his former teammates in his memory. Maybe it's time to stop postponing, to quit adventuring and finally open the cursed shop. Gale was torn in two. He despised the very idea of doing what his former party suggested, yet the thought of his own shop stubbornly lived quietly in the corner of his mind, a quiet dream. A village, tools, and his own goods. A life where he could sleep whenever he wanted, eat when he wished, create cursed items to his taste, and freely use them in his own experiments. Now, with no duties holding him back, this freedom finally became his. Bitterness began to recede, and in its place a spark of excitement flared. It was time to set up the stall, earn money for the journey, and start all over again. Once again, the tavern's silver wolf greeted them warmly. The rest of the wolf pack calmly enjoyed their food. The mood was light, even festive. Kush noticed they truly felt better, and Norris only confirmed a great relief because Gale was no longer around. Although Gale was one of the founders, they admitted they had indulged him for too long. He should have been replaced earlier. Moria, the new support mage, listened silently. They addressed her and apologized for the awkwardness, and Kush explained that he and Gale had known each other since the team's early days and that Gale had a habit of meddling with her equipment, sometimes placing lucky talismans, sometimes making minor improvements without permission. The conversation was suddenly interrupted by flashes of lights above them. The enchanted gear they wore spoke simultaneously, and suddenly all the body belts lit up. Moria raised her eyes and immediately recognized this was the dispelling of spells. Everyone else also trembled with surprise. They did not understand what exactly had happened. Norris felt as if his magic had dropped, and Luke suddenly fell ill with a strange heaviness in his body. Moria, equally stunned, asked in surprise what powerful spell had just struck them. Kush, unable to hold back, mockingly waved off the idea that it could have been just a dispelling of spells. Melissa casually suggested, supposedly it was done by Gale. Norris allowed guessed, maybe it was revenge for being expelled. Luke, increasingly irritated, muttered that they should have finished him off when they had the chance. Moria tries to understand what all this means. It would be understandable if Gale had cursed them, then at least some logic would appear, but what about the dispelling of magic? It did not fit in the mind. Dispelling magic should not harm the party, it would simply remove magical effects. If this spell struck them all at once, it turned out that Gale had removed his own old spells from them. She did not believe that this was intended to harm them. Kush disdainfully waved off the assumptions and declared that Gale could in no way be a threat. Melissa immediately picked up. If Gale tries anything, they will easily defeat him. Moria tried to explain that this was not an attack but a dispelling, but Kush cut her off dryly and coldly. As the party leader, he loudly declared prison his enemy. And addressing Moria, he ordered, quickly learn to act like a wolf pack. Norris threatened to burn Gale to ashes if they crossed paths again. Lup snorted, saying Norris's weakened magic might not be enough. Their verbal altercation immediately flared up. Luke even mocked that he could maim Gale as long as he didn't take on curses, and Norris sarcastically doubted his accuracy. Melissa bitterly noticed how low they had sunk. Kush waved her off and let the others continue. Moria froze thoughtfully. She also felt, at the moment the spell worked, something shifted. It seemed their stats dropped, as if a passive bonus had just disappeared. Could it be that all this time, without realizing it, they had been using Gale's charms? Catching her anxiety with his gaze, Melissa approached closer and quietly offered a drink. Moria gratefully accepted the offer, but anxious thoughts still lingered. She knew creators who deal with curses usually don't provide enhancements, especially not ones strong enough to affect the whole group and yet remain unnoticed. What if Gale had somehow created cursed items capable of that? Then he would be completely alone on another level. It was more than anything ordinary curse masters were capable of. She silently watched as the quarrel dragged on. Kush finally caught Norris and Luke, who were trying to recover and calm down, while Moria stood quietly as if lost in thought. If a person like Gale with his subtle and incredibly powerful support magic was just kicked out, then was the wolf pack really worthy of this? She no longer felt their confidence at the S level. She began to doubt. Could they really call themselves the elite without him? Outside the tavern, no longer tied to the wolf pack, Gale raced after the bird that had stolen his cursed necklace, shouting for it to return everything. The man asked Gale if it was true that she wanted to open a stall at the market, and she answered, yes. He really wanted to set up one in the central square of the capital, but at that time he was at the Guild of Pumpkin Seed Sellers. The man agreed to help but immediately warned, the central square is a popular place, so the rent there costs 4 gold coins per day. Gale reached into his pocket and pulled out only 3 silver coins, all his savings. Then the man, as if casually, threw out a phrase, on the way to the square there are cheaper places. Gale agreed to take one of those options. Gale brought all his things and settled right in front of the stall he got. The place was far from ideal, but it was quite enough to start. The man from the guild handed Gale a starter kit for the stall, tall and a bit worn, and Gale was still grateful. He firmly shook his hand. Gale was going to sell the extra cursed items and a few more things that looked so impressive, as if they were created just for decoration. One thought scared him. He hesitated, not knowing how much to ask for each item. Still, he decided, if he at least recovers the cost of materials, then it's not in vain. Gale began to lay out and rustle through his finds, but suddenly he froze. He felt like he was showing them the wrong way. Just then, the man from the guild returned and admitted he forgot to tell Gale something. He slapped that paper right in Gale's face and declared that his display was all wrong. Then he showed Gale how it should be done, arranged everything neatly and organized so that buyers could easily review everything. Gale was impressed by this difference and once again sincerely thanked the man in response. The man gave him one last piece of advice. Yes, everyone has their own way of doing business, but if buyers don't even know where to find what's being sold, no one will buy anything and Gale will be left with nothing. After that, the man waved his hand and returned to his post. Gale thought about how kind he was. Kush and others treated him so badly, and this touched him to the core, and tears welled up in his eyes. Upwards, under his shirt, he was clutching a necklace he loved very much, and in hardship was even forced to sell it. He placed the item on the counter as if he was about to sell it right now. It's time to start. He was doing something like this for the first time, and his nerves were trembling because of it. You were racking your brain about what the townsfolk would say about the cursed items, whether they would buy them, and whether anyone would like them at all. He slapped his cheeks to gather his confidence together. Taking a breath, he called out to passers-by and announced. He had a selection of items that weaken enemies and useful tools for adventurers, all for a laughably low price. A man passing by looked at his talismans and said they were rare. Another woman, glancing at these cursed items, thought, wouldn't a magic weakener be more useful than such items? Gale explained that cursed items were usually single-use and not as powerful as major spells, but anyone could use them. They didn't require magic, so they attracted adventurers of all kinds. People had already started to show interest, and one man was surprised when he saw the poisoned talisman was being sold for about 5 copper coins, too cheap. Gale explained that he created these talismans from parts of monsters and ingredients that he carefully mixed himself, so they were paying not for the materials, but for his time and effort. But it wasn't just a poisonous talisman. Gale had items that applied status effects, enhanced attributes, and granted additional abilities. The man finally dared and decided to try buying one. And as soon as he took a step, something else suddenly caught the attention. He noticed a strange weapon and immediately asked about it, and Gale explained. It is a cursed short sword. It slightly reduces agility, but gives a powerful armor-piercing effect against monsters and boosts all other stats by 10, but it has its catch. It really was cursed. The man was stunned and simply dropped the sword. He asked for confirmation, and Gale answered briefly without any tricks, yes, it is cursed. The man nervously snorted, saying he appreciated Gale's honesty, but still couldn't imagine who would buy a cursed sword at all. Gale jokingly said that the sword could be used as decoration. The design is cool, and the man thought about it. It was creepy, but the appearance was not off-putting. On the contrary, he thought it might even scare away evil spirits from his house, so they agreed. And Gale even included 3 talismans for removing spells in the set for free, and the man sincerely thanked her. After that, Gale began to explain each item much more clearly. What the curse was, how to remove it, and what exactly the item was capable of. For example, the cursed necklace increased all stats by 50. But it was also cursed, so the buyer's eye was caught by its shine so much that he still bought it, of course, along with talismans for removing curses. The cursed boots gave 2.5 times more agility, also remaining cursed, and they eventually forced one woman to buy them for her slave. And Gale, as appropriate, gave her talismans. Then she boasted about the cursed crossbow. It gave 30 to all stats and added the skill precise shot. The crossbow really was cursed, but someone else took it to use in a future hunting competition. Gale handed him 5 neutralized talismans, smiled, and waved goodbye. Later, another man came up and asked about one of the items. Gale told him a story he once heard about a legendary hero whose closest. The ally was a berserker, and that berserker, completely mad, adored cursed equipment. One of his favorite weapons was exactly this cursed monster. Gale knew that many were scared of anything cursed, but he kept it simple. If you honestly and clearly explain the essence of the curse, how to remove it, and what benefits the item gives, people will finally see the value of what he sells, so the demand started. Gale supplemented his cursed items with talismans for dispelling spells, and very soon more and more people began gathering near his stall, whispering excitedly. They heard that during purchase he gives such talismans for free. This impressed them because it happens very rarely. Standing behind the stall, Gale called out to passers-by with all his might. Everything for pennies, full sets of cursed equipment, and dispelling curses for free. His plan worked. Eventually he sold everything he had. The stall was completely empty. The bag on his shoulder became noticeably lighter than when he arrived, and now completely different people were milling around here. Even that guy remembered muttering. Gale's cursed equipment looks like death metal, very intense and sharp, and he pointed with a finger at one item as if it stood out the most. Just then heavy footsteps, a small group of men was already approaching him. They asked hopefully, "Is this the same place where they sell cursed things and do free curse dispelling, and is there anything left?" And Gale had to answer that everything was already sold out. Three men clearly looked disappointed. The free dispelling of spells gathered so many people that it was visible to the naked eye, and one of them even regretted not coming earlier before their quest had started. The group looked at Gale once more and asked, "If we bring our own equipment, can you put a curse on it and also give us something to remove it?" Gale replied that he would return the next day and disappeared before they could say a word. He dashed off and ran away. Those who bought his things were already chatting among themselves. A few people decided to immediately try out their new purchases, and one teased his friend who was always afraid of cursed things. Like, "Don't faint, just put on the ring and let your nerves be a trifle." He put on the cursed ring despite trembling. As soon as he checked the indicators, his eyes widened. The enhancement was genuine. It boosted his stats by as much as 50. He immediately showed the results to his friend and he was no less stunned. Could one ring really do that? It seemed that for such a tiny thing, this was too much power. Nearby other buyers also looked with surprise at what they had gotten. Two men trying on the ring were delighted. One even declared, "Let it be cursed, what difference does it make, he still won't take it off." But the second trembled with anxiety. Removing a curse in church costs insanely expensive supposedly, for gold coins. And loudly in his thoughts he woke up. Isn't it possible to resell those free talismans for removing curses that they were given? But his friend immediately barked, "Be quiet. If the priest heard about this, he would get angry." But both knew the truth well. The church charged exorbitant money for lifting curses. Whoever created these things definitely knew what they were doing. One of them already guessed. The one who did this will be hunted by all the guilds and adventurer teams in the district. They were racking their brains about who Gale really was. Curse casters are usually neither so cheerful nor so willingly ready to help. One of them even suggested that Gale seemed familiar, but could not remember exactly from where. While they whispered their guesses and spread rumors, none of them held the whole truth. Once Gale took upon himself the painful consequences of 4 cursed items not for glory, but to support the team. He did it voluntarily, helped his former party grow to the level of S rank, and then they simply showed him the door, so there was only one option left: to sell his creations in a tiny roadside stall for next to nothing. Since then, rumors spread about a mysterious craftsman with cursed equipment. They whispered that he appeared out of nowhere, sold incredibly powerful items for next to nothing, and just as suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, Gale felt good. Even a little money lifted his spirits, and for the first time it seemed that everything would finally fall into place. And at the same time, his old group far from the market set off into the forest on a dangerous mission. From nowhere, a loud explosion thundered. The tree was split in half, and immediately after it thundered a second time. Kush, one of Gale's former teammates, took such a hit that he flew straight into another tree, and in despair, he even became hoarse, screaming without stopping. The team in fury broke out into swearing. How did this even happen? They are an S-rank party, the best of the best. This simply should not have happened. A giant monster roared before them. It was an ogre, and it was not going to retreat. At the beginning of the 3rd chapter, the squad was tensely preparing for a high-level quest. Melissa was nervous. How would they manage when a new partner joined them? The task was S-rank, the highest difficulty. But Kush was not worried. He had personally chosen this girl and was sure she was one of the best adventurers in the entire guild. Luke only hoped she would keep up with their pace. The other squad members greeted her with smiles, and she responded with a quiet, barely noticeable smile, saying almost nothing. As soon as they moved through the area, Kush noticed a monster nearby. He saw it as a chance to properly warm up. The squad immediately rushed into battle with the monster, and the clash erupted from the first moments. Even Kush began to feel the tension rising in the air. Luke released arrows from his bow, but one of them missed, almost hitting Melissa instead of the monster. He insisted that something was wrong with his control, but that did not stop Melissa. She shouted that the monster was just an ogre. But before she could finish throwing the thought, the ogre swung a large oar and, gaining momentum, hurled Melissa and Luke against a tree. Kush nervously called out to Norris, their mage, how much more time is needed to complete the spell. Norris, feeling the pressure, still tried to gather himself and respond. But the spell he cast barely managed to flare up a thin spark of fire, and Kush got angry. Such weak magic would not help them. He insulted Norris and did not even notice how the ogre quietly sneaked up from behind. As soon as the spell took effect, a glowing magical field wrapped around Kush and pulled him out of danger. Moria, their support mage, saved him. She asked if he was okay, but Kush was too busy to answer. He shouted at her, "Start boosting the team already." Moria calmly explained that this was exactly what she had been doing all along. Exactly the whole time. She had almost no magic left. She sharply swung her weapon and struck it against the ground. A sudden flash of light spread across the field, and a glowing sign appeared under Kush's feet. His stats just doubled, now he was twice as strong. She said that now he could easily handle an A-rank monster like the ogre, encouraged. Kush rushed at the monster, confident that he had the upper hand. And just as he struck, the ogre stopped the sword with one hand and did not look the least bit worried for a moment. It tossed Kush into the air and threw him away as if he were worthless. The monster attacked again and Kush had no choice but to retreat. While running, he angrily scolded Moria, called her a useless support mage, doubted the strength of her buffs and blamed her for everything. Moria in turn firmly put the record straight and reminded him that he was the one who initially asked not to pour too many buffs at the start because he wanted to save them for a later fight with a stronger monster. She recalled a special debuff that still remained for them. Gale had prepared it before he left the squad. Kush exploded with rage and grabbed her by the collar, furious at the very thought that she might have dared to use Gale's cursed items. He could not believe that they could somehow help in this situation. Moria explained. Gale left her notes with all the knowledge about their combat strategy, the style they called Wolf Pack, and even slipped in cursed equipment that she could use. Even before Moria joined the team, Gale stayed in the shadows, buffing everyone by throwing cursed items so that enemies weakened even before the fight began. Kush pushed her, she fell to the ground, and at that moment something clicked somewhere. Those strange magical circles from yesterday were by no means ordinary buffs, they were curses that Gale cast before leaving. Melissa nodded. She realized the same thing. All those malfunctions and loss of strength in battle finally came together into one explanation. Luke admitted that from the very beginning he felt something was wrong here. Finally, the group decided to retreat for today, and on the way back everyone was boiling with anger at Gale. Kush especially, because this route was famous for being full of rank A monsters, and an S-rank team shouldn't get into such trouble. Luke tried to calm them down. The curse that Gale left clearly affects their efficiency, so it's wiser to regroup and return at full strength. Norris picked up on this and called it a strategic retreat. Melissa also decided to withdraw. Besides, the ogre no longer seemed interested in them and, tired of waiting, simply disappeared. So Kush summed up, the team is returning back. It's pointless to worry about the curse, they will come later and deal with it properly. Moria froze in shock when she saw the squad was already retreating. It seemed early for such a strong group to give up. They were supposed to be an S-rank party. But Kush noticed they were all in a miserable state now. And surprisingly, Moria seemed to be completely unharmed. The others agreed. During the fight she did almost nothing, and then when they retreated they were ordered to put Moria in the rearguard. Moria froze. She was a support mage, not a frontline fighter. Such a role did not suit her. It made no sense, and Moria felt like they were just shifting all the responsibility onto her, while Kush was only accompanying her with gratitude. And he ordered the others to move forward. The whole group rushed away, leaving Moria behind. The ogre, who had been silently listening all along, stayed next to Moria. He looked at her and made a remark about how hard her fate was. Now she was alone and angry. Moria crumpled the paper that Gale had left her, tossed it into the air, and choking with despair, screamed. And as soon as the paper spun in the sky, it burst into bright light. And a large plume of smoke burst out from it. Enraged, Moria rushed to flee, shouting that she would destroy everyone. While the rest of the group walked for a long time, exhausted, they finally stopped to rest. They felt nauseous and their strength was completely depleted. Norris admitted, on the way he lost his favorite item, so everyone felt they were about to die from exhaustion. Kush could not believe that they were so brutally beaten by just one ogre. Melissa sharply began to accuse Moria and muttered that the newcomer hardly helped at all. Usually their team handled several ogres without problems, but today everything went wrong. They looked unusually weak and tired, though the disaster was still near. Kush confidently said, it's clear what the matter is, while Melissa kept grumbling about Moria, saying that instead of working she only showed off her body. The three guys silently exchanged glances and thought the same thing. What do they care? When Melissa turned to them, they quickly looked away and muttered that it was nothing. Norris said that not only Moria was to blame. Even before she spilled a drop of magic, their fights had already lost that very spark. Luke agreed. He said that Norris ran twice as long as usual to say a simple spell. Norris coldly retorted that Luke was no better. If Luke were in his usual form, that ogre would have already turned to a pile of ashes. Kush blamed everything on Gale and declared that he was the one responsible for this mess, so now they were thinking about how to get revenge on him. And it was then that Moria caught up with the group. Kush threw her a sharp remark. How long did it take her? And he assumed that she had lost the ogre. Moria was breathing heavily, but her gaze was sharp, vigilant. She looked straight at them. Kush suddenly noticed something strange. Something was stuck on her back, and he could not figure out what it was. Returning to the city, Gale with a cheerful face began to gather his things. Gale thought to himself, how fun it is to run your own stall. However, he wished that ordinary townspeople would buy from him more often. Someone came just to look, but most didn't even take anything. Its buyers were mostly adventurers, especially those hunting for cursed equipment or talismans to remove spells, and weighing their next step, thought not about beauty. A familiar merchant greeted him. Gale said business was going well and thanked him. He pondered moving the stall and the merchant suggested the idea, linking it to Gale's offer and realizing, the noble quarter is only 10 yards away. While ordinary people value utility above all, the rich are drawn to flashy, impressive things. If nobles saw Gale's equipment as stylish or artistic, they might like it, maybe even start asking Gale to make decorations for castles. And then he would turn out to be not just a craftsman, but a trendsetter. The merchant recalled one of Gale's clients, a man with fiery eyes who radiated strange, obsessive energy, so it clicked in his head. Better to move the stall. Shaking off those thoughts, Gil got back to work. He set up the stall and prepared for another loud, lively day. But he didn't notice how a girl was silently watching him from afar. At the beginning of the 4th chapter, Moria finally reached the guild, but the rest were already waiting and were by no means happy about her being late, so the group teased her for every minute. Melissa rudely teased her about her body. Luke coldly cut in that Moria was still a novice and hoped she learned a lesson from the last fight. Norris tried to speed things up and suggested going back, but Moria was confused and didn't understand what exactly, until Kush suddenly noticed behind the ogre they had already considered defeated had returned. Now he is at full height. The effect of the cursed items has finally stopped. Moria is stunned and stubbornly insists she definitely did not lose sight of him. She runs away in panic, shouting that she can't handle the monster alone and that it's time for others to take responsibility. Although she was supposed to cover the rear, Moria leaves them alone with him. The ogre stomped right in front of the group and everyone froze in fear. Melissa hysterically pushed the guys forward, deal with it, but they, scared and confused, try to excuse themselves with silly words to distract the ogre. But the ogre doesn't care about their words. It turns out he is a vegetarian. And then the team, suddenly realizing this, runs away, saving their own lives. The company sits at the table in complete defeat, dirty, exhausted, and miserable. Kush asks for water. Melissa dreams of a bath. They got lost in another forest, fleeing from the ogre, and haven't washed since then. In the room, people hold their noses. They smell terrible. Behind the counter, someone asks Moria if this is really her team, and she nods. Yes. She adds that those people just got what they deserved. And the team still resists and points fingers at Gale for everything. Kush angrily growls at the innkeeper just to give them something decent and trembles as he urges him on. Give them water or a towel. Luke grumbles that the service here is terrible, and at that moment the tavern owner throws a glass of water on their table. Moria answers bluntly, they get only one and not even for free. Kush irritably babbles that this no longer resembles their treatment, and she coldly exposes them as they really are. Free guests who didn't even pay for lodging. They argue, but Moria cuts them off. They only paid until yesterday. If you want to stay longer or eat, pay. Kush confidently claimed they were an S-rank party, but he still sneaks a look into his wallet. He finds it empty. Everyone pressures him, just pay, but as soon as they see the expression on his face, they immediately read, something went wrong. Kush carefully examines every expense. Beauty products ruined by the ogre, a bare dagger, and money for equipment repair. Even his commissioned sword was smashed, and it turns out their money simply disappeared. The Wolfpack's party officially broke down. The innkeeper declares that the night costs 1 silver coin per person and another silver if they want to eat. There are 5 of them, so at least 5 silver coins. They sit silently with awkward, embarrassed faces. When she asks if they can pay, no one answers. Melissa, dying of thirst, looks intently at the water. Then, despite everything, she swallows it all in one powerful gulp. Others still try to stop her, but it's already too late. For now, near the counter, Moria casually orders a drink and something to snack on. 3 guys freeze and stunned look at her, indignantly asking how she could allow such a thing, not putting anything into their joint party fund. Nora says that's not allowed. Luke pretends he was betrayed. Moria says she paid out of her own pocket and reminds them. The party's joint fund only holds if we do the work together, and immediately there are those who try to twist her words. Kush says she's just silly and that everything should go into the party fund. Melissa grabbed her and said, even more so, these are parties, and what they call parties are also parties. They hold her, rummage in the pouch with coins, and are amazed at how much money she has. They insist that talented support mages simply must earn a lot. Moria grits her teeth, her angry smile fades cash. Kush contemptuously tries to humiliate her, muttering that her magical attacks are no more than mosquito bites. But he hasn't finished speaking when Moria's fist uppercuts him right in the face. He groans and falls to the floor, and Melissa grabs a chair and shouts that she won't confess, not because she can, but because she has the appropriate stature. She swings the chair toward Moria, but it only hits the clothes. Moria was no longer where she had stood. But in the blink of an eye, she appears behind Melissa and she is hit too. Luke and Norris panic and rush to calm Melissa, but she doesn't even have time to catch her breath. But Moria scolds them, simply calls them posers. Luke threatens her, but at that very moment, a glowing magical circle flares up under Moria's feet as the two rush to attack. She does a somersault in the air, lands right on their heads and stuns both. Everyone in the tavern freezes. A deep shock ripples through the hall. Moria calmly wipes her forehead and smiles gently. She apologizes to the tavern hostess for the mess and offers to pay for the damages. The hostess, stunned, says that on the contrary she helped clean up herself. Moria turns to the stunned team and announces that she is officially leaving the party effective immediately. Meanwhile, near his stall, Gale is doing business with a noble lady who likes his strange and unique items, and the hostess also declares that she is officially leaving the party. Especially the one with the lizard drawing. Gale thinks to himself that's not a lizard, it's actually a basilisk. He smiles, praises her taste, and explains that it is a cursed oil lamp. The noble lady who came to visit Gale's stall suddenly turned to stone with fear, and her guard immediately stepped forward to protect her. He was seized by rage. He decided that Gale was trying to sell cursed items to someone from the upper world. Gale got upset and hurriedly began to explain. Supposedly, it is not a weapon or something dangerous, just a decorative ornament. The guard asked for more details. Gale sighed. Earlier he explained to buyers that the lamp had a magical effect, set quite high prices, expected complaints, and strangely enough, many nobles agreed to pay even more without any questions. Even when his homemade equipment was sold out, it still remained just an item made by his own hands. Disposable combat items, on the other hand, hardly attracted anyone. Yet Gale had a good sales day. It was time to close the shop, and he remembered how at first everyone responded to his cursed items with complete hostility. The nobles shrugged, interesting, strange, but in reality no one said they liked his work. Gale began to doubt, maybe his taste was too unusual for high society. And just then, as he held one of his items, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Someone asked if he was already closing. Gale turned around and saw a girl who was carefully examining his goods. She was not dressed as luxuriously as the other noblewomen, but there was something special about her. Could she have secretly slipped out of some noble house? Gale noticed a man resembling a guard. He was watching her from afar. The girl was intently inspecting his items, as if reading a secret from them. She said she liked them and that he had managed to make everything completely different. Gale could not believe it. For the first time someone praised his designs. She touched a ring and whispered that it was cute. Gale froze and even blushed. It was so pleasant that someone appreciated his work. He didn't really know which nobility she belonged to, but since she was dressed so simply, he didn't make a fuss. And since he was about to close, he decided to make her a generous offer. Then the girl said something very strange. Supposedly her wallet was in a cast, but she immediately caught herself, pretended she meant something else, playfully winked at him, and added that she didn't have much money on her. Gale laughed. He, having understood the hint as if she meant the castle, replied that any money on him would do. She was the first to sincerely praise his work, and he had asked to keep it secret from his usual clients. She laughed again and handed him something in response. Gale just opened his palm. He froze. In her hands shone a large gold coin, and he could hardly believe that she simply carried such money with her. He didn't have time to say a word. She was already smiling and quietly walking away. He thought she was just cute, until suddenly he shuddered. Someone with a grim face was looking at him from the shadows. Only then did he realize he had forgotten the most important thing. He hadn't explained the curse of the item to her nor given her the talisman that cancels it. His heart ached. Where was she? She had already disappeared. It's good that what she bought turned out to be just a cursed commemorative ring. Nothing truly deadly dangerous. And the curse turned out not to be so terrible. It enhanced protection and made the wearer resistant to instant death attacks. The only catch: once you put it on, you can't take it off until the curse is lifted. But apparently she was wealthy. She could simply go to the church and remove the curse. When he saw her again, he swore he would apologize and give her a proper spell to remove the curse. But then he remembered what she almost said. That could it be that she really wanted to say that she lives in a castle? As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, the girl was suddenly grabbed, and several hands immediately seized her and pulled her into an alley. She struggled, screamed to be released, yelled why they were grabbing her. Then a woman appeared and asked the soldiers if they had caught her. They only nodded. The woman sharply waved her hand, move on, and the girl was still struggling, begging no. Later, inside the royal castle, the soldiers collapsed from exhaustion after the chase. The woman scolded the girl and finally asked her to stop causing so much trouble, and the young woman suddenly remembered who she was. Princess Cora. But the princess did not look happy at all. Returning to Gale's stall, he moved on when suddenly someone touched him on the back. The stranger said he was looking for a young man with black hair and a blue jacket, who was trading at the neighboring stall and looked exactly like Gale, and asked to see his face. But as soon as Gale turned around, he showed surprise as if indifferent and asked if he really looked that young. The man apologized and disappeared completely, and as soon as he turned the corner, he slipped into a hidden alley. Gale was stunned. The capital troops were searching for him specifically, so there was no doubt, and this turned into trouble. He immediately decided it was time to quickly pack his things and flee the city. Nearby children who saw him disappear into the alley were stunned and whispered, "What kind of trick is this?" And he just waved his hand, "Be quiet." At the beginning of the 5th chapter, a woman fiercely scolds Princess Kara for a ring bought in the city. She says it is blasphemy and something that contradicts the church, but Kara sees no problem with it. She is convinced nobles should mingle with townspeople more often, even to the point of buying things from them. The woman looks around Kara's room, filled with strange and unusual city items, and clearly does not share Kara's love for such taste. Kara notices this and says that Vivian still has a lot to learn. Vivian waved off the remark and reminded that very morning she had to meet a foreign envoy, so she had to hurry and get ready, but she hadn't finished speaking when she noticed Kara was putting that strange ring on her finger. Vivian panics. She definitely knows what that ring is and can't believe that the princess would come to such an important political meeting wearing it. Kara corrects her. She says she didn't intend to wear it, just tried it on. Gale was sitting at the Adventurers Guild table, savoring a hot dish and swelling with pride. At first, he worried he would have to do everything alone, but everything turned out better than he expected. Maybe he really has talent. However, he perfectly understands. If you sell repaired junk, you won't become rich. Gale thinks it's time to take on some real quests and maybe soon move to another city. Descending the stairs to leave the guild, he notices his former party Kusha, Melissa, Luke, and Norris near the counter. So he instinctively ducks and hides so they don't notice him. At the counter, the group is begging the administrator for money. They say they need an investment because they are an S-rank team and deserve at least 10 or 20 gold coins. But the receptionist didn't even blink, completely unimpressed by their request. She sharply reminds them that since they became S-rank, they haven't taken a single quest, so it's hard to justify funding people without achievements. Kusha tries to brush it off. They say they still have time. But when asked if they have ever met with a client even once, the whole group admits no. Then the receptionist adds the client has already filed a complaint and is furious because the elite S-rank team ignored them. The group muttered that they got into trouble with a monster. The receptionist immediately recalled the ogre. Yes, an A-rank enemy, but they are S-rank. Their excuse was that it was mutated, but she sharply cut them off. No, it was just an ordinary ogre. She also knows they allowed it to follow them all the way to the city, and that only caused more problems. But that's not their only mistake. She asks if they think the guild won't notice, and Kusha tries to throw a sharp remark. But the receptionist doesn't back down. She recalls Moria, who disbanded their party just a few days after joining, and adds that the Silver Wolf Tavern complained and sent the guild a bill because of their behavior the guild had to pay. So now the group owes money. Gale, watching from afar, quietly thinks, this group really has serious problems. They are exhausted and broken, as if after a long storm. Suddenly, the girl at the reception slammed her palm on the counter. She lost patience and challenges them, say the word investment once more. Kush clenches his teeth and blurts out, it's all Gale's fault. At these words, Gale flinches and the group immediately attacks him, accusing him of cursing them. They point at the cursed gear, supposedly. Because of it, the stats are all ruined and even magical buffs don't help. But Gale is confused. He was sure he had already removed the curse from everyone. Then Luke accuses Moria, saying she is good for nothing. Norris just agrees, but the receptionist sharply interrupts them. She insists that Moria is among the top 5 support mages in the entire capital. Moreover, Moria left the last group due to some problems, so the guild decided that Silver Wolf is just what they need, although the team froze in shock. No one expected Moria to be so high in the ranks. Even Gale is stunned, and the receptionist defends Gale. She says that blaming him is pointless. Cursed craft is rare and his talent is incredible. Even one of his talismans against curses cost a fortune. Hearing this, Gale blushes and recalls that he once did side jobs for the guild, making a few of those. At the reception, the person was told directly, first pay back your debts and only then ask someone for help. Kush tries to pretend nothing serious happened and promises he will repay everything quickly. He drives the others away. Melissa clarifies what they will do with Gale, and Norris replies they need to find a task they can realistically handle. Luke nods, no S-rank missions until the curses disappear. Kush sharply barked, shut up, while they, pushing and struggling, tried to break out of his sight. In the guild they whisper, not believing that this group is really S-rank. They look nothing like those they expected. Gale quietly replays the words about curses in his head. He was sure he had removed them all, so how can something else still affect them? He does not know, but will still go further than just standing and waiting until they notice him and unleash their anger on him. So he steps outside exactly at the moment a group of soldiers runs past him, rushing somewhere in panic. Someone asks what the emergency is, and another person answers. Another crazy fight between Princess Kara and Vivian. Once they quarrel, everything instantly turns into a brutal clash. It takes a whole army to stop and calm them down. Gale cannot believe it. Could the capital army really be called because of such quarrels? He walks past the merchant's shop and wonders whether to go in. He opens the door and immediately hears a sharp ringing above him. In the castle, the guards nervously try to hold Vivian back, reminding her that she is in the royal palace and should breathe more calmly, but all in vain. Vivian is going mad. She screams that the ring on Princess Kara's finger is cursed. Everyone held their breath. Vivian remembered how she begged Kara not to put on the ring, but she didn't listen and replied that she would try it on for just a moment. But as soon as the ring slid onto her finger, it became impossible to remove. And when both pulled, it stubbornly stayed in place. Suddenly, an old advisor appeared and ordered the princess, take off the ring immediately. but the punishment cut in I cannot. Vivian insists. There is no other way she will have to cut off her finger to pull it out. With a sword in her hands, she lunged straight at the princess and thundered that there was no time left for a diplomatic meeting, and the guards panicked, clashed, and rushed to protect the princess. The next day, they say Kara warmly welcomed the envoys and thanked them for their patience. As soon as they noticed her, everyone respectfully bowed and showered her with compliments. She only smiled and sincerely thanked them in response. One of them noticed the ring on her finger and asked where it was from. She laughed and made up a story. She said she had cut herself. And earlier that same morning she was holding others as well so that. To film this very moment when the arrival of the envoys was announced. Kara, trying to be a good hostess, noticed that they were tired from the journey and suggested starting with tea, but the envoy politely declined. They said they had brought something better, snacks and tea straight from the empire. They offered her a taste. It was clear they were trembling with eagerness to show their curiosity, so they pointed to a huge box they had brought with them. Kara was surprised at how big it was and joked about how many treats must be inside. But as soon as the box was opened, her face suddenly changed. Inside there was not a crumb of food, only a group of armed bandits hiding with weapons ready. One of the fake envoys revealed their plan. The bandits had coated their blades with poison that killed instantly and painlessly. The whole room exploded into chaos. The royal guards shouted to immediately protect the princess. Vivian, as always, reacted instantly and ordered the soldiers to attack, but it was already too late. The assassins rushed forward like a whirlwind and took Kara in their sights, preparing to kill her. But their strikes missed. Spears and blades bounced off something invisible. Everyone froze in place. The assassins tried to strike again, but in vain. Nothing helped. As if a wall was holding the defense and protecting her. At first, even the princess herself could not comprehend what exactly was happening. Suddenly it dawned on her, could it really be him? She remembered Gale, the man who sold her the ring, and if anyone was the first person to ever praise his work. Could this ring even be capable of creating a barrier? Vivian immediately ordered the guards to seize the one who brought the forged bill. Without wasting a second, she rushed to the princess and checked. Was she injured? Kara assured that everything was fine. Vivian thought confusedly, why would someone pretend as if he came from the empire? But now something else was more important. Vivian ordered to take the princess to a safe place until everything settled down and calmed. Later in the Star Chamber, two men carefully and attentively examined the ring. They asked Bishop and Arizel, the appraiser, what they thought about it. Could it really be a dangerous curse? The bishop replied that removing it was not dangerous but extremely difficult. The ring was clearly forged by someone who perfectly understood cursed magic. The curse in it had a high level. It amplified what the wearer felt and at the same time gave colossal side effects. Therefore, the creator layered several counter-curses to cancel the worst, and the bishop continued to explain. But Kara barely managed to understand what he was talking about. This is too technical, he waved off, then said there was more to explain and passed the rest to Arizel. Arizel, with eyes wide open in amazement, declared, the ring gives the wearer triple defense and protects from instant death. Vivian froze at what she heard. Arizel explained, such power is not just some holy relic. Either it is the very holy relic itself or something even more powerful, and he looked too excited for someone looking at a cursed object. He even said that he never dreamed of seeing something so incredible as a teenager. But as soon as he got too carried away and held the princess's hand longer than necessary, a sharp knock on the head instantly brought him to his senses, and the irritated Vivian warned. One must behave. Vivian suddenly remembered. There was another church relic, the Angel's Shield, which worked the same way, and another test confirmed that it also protected against instant death. But the bishop stated that no other known item gave such an effect and did not look so ordinary. He added that there was another artifact that almost equaled it. The most valuable treasure of the Empire, the Devil's Heart. This item had a long list of powerful abilities. Protection from instant death, enhancement of attributes, faster spell casting, and many more, but each had its own price. It slowly drained the life from the one who used it. If not discarded in time, it would kill. Such was the cost for such incredible power. Vivian nodded and said that in their world, great power always has its price. That is exactly how magic worked. Yet it seemed as if this ring had no serious drawbacks, so it looked even more incredible, perhaps even more valuable than the relic. Kara turned to Vivian and again spoke about Gale. Vivian replied that she remembered what he looked like. She asked if Kara wanted her to find him and deal with him, beat or punish him, but Kara only shook her head. No revenge was needed. She wanted to see him, to thank him. Whether he was cursed or not, the ring saved her life, so she still wanted to see him again. At the beginning of the chapter, Gale was about to leave the capital. He wore a cloak with a side pocket for gear, and he really liked how it fit and felt. On his hands were gauntlets with wire lining to leave extra space, and the boots were made to carry things while protecting the feet. All this was at hand, so he had all the essential 7, a dagger carved by hand. The rest he planned to find along the way, and when everything was ready, he finally set off on the road. Glancing at the city, he inhaled the morning air, cool and fresh. The streets slowly came to life as soon as people began their daily tasks. Gale felt a strange sensation. He was really leaving the capital, and it was somehow. This made him stop. Passing by a shadowy alley, he looked inside out of curiosity and suddenly froze, struck by what he saw. It was his old team of adventurers. They huddled closely, together, frozen and miserable. Melissa twitched irritably when someone touched her. Norris responded roughly as always. Gale forced himself to believe that these people no longer mattered to him. He shook his head and dashed away. The city was coming to life right before our eyes. Gilp. Gilp followed him, passed through the market and caught conversations. Someone said that help was still needed somewhere. Another replied. Another said that the royal guard was already watching the gates, so there was no need to worry. But suddenly he heard the sound of hooves and turned around to look. Before him stood the royal corps of knights and even soldiers of the capital army, a strange sight. What are they doing here? Just like that? Soon he will understand everything. Meanwhile, people went around the streets pasting posters. On one, they asked if anyone had seen a boy who seemed to be not even 20 yet, unkempt with black hair, selling cheap jewelry. And they asked if anyone noticed him to inform the castle or the nearest night watchman or soldier. Gale listened as knights chatted nearby. One asked if the square had already been searched, and the other replied that the capital's army was already thoroughly combing it. They checked taverns and guilds everywhere. Gale remained calm as if he knew nothing, although the description fit him almost perfectly. But he told himself that it definitely was not about him. His things were not of that kind, not so cheap. One of the knights, clearly irritated, grumbled that they lacked information, then glanced at Gale and concluded, "There are plenty of unkempt boys around." Gale looked exactly that age. The knight scanned his gear and said it looked cheap, but immediately added, "Gale does not look like the one they are looking for." Gale was offended but replied tersely, "Knight." Knight convinced himself. The real suspect would not dress so cleanly and neatly. He insisted that the man they were looking for sells creepy things and looks much dirtier, and Gale agreed only to avoid trouble, and Knight let him go. After these words, Gale leaned his back against the inner wall and felt like an idiot. Because of his own anxiety, he almost got killed in the city, and now he had to force himself to admit it was time to move on. Near the city gates, stagecoaches stood neatly, ready to take people in different directions. In his mind, Gale ran through options: to go where there was work. Emurance, a large trading hub, thus an ideal place for business. Gracious Fort, a military base. Grandstead, an old city full of history, and that was it. Just then the coachman suddenly shouted that only 2 seats were left for the trip, and that they were going at a discount. When Gale heard the word discount, interest flared up in him instantly, brightly, and without any hesitation. He asked where the stagecoach was headed. The coachman replied they were going to Farmage, an agricultural center. Gale already saw fresh food before his eyes, and just the thought made his mouth water as if hunger was burning right under his ribs. He raised his hand to take a seat, but someone else also raised their hand and declared they wanted to sit too. Gale turned around and involuntarily shuddered. This person seemed familiar to him. She pulled on the cloak, and it was her, Moria Glares, the girl from the Kush party. Only a few days had passed since they last saw each other. Gale recognized her and immediately understood that Moria stood out too much. She was attractive and had a strong charisma. Moria smiled in such a way that he suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment. He was about to say something, but the expression on her face made him change his mind. A slight feeling of guilt echoed in his chest for those thoughts, and he immediately dismissed it, thinking that he was just a guy. Inside the carriage, they finally settled down. Gale tried to be friendly and said, "At least during the trip, it's worth getting along." Earlier, Moria had actually slapped him in the face, and his cheek still hurt. Moria replied coldly, but it was already clear she was no longer angry. When the carriage was leaving the capital, Gale yawned heavily. He was completely exhausted. Florian nudged him with his elbow and grumbled that he was standing too close. Gale apologized and explained there was almost nowhere to stand here. He looked around the stagecoach. Inside were stacked metal goods and imported products. The cargo was guarded by a hired mercenary, and a few travelers were sitting in the salon, and of course nearby was Moria, tense, who had already left her group. Everything had happened too quickly. Gale sighed quietly. How can one sleep in such a state at all? He remembered that their beginning was not the best, so it was better to keep everything calm. Moria said she was not angry, and Gale thought, maybe she really is not angry. Her joining the party in no way explains why he was kicked out. Most likely, Kush was simply interested in her. And others had been planning to get rid of him for some time, and it seemed she appeared at just the right moment so that the plan would work. He asked her why she left the group called Wolfpack, and she turned to him and did not say directly. Instead, she asked why he himself had not gotten out of that lousy party earlier, then laughed and told what had happened. It turned out that the trouble was caused not by some gigantic monster, but by an ordinary ogre. Kush couldn't even handle him. She considered him a worthless leader, and the rest of the squad was little better. Rookies with weak spells and poor shooting. Because of this, Kush couldn't understand why Gale had even joined such a terrible team. He asked if she was sure that Kush was to blame, and she answered as if there were no doubts at all. The guild had also noticed how bad he was, so she was also leaving the capital so that everything would finally settle down. She added that other members of the squad had started blaming him for all the failures, but to be honest, he was the only one in the group who seemed to know what he was doing. Gale smiled, then quickly apologized, understood he probably had mixed feelings because he knew those people. Gale said it was okay and apologized again for her time with them being too chaotic, assuring him it was not his fault. She addressed him as Mr. Hamilton, but he asked to be called simply Gale. Then silence fell between them, and Gale looked at her. She had almost nothing with her, probably she had just fallen behind the group before climbing onto the caravan, so wanting to help, he pulled a bun from his bag. He cut several ingredients and quickly began making her a sandwich. He joked that now she was officially part of the Wolfpack Victims Club. Gale replied that she was not entirely sure if he himself was really a victim, but... And as soon as she saw the sandwich, her eyes lit up and she took it. He, however, said that she should not worry about trifles. Then he handed sandwiches to the other passenger. Moria took a big bite. She said it was incredibly tasty and was even more surprised at how quickly he prepared everything. Gale laughed and added that it was all thanks to good ingredients, and he even brought a little wine with him. Moria teased him, saying he clearly wanted to get her drunk, but suddenly noticed it was not just wine. It was rare and expensive. She asked if he really minded her drinking it, and he smiled and replied that yes, his market stall was very successful, so he could afford it. Moria touched on the conversation about what she heard. Recently, a great commotion arose in the market. Someone displayed an artifact-level item on the stand. Of course, she did not realize it was Gale's stall. Gale flashed surprise, an artifact in an ordinary shop. Who would take and sell such a rare and powerful thing? Moria told him that even the princess was looking for it. From her words, he frozen. The same memory flashed in his mind, the castle, the princess, and the moment when they came for him. But he quickly brushed it off, convincing himself, no, there can be no connection. She asked if he was the one who had the artifact, and he waved it off again, muttered that he was not the kind to carry such things. She agreed he honestly did not look like a person capable of that, and he even joked, at least he should have lied, then he would have felt cool. She said that those who create artifacts usually live in temples or on sacred mountains, and he nodded, imagining them as old hermits hidden somewhere high in the mountains. And suddenly Gale twisted his face into a funny grimace, wrinkling it as if he were old. Moria turned to him and laughed so loudly that her laughter spread throughout the entire carriage. They gave 5 and she, blushing a little, admitted that she was starting to like him a bit. Gale smiled in response and said that he didn't completely hate her either. They agreed if they hadn't gotten stuck in their current role as the creator of curses, she, a support Magathy, would have been a great frontline pair, maybe someday if fate allowed. But he hadn't finished his thought when something crashed into the carriage with a bang. Suddenly everything went dark. He saw nothing, and outside through the noise screams burst forth. It was an orc attack. Because the caravan was shaking wildly, Gale found himself pressed against Moria's chest, and he involuntarily thought how soft she was. Moria slapped him and reminded him that this was no time for jokes. Outside, with each passing minute, things were getting worse. The hired guard had already been neutralized. One of the men rushed into the carriage, straining his throat with a scream, "Help!" The passengers were frantic. The orcs noticed their cart and started trotting towards them. Moria immediately realized this is bad. The orcs were coming straight at them. No one in the wagon knew how to defend themselves except maybe her and Gale. Moria asked Gale if he had any weapons, and he hesitated for a moment. She said there is no choice, they would have to fight. She had a magic staff and a small dagger. Gale replied that he had several disposable talismans that slow enemies and a short sword, not the most powerful weapon but still better than nothing. Moria admitted this was not the best option, but they would have to try anyway. She said she hated just sitting and waiting for death. Although she was already used to support magic and only went into battle in extreme cases, she added. He couldn't trust her. Gale looked her in the eyes and said, "I'll take the front line and you cover me." She agreed, apologized, and he smiled in response. Don't apologize. He wouldn't leave the girl to fight alone if he could help her. Then he shouted that it was time to show these orcs what 2 XS-rank adventurers were really capable of. The orcs, it seemed, didn't even care. Gale immediately realized. They didn't see either her or Moria as a threat, so they had to strike first to at least take down one. Moria threw a few small stones on the ground. Gale looked at her. Moria waved her staff, and at that moment a barrier wall appeared. She said the barrier would hold a little longer, and as soon as she could, she would strengthen it with buffs. Gale nodded, but a thought flashed in her mind. She really knew how to plan. Gale tightly gripped the dagger. Moria noticed the weapon and shuddered. There was something ominous about it. Dark energy swirled beside him like smoke without fire, as if a black magic veil wrapped her from head to toe. As soon as the battle flared up, Moria revealed their plan. Simple in concept, but extremely demanding of the perfect moment. Buff magic would not activate instantly, they would have to wait for the most precise second. Once it worked, she was sure, Gale would become strong enough to seriously wound at least one orc. And then everything depended on him. He would have to cast his curses to bind them in place, and snatch victory over as many as possible. Gale agreed if they held out a little longer, there was a chance that some nearby patrol would notice something wrong and hurry to help them. For now, they would have to rely on luck, although she herself spoke about it so confidently. Moria still could not shake off her doubts. That strange weapon gave her goosebumps. Gale assured her it was just an ordinary dagger meant to weaken enemies, but she did not believe he would call something so creepy ordinary. And before she could ask a question, it was already too late. He ordered her to cover him and moved forward himself, and she tried in vain to stop him. Moria dropped to her knees and traced a symbol on the ground with her fingers. Quickly uttering a spell, she said, "It would not last long, but while it did, its power would be terrible." Gale reacted instantly. He grabbed something and hurled it straight at the orcs. The range was perfect. The projectile fell exactly where he wanted. The scroll tied to the object suddenly unfurled right in the air. Without hesitation, Gale lunged at the orcs. They noticed him, but his curse took effect at the last moment. Dark magic enveloped them, causing them to panic, stumble, and lose their bearings. Their armor clanked, and the orcs grumbled through their teeth, not understanding what exactly was happening. Moria froze. She just watched and suddenly her legs trembled. What curse could it be? The item he threw was clearly aimed only at monsters who wished them harm, but it turned out to be so powerful that Moria felt. If she looked away even for a moment, she herself could be pulled in. Gale dashed forward and, shouting that they would all fall together, rushed after them. Moria called to him in pursuit, but he was moving too fast. Her enhancement spell had not yet reached full strength. One of the orcs roared, but before he could attack, Gale was already nearby. With a single swift motion, he cut the throat and beheaded him. Gaining that same insanely precise speed and strength, he charged at the others. He let out a shout of joy and insisted, all this happened thanks to her buffs. But Moria knew the truth. She was not involved in this. What she saw clearly went far beyond what her support magic was capable of. The dark aura over the battlefield not only weakened the enemy, it intimidated, undermined armor, and probably even restrained. Moria had never seen a throne-cursed item cause so much. And that dagger he used was just one look, and she immediately understood. It must have constantly active special effects. The armor becomes invisible, and its true power is securely hidden. She couldn't believe he called that thing an ordinary blade. It was clearly a legendary weapon. She trembled with disbelief. Everything looked like real madness, until Gale meanwhile was having more fun than ever. His body radiated from all the magical enhancements. Moria's support magic spun all abilities. Strength, speed, and reaction grew far beyond the norm. He was delighted and sincerely thanked her for it, but Moria tried to explain. Although she helped a little, it was not really her merit. Gale just laughed, saying now he was finally strong enough to deal with these monsters. Moria glanced at him and at that moment understood something terrible. The enhanced stats rapidly dropped. The spell she cast lacked a key component, magical energy. She forgot to properly charge it. The buffs faded right before her eyes. So Moria quickly blurted out that she would fix everything now, and that it was a trifle. Gale, still full of power, declared that together they were invincible. Moria shyly glanced at him. Why was he so excited? Without wasting a second, Gale jumped high and cut down another orc. Now only one remained, and he stood right in front of him. But as soon as he roared, even more orcs appeared behind. Gale, without hesitation, threw even more of his cursed things at them. A loud explosion sounded. The magic turned out to be too powerful. Nearby, all the orcs lay without heads. He shouted with joy, sure that it was the merit of Moria's supporting magic. Thanks to his curse of slowing, the orcs froze in place. Moria frowned. This spell was not supposed to slow them down like that. Reducing speed by 90 was unthinkable, so she tried to catch his attention and explain that he misunderstood something. But just as she was about to say something, she noticed he was quietly sneaking up behind another orc. With a sharp movement, he plunged his dagger into the back of his head. And suddenly, another deafening explosion rolled across the battlefield. The last orc collapsed to the ground. Moria froze, not believing her own eyes. Did he just defeat him with a single blow? Such an instant kill happened extremely rarely. Without a powerful artifact, it was almost impossible, and she couldn't comprehend how Gale, of all people, managed to do that with his own hands. All of this no longer made any sense. Gale turned to her with a wide smile. He was definitely rejoicing in their victory, even before she managed to say a single word. He grabbed her hands and tried to spin her around like a dance at a celebration. He was overwhelmed with admiration. He couldn't stop talking and praised the magic of support, sincerely believing that it was what decided everything, while Moria only half-heartedly whispered, "Thank you," a bit stunned by how openly he showed it. Other passengers who were hiding and secretly peeking began to look out. Gale waved cheerfully and soon everyone rushed to him, sincerely grateful and stunned by what they saw with their own eyes. Later that night by the campfire, Gale admitted what surprised everyone. It was actually his first fight with monsters, so during the clash he was terribly scared. Moria stopped in surprise. Wasn't he in Kush's party? Gale confirmed yes, he was one of the founders. But he explained that he is not a fighter, just someone who uses curse magic. Moria fell silent for a moment. Then she said that Kush must be an idiot to let someone like Gale go. Gale blushed and stammered, not sure if she meant it but admitted. Honestly, he did not blame Kush for rejecting him. Maybe it was the right decision. Moria rolled her eyes. Could anyone believe that about him, and sharply changed the subject to the coffee he brewed. A dandelion blend amazingly tasty. She praised him for knowing so many things. Gale tried to downplay it, but she insisted. It was not just a few tricks, it was almost omnipotence. Gale was embarrassed and asked her not to exaggerate. He did not consider himself special, especially in battle. Moria sighed heavily. He kept going in circles. There was something strange about him. He clearly stood out but pretended not to. She said she was going to sleep, thanked him for the coffee. He wished her good night and Moria went to her tent, leaving the rest of the group still sitting by the campfire. Gale stayed up a little longer, repeatedly turning over in her mind what she had just said. Omnipotence, right? What a heavy word it is. He never called himself a person capable of such power. He sincerely believed they won that victory only because Moria so skillfully caught him, but somewhere deep inside him something awakened. Fragments flashed in memory. He was in the guild, was in the team. And how thrilling it used to be, fighting monsters, scary but at the same time, even fun. He quietly laughed to himself. Moria was truly kind to him. The next morning the caravan set off again on the road, and the driver, raising his voice, shouted that the destination point would soon appear on the horizon. Moria woke up still squinting and barely nudged Gale. He was still half asleep. Gale sleepily asked if this was their place. Moria nodded. They looked ahead and immediately understood. They had arrived. They headed to the next stop. Farmage are ready for anything whatever awaits them next. At the beginning of Chapter 8, Gale and Moria arrived at a place called Farmage. Here was pure countryside, open fields, farms all around and animals rustling everywhere. Gale said only an hour to the border, so they hurried off the wagon. Fields and pastures stretched all around, reaching to the very horizon. Gale already had a plan. To reach the local adventurers guild, turn in parts torn from orcs, earn some money and then take on tasks. Moria decided to go with him to the guild. She wanted to find a team, while Gale promised that for now he would work alone. Later at the Farmage Adventurers Guild, Gale began scrolling through the quest board and Moria shuddered with surprise. Which exact task was he choosing? It looked too difficult for one person, but Gale was confident, however. Eventually he asked Moria for help. The quest involved hunting undead, and it was rank A, that is, extremely difficult. Moria reminded him that both were support adventurers, not those who stand on the front lines, and she did not believe it would be as easy as their previous mission with the orcs. Gale just smiled as if he already had a plan. Suddenly, a dark elf appeared before them and greeted them. Both had not even noticed her before. She was incredibly eager to learn about Gale. She had not seen him here before, so the elf explained. Gale was new, just arrived from the capital and hoped to catch luck in these parts. The elf added that Farmage was primarily a town of farmers and merchants. There were few adventurers here, and life was hard for people. And she even grabbed Gale's hands and sincerely thanked him for coming. Gale's heart skipped a beat. The dark elf was beautiful, and he definitely noticed it. At the same time, Moria stood behind him and looked far from delighted. She cleared her throat and the elf looked in her direction. He asked if Moria was his friend and she replied, no, they were just going in the same direction. She introduced herself as a support mage also from the capital and honestly said she would gladly help everyone she could. The dark elf's smile immediately lit up. There was a desperate lack of support mages here, so her enthusiasm was genuine. Then she looked at Gale. He was not wearing heavy equipment and the thought flashed by itself, probably a thief. Gale corrected her and explained that he was actually a curse maker, a person who uses support magic along with curses. He said that support is his main role, but he also knows how to stand up for himself in battle. The elf looked at him with slight surprise. In these parts, curse masters were rare, so she doubted whether there would be tasks here for someone like him. Gale instantly became embarrassed and blushed at her reaction, while Moria looked even more irritated. Gale said he wanted to complete a few quests to get accustomed to this area. But the elf froze in shock. What he chose turned out to be a lick hunt, a task that no one had taken on for a long time. She called it a cold case because no one had taken it on. Strong priests were lacking, and without them the undead were gaining the upper hand. Families couldn't even visit the graves of their relatives. The situation was truly frightening, and she was restless. If Gale really was only a curse master, this mission could turn into a deadly trap. Moria told her to be more careful with her words, but Gale replied that it was fine, he was used to it. Moria wanted to argue further, but Gale calmed her down. Everything would be fine with him. The elf warned Gale again. No one had succeeded with this task yet, and if Gale got into trouble, no one would come to help. Still, Gale declared he would go and asked for a map of the area. The elf handed him holy water and several magical items, but Gale only wanted the map. She confirmed the quest belongs to him. She explained how to prove the execution to return the jawbones of Licha. Gale already knew this. He had used them before, and it really impressed the elf woman. She smiled and asked him to be careful. She leaned closer and said how much the town needed adventurers. Gale blushed agony until Maria firmly stepped on his foot. It was clear she was angry. The elf laughed, saying they got along wonderfully, then added the last thing. In Farm Edge, she greeted them warmly. The woman who ran the Adventurers Guild in this farming town introduced herself as Gimli. She politely greeted Gale and Moria, bowing her head, and said that she was looking forward to working together. Gale nodded in response and repeated the same, and then, as if something suddenly flashed in his head, he pulled out a sack. It was full of remnants from the previous adventure. Parts taken from the orcs, and Gimli froze, struck by what he had gathered. Then he said that tomorrow they would start a new adventure. Gimli noticed how he carried himself easily, as if moving from city to city, and hard tasks were nothing to him. Gale smiled in response and thanked him, but he immediately made it clear. It was not a compliment, at least not to him. As soon as they went outside, Moria brought up the topic. He couldn't take his eyes off Gimli. She teased him, saying he only got excited because someone finally paid attention to him. He smiled and pretended not to understand what she meant. Moria just said, "Forget it." But it still looked as if she had decided to join him in this adventure. Gale noticed it immediately. Could it be that she had already planned this? She did not answer, and he joked that her silence seemed to confirm everything. Moria sharply cut in, she doesn't care about him. She is here only as a backup insurance in case something goes wrong. He froze in surprise when Moria blushed and asked where exactly he was looking. He said that when she was near, he felt much lighter at heart, and she blushed even more, unable to comprehend how he could speak about such a thing seriously. Gale admitted, it was his first solo mission, so he was terribly nervous. Moria said that those who hunt the undead should be nervous, but instead of fear, he was filled with excitement. Walking monsters were like chests of ingredients to him, and he couldn't wait to collect them. That night, the dark elf from the guild sat quietly in thought, and it surprised her. Gale did not look like an ordinary master of curses at all. There was definitely something different about him. The next day, when Gale finally woke up, he said he had slept wonderfully, but Moria corrected him. In fact, he had just overslept. It was already past noon. Gale said that as soon as they arrived, he immediately felt how the air had changed. As Gimli said, everything here revolved around the earth and trade. Armed travelers were rarely seen, so the locals looked at them with interest, and Moria asked not to take it to heart. Later they reached the entrance to the crypt. This was where their adventure was supposed to begin. Gale tried to keep a cheerful mood, hoping the task would pass quickly, while Moria fussed, checking every item in her equipment. Her silver knife, incense against the undead, and holy water. Gale called her a panicker, but she replied that she was just preparing. He assured her that everything would be fine. He said he was a true expert in fighting the undead, and this only stirred up more fear in Moria. She warned him, if it gets worse, we run. He nodded, understanding how exhausting it was for her to cover from behind. Moria did not back down. Then they both must disappear, and it was then that Gale noticed the door nearby. Before them opened a large cemetery. He involuntarily held his breath at the sight, but Moria immediately reminded him they were not here to admire the view. She felt that this place looked truly terrible. Gale realized, behind all these ruins stood the undead. He began to scatter the bones, and Moria asked in surprise what he was doing. He showed her. The bones left traces like clues. And Moria, remembering that this cemetery was built on the ruins of an old dungeon of some unknown scale much older, only asked, could what they are doing be an insult to the dead? Gale did not think so. How else could they then squeeze deeper into that place? Moria folded her hands in prayer, showing respect, and Gale teased her for looking too serious. She replied that compared to him, anyone already looked polite. He said that the skull she was praying over was actually undead. During the day it does not move only because of the sun, but at night probably it will rise again. To prove this, he brought the skull right up to her face, and Moria looked closely. And then he suddenly smashed it and turned away. Gale asked if she honored the dead. Moria replied that the undead are not real dead but just monsters. She hated all of this. Gale thought if she felt that way she could just wait outside. He told her that the cemetery had not yet fully turned into a dungeon. On the upper floors there would be only weak monsters. But this did not make Moria feel better. Gale declared that he would go deeper into the dungeon alone. He needed better quality materials. He told her not to waste supplies like holy water, handed her a lantern, waved goodbye, and left excited, as if he was about to stumble upon what he needed. Moria was left alone, irritated, biting herself over her thoughts. Why were the members of her guild, the Wolf Pack, so selfish? He just left and abandoned her here. She looked around, saw how quickly it was getting dark, and then heard some sound, and although she was terribly scared, she forced herself to keep walking. Finally, Moria caught up with Gale again at the cemetery. She told him that she really wanted to get out of here. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the darkness. Moria screamed, and Gale flinched. She felt something touch her, panicked, and exclaimed that it was not just her imagination. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she clung to Gale, holding onto him out of pure fear. He blushed slightly from the sudden closeness, but from nowhere a loud explosion thundered nearby. Moria pressed him even tighter, trembling and shouting in shock, while Gale, holding her, tried not to panic and looked around for the source of the sound. He could not help but notice how her breasts pressed against him. A moment and it knocked him out of his thoughts. But he quickly recovered and focused again. Only then did he realize why the explosion happened. A bat flew past. Moria, pretending she had known it from the very beginning, lightly pushed him. She admitted that she did it only to repay his former jokes and teasing. She tried to laugh it off, saying, "Undead are just a bunch of bones." But as soon as she turned around, the same eerie clicking sounded again, and now she stood face to face with a real skeleton. Petrified with fear, she screamed and threw herself into Gale's arms completely in panic. Gale pressed her to himself while she wailed that the skeletons had come. He twitched from her scream. She was shouting right into his ear, and he tried to calm her down, but Moria was in a full, uncontrollable hysteria. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she could not calm down. At least he begged her not to scream. He whispered it right into her ear. But when Moria opened her eyes again, another skeleton appeared before her with an open jaw, and that finally broke her. In a burst of fear and despair, she flailed her arms and she smashed the skeleton with sudden force, shouting for it to stay away. Gale froze, stunned by her instant pressure. Moria got up, still trembling, grabbed a lantern and threw it straight at the undead. The fire flared up and the skeletons began to burn. The flames spread and even more skeletons surged. She screamed again, then pushed Gale toward them. He stumbled and fell with them into the burning chaos. A little later, when the chaos finally subsided, Gale asked if she had calmed down. Moria, still a bit disheveled, apologized for her outburst of emotions. He sharply asked why she had gone with them at all if she was so afraid of the dead. She turned away and quietly confessed she was worried about him. These hunts were too dangerous to go on alone. Gale again reminded that he is a master of curses, and his powers are made specifically for fighting undead enemies, but at the same time appreciated her care, thanked her for coming, and reached out his hand to help her stand up. Since they were already deep in the crypt, it was too risky for her to climb up alone, so he asked her to endure a little longer. Moria promised she would try, and he added, if it gets too scary, she can close her eyes. She said that then she might get lost, and Gale reassured, it's okay, she can hold his hand and they will go slowly. They both blushed a little, reaching out their hands to each other. Gale suddenly realized, whether he was joking about it or not, but now they were really holding hands. A moment before Gale and Moria left the capital, a group came to the smithy. They were looking for a blacksmith. It was a real wolf pack party. They rolled up to him and asked if he runs the forge because they were going to sell some of their equipment. But the blacksmith didn't even engage in conversation. He immediately replied that he doesn't serve rude and noisy types like them. Later they found themselves again in some alley. The cold pierced to the bone, hunger twisted the stomach, armor jingled with every movement, and another night on the streets made them think about how to grab at least some money. Luke, one of the party members, announced that he took several quests in the guild. And nothing special. Rank a task to finish off ogres on the highway, rank C to break a horde of skeletal knights near the old church, rank E to beat a few goblin soldiers, and another one, rank D1, to track orcs in the wildlands. When he read this aloud, the others stared at him as if he was joking. They were an S-rank party, one of the highest levels among adventurers. So why were they given such minor tasks? They even thought Luke was deliberately humiliating them. Norris, calm as always, ordered everyone to calm down. They were holding on by goodwill anyway. No strength, no supplies to take on anything serious. He threw in a saying, even a lion gives all its strength to catch a rabbit, so you have to take everything you could. Kushberchev, who said quests pay pennies, still admitted, the quest from Agram brought the most 60 gold coins. But despite this, everyone clearly remembered how their last fight with the ogre ended. None of them wanted to go through it again when they pretended not to be afraid. Melissa suggested trying the Skeleton Knight quest. Missions with goblins and orcs paid little, so there was no point in spending energy on them. Norris emphasized that the quest mentions a horde of skeletons. Maybe orcs would be a better option. Kush suddenly attacked him and declared, it's just an S-rank mission. Melissa insisted that they could handle the skeletons. After that, she turned to Luke and asked why he even gave them such tasks. Luke replied that he didn't think it would go this far, that they would have to starve right on the street. Norris still tried to encourage the people, we will only have to do what we can. Luke agreed. Skeletons, he said, are not that scary undead. The only thing that truly gnawed at him was how long their magic would last. And he asked if Melissa and Kush would hold out, because they are the ones on the front line now. Norris pointed at the two and said, if anything goes wrong, they will be the first to suffer. Luke agreed, we need to keep an eye on ourselves. That same day they reached the old churchyard just outside the capital. Luke jumped over the wall, looked from above, and began to tell what he had just seen. About 20 skeletons lurked in the shadow right behind the gates. Kush chuckled, 20, that's petty cash nonsense. And he suggested that she and Kush rush inside first. Kush confidently raised his sword and threw it forward. This is exactly what paladins are for. He raised the weapon up, aimed at the sky, and whispered a holy spell when suddenly a dazzling flash of light burst forth. And the skeletons began to rustle. Melissa rushed forward, immediately managing to lay down a few, and signaled the rest. Norris began to cast magic, and Luke jumped through the skeletons and with a loud crash fell on them from above. Already in the first wave, they managed to knock down several. Kush explained, This is their usual tactic. His holy skills pave the way. Melissa breaks in with lightning strikes during the assault. Norris burns hordes of enemies, and Luke finishes them off with the last blows. This had worked before, so Norris was confident they would manage. And Luke and Norris stood aside for now, ready to rush forward if needed. Kush and Melissa moved forward. As soon as they stepped over the threshold, the cleric's protective barrier disappeared and they were left alone. And then the skeletons began to emerge from under the ground, as if waiting for just a sign. Both rushed forward without hesitation. Kush was blazing with zeal and was sure they would quickly deal with the enemies. Luke, who saw everything from behind, just said, "Skeletons are stupid since they climbed out into the sun once." Kush burst out laughing, pleased with the thought that the reward was almost in their pocket. But before he could finish thinking, one of the skeletons swung a weapon and hit him in the face, while another struck Melissa. Both jumped into the air and with a dull thud fell to the ground. Norris and Luke froze in shock. As soon as two soldiers on the front line stood up, the undead began to swarm even more. The skeletons rushed to beat them while they were still lying on the ground. In panic, Luke shouted, "Norris, we will perish if we do not act quickly." And Norris immediately began to speak a fiery spell. He summoned hell and tried to compress the fire into a dense ball, but instead of a massive flame, only a small, tight spark grew. Luke stared confusedly at the tiny fireball. Why did it even exist? Norris explained that it was compressed heat that still needed to strike powerfully, even if it looked small, and threw the flame straight at the skeletons. The fiery strike hit but changed almost nothing. The runny nose didn't even slow down, and now the horde of skeletons turned their attention to Luke and Norris. The group fled and slammed the church gates behind them with a bang. Their mission to break the horde of skeletal knights in the old church, a rank C quest, ended in failure. The next day they tried again, this time against the orcs. Melissa instantly launched an attack as soon as they approached. She landed right on one of them and plunged her sword into him. But the blade got stuck in. Melissa realized with surprise. It did not fall immediately, even before anyone could react. The orc grabbed her by the hand and tossed her into the air as if with one move he wanted to get rid of her completely. She ended up in almost just underwear, struggling and hoarsely calling for help. The orc glanced at her for a moment, let go, turned away and walked away, while Norris and Luke laughed, praising that she was not even his type. She was burning with anger and also aching with shame. Kush noticed. The orc was standing with his back to him and decided that this was the perfect chance to strike. He swung his sword, but the blade simply bounced off. The orc, feeling the blow in the back, sharply turned around and rushed into attack, full of rage. He was already furious even before Kush could react in any way. It pushed him and Melissa and they were thrown into the air. The rank D or cunting mission also failed. A few days later, they found themselves again in the capital's Adventurers Guild. They looked completely broken. Everyone was still blaming Gale for their recent defeats. Kush agreed because he was forced to sell his favorite equipment to avoid bankruptcy. Meanwhile, other adventurers whispered about how far the great pack of wolves had fallen. Norris insisted that as soon as they had money, they would go after Gale. And Luke joked that maybe Gale was just trading at the market from a stall. Kush nodded and asked what their task was today. Maybe they would fight a goblin, and Melissa said that at least that sounded doable. But as soon as they returned from that mission, things got worse than before. Beaten, exhausted, and barely standing, they just entered the guild. The receptionist asked if they had failed again, and they sharply interrupted her. Kush even swore that it was all unfair. Remembering how they took on the goblin quest, the villagers were shocked, and at the same time grateful, saying that this was within the power of an elite S-rank party. They promised to support as much as they could, and Kush only reassured the villagers, saying that he would take everything upon himself and they wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Then, the villagers rode up on horseback, and from the very start, everything went awry. The S-rank pack of wolves was completely smashed by the goblins. And in the guild, Kush once again recounted what happened. The peasants refused to pay and called them lazy and good for nothing, and the guild receptionist replied that maybe they should surrender the S-rank license. Kush got angry and sharply grabbed her by the collar, demanding an easier task. But she was not afraid. She grabbed his hand and slapped his cheek so hard that Kush clinked and fell to the floor. The other three froze, not knowing what to do. While all this was happening upstairs, far away in the cemetery, Gale was left alone deep underground with a new horde of undead. The lower he descended, the denser the wandering souls became. There were many valuable things in this crypt, and he intended to take them all. Moria tugged his hand and whispered that something was nearby. He objected, but she caught the clicking of bones, so she did not believe him. She clung tightly to him, closing her eyes as they moved forward. He asked her not to hold on so tightly, but she stubbornly insisted, saying she felt something around them. And then confirmation came immediately. A bony hand shot out of the grave, followed by an ordinary skeleton standing up. Then it crawled upward, and this skeleton was much bigger, far more terrifying in its silence. She barely audibly asked if she could open her eyes. If she saw, she would be more scared. Gale decided she would only harm herself. He assured her there was nothing there and started the countdown. As soon as he spoke the last number, he sharply waved his hand and cast a spell to enchant. The magic worked instantly. The skeleton cracked and crumbled to dust. As soon as she opened her eyes, the dead man disappeared as if he had never been there. She asked if he really used a spell to lift the curse in order to defeat him. He answered, yes, and it was easy. She froze in shock. To spell a curse to overcome the undead, she had never heard of such a thing working. He explained that it was similar to what priests do. She pressed further. Priests use holy magic to cleanse evil, but Gale's magic was completely different. He admitted it was not entirely holy magic and most of the time he didn't even have to use it. She asked him why that was, and he feverishly searched for the best way to explain it all. At first, he wanted her to understand. What he was doing was not about exorcising the dead. Rather, it was like this: he was simply listening to their stories. Gale held a skull in his hand, and Moria stood nearby, confused by how he had just explained it. She did not. She never fully understood what he meant when he said, listening to the undead. To guide her to the right understanding, he asked what she thought caused the rise of the undead and their wandering. She guessed, magic or evil will. And he confirmed at that very moment one of the undead rose behind her, so she screamed in fear. Gale swiftly turned around and finished him off, then explained that in crypts like this one, it was a common thing. The undead sometimes emerge from nowhere. He said the undead rarely rejoice when they are cleansed or driven out. So he cast a dispel magic spell again and showed how exactly they react. He asked her to imagine everything as if through the eyes of the dead, beings who return to the world of the living because of grievances or remorse. Then someone appears and shouts orders at them, like a saint, trying to erase everything without even listening to what they wanted and why they returned at all. Moria did not fully understand yet, so he asked her to go back to childhood and remember if her parents ever scolded her without giving her a chance to explain. The memory overwhelmed her like a wave. Once her father shouted at her for dreaming of becoming an adventurer. He stubbornly insisted that girls should not dream of such things. As soon as Moria said that other girls did the same, he flared up, struck his fist, and ordered her to stop. Gale sharply brought her back to reality. He explained the undead often retain emotional residues, feelings they did not have time to get rid of when they died. Someone died hungry and still chases that hunger. Someone died lonely and now feels completely abandoned. And sometimes grievances are stronger than anything, like when someone was tortured to death for a crime they did not commit. These feelings keep them here and do not let them go. He said that if you simply listen to what they feel and understand a little, the spirits can finally let go. After that, he led Moria to the coffin and opened it. The undead rose and Moria shuddered with fear. The darkness cracked and from it burst a dark skeletal knight, extremely dangerous. This was not for those on support. At close range, it was even more dangerous than liches. Moria did not notice how tightly she clung to Gale, his face pressed against her chest, and he whispered that he could not breathe. He lifted her a little higher to get a better look at the skeletal knight. She did not let go, so he simply moved forward, carrying her in his arms. The undead drew a sword and looked at them threateningly, as if challenging. Moria burst into tears from fear. Gale timidly raised a finger towards the undead and whispered a spell. The magic worked. A light flashed. The undead crumbled into pieces. He put her down and said it was over, while she stared at the spot where the skeleton had just stood. A ghostly figure of a young man appeared in a knight's uniform, with his head bowed low before Gale. And then just dispel it. Gale smiled and Moria froze in shock. She could not understand what had really happened. That skeleton was a B-level monster. Yet after it disappeared, the ghost of that young man appeared. Gale explained, apparently he really died, never having the chance to say goodbye to his fiancée, the most important person to him. This unbearable regret, he said, could have turned him into undead. Moria asked where he got such certainty. Gale replied, he had simply learned to read the barely noticeable signs, tiny clues left behind by the reanimated dead. He realized this while forging cursed equipment. Usually, if you listen to their story and respond kindly, they depart peacefully. Moria understood all the undead needed was compassion, not advice, but simple understanding. Gale agreed the undead were once people too. He did not start fights, he urged them to leave. And as a bonus, since he did not cleanse them with holy magic, the materials left behind were much better. Holy magic wiped out all cursed energy, and for his work, that was, to put it mildly, not good. Then a stronger undead appeared nearby, and Moria was stunned. She suddenly realized that everything Gale said contradicted what she had been taught about the undead. They dived even deeper into the crypt, and Moria looked at him thoughtfully. She asked if he saw the undead only as easy prey. He admitted this to her. For now, everything was just materials to them. It was as if she burst out. She grabbed him by the collar and shook him fiercely, shouting that he treated the undead like objects, as if these were minor scuffles, and demanded apologies in front of all the priests of the world. Gale was stunned by how abruptly she snapped. He couldn't understand why anyone would be offended by him at all. In his opinion, it was beneficial for everyone. He helped the undead find peace and even got his materials. Moria couldn't believe how indifferent he was to all this. Her head was burning with thoughts about exactly how Gale did everything. She asked him to stop shouting right into her ear. And then he quietly asked if she wanted to take his hand. She answered, yes. They continued descending the stairs and reached the lowest level of the crypt. This corner was completely different, much brighter than everything around. Nearby stood mighty undead. Skeleton knights, ghoul archers, dark spirits as if from the otherworld, and she even noticed some wights. She counted at least 50 enemies, and Moria realized, if you gathered enough pale souls of these undead in one place, they could light up the room just like this. Gale asked if it was hard for her to keep her eyes open, and she replied that it was fine, she was used to it by now. Moria tensed her whole body, and Gale immediately looked and understood. She was lying, she was bad at it. He began to look around, interested, and she asked what he was doing. He turned and replied. Apparently, he was just wondering why there were no liches in the crypt. Moria suggested that maybe they would have to return and come here again. As soon as she spoke, she didn't notice how the staff slipped from her hand and fell with a loud clatter that echoed through the crypt. All the undead around suddenly turned toward the sound. Fear overwhelmed her completely. She was sure now they would not escape. But instead of attacking, the undead just stood in place and trembled. Confused and frightened, she pushed Gale to hide behind the column. Senna. A new figure of the undead emerged from behind the huge doors. He was completely different. He held a horn from which power surged. This was not an ordinary undead. It was a sorcerer roan of the most dangerous. He was considered a threat on the level of a catastrophe, because a single one could raise an entire army of undead and spread fear and destruction across the land. Seeing such a thing here was terrifying, but surprisingly Gale shone with excitement. This was exactly the creature he hoped to find. Moria trembled with horror. He could not be dealt with without a high-ranking priest. And Gale, he didn't even go to church on weekends, and she hadn't yet managed to tell him anything. The explosion shook the crypt. The pillar behind which they were hiding crumbled into fragments, and even in the thick dust Gale calmly said that he didn't go to church, he stayed home and twisted the cursed gear, weaving magical talismans. Another explosion thundered. Moria quickly ducked behind him while the magic tore the air even more fiercely. She glanced at the sorcerer. His power flowed toward the other undead, almost like a wave. Now the other undead moved straight toward them. They fled. Moria shouted at Gale to stop running back and forth. They needed to get out as quickly as possible. One strike from the sorcerer and it would be the end. But Gale begged her to wait and insisted that he needed just one more moment. Moria asked what he meant. He pulled some object from his bag and stuck it into the ground. Suddenly a powerful wave of light spread. The undead caught in its rays burned with holy fire. Gale uttered a spell blessing. Moria gasped. It was a spell possessed only by high priests, something that saved people from deadly curses. And here he alone managed to forge something so powerful. The black mist covering the undead suddenly dissolved. For a moment they appeared again in human form, and then slowly disappeared, leaving behind silence, calm and even. Later Gale stretched out and said the air had become fresher. Moria sat stunned, hid her face in her hands, and swore she would never enter the crypt again. Who kills an entire army of undead as if it were nothing and calls it a one-day stroll? That doesn't happen. Gale thought she was exaggerating. In such crypts, undead wizards appeared to him daily. He decided it was probably a former noble who once ruled here. Moria asked if he often visited the crypts. Gale smiled and eagerly grabbed his bag. The crypts attracted him especially when he found materials for crafting cursed gear. He was crazy about making new things, and Moria looked at him tiredly. He was completely obsessed with all things cursed. Gale proudly wrapped his new treasures. The necklace clinked. It was forged from a wizard's sword and staff, and he thought it looked incredible. Moria declared she didn't understand his taste in art. It knocked him off his feet, and she seemed to just miss something incredible. He wanted more people to value cursed items as much as he did. He said he once even ran a stall. Moria asked how it all turned out. The memory of the girl who was wildly fascinated by his designs lit a warm light in him. Many called them too creative. The damn gear, as it turned out, could be both home decor and protection at the same time, so the market for it definitely existed, but Moria was still unimpressed. Then Gale emphasized that it was exactly what she had asked for. He shrugged and said he doesn't care, people will sooner or later change their minds. But Moria cut in, that will not happen. He stubbornly insisted that he would prove her wrong both with his own equipment and his own bench, and it was then that Moria suddenly recalled how she first heard about Gale. At that time, one team in the guild made her an offer. The woman behind the counter glanced at her and said dryly that their group was Wolfpack. They held rank S, incredibly skilled, but clearly their character was not all right. She saw how the man was harshly attacked, called a loafer, said to be too soft. That's how everyone scolded Gale. At that time, Moria agreed to join. They paid generously. On the same day, Hilu was kicked out of the party. When she first met him, he was quiet, anxious, and insecure. And now, when no one was holding him back anymore, hope flared in his eyes. She saw it. He rejoiced in the future. She smiled. Maybe that was exactly how it was meant to be. Gale asked what she meant. She told him that she really had a lot of fun spending time with him. He teased her for almost crying earlier. She flared up and snapped, that doesn't count as crying at all. He laughed and thanked from the bottom of his heart, but he was expelled from the party, and that was what brought him to this small rural town. And if he had remained alone, even with money, life would still have been lonely. Having someone to laugh with was very important. And all this became possible only thanks to her. Moria looked at him and immediately blushed. She suddenly screamed and asked why he had suddenly become so affectionate. It completely threw her off balance, and out of fear she recoiled. But in a moment she spoke again quietly, which she herself did not mind, and thanked him. Gale asked what she had just said, but Moria did not answer. She herself could not make herself believe what he was like without any idea. At the beginning of the chapter, Moria spoke about the reward and asked what Gale was going to do with her money. He assumed they would split everything equally. But Moria did not agree. She felt she did not deserve it. In her mind, she was only slowing him down. And Gil saw it differently. For him, being in a group meant sharing roles, but this did not convince Moria because all she had done was carry a few of his things. She asked how much gear Gale he had, and when she wanted to understand how he managed it, it turned out his supplies were much more than even the highest level porter could carry. Gale raised his hand, and a bracelet with a skull flashed on his wrist. Moria shuddered with disgust, a creepy look as if it were alive. Gale said the bracelet was cursed and gave him a whole bunch of effects. Extra space for things, enhance strength, and even helps relieve stress. He simply connected a device to himself to carry even more equipment. Moria was stunned. Such a device could completely change the way wars are fought, and not believing her own eyes, she covered her face with her hand. Interested, she asked if he had ever seen ordinary magical items, those sold in shops. Galen insisted he had seen. He said he had seen how a curse maker works and claimed it was important to follow fashion, but still honestly admitted most of them seemed boring to him. Moria recalled, appearance does not matter if he really understands how magical tools work. Keep in mind, most of them give only one effect, and that is how it should be. Otherwise, people would not cope with the energy, and the tools themselves would become unstable. Even the best store-bought magical item is unlikely to grow more than 10 in any one aspect. Everything that went beyond these limits, items with several powerful effects, happened incredibly rarely. Even when it came to legendary things, they were called artifacts. Gale just laughed, compared them to national treasures, and muttered that they all looked pathetic. Moria felt irritation. He clearly did not understand and did not care how serious it was. In her mind, the equipment created by Gale was unquestionably strong, but his way of thinking was completely inadequate, tasteless, lacking a sense of measure, and without common understanding, so she clenched her fist, flaring with anger. Gale saw nothing extraordinary in this. For him, everything boiled down to ingenuity. If someone was creative enough, they could craft an item with any effect and even layer several effects simultaneously, because that was how the cursed equipment worked. Moria thought differently. If it were that simple, people would not spend so much money on store-bought magical gear. She came to him again. For Gale, ordinary magical things were essentially toys. He offered to make her one just for fun. She refused, and heavy thoughts about cursed gear immediately swirled in her head. The only downside was that it was always a risk. Once you put on a cursed piece of equipment, you could no longer remove it by yourself. To remove it safely, a special skill was required. But the matter was not only that. The curse always exacted its price. Some items increased attack power but made you defenseless under the sun. Others distorted the mind so much that you could no longer distinguish allies from enemies. And then a thought struck her. What if there was a creator of curses capable of truly controlling all this? What if they could consciously leave curses and also reshape everything that it took and what it gave? What if they learned to control both the risk and the reward? Moria shuddered at the very thought, if such a thing was even possible. Maybe Gale really was a genius, a master capable of moving the world. He himself believed in it, was proud of his projects, and considered them amazing, but Moria gave him only a sarcastic smile. She replied, forget it, no one will ever appreciate them. Gale smiled reproachfully that she was elevating him and then breaking him. Inside, Moria agreed. While Gale will make the equipment the same way as before, the world still won't understand how truly talented he is. Gil sharply pointed ahead. The town finally became visible. He glanced at the cart nearby, called Moria to get in, and rushed forward himself to ask the coachman for help. Moria looked at him and thought, Gale is a damned craftsman. He was a bit eccentric but cute, a true oddball. Moria was not even against being in his team again someday. Later they reached the Adventurers Guild. The receptionist Gimli greeted them, as always, cheerfully and warmly. Moria looked surprised that they returned so quickly and asked if they had abandoned the mission halfway. Gale said everything had turned upside down. He shook several heavy sacks onto the counter for her to inspect and ordered her to check. Everything was genuine. Inside were remains of black skeletons, dark skeletons, and knights, and even signs of a powerful sorcerer. Gimli was impressed. First she gave them a 10 bonus, then raised the stake to 30. Moria intervened and reminded that the task was supposed to concern only liches. But the dungeon had expanded and there was a sorcerer there, much more dangerous, who could easily kill them. She looked seriously at Gimli. First the guild gave them false data, and now Gimli promises a bonus as if that makes everything right. Is that how a real guild should work? Gimli apologized. She said their guild was small, so sometimes the data was inaccurate. After that she asked if 20% would suit them. Moria reluctantly nodded. Gale looked at her and didn't understand why she was so confused. Moria told her that in such matters everything is decided by proper preparation, but then caught a strange thought. What if they prepared against fire monsters and instead ran into ice ones? That could kill them. Gale responded with a smile, as if saying how caring you are. But Moria sharply cut her off. She's not trying to be like that. However, Gimli interrupted her, apologized to Gale, and explained that she is not yet used to working in the guild. Gale was not offended. Most people, after all, do not go deep into dangerous crypts. Gimli admitted that she was to blame. She trusted the gravedigger. She lowered her gaze and it was clear from her how sorry she was. Gale could not get rid of the thought that she was incredibly cute precisely when she felt guilty. She calmed her down, nothing terrible. He was doing great exploring crypts and Gale, although he wanted to protect her, tried to hold back what was boiling in his chest. When he said that he would sometimes patrol the outskirts, Gimli's eyes lit up. She wrapped her arms around him to thank him and Gale again could not hold back her amazement. Gimli did not look like it, but turned out to be a guild master. Just now Mora sharply separated them, pushing away and shouting at the top of her voice. Let go of Gale. Gale turned to Gimli and asked if she was ready to start evaluating things. Gimli said yes, and Mora made a strange remark and asked Gale if he liked girls who looked very young. Gale awkwardly shrugged off and twitched to respond where such words even come from. Mora recalled how kind he was to Gimli, and even accused him of looking at her too often. Gale blushed and insisted. That's not true. Mora waved it off, saying it was none of her business, then immediately turned away, casting an irritated glance. Gale asked why she was like that. Mora first said no, then suddenly revealed the truth. Gimli was not nearly as young as she looked. She was probably close to 100 years old. Suddenly something sharp near them struck the ground with a dull thud. Gimli shoved into her head that the hand slipped, but it was still clear. She threw it on purpose. She feigned innocence and immediately changed the subject, promising a reward and to share what she had already felt. Gale and Mora froze. They understood exactly who she had been aiming at earlier. Gimli placed the reward on the counter. Gale said they had to share it, but Mora refused. She believed Gale deserved it all. He insisted and she agreed, sincerely thanking him. Gimli warned them they could collect the rest of the rewards later. She waved goodbye. When she was left alone, Gimli could not get over what had just happened. It was hard to believe that Mora so easily revealed the girl's real age. Suddenly someone called out to her. Gimli recognized the man with surprise and asked what she wanted. The voice replied that she had important information. Gimli agreed to listen, but the guild was closed at night. The person moved forward and announced the news. Someone attempted to assassinate Princess Kara. She survived. Apparently, she had a cursed item that prevented her from dying immediately. Gimli looked surprised. It was by no means a holy artifact, not an angel's shield, and the person confirmed that the item was not from church relics. It was some mysterious cursed item, and Gimli was trembling with interest. She asked who attacked, but the interlocutor did not know for sure. However, judging by their actions, it was clear. It was a military group. Gimli thought that the Empire was behind this. She quietly laughed because the situation was truly getting complicated. The person promised to tell more later. Gimli thanked and noted that this might be related to her own mission. She asked if there were any other interesting stories, and the interlocutor replied, "For now, that's all." Gimli threw them a coin as a sign of gratitude. The polite person nodded and disappeared into the shadows. Gimli whispered to herself, "The Empire is not joking." Directing an attack at Princess Kara, one of the main heirs to the throne, meant that trouble was already at the doorstep of the royal family. Between the Empire, the capital, and that cursed mysterious item, everything was tied into one knot. Something huge was brewing somewhere. And then her thoughts again fixed on Gale. From the very beginning she sensed something was wrong with him. Under his cloak hid a tremendous amount of cursed things. And yet it did not seem to hurt him at all. For her, that was abnormal. And how did he manage to defeat the powerful wizard back then, having only one support mage? It meant someone in his team treated curses as if they were trivial, and the undead as weak enemies. Later, while bathing, Gimli could not tear herself away from thoughts about Gale. Probably he was the one who created the curse and the one who knows how to handle cursed things. And Gimli herself was a dark elf. And those like her were also cursed. The only way to lift this curse and regain power is to find the devil's heart, which the Empire possessed. For now, Gimli was undercover as a guild mistress. Her job was gathering information and paving a path through the Empire's dense defenses. If soon a battle breaks out between the Empire and the capital, it could be her chance to slip through. And now she had just met someone like Gale, who could become the key to everything, flashed through her mind. What if that cursed artifact, which was supposed to protect Princess Kara, actually turned out to be Gale's creation? She smiled at this thought. Later, she opened the door and looked at several things again and again, considering how amazing Gale was. Meanwhile, in the capital, just as the priest announced shocking news to Gale's former team, they were no longer cursed. They stood bewildered, speechless. The priest swore they were completely clean, no trace of a curse. But Kush, one of them, did not believe it. Kush told the priest that they came to remove the curse supposedly placed on them by Gale out of revenge to regain full power. and now they themselves no longer knew what to believe. The priest told the group, once they definitely had signs of a curse, but judging by what he saw, since Gale left their team, they became completely free of any curses. In fact, it was a miracle how they even survived after those powerful curses that once touched them. It was clear that the priest was trying to lead to another point. The power they have now might indeed be the limit of their natural abilities, and the curse never truly held them back. Kush did not want to admit this. He clenched his fist in despair and stubbornly brushed off such a truth. He believed that the priest simply failed, and Luke honestly admitted that he also did not want to believe it. And he could not move. A sneaky thought quietly crept in. What if he had been just an average mage all his life? Kush tried to drive this thought away, and firmly stated that they needed to focus on searching for Gale. He decided that Gale was probably now without money and sleeping wherever he could, so they needed to look for him not on the main roads but in the alleys. But Luke could no longer endure it. He apologized, said he could not go on, and began to walk away. And Kush shouted after him, confused because he still did not understand what Luke meant. Luke explained gloomily, they had sold almost all their equipment to buy food and give to the priest. Now they had nothing left, not even money for lodging at the inn. Because of this, they had grown thin, weakened, and as he said, their place was now in the back streets. Kush could not believe that Luke would say this directly to his face, and he grabbed him sharply. Luke struggled out of his hands, begging Kush to let him go. Suddenly, Luke froze in place. Kush became worried and asked what had happened. Luke was silent at first, then said that maybe it was even for the better since they had not yet found Gale. Kush remained completely bewildered. As if not paying attention to what Luke was saying, he ordered to look at the notice board nearby. Kush rushed there and snatched a piece of paper from it. Melissa and Norris stood nearby, watching closely and wondering with surprise what exactly had so sharply affected Kush. Luke smiled and said that Kush was probably not so wrong after all. Kush burst out laughing, looking at the paper, and immediately informed the others. Their luck had finally started to turn. On the paper hung a royal wanted poster. Gale's portrait looked from it, and at the top in black on white it was written that the royal government was searching for him, dead or alive. A reward was promised to anyone who brought him, and they even paid for useful information. And if someone saw Gale, they were asked to immediately contact the nearest royal government office. The document was signed by Herman de Gerkenfer, head of the royal chancery. Kush could not believe his eyes. Gale was really wanted. Everyone laughed heartily, as if they had just received their big chance. Kush noted even just sharing what they knew could earn a little money. But if they themselves caught Gale and brought him, riches, noble titles, perhaps even land or precious jewelry awaited them. In short, everything they desired, and now they were more excited than ever. They decided to act quickly and not miss the opportunity. Even if the royal office had not yet opened, they did not care. They had not just a rumor Gale's former comrades, who could provide much more useful information than anyone else. And in return, they were sure, the reward would not be small. It would not be just a few gold coins. At the beginning of Chapter 12, Princess Kara doubted whether the informants Vivian found were really trustworthy. She suspected they were fraudsters hunting for the reward. But Vivian replied confidently, these are not fakes. A group of S-level adventurers from Capital's Guild, their identities are already confirmed, and according to them, until recently they worked with the same man Gale. Before Vivian could explain more. From the room where the adventurers sat and waited, loud laughter burst out. One of them even threw his feet on the table and behaved with open contempt. Luke examined the luxurious carpet and, chuckling, muttered, how expensive it is, a waste of taxpayers' money. Norris savored the tea cakes and smiled, declaring they were incredibly tasty. Melissa nodded and asked for more. Cash muttered that the royal family was making them wait so long, and joked, the palace should be fined for being late. Outside, Prince said that Kara was secretly watching the group and whispered to Vivian. Apparently, they behaved not very politely and even doubted whether they were really S-level adventurers. To this, Vivian replied, more or less yes. And inside, Kush noticed they were being watched, shouted, you are staring. Then he saw Kara and cheekily called her refined young lady. Kara quietly asked Vivian to confirm his identity. This is Kush, right? And Kush, not recognizing her, came closer and spoke as if he was the main one here. If she meant him, she should call him Mr. Kush Bilbor. He proudly boasted that his squad was the best group of adventurers in the city, and that only members of the royal family could call him by his name, just as Vivian was about to intervene. Kara gently intercepted her movement. Calmly, without a trace of irritation, she apologized for not introducing herself earlier. She named her full name without hesitation, Karada Gherkin. She explained that she was a princess of this country, although sometimes it was not obvious at first glance. She admitted that she had made Kush wait. First, she observed them and studied everything, then politely asked to accept her apologies. As soon as the princess sat down, Kush and his entire retinue dropped to their knees and bowed low, touching their heads to the ground. Kush apologized for his earlier rude behavior, and Kara stated that she was not going to stop halfway, so she asked to move on to the real reason for their meeting. After that, Kush was asked if he really knew the man from the wanted poster. The whole group exchanged glances and confidently smiled. They answered, of course they knew him. Then Vivian asked them to describe in detail the boy they had just talked about. Kush said he had black hair, dark eyes, and an average build. Vivian immediately interrupted, such a description fits thousands of people. Melissa added that the boy was also terribly dressed. He was wearing a strange blue-green jacket. The princess's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she gently pushed them further. Norris remarked that even the accessories he made were, to put it mildly, pathetic, tasteless to the point of nausea. The princess silently agreed. For her, the things Gale did were wonderful, by no means boring. The whole squad nervously glanced at her reaction. Norris got so nervous he asked for a moment to explain everything. He told the princess that the one they were talking about was named Gale, and that he was their former comrade, a master of curses. Norris asked them to look at a few things created by Gale. Vivian froze in shock, trying to understand what these items were. But as soon as she examined them, there was no doubt. These were cursed items. Kara asked what Vivian meant, and she replied that during the investigation, they found out one interesting thing. People whispered that the master of curses at his stall sold things and included such talismans with purchases as a bonus. Karai was confused. She bought something from Gale but did not receive one of those talismans. Vivian immediately understood everything. Either Gale was already about to close for the day or simply forgot. Karai was in a hurry. Vivienne turned to Luke and immediately latched onto the question. Was he sure that this was really Gale's creation and not something someone picked up along the way? Luke glanced sharply, firmly confirmed, yes, this was Gale's work. He almost admitted to stealing it, but at the last moment changed his mind and corrected himself, saying he received everything directly from Gale. And then he grabbed 3 unique cursed items of Gale. Ring made from the eye fang of a dark skeleton, a fierce palette knife, and a necklace made of witch dust. Kush froze in shock. Luke had been carrying so many of Gale's cursed things all this time. Norris pondered, could these cursed items really be the cause of their recent failures? He noticed even Princess Kara looked as if she was offended, but in fact she just covered her mouth in shock and, in a moment, she composed herself again. The excitement overwhelmed her completely. She exclaimed that she was now simply on cloud 9. Pressing to her chest everything that came with Gale, Kara shone with joy. She even shivered when she realized everyone was looking at her. The adventurers froze, reading her unexpected reaction. Trying to compose herself, she sat down again and said that it seemed at least part of what she was told was true. Kush immediately chimed in, it's true. As soon as Kara said she would give them a reward, the eyes of the whole group lit up with delight. Vivian asked Kara if she really intended to reward them, or if she was just blinded by the strange junk they brought. Kara nodded yes, that was exactly what she meant. She handed Kusha a pouch of coins payment in advance for their work. She said she had to personally thank Gale and made it clear Kusha needed to take the mission seriously here. Kusha knelt on one knee and promised she could count on them. Kusha Bilbor, leader of the S-rank adventurer team Wolfpack, would stake his life to complete this task. Later, near the palace, Kusha was already imagining rewards, money, a court position, or maybe something more. Melissa praised him for how he handled it, and Norris reminded the group it was time to immediately start searching for their old friend Gale. Luke declared it would be easy. They would split up and search the entire capital. Kusha laid out a plan. After all, they had spent 3 years together, so he was confident he could guess what Gale was up to now. Melissa decided to check the market stalls and visit the local guilds, while Gale, perhaps as before, was trading again at his stall. Norris would visit the Adventurers Guild and nearby taverns. Knowing Gale, he might still be wandering those same places. Luke headed to the carriage station to check if Gale had left the city. Kusha didn't believe Gale was running away, but wanted to be cautious and check all options. Kusha also noticed the princess had her own motives. She was so eager to thank Gale that Melissa wondered what kind of trouble with the royal family he might have gotten into. Luke joked that as soon as they found Gale, they would definitely thank him properly for everything they had been through since he left. Norris agreed. For them, thanks meant beating him up, handing him over to the palace, and inventing the harshest punishment, skinning or burning. They laughed, not understanding at all what Princess Kara meant by thanking Gale. Meanwhile, in the castle, Vivian looked anxiously at the princess and asked if they hadn't trusted the wolf pack party too much. She had no idea that Kara would take the search for Gale so seriously. The royal palace still couldn't find him, so they needed to try something else, and Vivian glanced over the updated poster with his face on it. Kara declared that since the wolf pack officially received S rank, it was time to see what they were really capable of. She entrusted Vivian with overseeing them, and Vivian promised that she would. Kara flipped the poster, repeating Gale's name over and over to herself, the creator of curses, and looked at the cursed ring on her finger. She said that she truly wanted to learn more about him, and quietly smiled to herself. Far, far away in the city of Farmage. Suddenly, Gil sneezed and immediately thought, could it be that someone who likes his work just spoke about him? So he burst with enthusiasm again and returned to his work. Happily muttering to himself, he crafted another powerful item, polishing the ribs of the lick so they would better withstand magical attacks and gain even more power from the dark element. But this would weaken their defense against light magic and melee attacks, and Gil did not hesitate. He would mix in dark skeleton bone powder, enhance close combat, cover the weakness, and finally insert the Thunder Vis core. Then the blade with the light element would become a truly formidable new sword from discarded magical weaponry, adorned with his talismans, a masterpiece and souvenir from the time he spent in Farmedge. He named it the Divide, a giant sword forged by a cursed sage. The blade had a bunch of improvements. Blood effect, bloodsucker, an ability that fuels the user's endurance, plus 150 to cutting power, increased magic resistance, reduced weight, and additional protection from dust. Suddenly, Mora flew into Gale's room and slapped him. Irritation was practically vibrating in her. Gale, nervous and confused, couldn't understand why she was there, but Mora explained. Her room was right next door, so she had heard him all day and night. She complained about the darkness and disgusting stench in his room and opened the window to let in some fresh air. She reminded him that today he had to start selling his goods at the market. The weather was wonderful, so Mora said she would go with him. Gale agreed. And then Gale went out to the market and shouted loudly, trying to draw attention to his stall, proudly calling customers and praising the cursed items made from undead materials. Nearby, other merchants also did not waste time. Someone was selling fresh bread, someone offered rice balls for breakfast. Their stalls shone with cleanliness and looked attractive. And Mora looked at Gale with a tired, indifferent gaze. The bazaar was simply bursting with noise. Stalls pressed against each other, and one rice seller looked so intently at a customer that the latter, impressed by the new ingredients, immediately bought a rice ball. While the crowd dispersed, Gale did not stop. He called out, trying to sell his cursed items, and even insisted that his equipment would match what people were buying. But in vain, other customers praised the butcher for the most tender, juiciest turkey legs, and Gale got involved again. He smiled and insisted, "Try my cursed bone sticks, they will soften even the toughest meat." But the men refused again. Then Gale tried to persuade a merchant to look at his cursed sword, forged from a wizard's blade. The merchant felt disgust and quickly disappeared, and Mora, who saw all this, gloomily asked what he was even doing. Gale decided that Mora was interested in the sword, so he even offered her a discount, but she refused and tried to snatch the weapon from his hands. He pressed the sword to himself and did not let go, stating that it was a valuable thing and that even Mora would not be able to make him give it up. Mora warned him. If this continued, the whole town would turn against him. She was annoyed that he was trading some strange, cursed junk at dawn and right next to food stalls. Gale insisted that the merchant guild had told him a simple truth. The best time for sales is morning and evening. Mora replied that this might apply to food stalls, but no one looking for breakfast would buy cursed weapons or dangerous magical items, and asked if he even understood how supply and demand work. "You see," said Gale, "supposedly it's simple. People need things and merchants sell them." Mora advised him to think about what people in a rural town really want and added that his business should adapt to them. When she asked what could sell well here in Farmedge, Gale began throwing out ideas. Poisonous talismans, paralysis scrolls, slowing darts, cursed daggers, and small shields, and then suddenly inspired, he added cursed headbands to the list. Mora lost patience. She grabbed Gale and pulled him away from the stall. He struggled, resisted, and protested. He was afraid someone would steal his things if left unattended. "Don't worry," Mora cut him off. Her unbearably convincing tone gave the answer. "Those things are so creepy that no one would want to steal them." Later, a woman named Gimli laughed. They said that Mora probably has a hard time with someone like Gale. As soon as Mora and Gale shouted that they are not partners, Gimli only teased further, showing how well coordinated they are. Gale told Gimli that he threw a considerable amount of money to the merchant guild to secure a spot in the market. Gimli asked how much, and Gale replied, 1 gold coin. Mora froze in shock. It was a huge sum. She asked if that was really the price for a kiosk in Farmedge, but Gimli categorically denied it. Gale was deceived. Gale did not believe and insisted that the merchant guild assured him. "This is the busiest area of the market," and only shook his head at Gimli. Selling things, she explained, is not just standing in a crowded place. In Farmedge, most are farmers who travel between home and field, and they need tools for work, not cursed items. Gale despaired and snorted that it was ridiculous, but Gimli replied, "There is still a market for cursed items. Adventurers from the guild might be interested." Hope lit up in Gale's eyes. But Gimli warned him, "Adventurers alone are not enough. First, you need to move the stall to another place." She asked if he tried to get a spot in one of the better districts, and Gale replied that he was told, "There is no space left there." Gimli asked if he really thought so, and Gale admitted. He and Mora had already passed through that part of the city before. There were definitely free spots. But Mora insists she did not see any. Gimli only smiled, the kind of smile when the puzzle finally comes together. She explained that although Farmedge is not a big city, it is still spacious enough for even powerful guilds from the capital to open their branches there. And as soon as she said this, she suddenly said, "They are coming out." Mora immediately gasped and asked where exactly. Gimli smiled again. They replied that they are heading to the Guild of Blacksmiths, and Mora, confused, sighed. "Why?" At the very beginning of the 13th chapter, Gale could not understand why they were rushing to the blacksmith's guild and not to the merchants, especially when the goal was simple: to find him a better spot for the stall. Gimli explained that the balance of power in farmage is somewhat unusual. The merchant guild had almost no influence, but the blacksmith's guild was the most powerful. They had more people, more resources, so their weight in the city was incomparably greater. So Gale had to properly introduce himself. Mora immediately guessed what this meant. The trade guild was effectively subordinate to the blacksmith's guild. Gimli praised her for her cleverness, jokingly calling her as if she were a support mage. Mora laid everything out clearly. In this rural town, metal tools were worth their weight in gold. People needed blacksmiths to build and repair their farms. The blacksmith's guild was deeply rooted in agricultural life and tailored tools to local conditions, so it held such power here. Gale clarified whether a meeting with the guild boss could earn him a place in a better part of town. Gimli answered yes, but immediately warned, it's better to come with a good gift. A gleam flashed in Gale's eyes. He had prepared something: the cursed necklace and his favorite weapon, the sword Rift. That sword looked formidable. When Gale drew it, the people nearby froze in fear. Gimli shuddered and Mora was clearly irritated. Gale was grabbed by the hair and curtly ordered to stop making a scene. Gimli asked what kind of sword it was, and at that moment Mora realized. It was no coincidence that he had earlier made them buy a bunch of things at the market to bring appropriate gifts. Mora offered to carry the gifts herself and told Gale that he just needed to behave respectfully and bow his head. Gale didn't understand why. He thought every blacksmith would immediately appreciate the quality of his sword. But Mora explained inside the guild, people literally hid when they saw that sword. They were scared, not impressed. They entered the blacksmith's guild and it immediately became clear. Work was in full swing. Everyone was hammering metal and forging products, and inside there was a roar and heat. Mora began complaining about the heat, and a spark of admiration lit in Gale's eyes. He was clearly enchanted by the sight of so many craftsmen working simultaneously. Mora asked if there was a service counter somewhere, and Gimli explained. Although the place was called a guild, it was actually just a huge forge where blacksmiths worked. A man passed behind them, warning and squeezing past. Gale apologized. Realizing how incredibly hot it was inside, he asked if they could just enter without an invitation, and Gimli decided. If they shouted loud enough, the boss would appear himself. Mora was not pleased with this plan but still decided to try. Her voice was drowned out by the clamor of metal, so Gimli showed her how to do it. Mora took a deep breath and began calling out. Immediately someone grabbed the name Sharon and shouted loudly. Suddenly the door slammed open and someone threw something inside. A loud explosion flashed and a huge hammer, like an angry torpedo shell, swiftly crashed right into them. From the noise, a figure emerged from the darkness, mumbling something under their breath. It was Sharon, the very one they had addressed. She shouted at them, irritated that they had rudely interrupted her so early in the morning. Mora froze in shock when she saw Sharon was a dwarf, and Gale was stunned by another discovery: Sharon turned out to be a woman. Gimli simply laughed at their reactions. Charana recognized Gimli and, unable to hold back a sarcastic smile, said that she was a dark elf from the gloomy forest. Gimli cut off the reply, called Sharon a cave hermit, and it was immediately clear that there was an old enmity between them. Mora quietly warned Gale, elves and dwarves usually do not get along, and she hesitated, wondering if they had made a mistake coming here. But Gimli just smiled and reassured them. She had brought them here for a reason and would support them to the end. She introduced Sharon as a guild master, but still couldn't resist teasing, saying she was a bit of a dull, rude woman. Sharon politely greeted them, but responded irritably to Gimli's insult as if it had hit a nerve. Gale froze, not taking his eyes off Sharon while she shook his hand. Then he noticed, for such a build, her hands were unusually large and rough and also covered in small cuts, like scars from years near the forge. The skin was darkened from the heat of the furnace. The conclusion suggested itself. She was a true master. Mora called him, but Gale and Charana still did not take their eyes off each other. They silently recognized each other as comrades in craft. Two people who stubbornly honed their skills equally. A smile, and without extra words, everything became clear. Gimli noticed their intense exchange of glances and asked what was going on. Both Gale and Sharon objected, saying Mora does everything in a way that turns out strange. Mora frowned and Gimli smiled slyly, enjoying this awkward pause. Then Mora led everyone to work and Gimli laughed. He was already on the same wavelength. Gimli introduced Gale, a new guy from the capital. He wanted to open a stall and came to meet the guild boss. Charana, the guild master, initially felt nothing special, neither impression nor warmth. And so her day turned out to be hard. Materials were catastrophically lacking. She was bogged down in work from early morning and thought they were just wasting her time. But suddenly it became clear to her. If Gale just sets up the stall wherever he wants and doesn't follow all the necessary steps, it could affect the merchant guild, and from there troubles would follow. Charana said directly, "It's good that they did everything correctly, showed respect, and asked first." She added that the Smiths Guild does not seek to control the whole city but takes on most repairs and gets involved in people's lives daily. So over time they naturally became firmly woven into the community. And here, unlike the capital where things are often thrown away, people are used to fixing and reusing, and somehow Sharon ended up among the most important people in Farmage. Sharon sat down and asked Gale's name, then warned, "Don't take everything Gimli says seriously, he is talkative and loves to exaggerate." Gimli teased back, pretending to be offended. Sharon rolled her eyes and said she would go and arrange the papers for Gale. Gale felt genuine gratitude and sincerely rejoiced that they managed. They happily gave each other a high five, but Sharon immediately dampened their enthusiasm. It's not that simple. Sharon stated outright that she would not do favors for free. If they needed her official approval, she expected something in return, not charity. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. As soon as she spoke about sincerity, Gale and Mora were confused. Mora responded first. She offered a bottle of strong liqueur as a gift. Sharon liked it, and Gale was so delighted that he said he also had something. He reached for the sword. But Mora pushed him away before he could draw his sword, sharply reprimanded and warned him not to put on his personal show here. She decided that a sword was not at all suitable as a gift in this situation, and even when Gale insisted that Sharon would be delighted, Mora still did not allow it. She even slapped him to stop him. Sharon couldn't believe how often Mora slapped Gale and suddenly fell silent. Her eyes widened when she noticed Gale's back. Sharon approached and grabbed the bag that Gale was carrying. He did not realize what she was doing, but Sharon opened it and inside a sword gleamed. Her excitement immediately spilled out. Gimli, watching them, jokingly said that Gale and Sharon are both avid fans of handicrafts, so now they are right in their element. Sharon raised the sword and exclaimed excitedly that it was incredible. But this is definitely not an ordinary blade. She understood it instantly with a single glance. Gale shone with joy. Finally she saw his true value. He thanked her, calling her a guild master. Sharina simply asked him to call her Sharina. She didn't need any fancy titles. Gale gladly agreed and sincerely admired her skill. He was even shaken with emotion. Finally, he met a person who truly understands his work. A single tear slowly broke free and rolled down her cheek. He burst into tears of joy. Sharon proudly held the sword. Mora loudly cleared her throat. She was clearly annoyed by how close Gale and Sharon had gotten. Gale asked if she had caught a cold. Mora said no, and Gimli immediately caught her mood and teased her, saying it was obvious she felt it. But Mora sharply cut her off, making Gimli fall silent. Sharon also noticed everything and called out to Mora, saying, "Is it too dusty here? Maybe it's better to wait outside if it bothers her." But Mora objected. It wasn't about the dust. She showed how closely Gale and Sharon behaved, and both Gale and Sharon asked in surprise if it really looked like that. Confidently, Gale stated that Sharon fully deserved to lead the blacksmith's guild. He always believed that people would eventually appreciate his work. And Sharon replied that she herself had forged, so she raised the sword to the forge to get a better look. She quickly realized the sword's base was loot from a monster, and that alone made it rare and valuable. Then she noticed more additional effects, blood-sucking abilities, enhanced cutting, and dark element properties. She was truly impressed. Gale smiled and said that Sharon had a good eye, but much more was hidden in the sword. Sharon leaned closer, interested, and said, "Wait, don't tell me, I think I know." Sharon noticed how easily the sword was called and immediately understood. It had a lightness spell on it. Mora saw Sharon swinging it, so she pointed it out without enthusiasm. Gale explained that Sharina was a craftswoman, so of course she wanted to test the sword, but Mora meant something completely different. Sharina still agreed with Gale. She couldn't resist and managed to make several sword swings. Imagine if it cut enemies, absorbed their blood, and continuously restored the owner's strength during battle. For a frontline fighter, this would be the perfect weapon. Although the sword resembled a two-handed one in size, it was so light that it could be wielded with one hand. One could fight all day with it and not get tired. And it was suitable not only for teams. With such a weapon, even a lone adventurer could stand firm in battle. Gale added that the sword was resistant to magic. It was made so that no dust could get into it, and what impressed him most was its appearance, incredibly cool. And yes, it was also cursed. Sharon smiled. Magical resistance is really useful for those who don't know how to use magic, and the dustproof feature shows that Gale thought everything through. But eventually she fell silent and asked what exactly he said last. As soon as he noted how cool this sword was, Sharon shook her head. She meant something else. She didn't really share his taste in design either, but that wasn't the reason. Her eyes widened. Sharon suddenly realized she couldn't let go of the sword. Her hand was simply stuck to it. Mora rolled her eyes. Here we go again, the same trouble with the cursed sword. Sharina jerked and screamed that she couldn't pull her hand off the sword. Gale fussed irritably because she didn't like how he looked and reminded her she was the guild leader. Sharina sharply cut him off, saying it was not about that at all. She changed her mind. This sword really wasn't suitable. Mora ordered Sharina to calm down and asked Gale to remove the curse. Gale, even more annoyed, barked why she didn't like it since he thought it was cool, and Mora loudly scolded him for not taking it seriously. Gimli just watched the chaos and laughed. Everyone was fussing around, panicking, trying to snatch the sword from Sharina's hand, and Gimli mentally noted that despite the curse, Sharina spoke only well of the sword. Gale clearly had talent, maybe even more than just a master of curses. Finally, Sharon pulled her hand free. She blew on it and muttered, "What a mess this turned out to be." Mora apologized and reminded Sharon that she had warned Gale. Sharon, disinfecting her hand, replied, "It's too late for apologies now." She said to Gale, "If the sword were cursed, that should have been warned about first, and that was the most important detail." Gale saw no problem with this. He could remove the curse anytime, but Sharon disagreed. The fact that he could remove curses didn't mean others could too, and she asked if he thought the world revolved around him. She looked at Gimli and asked what happened to those two. Dealing with them was exhausting. Gimli ordered her to calm down and assured her he didn't believe as if Gale wanted to harm anyone. Sharana felt like a complete fool. She had fallen for the sword's allure and picked up what she now called a tacky weapon. If Gale decided to keep the stall like that, she wouldn't allow it. Gale objected, saying it was unfair because Sharana also took their gifts. Mora intervened and emphasized, she was the one who bought that gift and now Sharana used it to treat her cursed hand. Sharana agreed. She said she couldn't even enjoy the gift now after this mess. She was barely holding it together. If she weren't so kind, she would have already called the city guard. And then Gale seemed to twitch, especially considering how much effort he put into the sword. Sharana, irritated, blurted out, "Did he ever think about what the customer needs?" and immediately answered herself, "Obviously not." She firmly stated that she would under no circumstances allow him to open the shop. If he started distributing and selling this equipment all over the city, it would be a real disaster. She added that he had already traded such things in the capital, and giving him more chances could only make things worse. Yet Sharon admitted to herself. Gale reminded her of a deadly shark. Give him a finger, and he'll bite off your hand, but she wasn't entirely cruel. She turned to Gale and asked if he really wanted so much to stand behind the counter. Gale, with a confident smile, said, "Yes." As Sharon thought about it, Mora immediately felt. Sharon pinched him from behind. Gale quickly bowed and begged Sharon to allow him to open the stall, and Mora apologized again, saying Gale was a bit strange but had good sides, a true master at removing curses, as Sharon had seen, and if you ignore his strange taste in design, the equipment turned out surprisingly good. Sharon said that if Mora was ready to go that far for him, then maybe. But she still didn't understand why they needed her help. If the Merchants Guild needed to send a letter of support, she had to take part of the responsibility herself. Sharon asked Gale if he understood this. Gale replied yes, but Sharon wanted not words but proof. She needed to see what they really were. Mora asked what she needed from them. They had no money, so what did she need so much? Sharon smiled and replied that Mora was not petty. Why beg money from a novice? But still, she had a demand. She asked Gale to guess what kind of service an adventurer might be asked to provide. Next to it stood a shaft, dog's hell, the only one close to the farms, and Sharon wanted to send them there to deal with the monster. But this was not an ordinary quest at all. Everyone who had entered these gates before simply disappeared, and no one even knew what monsters were there. Their task was to make the shafts safe again. Such an assignment was given to the double A rank. Sharon looked at them and directly asked if they were ready to take it on. At the beginning of Chapter 14, inside the castle walls, Kara was confused. The report she had just heard threw her off balance. At first, it seemed to her as if a gang of thugs perfectly dressed like the people of the Empire had attacked her. But the truth turned out to be simpler. The Empire was indeed behind that attack. Vivian confirmed this with a smile, as if the Empire had finally managed to extract testimony from the captured killers, so there was no longer any doubt. But Kara still felt. Vivian meant it literally. They were forced to talk, and the old man nearby only nodded to her suspicions. He said tensely, the assassination attempt on Kara was connected with the power struggle inside the Empire. And what he finally found out was this. The attack was ordered by the heir of the Empire. He was the one who hired the killers. The Emperor of the Empire fell ill, and now the first and second princes were engaged in a fierce struggle for the throne. The heir to the throne was called the son of a concubine, while the second prince had the legitimate right to inherit. Kara couldn't hold back and asked what she had to do with it. Vivian replied, the king made Kara the future bride of the second prince, thus they sealed the alliance between their countries. Kara never consented to the marriage, but the old butler explained, her will changes nothing here. The agreement was made between two countries, so her feelings do not affect these decisions. Then Vivian added, those who tried to kill her were most likely supporters of the heir to the throne. They saw the marriage as a threat. If the second prince married Kara, he would appear stronger and thus undermine the heir's chance to gain even more power. So the assassination attempt was meant to break the marriage and sow chaos. And if the whole truth comes out and shakes the relations between their kingdoms, the crown prince will not care. It seems he will even sincerely rejoice. The empire is now divided between two heirs, and Vivian said, most likely two things will happen. First, the second prince will visit the kingdom of Kara to ease the tension. Second, the heir to the throne will probably send another assassin. Kara froze. Could it be assassins again? Vivian replied that the current group of attackers has already confessed, but there is still no solid evidence linking the heir to the throne to this crime. If the empire says it has nothing to do with this, the kingdom will be almost powerless. At most, it will file a protest, but no serious steps will be taken because they are not ready for war. Princess Kara became furious and loudly slammed her palms on the table. She sharply stated that this marriage must be annulled. Kara threw herself on the bed and hid her face. Vivienne reminded her, international agreements are not cancelled so easily. Kara muttered that she hates everything especially because she already had a perfectly decent wedding ring. Meanwhile, far from the castle, near the Hell of Dogs mine under Farmage, Gale was finally trying to piece together the whole picture. He confirmed that he was the creator of curses, and Mora, who was traveling nearby, declared, "I am a supporting sorceress." But Gimli, also present there, cut in, she would not count herself among them. She actually wasn't even part of their group. Gale stated that both he and Morrow were rear guards, mages who fight from behind, so shouldn't they pick another team for this quest? Sharon cut them off and reminded them. This has already been discussed, there is no other group, so the quest is stuck. Usually such a task would be at level AB or C, but since no one managed it, the danger only grew over time. They were already standing in front of the shaft, so Sharana just snapped, "Get ready and do this quest." Gale and Mora hesitated and refused, insisting. They had just arrived in the city. Gimli smiled and reminded Sharana. They both once made the rules for ranking quests. If a job is not finished for a long time, the danger rating increases. Sharana sharply cut in that she worked with him on these rules and asks not to portray her as a villain just because she applies them. Mora finally realized. The quest had dragged on too long and showed no sign of ending, so she suddenly jumped to rank AA. Gale asked again if this moment would continue to grow if they completely ruined everything. Gimli chuckled and declared that it could still reach S rank, and I honestly did not find it funny at all. Gimli added that recently many adventurers have disappeared. So this mine must be the cause. Everyone together turned their gaze to the cave entrance. Mora caught barely audible sounds, maybe it was just the wind, but she was still sure dangerous monsters were hiding inside. They and Gale shuddered, nervousness overwhelmed them completely, and Sharon sharply asked why they were so afraid. If they were true adventurers, they would have long ago rushed into that mine and completed the task. Otherwise, the mine will remain closed, and the city will be forced to import materials from everywhere. This could not last forever. Gale pointed to the obvious no group that entered that mine ever returned. Mora noticed, the previous adventurers who took this task were all killed, and the reward, only 10 gold coins, seemed too meager for such danger. Sharana explained, the quest was initially simple for beginners, so the reward did not change. Now it is clear why no local wanted to take it on. Gale said, I will not be able to complete this mission if we do not have someone truly strong, someone who will go to the front lines and fight on the front line. Mora reminded him that he had recently single-handedly defeated a powerful wizard and his army, and Gale replied, with the undead, it's a completely different matter, especially when you don't even know which monster you're dealing with. Sharana hissed angrily that city people are too soft and proposed her solution. If they need someone to lead the group, she explained, then I will do it myself. That will fix everything. Mora and Gale stared at her in surprise. Sharon did not understand why everyone was so confused. She had already said she could lead them. Gimli, who was standing nearby, nodded. As if to say, Sharon really warned that she would accomplish everything, but added, it's strange when the one who gives orders sides with the party and goes to the front line. Still, she admitted. That is actually not a problem. Gale and Mora looked at her uncertainly. Is it really so? Sharon cut off the conversation and declared that everything was settled and that she would manage on her own. She even demonstratively tensed her arm muscles to show strength, and Mora honestly admitted, Sharon really looks strong. Gale still doubted whether she could handle the role of a fighter on the front line in the team, but Sharon firmly assured she would manage. Now this was her job. Mora looked around the company and, barely smiling, noted what an uneven team they had. A curse master, a support mage, and a blacksmith, not a typical band of adventurers at all. But even with such a strange composition, she did not believe they were doomed. Maybe they did not realize exactly what they were getting into. But with Gale's strange magical abilities, handling this was quite realistic. Sharon announced that it was time to start the quest. Mur nodded, as if to say they would manage quickly and then help Gale set up a stall in the better part of the city. But Gale still did not feel confident. This place was by no means like an ordinary dungeon or crypt. As soon as they stepped into the mine, Gimli waved broadly at them and wished them luck. The group crossed the threshold. Almost immediately, Gale jumped at the strange sound that echoed through the tunnel. He asked what it was. Mora grumbled that she had suspected it. Climbing without a proper plan was a bad idea. Charonot asked them to calm down. If there were no monsters nearby, this mine was almost like her own yard. Gale asked in surprise if it was really that serious, and Sharina explained. The miners had dug several ventilation shafts, and when the wind passed through them, it howled like a dog, so the place was named Dog Howl Mine. She showed several stones that could be mined there and threw a sample to Mori. Mora caught it and examined it with excitement, and Sharon clarified that it was iron. But there were also such finds. They came across lead and in some places even mithril. She ordered them to look around and enjoy the view, a mine of the highest caliber. Mora and Gale looked around and froze in amazement. The walls were studded with countless sparkling stones, and this place seemed to breathe wealth and promise incredible opportunities. Sharana said that it was because of this mountain that she opened her shop nearby. This place was truly important to her, so she asked them to stop being so nervous. Mora nodded, said she understood everything now, and apologized to Sharon. It turned out not to be a creepy tomb. There was no undead here, so there was nothing to fear. But suddenly she came across something. Confused, Mora looked around to see what exactly, and found herself face to face with something strange. A face. She screamed and howled that there was something there, some kind of cold. Sharana did not believe it. She looked around and declared that she saw nothing, no monsters at all. Gale even perked up and asked where that cold was. Sharon was puzzled by his reaction. Why was he so fascinated? Gale explained that if there really is a runny nose here, it could be a truly special creature. Everyone turned back and looked closely at what Mora had seen. It turned out that it was not a living creature, but just a statue. Sharon immediately noticed it was incredibly detailed, and the stonework was done with extraordinary finesse. The figure seemed to come alive. Charana was stunned, called Gale, and he also froze, overwhelmed with admiration, praising the craftsmanship and calling it a true work of art. Mora rolled her eyes at the two of them as if to say, they behave like nerds obsessed with craftsmanship. Meanwhile, Sharon kept wondering which skilled master could have created something like this. Mora moved on and came across another door. As soon as she opened the door, what was inside took her breath away. She frantically called the others, but Sharana and Gale were so enchanted by the sculptures that they did not look away. Gale even said that such mastery is rare, and he did not want to waste a single minute. Mora grabbed both by the wrists and pulled them to show what she had found. As soon as Sharon peeked into the room, it was as if she was struck by electricity. She froze in surprise. The entire space was filled with statues. There were dozens of them. And these were not just similar outlines, each looked as if a real person had frozen in place. Sharon immediately felt how strange it was. Gale noticed. Each statue was different, as if different faces stood before their eyes, and Mora instantly realized something bad was clearly happening here. This was not just a curiosity. This was danger. She understood they were caught in serious trouble. Sharon stepped closer to examine one of the statues and was seized by shock. She recognized the face of one of the figures. Gale and Mora asked what exactly she meant. Sharon confirmed. It was not a random guess. She knew some of these people. She recognized several of these statues, travelers from the neighboring town of Farmich. The missing people had just been here a moment ago. Turned to stone, and the group realized with horror that these were not sculptures. Because these were real people, broken by a curse and eventually compressed into stone. Therefore, every detail on them looked as if alive. It gave goosebumps. Sharon, I just couldn't believe it. Who could have done such a thing? Gale gave the answer, and it had to be a real monster. Now everyone finally understood. The danger was truly real. She did not lose a moment. Immediately took the steering wheel in her hands and strictly ordered everyone to stay alert. She decided to go scout the exit and ordered Gale and Sharon to cover the front and side approaches. Gale felt a tightness in his chest. There were only a few monsters that turned people to stone, and all of them were incredibly dangerous, rank A or higher. He discussed options with Mora, Basilisk or Gorgon. But something stubbornly did not add up. There was no smell of a chicken coop, although large feathers lay around, and the petrification looked openly magical. Suddenly it struck Gale, and at that moment he realized, this was not just a monster but a cockatrice. A strange sound echoed in the cave. A loud explosion sounded and a monster emerged. A terrible mix of chicken and snake, a cockatrice which in many regions was considered a disaster-class beast. Its body deflected arrows and other projectiles, its claws cut like blades, and its attacks were poisonous, plus its deadly breath turned people to stone. And worse, it turned out to be fast and cunning. It fought with intelligence, not just strength. Mora realized too late that they were being attacked from behind. Their formation collapsed, the monster slipped behind. The rear became the front, and the front became the rear, and they found themselves vulnerable. Gale saw that Mora was in danger, shouted for her to retreat, and without hesitation rushed to protect her. Rushing forward, he found himself face to face with the cockatrice. Gale rushed forward to the cockatrice, clutching sharp darts in his hands. But suddenly, the serpentine part of the creature leapt at him from behind. Gale instantly jumped back and threw a dart. It exploded on contact and pierced the cockatrice's body. The explosion threw him off rhythm for a moment. The cockatrice opened its beak and tried to peck Gale, but this made it an easy target for his next attack. Charana could not believe her eyes. Gale's dart really pierced the thick, tough skin of the monster. And she was even more shocked that the natural resistance to paralysis did not work. Usually such a powerful creature would be immune, and this cockatrice was a dungeon boss level. Gale left no doubt, nothing else matters now, they must attack while it is vulnerable. He explained that the dart he used was a one-time weapon with a curse. It stunned and temporarily removed armor. This won't last long. Sharon nodded and rushed forward, clutching a huge hammer. She charged straight at the cockatrice. And hovering in the air, she delivered a whole series of powerful blows. Mora counted the hits. Sharon managed to land 5 consecutive strikes, and Gil could hardly believe his own eyes. The monster's head was smashed, and its body flew back from the force of the blow. Sharon did not celebrate for long. She already thought it was over, but no, not yet. Suddenly, the cockatrice's serpentine tail rose from below and spread its jaws wide. But before it could bite, Mora cast a spell. Magical energy burst around Sharon and pierced her muscles with force. The spell was supposed to work instantly, giving a short surge, but this wave would not last long. Sharon did not object. She thrust the hammer vertically between the snake's jaws, pried them apart, and slipped her hand inside. All her lever tension went into jaw extension. She unclenched the snake's mouth and pulled it down, cutting open the snake from the mouth to the body. With one cruel motion, she ended the struggle. She laughed, glowing with pleasure from her own victory. Mora showed how close it was. They were lucky that the cockatrice this time moved slower than usual. The cursed Gale's dart still held its influence. Yet Gale troubled her thoughts. What was with him and all his strange curses? Charon agreed. It was strange that a single curse hit such a mighty monster so precisely. Dale only explained that in reality it was quite simple. He carved the dart from a talisman, shattered to ashes from a phantom monster from the capital. That same phantom could pass through walls, so he endowed the dart with an effect that nullifies armor and the ability to stun. Moro was completely bewildered. Sharuna blurted out, "Why does something that passes through walls give 0 armor, and what other ghost even lives in the capital?" Gale tried to explain. It was like a skeleton in a black cloak. The girls froze at that. Mora asked if he had a scythe. Sharina added, "Maybe some old creepy lantern too." Gale's eyes lit up. Exactly that. A giant skeleton with those things. He casually said he saw it passing through walls and crypts. And then the girls just exploded, telling him that it was the Reaper. It was a disaster-class monster, a legendary creature known as the Soul Reaper, a literal demigod. They couldn't believe that Gale handled it so calmly. Gale said it was no problem. He simply dispersed everything and turned it into cursed gear. Mora froze in shock. She couldn't believe that he fought a demigod and made weapons from its remains, so it became clear why his dart worked so well against a boss like the cockatrice. Sharona looked at Gale in amazement and wondered who he really was. Gale just reminded her to be more careful next time and said seriously, "Even one careless moment in battle can cost someone's life. Every adventurer on dangerous quests must understand this." Sharon confessed, in the last fight she almost died. At such a moment, anyone would have given up defense, but she firmly decided that it would never happen again. And as soon as she said this, Mora suddenly understood everything. She sharply turned and fixed her gaze on the cockatrice's body. The monster was finished. Gale noticed the howling dog mine was safe again, which meant a dangerous double A-rank quest. Now everything was complete. Everyone was enthusiastically celebrating the success. Gale did not waste time and quickly gathered feathers from the fallen cockatrice. They wanted to immediately inform Gimli about the rescued adventurers, but for now the mine was clean. It could be used again. Sharoner agreed. The danger finally receded. The fight was tough, but it became clear that the trouble was caused by the cockatrice itself. Once it was defeated, the mine immediately became safe. She glanced at herself and suddenly realized that after everything she had been through, she almost felt like an adventurer. Gale exhaled, tired but satisfied. For the first time in his life, he saw a cockatrice during a mission and immediately wondered if any of its parts were edible. Mora did not know this, and to be honest, she did not care. She was more interested in how to provide proof and complete the quest. She was surprised that Gale even wanted to eat it. It looked like pure poison. Gale was a bit stunned. It turned out to be truly poisonous, although at first it looked like a giant chick. Mora agreed, but she became curious why such a creature was hiding in the mine, so she asked Gale where to cut it. And he fell silent, pondering. Mora was right. This mine was too cramped for a monster of such size. Perhaps it simply made itself a giant bird's nest. Here it's impossible to understand what monsters think. Gale sniffed and immediately understood. It smelled like a kernick here, old manure and rotten eggs, and at that very moment a crack sounded. He asked Moro if she had stepped on something, and she really had. She looked under her foot and saw something strange, a broken eggshell. And Gale bent down to take a closer look. This egg was much bigger than usual, and a thought twitched in its head. Why do people even keep chicken coops? Mora reminded him about Gensley's egg scent. It was then that Sharon finally understood something terrible. It was not some random hideout, a territory where the cockatrice had made nests. Piercing chirping filled the air, and in a moment there was even more of it. It cut the ears louder. From the shadows emerged a giant chick, half bird, half snake, just like its father. But it did not come alone. Others like it were rising beside it. A whole flock of small cockatrices rushed towards them. Morris froze in horror, realized this place was a nest of monsters. Sharona and Mora shouted to Gale, "Run!" But he froze, and a thought flashed in his mind. Could it be the same with animals when the young ones from the first glance become attached to the one they see and then follow him? Maybe they did not attack, maybe they just recognized their father in him. Mora did not even allow herself to believe this for a second. These tiny monsters looked as if they were about to chew him up and swallow him. She grabbed him for a moment and pulled away, and at that very second the little cockatrices rushed after them. Sharon laughed out loud for everyone to run as fast as they could. If these creatures caught up with them, she would not be responsible for what would happen next. The three of them tore away in flight, and through the mine tunnels a flock of chicks with sharp beaks and snake-like tails chased after them. Suddenly Mora realized the tunnel ends in a dead end. There was no other way, Sharon realized. This part of the mine had probably been turned off and blocked for a long time. Gale nervously asked what they should do now. Sharon knew there was only one choice left: to go ahead, fight the enemies, while the others stood behind her and covered her. The small cockatrices were rapidly approaching. There was very little time left. Sharon swung the hammer with full force and, gaining momentum, struck one of the chicks. It flew away. She struck once more. The resounding crash tore through the space. Her hammer was so mighty that it could pierce solid rock. And as soon as Sharon looked at the flock of chicks rushing at them, it became clear to her. The blows seemed not to hit. They just kept coming and coming. Even when they saw their brothers being broken, the others did not retreat. Mora asked Sharon to hold on a little longer. Sharon said she could handle it, but Mora was already truly beginning to worry. Even though those cockatrices were still chicks, they already outran an ordinary person in height, and there were at least 100 of them. It just didn't make sense. How could a single bird lay so many eggs? She recalled cockatrices are not just birds. They are half snakes, and snakes, as is known, often have broods all at once. Maybe that would explain everything, but the worst was yet to come. The chicks were already as aggressive as their mother and clearly hungry. If they fought with adult monsters and after killing a few, scared off the rest, maybe that would make sense. But the little ones made no sense. They wanted to eat everything in front of them indifferently, without fear or hesitation. Sharon kept counting as she fought. 1, 2, 3, 4, and each time she got even more irritated. They did not stop coming. Sharon even jokingly asked them to stop, but she knew it wouldn't happen. Mora had finally completed her spell. She launched a powerful magical combination, and Sharon was overwhelmed by a wave of energy. Unlike the previous muscle-enhancing spell, which faded quickly, this one did not diminish. The more magic she poured in, the stronger it became. Sharon immediately felt the difference. Her strikes became much more terrifying. Now with one blow she could knock out a cockatrice chick. Mora added acceleration, and then other enhancements followed. Sharon's strength, defense, and agility increased. It felt as if she had a whole army with her. Her hammer tore through like a tornado, smashing everything that dared to come close. Under Mora's magic, she flowed in her movements, fast, powerful, and almost untouchable. But the chicks just kept appearing more and more. There were so many, too many. Sharon began to tire. Her body ached, her head was clouded with fog, and she honestly admitted neither her body nor her mind would hold out for much longer. Mora was exhausted and on the edge. She turned to Gale and asked if he had anything left, at least some spell that he had already used against orcs. But Gale only shook his head. He had long since exhausted those special tools, and in general these tricks wouldn't work here. The little cockatrices were completely different. They were not orcs. They lacked both strong intellect and spirit for the curse to work. Sharona didn't get it, so Gale explained everything in simple words. A curse is like showing someone a lemon to make their mouth water. It only works when that person clearly understands what a lemon is. But these creatures were still too young. They knew neither fear, nor pain, nor illusions, so spiritual curses only affected those monsters smart enough to feel horror or fall for tricks. And that meant all of Gale's usual methods were useless here. Unlike previous fights, his magic would not help at all. The chirping of the little cockatrices grew louder and louder, as if someone was live turning up the volume. Charonus stood before the group completely exhausted after the battle. Mora, looking around anxiously, asked Gale if he had anything he could use on himself, at least something that could help them right now, even if it wasn't made for the enemy. Gale rummaged through his bag of tools, but most of what he pulled out turned out to be quirky things he had crafted more for decoration than for battle. There was a cursed bandana, a terrifying-looking mask of darkness, and a pair of horns. They were called the Horns of Weeping. Gale was proud of his projects, but they clearly weren't suitable for serious use. Sharon, hearing this, decided that it sounded like their fate was already sealed. But later Gale casually mentioned, "This equipment has effects: triple protection, double agility, resistance to fatigue and poison." Sharon's eyes lit up. Exactly what they needed right now. Mora swiftly conjures a magical barrier to hold back the cockatrice hatchlings for a few more moments. Meanwhile, Sharon pushed Gale aside and snatched his gear. Gale warned her, "Don't dream big, this equipment is not for combat at all." Holding the bandana in her hands, Sharon noticed its disgusting, bumpy texture like skin with pores, and she felt nauseated with disgust. Yet in despair, she forced herself to put it on. As soon as the bandana touched her head, the magic immediately came alive and got to work. The body felt all the fatigue just melted away without a trace. Gale then handed her the mask of darkness. It suppressed poison and allowed seeing and casting blackness. She looked around the mine and almost lost her speech. In the deepest shadows, there were additional small cockatrices hiding, and Moro clearly despised that strange mask. But she managed to warn them, "The barrier won't hold for long, they need to hurry." Here appeared the last piece of equipment, the Horns of Sorrow. According to Gale, they doubled her agility and accelerated her hands with a force 5 times greater than usual. Charana froze as if the very digital sound stunned her. But as soon as she put them on, wild power surged through her and forced her body to break usual limits. Like water, light flowed through her palms and fingers. The barrier shattered into pieces. The chicks broke through it and rushed into attack, Mora loudly warned. One was already standing right behind Sharon. But Sharona sharply turned around. A super-powerful hammer crushed him completely with one blow. This blow shook the entire consciousness, even despite the fact that Morris's support magic had already stopped. Sharona was stronger than ever. She could not believe what she was experiencing and felt invincible. Filled with this power, she invented a new special move, Eternal Smash, and wildly swung the hammer. Laughing like a madman's, Mora became worried. What if something was wrong with Sharon? She asked Gale if the equipment affected the mind. Gale replied, this is not a side effect. The thing is, the powers of all the cursed equipment combine when certain parts act synchronously, a reaction starts between them like mixing chemicals. And then the effects can become much stronger. So in this case, the Horns of Sorrow and the Mask of Darkness turned out to be completely compatible. Charana immediately felt the power of this force, and Mora compared it to a runner's high. When someone pushes themselves so hard that a stream of happiness chemicals explodes in the brain, it was exactly then that Sharina, crushing the last of the tiny cockatrices, struck the hammer one last time. Blood flowed from him, and his face shone both from adrenaline and from excitement. Gale stepped forward and instantly dispelled all the cursed equipment she was wearing. Sharon took a deep breath and groaned with relief. The cursed things finally disappeared. She said that if she returned to their Taunto, the farm in that state, dressed in that creepy gear, she would be very ashamed. Gil was confused. Just a moment ago she was praising him. Sharon clarified she likes what it does, not how it looks. Gale, looking at the equipment, immediately noticed all the items were already quite worn out. And Sharon teased him, saying that if she wore them, their price would definitely soar. People would pay more for equipment worn by a beauty like her. Suddenly she lost her balance and fell flat on the ground, confused. Overwhelmed by pain, her whole body pulsated. She couldn't understand. She thought the device had taken away her fatigue, but Gale laid everything out. Device did not erase her exhaustion, it only tricked the body into feeling as if everything was fine. Now that the gear was removed, the full cost of everything she had done hit immediately. She had fought against a whole swarm of giant baby monsters with 5 times the strength and double the speed, so her body screamed not only from exhaustion. At first, the protection held back the poison, but now it was gone, and any poison in the wounds would start spreading as usual. Sharon groaned, not believing her own sensations. She immediately understood why it happened. Few people are crazy enough to voluntarily carry curse equipment, and most consider making curse items a pointless prank. But if such equipment could bring down an adult cockatrice and dozens of her offspring, then it was truly valuable, even if Gale did not yet realize it. Mora scolded him for not warning them, and he just waved it off. The pain would soon pass. Sharon, he just needed to rest. Sharon lay stretched out on the ground. She was completely exhausted. Mora asked what happened to her loud words about shame, and Sharon replied briefly she no longer had the strength to worry. Mora agreed. Her magic was completely exhausted, would have to recover for a long time, and Gale admitted that he had spent almost all his strength. Then Sharon said it, and this time they were sure the danger was behind them. Mora looked back, nodded. They did it. Dog Howl is safe again, and the dangerous AA-class quest is finally completed. But she honestly admitted to herself, if she had known that this place would actually turn out to be a Cacatro's nest, she would never have come close. Gale felt the same. If he had foreseen such chaos, he would have stayed behind his counter and quietly sold goods. Sharon laughed along with them, but in her head she kept thinking, if I had known what we were getting into, I would never have agreed to this mission. Just as they began to relax, Gala was struck by something. Something was still not right. He again felt that strange sensation that had tormented him before. It covered him from the very moment he first saw that giant shell. He firmly understood there was something else here, something worse. Then heavy footsteps rolled through the mine, the ground trembled, and the approach of something large was already guessed. Suddenly, a rooster. But it was not an ordinary rooster, huge, even bigger than that first cockatrice. It stomped straight towards them, and its gaze did not leave the uninvited guests. Suddenly, Gale realized the cockatrice they had already defeated was probably female, and this giant rooster was her male. So they didn't just clear the nest, they destroyed the home and killed her chicks. No wonder this creature was enraged. Sharon froze, not believing her eyes. This rooster was much bigger than the first, and it was already rushing straight at them. The fight was not over. This was the third round. Mora could hardly believe it after everything they had just been through, and again the same thing. Sharon tightly gripped the hammer, angry and exhausted but not going to retreat. She reminded the others, fatigue does not mean the enemy will be softer with them. The mine walls trembled from the powerful steps of the rooster, stones fell from them, and Sharon suddenly realized. The rooster had just returned to the nest, so probably was carrying food for its chicks, and encountered a destroyed nest and dead chicks. That could anger anyone. The rooster let out a loud echoing cry as if sharing a glared edit. She didn't care how angry it was. This mine was their golden domain, not some chicken coop. It had no right to intrude into their space. Suddenly, the rooster threw its head back and released a strange cloud of smoke. Gil saw this and froze. In that haze, it was as if all his alarm signals turned on again. A bad feeling hit his chest like a fist. He rushed forward, understood it was about to happen. He shouted to Sharoni to move. At the last moment, he lunged forward, collided with her, and pressed her to the ground. The fog slid over Theme and everything he touched. The stones, the earth, and the old tools cracked and turned into solid stone. Gil recognized it now, had heard rumors, but had never seen such with his own eyes. It was the same breath of the cockatrice of the one that turns to stone. That is why those other adventurers kept falling. One moving, the whole team could be wiped out completely if they didn't manage to prepare. And again it happened. The rooster released the second wave of that deadly Mustan. The group panicked and started to run. Mora, watching closely, noticed. The rooster's breath barely reached the target, the range was short, and there was a pause between each explosion, as if it needed to reload. The worst part was that they were stuck in a dead end deep in the mine, where it was cramped and even moving was difficult, so simply escaping was impossible. While Sharon and Gale distracted the huge creature and frantically dodged its attacks, Maureen suddenly realized firmly. There is almost no time, a plan must be urgently made. Suddenly she saw them rushing at full speed straight towards her. A sharp turn, and now they are flying towards her again. Maureen gathered her courage and prepared for whatever might happen next, no matter how terrifying it would be. Mora was stunned. The monster rooster chased them all the way here, and Gale apparently expected this, so he did not look too shocked. A huge serpent trailed the rooster to finally catch it, and suddenly something hit them, and they were all thrown back, a heavy crash, and they fell to the floor. The rooster closed his eyes, and the three froze, looking at him, already understanding. There were no more stones to hide behind. They needed a shield, but none was in sight. Sharon's hammer was blown away by the explosion, and nearby the mine cart was completely crushed. Sharona declared that she had a shield, but Gale and Mora never understood what exactly she meant. Then Sharona spread her arms wide and told them to hide behind her. She repeated once more, "I will fight on the front line and you will support me. Your time to step forward comes." But at that very moment, Gale noticed that Sharon was beginning to turn to stone. He reached out to grab her, but a sharp crack sounded around. Gale froze in shock. Sharon smiled. Although she was already turning to stone, she could not allow Gale to get hurt. So she ordered him to use her as a shield, carry Mora out, and survive. She wanted them all to stay together. Before finally turning to stone, she asked Gale for one last favor. To take care of everyone in the guild for her sake. Especially Gimli, he played the elf so wonderfully. She had never spoken to her so directly before. Suddenly Gale shouted for her to wait a second. Something unexpected happened. He cast a dispel magic spell and bright light flared around them. Sharon's stone body slowly returned to normal. She looked at her hands and confusion immediately overwhelmed her. Gale said, as soon as he touched her during petrification, he felt a strange sensation as if he could remove this curse. He tried, and fortunately the spell worked. Mora and Shirna were so stunned that they couldn't utter a word. Gale explained that at first he thought the cockatrice's breath was poisonous, but in reality it was different. It worked like the Gorgon's curse. Gorgon, a female monster with snakes instead of hair. If you look into her eyes, you are cursed and turned to stone. Gale suddenly realized his magic could clear out many more monsters than he had imagined, even animals like the cockatrice. Sharon stood next to the monster rooster. It looked completely exhausted. The red comb hung down, probably its paralyzing breath had thoroughly worn it out. Mora explained, as soon as Gale learned to cancel petrification, the cockatrice's most terrible power turned to nothing, and the course of the battle instantly flipped in their favor. Mora had very little magic left, only enough for one last spell, so she poured it into Sharon's strength. She tensed and prepared to fight. Mora ordered to restrain the snake while Gale attacked the rooster. Everyone rushed forward. The snake hissed and launched an attack. But Sharona Oran darted straight into its jaws and kept it away as she was ordered. Gale took position ready to rush at the rooster. Sharona smiled. The surprise attack plan was clever, and the rooster never expected that its best weapon was now useless. Gale lunged from behind. Sharon ordered him not to hold back. He approached the rooster closely and prepared to pounce. He unleashed all the curses he had. Petrification, confusion, lack of armor, blood-sucking, pain, binding, and he sincerely hoped that at least something from this would take effect. He called it a curse sale. When the magic struck, Mora rushed to Sharon, and Gale jumped out at the last moment, and immediately a huge explosion thundered. He smiled and said that the rooster could take the rest for itself, joking about that massive attack. Tons of skulls burst out and covered the cockatrice. There was no gap left around, everything was completely filled with them. Mora asked if Gale really used every cursed spell. Gale replied, yes. He didn't even guess which ones would work against the boss, so he just used everything. But as soon as the pile of skulls gathered together, a blinding light flashed near them. Mora snorted irritably. She thought Gale had gone too far, unleashing all his cursed spells. If you keep doing that, she joked, the whole world will fall apart. Gale just smiled and waved his hand as if to say she was exaggerating. And suddenly, through the pile of skulls left after the attack, rays of light broke through. Sharon became worried. It came to mind that she had ordered Gale not to hold back. And now she realized everything had gone too far before them, blinded a bright flash, and in a moment a huge explosion blew everything around apart. The explosion was insanely strong. All three were thrown into the air. Sharon screamed in despair. After the explosion, the cockatrice's blood splattered in different directions, soaking them all. His entrails were scattered on the ground and complete chaos reigned around. Sharon shouted to Mora and asked if she was okay. Mora replied, yes, barely. She felt disgusted. She was covered in blood and dirt, the cloak was ruined, and Mora already knew it could not be washed out. She sharply asked where Gale was. Sharon raised her hand and pointed there. He was lying on the ground, sprawled out. Suddenly, the ground trembled under their feet. Gale blinked, looked around, and immediately understood. This place was starting to collapse. Stones rained down from all sides, and the girls only added fuel to the fire, confirming his fear and blaming him specifically. Three rushed to the entrance, and while they were flying forward, the cave around them cracked and began to collapse. They passed the room with stone statues and moved on without stopping for a moment. Now large stones were falling, some even managed to block the entrance. But at the last moment they managed to break out of the mine, which was cracking and collapsing. Outside, Mora and Gale fell to the ground, breathed heavily and exhaled with relief. Alive, but the relief did not last long. Suddenly, both of them were sharply jerked a blow to the head. Sharon loomed over them, angry, as if she had just been deceived. She could not believe what had happened, literally in minutes. They were supposed to destroy monsters, not blow up the entire mine. She grabbed them with reproach and shouted, "Who told you to blow up the mountain?" Gale stood between them and threatened, insisting that it should still count as a completed quest. After all, they really defeated all the monsters. Mora immediately agreed. Of course, she was sure that now they definitely deserved some reward. But Sharina was trembling with rage. "Reward?" she blurted out. "Then they should pay me." She remembered how she had to protect them from the breath of the cockatrice and how she lost her hammer. The mine was destroyed, and she had no idea how to explain this to anyone. Gale tried to persuade her, reminded her of the place at the Merchant Guild counter he was hoping for, and of her promise to help after everything they had been through. Retreating now would be unfair. But Sharon replied. She risked the most, stood right in the epicenter of the explosion, and covered them. She shouted at them to be quiet and again launched into her tirade. What exactly was she supposed to say to the merchants? Here he is, the guy who blew up the local mine with his curses. It really looked ridiculous. She was in full armor without a hammer and around complete chaos. She said that this was supposed to be the worst day of her life. Gale waved it off and started teasing her again, but Sharon shouted at him to shut up. And then from afar, a hand emerged from beneath the earth. Someone, coughing, was breaking through the rubble. She said that she really and truly thought he wouldn't make it. Yet she still secretly kept Gale in sight. She was hooked on what he was doing, those strange things of his. But she admitted, what she saw today turned out to be much bigger than she could have imagined. She hoped to watch him from the shadows and feel safe. But as soon as Gale destroyed the entire mine, she realized, you can't hide from such power. However, she confessed one important thing. His cursed things were not just random tools. Each of them turned out to be so powerful that it could be called an artifact. And only now, seeing it with her own eyes, she finally understood who Gale really was. Later they found themselves again near the mine. Gale approached the statue of a man, the very first one they saw as they entered. He began to recite a spell to dispel the magic. The stone cracked and crumbled, the stone veil fell, the man was free again. Then they approached another statue, a woman glowing with joy as if about to meet her dearest. As soon as the curse was lifted, she came to life. It was Penelope. Freed, she immediately noticed someone nearby and rushed to him. Charlie froze in surprise. She disappeared and he was terribly worried, but somehow they found her and returned her thanks to the adventurers. Penelope hugged him tightly, crying with relief and joy. Sharon woke up beside them, raised an eyebrow, and ironically remarked that their meeting was too passionate, maybe even hotter than in the forge where she worked. Meanwhile, Nora reminded everyone, the work was not finished yet. They needed to restore the rest of the mine and save the other people who had been turned to stone. Overwhelmed with emotions, Charlie thanked the group and said, if he and Penelope got out alive, he would promise to marry her. It seemed that now this promise finally had a chance to come true. Gale reached into his pocket, took something out, and handed it to the couple as a gift. No need to return it. They looked at him in surprise and didn't know what to say. Gale only asked if they could somehow visit his stall, but before he could add anything else, Sharon interrupted and scolded him for selling cursed things at such emotional moments. Nora picked up, whether it's a gift or not, it doesn't matter. These things really always behave strangely, but Charlie and Penelope, despite all these reactions, were not worried at all. They just smiled and held each other tightly. Meanwhile, in the Guild of Travelers, when the door opened, Gimli exclaimed with delight, "Welcome." She watched until she realized it was only Sharon. Her face instantly fell with disappointment. Sharon noticed that reaction and said, he sat down at the counter and noticed how there was always an empty spot here. Gimli, clearly irritated, asked if Sharon had come again looking for a fight, and Sharon just smiled and replied that if he wanted a fight, he should just say so. Gimli suddenly snatched the dart from the count. She approached the counter and asked what this strange object was. Sharon had already allowed her to come closer and examine it. When Gimli looked closer, she froze in amazement. It was not just some weapon and item of artifact level. Sharon noticed it and smiled as if everything was clear to her, genuine without any doubt. At first, Gimli thought it was a joke, but now she understood, no. Sharana explained that Gale made it. He was handing out such equipment as if it were nothing, as if he had arranged a sale. She did not understand what was happening to him. Timmy smiled and continued what she heard. Gale was a traveling adventurer from the capital, possibly once a member of the elite S-rank party. Sharana froze silently for a moment and just looked at her utterly stunned. She clenched her teeth and, unable to hold back, blurted out aloud, "What reason brought such a person to their small, sleepy town?" And then quickly changed the subject, saying that all the adventurers whom the cockatrice in the mine had turned to stone were now restored. Even the priest lost faith and stopped trying to lift that curse, but somehow Gale managed. Gimli asked what kind of curse it was, and Sharon added, she herself was also petrified by the breath of the cockatrice, yet she still stands before them alive and unharmed. When the mine was reopened, deeper and deeper new stone statues of travelers were found. Unfortunately, some did not survive. The cockatrice had already partially eaten them, and those Gale managed to save were restored in the hospital at the city church. Because of this, the local church caused a real panic. No one knew what to do with Gale's abilities. Sharon tried to calm people down, but still had to admit Gale's skill in lifting curses was simply incredible. Gimli was immediately intrigued and asked Sharon about these skills. Sharon explained how truly dangerous and wild they were. Gale meanwhile immediately understood a simple fact. Petrification by the cockatrice is a curse, not poison. And as soon as he firmly understood this, he healed the entire group. No medicine or church help was needed, she simply ran her hand over the head. After that, Gimli was asked if she still seriously believed that Gale was just some random traveler. Gimli laughed. Whether he was a traveler or not, Gale was still a novice in the guild. But when he saved so many adventurers and also helped with several ancient quests, she already admitted. Maybe it was time to petition for a promotion for him even if he acts alone. Sharana, as always, teased her for her cunning tricks, and Gimli only barely smiled and cut off that she did not need advice from such a fox as Sharana. Then she threw the question back, what exactly had Sharana done for Gale? Sharon was silent for a moment, then confessed she led him into the blacksmith's guild. His taste in design was questionable, but his skill was real, and Gimli fully agreed with that. It was good that there was no rule forbidding being in several guilds at once. They smiled at each other and immediately looked away. But suddenly Sharon stood up and said she had to go. Gimli replied that she was not fooling anyone, and Sharon sharply said, "Be quiet." At that moment in the mine, Gale sneezed loudly. Mora nearby scolded him, reproaching that he did not look away. Gale just apologized, saying there was still plenty of dust here. He added that Sharon treated her employees too harshly, but that, and if it leveled them, then maybe it really is worth it. Mora noted he was too optimistic. She noticed everything happening now is a consequence of those curses that Gale released simultaneously. Jokingly pinching his cheeks, she whispered that she still couldn't understand. Is he a hero adventurer saving lives, or a disaster about to happen? Not F. Somewhere far away, miners were bustling again, filling carts with stones. The mine was buzzing again, and Mora, unable to resist curiosity, asked, "Is it true that Gale joined the Guild of Smiths?" He confirmed and immediately showed her both guild tokens, one of the Guild of Smiths, the other of the Adventurers Guild. He said Sharon helped him with a market stall in exchange for joining, and this confused Mora. The Guild of Smiths always stuck to serious masters who rarely took just any adventurers, but more often hired external help for the mines. Mora clarified what he was doing in their circle, and Gale replied, "Nothing special, he was just given a corner in the guild where he could work on his cursed equipment." Mora raised her eyebrows and pondered. Could this mean they finally accepted him as one of their own? Meanwhile, Gale was again replaying Charana in his mind. Whatever he came up with, she always found something to criticize. This increasingly irritated him. She didn't like that Gale continuously forged cursed swords and dragged dangerous artifacts. So he decided she wants something practical, even if just decorative. And he set about crafting exactly such things. He showed Mora one of his new works, a vase made from a bleached skull upside down with flowers sticking out of it. Mora was openly disgusted by it. She felt that no one should wear such a thing in public. Gale, however, insisted, saying it was not a random idea because he spent a whole day on it. Not that turning the skull upside down was difficult, he polished it for hours, bringing the colors to a beautiful shine. Mora told him not to waste time on someone's old remains and not to polish them, but he probably even added some crazy effect. Gale assured that there were no wild effects. This time he only thought about design. But if you put this vase in a room, it would automatically provide constant magic regeneration, and if you drank from it, it would grant lightning-fast healing. Mora froze. Such a thing would be every mage's dream. because a mage's survival often depends on how quickly they can restore their magical power. Usually they had to swallow potions with terrible taste or sit in darkness for hours meditating to regain energy. And with Gale's vase, it was enough to keep it nearby and that's all. Gale saw nothing special in this. After all, doesn't everyone restore magic by resting? Mora shook her head irritably. Restoring magic is not that simple, just. Like physical strength, everything depended on what a person ate, how much they slept, and even on how much alcohol or sweets they consumed. The process could slow down if the person was ill or the body was not in the best condition, so mages usually monitored their lifestyle very strictly. It was almost unfair that a simple vase could overshadow all those efforts. Mora imagined placing that creepy skull-shaped vase in her room and immediately understood. She would never dare to do that. No wonder Sharina always scolded Gale. It was exactly then that she appeared more irritated than ever and warned them not to make noise because they risked another collapse. And when she asked what had happened, Gale explained. Mora got angry when she saw his latest creation. Sharina glanced sharply at the skull-shaped vase and immediately blurted out to Gale that she would have kicked him out of the city if he ever dared to sell such a thing. Gale reminded her that she herself said to give free rein to ideas, but Sharina sharply cut him off. She never asked for such creepy nonsense. She needed useful tools that would benefit everyone, and to change the subject, she handed him something big. It was the head of a cockatrice. They had already defeated it. Sharina told Gale to take it to Gimli. She promised to pay, and added that the body had just been dug up. So they decided to earn a little money from the materials. Gale asked Sharina if she was sure because he thought she had defeated most of the monsters, but Sharon admitted. She only managed the first and the small ones, and Gale finished off the big final cockatrice, so she told him to share the payment with Mora. Gale froze for a moment. The gesture caught him by surprise. Sharon laughed and teased, "Don't start falling in love with me already." Suddenly something clicked in Gale's head. From Sharon, no reward, no word of thanks for everything he had done. Sharon waved it off. She said it was enough to say thank you and that was it. But Gale reminded her, he took on this adventure only because she promised to help him set up a stall at the market. Sharon dismissed the objection, but did not run from the truth. She admitted she was not trying to avoid it. They were all up to their ears in work, rebuilding the mine after the chaos that had happened there. And as soon as everything finally came together, she explained to him. He could name his spot whatever he wanted: a market stall, a rented place, or even a whole building for a shop. Gale immediately stated firmly that he wanted a real building, and although it seemed a bit greedy, well. But before he could continue, Sharon said she wanted to show him something. In front of them stood a large cart covered with a heavy blanket. When Gale looked down, he saw an organ emitting the petrifying breath of the cockatrice, the very thing inside the monster that created the fog and turned everything to stone. Sharon reminded him of this directly. He had said so himself. This breath carried a curse, like the deadly gaze of the Gorgon. The fact that he managed to remove the petrification from the adventurers and Charina only confirmed it really was a curse. Marina confirmed. Now it was his because she decided he would definitely like it and suggested making a few things from it. Gale hesitated, still thinking that the organ could be sold for a lot of money. But Sharon insisted. He could get it, but there was one catch. She stated that giving it away so easily was not the best idea and was already preparing a small lesson for him about supply and demand. Meanwhile, far from the town of Farmage, rumors about Gale's strange and powerful cursed equipment spread so quickly that even the capital knew about him. Deep beneath the imperial palace, in the dark dungeons under the emperor's throne, a voice broke the silence with disbelief because of what had become known. A young woman knelt as if confirming with her own words. Yes, it was true. Someone had created the artifact, and the prince standing before her, Prince Virial, was boiling with rage. His excuses did not stop him. He grabbed the young lieutenant by the jaw. He made it clear to her directly that he did not believe her, and she was ultimately only the leader of the Empire's assassins. While he was still the heir to the throne, he grabbed her by the hair, dragged her across the room, and fiercely unleashed scoldings on her. After all the promises and the confident look she showed to her team, the operation failed, and he bitterly said, "This is what I get for trusting her group of assassins." He froze in front of the chest, and it was an ancient cursed treasure chest. It was called the Devil's Heart. Inside hid something terrible, the remains of the heart of the Demon King who once terrorized the world. Even when Listenet was nearby, the dreadful energy immediately pressed on her chest. A poisonous aura seeped from it and made her tremble. The prince explained, the artifact can suck the life out of anyone, and now it seemed it was savoring her, weak, useless, as if it were his pleasure. He forcibly pressed her face to the chest and sharply demanded if she knew why she was summoned to that secret room. She did not answer, only begged him to stop. He laughed and pointed a finger at the crypt, as if no one stepped here voluntarily, so this was the perfect place for a private conversation. Whispering, he added that the cursed item inside could kill an ordinary warrior with a single touch, and Listenet begged again for her life. Finally, the prince closed the box and let her go, leaving her crumpled on the floor. But he still demanded explanations down to the smallest details. Listenet told what had happened. At first, the mission went smoothly, spies paved the way, and elite assassins were already put into action. At the final stage, everything went awry. Their target became Princess Kara, who held the artifact very one Liznit had once spoken about. All deadly moves against her failed, attacks bounced off as if against invisible armor, and the prince froze in astonishment. Liznit insisted seriously. Did this helpless princess survive every blow? He could not believe it, but Liznit pressed her point, saying it was true. Kara could withstand even the effects of instant death, and the artifact on her side also gave her a whole range of protective abilities. It was a strange reality, but something here did not add up. The only explanation that somehow came together appeared only after we lost so many killers. And this discovery hinted at a much greater trouble. The prince realized that the artifact was new, unknown, and could be part of the power growing in the kingdom. In the world of politics and war, artifacts were not merely power for power's Sakathi, were tools capable of shifting the balance of power between states. So knowing where each artifact was and who possessed it was vital. This person somehow slipped past the Empire's intelligence networks. That was bad, very bad. And this could not have been the only case, Liznit confirmed. No, there were more of them. The prince cursed the situation. The kingdom was already on edge, and now this too. And even worse, it seemed his opponent, Cardes himself, his younger half-brother, was going to marry Princess Kara. Virial hated this idea. If Cardi gained such power, everything could be turned upside down, and the first and stronger Prince Virial would end up in the shadow. He could not allow this. He muttered a curse on Karu. Where in the world did she get those artifacts? After that, Liznit added something else. Recently they came across a fresh lead. It seems this artifact was obtained thanks to a young guy who traded from a simple market stall. In a corner of a noisy tavern in the capital, where adventurers like to gather, someone grumbled distrustfully. Gale in Farmagino, one believed he had the courage to go that far. And one of the others whispered to him to speak more quietly because people might overhear and use this news. They continued whispering negotiations. The rumor they had just picked up came from the coachman by the city gates. Someone suggested that maybe Gale had slipped into the stagecoach. One of them called the waitress and complained that the drinks were being poured too slowly. She approached the table, and he was already demanding more beerthais time straight from the barrel. The poor waitress apologized and rushed to get it, and some guy at the table said that maybe it was time for him to stop drinking at night. Another one again turned the conversation to that story. It turned out that the stagecoach heading to Farmage was attacked by a bunch of orcs. According to rumors, Gale dealt with everyone. It seemed like someone incredibly agile was nearby and he helped him. But for one of them, this sounded absolutely impossible. If Gale, known by everyone as rear support, managed to break the orcs with his own hands, then why does the party need front and rear ranks? And they were clearly told, let history end as it should. Rumors went around. Gale took some strange, ugly dagger and slaughtered orcs, probably a cursed weapon, and they say this is by no means out of character for him. But that man could not make himself believe it, even they found the work difficult. Gale could not have pulled this off, so someone else was behind all this. Under the table, no, at the table people picked up the conversation and added details. Someone really saw Gale, or an exact copy, who was trading at the stall. He dragged terrifying, cursed things to the open market and sold them for pennies. And for some strange reason, the royal guards eventually took everything he was selling. It made everyone laugh. They said Gale's things were either complete junk or some kind of curse that scared people. In the end, it turned out he earned quite well. People saw Gale in a decent tavern and in new clothes, unlike the usual ragged man, so he definitely had enough for a stagecoach trip. So be it, but if the royal guard was snooping in every corner for him and still couldn't find him, maybe he really disappeared without a trace. And then if all these rumors turn out to be true, it seems Gale took his earnings and moved far away from the capital. Knowing how stubbornly he can hope, he probably thought somewhere there would be a place to open a real cursed goods shop. He was always obsessed with the idea of making strange and terrifying things. So now he had gathered so much merchandise that he could start a business, and everyone at the table immediately agreed. Someone confirmed. A person very much like Gale even submitted papers to the trade guild to open a stall at the market. When she asked and showed the mission contract she received from Princess Kara, the guild head eventually gave in, though he grumbled about privacy. And I told her that this man had not been seen for a long time. It seems Gale had already moved on. The whole group felt it immediately. He tried working from a stall, gained experience, and moved his cursed goods business elsewhere. Whether people liked his strange creations was an open question, but if he had money, Gale would definitely have opened a cursed goods shop. One of them looked down and suddenly realized his mug was empty. He complained again about the slow service, and shouted to bring him ale, saying that Princess Kara was paying for all this anyway. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a large shadow grew beside them, a waitress carrying 2 huge barrels, one in each hand. At that very moment, the man was about to complain again, ready to declare that he wanted to drink his fill tonight. He turned around and saw her. She was standing there. The waitress slammed the barrels on the table with a dull thud, clearly ironic, as she thanked Kusha for waiting. Kush grumbled, unhappy that customers needed to be treated better, and she just nodded. These were the very barrels he had asked for. Norris immediately realized what strength the waitress must have. One such barrel alone would be beyond his power. The group quickly returned to the main conversation and tensely pondered where Gale could have hidden, having no idea that the waitress was quietly eavesdropping. Nearby, another whispered to her with excitement, praising her work. She was not just a waitress, she was Lady Listenet, and Listenet already knew that this group was being watched. Now it was her turn to gather information, but one thing still annoyed her. Why did she have to work part-time in this shabby Kingdom tavern? A fellow spy sighed and admitted, it was really annoying, but asked if they were sure this was the same group to be watched. Listenet replied that almost certainly their data confirmed it. These people turned out to be as evil and grim as expected, and what affected Listenet the most was something else. Princess Kara really decided to hire them. The overheard conversation confirmed it, because they talked about Farmich, and the name Gale was also mentioned. From what Listenet learned, this was an S-rank team called Wolfpack. Their mission was to find a man named Gale Hamilton, because Princess Kara apparently was ready to do anything to find him. Rumors circulated. Supposedly he himself created that powerful artifact everyone was talking about. One of the spies almost believed it. The creator of artifacts who is fleeing from an elite S-rank team, who is he really? Listenet confessed knows little but clearly said one thing, Gale is clever. She found out that he was once in that same S-rank team and has now disappeared without a trace. There were almost no real clues about him, only rumors about how hideous his designs looked and a bunch of trivial stuff. Lisette was sure. It was all made up to throw people off the trail and mask Gale's true face as the creator of artifacts. To her, he was like a ghost, had no idea what he did before all this. At the very thought that she had been so deceived, Listenet felt a wave of nausea, yet the information about the wolf pack could still lead to something useful. Even the slightest hint of where Gale might be would justify listening to their chatter. As soon as the wolf pack moves, Listenet's group will follow. They planned from the very beginning to track it and capture Gale the moment he is found. Her team also worked hard, gathering bit by bit everything they could on a modest budget. Inside, Listenet burned rage and she cursed Gale Hamilton with all her heart. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Guild of Blacksmiths, the strikes of metal loudly echoed in the workshop. Morris stood nearby and watched Gale, who was relentlessly hammering his project with a hammer. Gale thought, maybe it's time to tell her something truly important. He turned to her and said directly that he was grateful for the help during the quest in the doghouse mine, saying that the quest had nothing to do with her at all. But he still got her involved. And he was truly grateful. When she was near, he felt much more confident. Mura's face flashed red with shame. In his head, it hit like a sudden emotional shock. Gay extended his hand and shook hers, and Mora tried to sound confident, reminding that she was one of the 5 best support mages in the capital, and that there was no one she couldn't help. It was her job at least until Gay opened his own shop in the better part of the city. Gay agreed, saying that Gay was also one of the 5 best support mages in the city. Gay really was one of the 5 best support mages in the city. He insisted, it is precisely thanks to her help that his dream to have a real store is finally coming true. Mora blushed even more deeply and smiling shyly suggested, maybe she could continue to support him, but at that very moment, Gale suddenly sneezed. Mora scolded him with a look and reminded him, you have to turn your face away when sneezing. Gale apologized and admitted that he himself did not know why he sneezed so often. Maybe people were gossiping about him. At that moment, the workshop was shattered by Sharona. She declared that it was all because of the dust of thoughts that clogged her nose. Gale smiled in surprise but happily as soon as he saw her. He said that the workshop she lent him helped incredibly. Sharon asked if what Gale was working on was already ready, and Gale replied that it was. He admitted that he built everything exactly as she asked, but it seemed to him that it looked a bit pathetic. Sharon said, if it seemed so to him, then probably most people did not find it so, and Gale was confused and shouted, what do you mean by that? Sharon wanted to find out how the device worked, but Gale ordered her to give it back. As soon as she returned the key, a strange sound suddenly rang out. At that moment, Gale explained what he was doing, releasing a petrification beam and feeding it with the organ of a cockatrice, a magical creature. Sharona instantly ducked, irritated that Gale really activated it and aimed it at her. She reminded him how dangerous it was to joke with it, especially since she had once turned to stone. Gale, not particularly worried, said he would just remove the curse once more, although he doubted whether it would be of any use. Sharon saw in all this a brilliant practical invention and at every step introduced simple rules of supply and demand. They looked around. Mostly plains, mountains, and forests stretched around. Stones were found, but no one could pull a city out of the ground, so obtaining good stone or metal was extremely difficult. But if someone really managed to get that very stone, it would immediately be sold for crazy money. She even showed a drawing, the very one she had drawn herself. There is a lack of building materials in the deserts, and this made Gale ask himself what they had gotten into. Sharona did not back down a step. What would they do if someone wanted to build a stone structure in the desert? Gale guessed. Only 3 ways remained: to turn sand into bricks, to extract stones from under the ground, or to bring them from afar. Charon agreed. Yes, these are typical options, but each carried a serious problem. Bricks require water and additional materials, which are incredibly hard to get, and digging is exhausting work that breaks your back. And transporting heavy materials over long distances was simply impractical. Gale immediately understood this. Mora also clarified that even making sturdy bricks in the desert was difficult, and water was too precious to waste thoughtlessly. It was then that Sharon suddenly jerked back the petrifying beam and whispered, "What if they had one like this?" And Gale instantly grasped her idea. They would pour sand into a mold, shoot the beam, and immediately produce solid stone bricks. The others quickly caught on to the thought as well. Sharon told Gale that he had an incredible talent for crafting, but he didn't know how to use it sensibly. That comment made Gale blush. Sharon picked up and expanded on it. Farmage was catastrophically lacking in stone materials. They either dug them up here or hauled them from mines, but neither method guaranteed the required quality. But with such a tool, this whole problem could be solved. If everything went as planned, Gale could make a lot of money from this. Gale was still hesitant, but Sharon repeated herself, and again her words clicked in his head. He had talent, real talent, but no common sense. Gale stubbornly insisted that he did have common sense, and that somewhat reassured him. He too was not gifted at reading the mood in a room. Sharon admitted cursed things rarely affected her before, but this thing turned out to be amazingly cool. Gale shyly smiled in response to her compliment, and Sharon teasingly mocked him, called him a weakling, saying he blushed only because she liked one of his cursed tools. Then she blurted out that they already had materials from another cockatrice, so could Gale assemble another such device, this time without any extra tricks, and immediately added, materials from cockatrice chicks would not do. Gale nodded. He had already tried that. But in young creatures, the organs had not yet properly formed. Their tails contained poison, but not the kind fueled by curses. Jokingly, they said a poison-making machine would be a good thing. But can you have everything at once? Gale pondered, did they really need some device to make poison? After all, it was just poison. And Sharon noticed. They were in an agricultural area full of pests and insects, so the right poison could even be useful during hunting. She thought that Gale had no idea how to effectively use poisons, but Gale offered to do something for her if she herself wanted it. Sharon blinked in surprise. Gale said it was not difficult if you have the right materials. He stubbornly crafted poisonous talismans and made them constantly. Sharon still couldn't believe it. She asked which ones exactly. Gale named several. Poisonous glands of ghouls, stomachs of dead creatures, mummy bandages, and zombie clothes, all suitable for talismans. Sharon noted that getting such things would be difficult. Gale just nodded. He rarely saw these for sale, so he simply obtained them himself. Hearing all this, Charana was convinced that he would really manage. She was overwhelmed with excitement, and she declared that she would go to Gimli, let him help get the materials they would need. At the same time, she told Gale, let him use everything he had already gathered and craft whatever came to mind. Everything he made, she would buy for a fair price. Gale pulled out a strangely-looking bottle of perfume. As soon as the girls opened it, a disgusting smell immediately hit them. Sharon guessed that zombie guts were involved, but Gale corrected her it was actually from a ghoul. Mora didn't even really want to clarify what else it might be capable of. Sharon, already a bit irritated, ordered to do only what she asked and handed him a pile of papers, her own list of orders. Gale blushed again, his face glowing with excitement, and promised to get to work immediately. Sharon just said she couldn't wait to see how everything would turn out. Charina took with her the cockatrice device to get used to how it worked. Gale agreed. Mora offered to keep her company, but she thought that opening the door while carrying such a bulky device would be very inconvenient. Sharon teased Mora, why was she still wandering around here? Mora didn't try to dodge and honestly admitted that she just wanted to visit Gale. She hadn't gotten a single decent quest today. Then Sharon burst out laughing, saying it was just a joke. Gimli remembered that Gale and Mora had temporarily teamed up and were completing quests together and was glad. Old matters had finally started moving. If Gale and Mora had already started feeling at home here, Sharon thought of only one thing: she needed nothing more. Loud laughter spread in the carriage as Kush and his company celebrated. He joked, they say you don't joke with kings. They racked up a crazy bill in the shops, and it seemed no one cared, but Kush proudly showed off the sword he bought, a magnificent mithril blade for 500 gold coins. Melissa chose a weapon made from wyvern bone, and Norris was wildly happy with his new magic book and staff. Now, they allowed him to instantly cast spells and easily unleash powerful magic. Luke put on armor made from the hide of a magical creature, and Kush indifferently threw out a calming remark: Gale's curse won't touch their things. With such equipment, the squad will finally reveal all its power, and nothing else will stand in their way. The whole group burst out laughing again, but Kush made them quiet. One question troubled him. If the team is so strong, why hasn't any new reinforcement appeared wanting to join? Norris reminded him that they are an S-rank party, so few adventurers could keep up their pace. Luke added, that's why they had to put up with people like Gale and Mora. While the carriage rolled on, whispers flickered behind their backs. They said no one in their right mind would want to unite with Kush's team. Kush just shrugged and cut in. After all, money decides everything. He turned to the carriage passengers and called out to one of those still silent. He ordered the gloomy girl and her companions to remind his people who is responsible for what. One of the hooded people waved him off. It was Lisnetta. She smiled politely and explained. She and her team were hired to apply buffs and debuffs on items for the S-rank wolf pack as their usual support team role. They were also tasked with carrying equipment and supplies. Kush agreed with her summary. They were here exactly for that. He teased, they were just lucky their company is so generous that it helps the poor and completely unwanted, like Lisnetta's group, because they obviously have no money. Lisnetta laughed falsely, but inside she was boiling with rage. She swore to herself she would take revenge. One of the subordinates quietly reminded her patience must be kept. Their real goal was to find the creator of the artifacts. Lisnetta admitted that this closeness gave an excellent chance to spy on everything. Another team member sighed sadly and agreed. Kush was right in some ways. They were truly poor. Lisnetta silently boiled with rage, and a plan was already maturing in her mind. How to completely destroy Kush and his team. Meanwhile, Melissa decided to eat and drink until they reached the farm. Kush called Lisnetta again and asked her to bring the bag. All the exquisite dishes and wine were laid out on the table in the carriage. Kush smiled and declared that Princess Kara would pay for everything. Would anyone pass up such happiness? Someone else grumbled that Kush didn't need to rub it in. They already knew. The road was also a delight to the eye. It passed through the central farms of the kingdom. Lisnetta, still outwardly calm, asked to confirm that they had officially agreed to escort this caravan to farmage, and warned that excessive drinking could interfere with their work. Kush sharply cut her off, ordered her to be silent, saying her gloomy face spoils the taste of the wine. So let her cover herself with a tarpaulin like the others in her group. The Kasha group burst out laughing in offense, and Lisnet quietly whispered to her team, listing everything still needed. Where to spend the night, reconnaissance data, communication with the Empire, and a bunch of expenses that keep growing. One of her companions added, the Kasha team is not going to share with anyone, not even a single coin. So it's already good that at least the tavern where they stayed before threw in a few free dishes. Suddenly a dull and sharp screech pierced the air, high, unnatural, alarming. Lisnet's group froze for a moment in silence. Something was approaching closer. Outside, the caravan guards shouted, warning everyone about the approaching monsters. The mercenaries were lined up in battle formations, and the adventurers were ordered to cover the wagons. Confused voices asked, where is the enemy? And glances kept turning again and again to the forest. So that's where that sound came from. And suddenly monsters appeared, a whole crowd rushing out of the trees at once. Mercenaries shouted, trying to calm the people. After the recent orc attack, the caravan had strengthened its guard and had to be ready. But the monsters struck so hard and so fast that in an instant the first cart was thrown into the air as if it weighed nothing. The scout suddenly shouted that he had spotted the leader of the attacking monsters. Before them emerged an S-rank monster. Creatures of this level usually do not cross the border between the Empire and the Kingdom. In the carriage, Lisnet reminded the group that they were taught to fight humans, not monsters. Lisette glanced for a moment and already calculated the schedule. If they rush into a frontal attack against the monsters, they will most likely lose. Esh had seen killer wolves, giant boars, and red grizzlies mixed in the horde, and each time they turned out to be powerful monsters of rank B or higher. Running is perhaps their only chance. She looked back. Kush's squad was still laughing and joking, completely unaware of the danger. Tom's time was rapidly running out. The choice was simple, to run or act right now, but the mission was too important, and unfortunately Kush's squad was their only lead. Annoyed, Lisnet quietly cursed under her breath, then ordered her subordinates to be ready to retreat if everything went awry, but to fight the monsters while it was still possible. The team nodded, understood. But she was gnawed by a question. Could the Empire really not send a squad to hunt the monsters? Why were these beasts still not destroyed? One of her squad members said that in Kingdom Number 2 they were also given tasks of the same kind, and those who took them, supposedly an S-rank squad, immediately abandoned the mission after accepting it. Lisnet flared up with rage. What irresponsible S-rank adventurers could have done such a thing? And suddenly it dawned on her, a stupid S-level party. She slowly turned around and looked again at Kush's group, gathering the fragments of thought. It can't be. Or can it? A subordinate asked what to do with Kush's team, and Lisnet decided. If they really are S-level, then they have the strength to handle the giant. And now, whether they liked it or not, technically they were on the same team. She would push them into battle regardless of whether they liked it or not, for the sake of her team. Suddenly, a loud scream cut through the caravan. Someone was shouting about a giant. Only then did Luke from Kush's group finally realize something had gone wrong. He looked around. Lisnet and her team had already disappeared. Lisnet's voice was filled with continuous drama, and Kusha angrily cut her off, deciding she was just whining, but she kept playing the scene. Luke noticed how it had become too noisy outside, and Norris, realizing something was wrong, said, the carriage was no longer moving. They looked outside and saw that the driver was gone. Suddenly, right in front of the carriage, a giant maw opened. Norris and Luke froze. Fear and complete shock overwhelmed them. Meanwhile, Lisnet suddenly remembered something she had once heard. Wasn't it the same orc attack that the Kush party mentioned? Now everything fit together like a puzzle. It turns out that this very giant was driven out by the orcs from their lands, and fleeing from pursuit, they came out to the highway where they attacked the wagon. And it became clear how insane this giant was. He could scatter chaos for kilometers around. The ground trembled as soon as the huge creature burst out and roared loudly into the air. Inside the wagon, Kush shouted in surprise as the carriage was thrown back and scattered in all directions. Inside, everyone fell and collided with each other, while outside Lisnette and the team jumped off the wagon with refined grace and landed firmly on their feet. Meanwhile, Kush's team plopped down on the ground in a heap, and Lisnette turned around and scolded them, thinking that if they were really an S-level team, they should at least be able to avoid such a fall. Behemoth thundered with a low, frightening roar. His voice was deep and terrible. He opened his jaws and roared again. The roar was so loud it seemed to tear the air. Lisnette trembled. The sound was not just strong, it pressed down, and it seemed the very world cracked under the power of that roar. As the whirlwind unfolded outside, Kush froze in fear, unable to believe his eyes. His brain twitched, searching for an answer. What kind of monster was this? Melissa tried to guess. Maybe a giant boar or a cow or even a rhinoceros, but none of the options fit. Lisnette already knew. The entire Kush party stood stunned and helpless, and Norris, looking at the massive creature, muttered, "How unfair it is to be both so muscular and so fast at the same time." Even Luke trembled. Lisnette understood without any doubt this was a behemoth, and not just any monster, but exactly the target their mission was leading to. The realization hit the Kush squad. They were overwhelmed with shock. They were confused. Luke, as if he was not going to ask where his net knew the answer from, but as soon as he saw it with his own eyes, immediately understood. This was a real giant. Norris, trying to keep calm, laughed nervously. Yes, he was a bit bigger than expected, but they were S-level adventurers, right? Could this thing really be a real threat? People nearby started murmuring and pointing fingers at Kush's group. It was the famous Wolf Pack, the legendary S-rank team. Their appearance breathed hope into the caravan. The employees shouted with joy, and proud, self-satisfied smiles blossomed on the faces of the companions. One of Lesnetta's subordinates was overwhelmed with excitement. Another whispered that support items needed to be prepared for the squad. And then, without warning, the giant charged into the attack. Kush's group loudly shouted their strike as heroes of a great battle about to unleash the combined power of the strongest team in the capital. Lisnetta's heart pounded wildly with excitement. Finally, she would see the full power of the S-rank squad. But this did not happen. With one powerful sweep of its tail, the giant indifferently swept away the entire wolf swarm, throwing them into the air like dolls. Everyone who watched Mercenaries, the Lisnette team, and Lisnette herself froze in stunned silence. She could not believe it. Is this all the power of the S-rank team? Now the giant turned his attention to them. Panic erupted on the battlefield. People rushed to the forest, hoping to escape the monster's wrath. Lisnette Kursetsi could not allow themselves to end up where they would be destroyed, and her subordinate quickly calmed her. The retreat and attack routes were still prepared. Lisnetta hesitated. Could they really escape right now, even if it meant ruining the mission? She remembered the prince, and the very thought made her feel sick. She did not want to be anyone's joke. She tightly gripped her dagger. This was not some random group. They were the Empire's best, its deadliest team of assassins. She gave the order, draw weapons. No matter what she washated it or not, the fight was inevitable. They would defend Kush's feudal team and see it through to the end, but above all, they would not let anyone find out who they really were. And her team silently agreed without unnecessary questions. The monster lunged at Hirsch, dodged effortlessly. Without hesitation, she declared she would handle the giant herself and ordered everything she would need to be prepared. Her subordinate wished her luck, hoping they would all survive this, and the behemoth roared fiercely again. Taking cover behind the forest, Lisnette immediately launched the action. She dashed forward quickly and quietly like a shadow. She rushed over the beast and immediately aimed at the spot that was supposed to remain a blind spot for it. And she hit exactly there. But the giant had already moved, shifted, dodged, and inside her it grew cold. This creature did not see like a human. It did not rely on sensitive eyes and did not act according to usual patterns. For an S-rank monster, ambushes were almost useless. She sharply made a decision, a direct strike. Probably it was the only way out. She clenched in her hand a dagger made of wyvern bone, its blade soaked with a powerful poison that acts instantly. If it hits cleanly, it is enough to kill even such a force. She dashed forward again and kicked the giant, but the tail struck back again. It pushed her through her back, and still, he had a chance, a very small gap. She aimed at the monster's throat, wanted to tear it apart, took the perfect position and sharply plunged the dagger. But in vain, the blade could not pierce the thick skin. Lisnette sharply recoiled, counting seconds convulsively. The throat turned out to be too strong, but the eye no. She struck again, this time at the eye. The blade plunged in, and the monster was left without an eye, smeared with her poisoned weapon. Lisnette decided, from now on it was only a matter of time. The poison would spread, it would go numb and fall. She wanted to hear it scream, but instead, the behemoth responded unexpectedly. It released a strange breath in her direction. She flashed a thought that was poisonous mist. But something fell off from it. Liznit realized this creature withstands poison strikes. It turned out the dagger with the secret weapon was not enough. There was only one salvation left. She had to resort to the last. The devil's heart, a gift from Prince Virial himself. She recalled his words. When the moment comes, use this power. It will become your blood, your strength, your muscle, and your body will turn into the vessel it longed for. There was no choice left. She would accept that power and become the nightmare the giant never expected. In the royal castle, today in class, we were supposed to learn how to behave properly at a royal tea party. The instructor, Duchess Melinda, began the lesson. She addressed the princess and vividly explained why this topic is so important, then asked if she was ready. Melinda decisively ordered, when the princess sits at the table, her chin must be level. She did not require raising it up that would sound condescending, and did not allow lowering it down that would read as humiliation. The chin should be held parallel to the floor to show the princess is on equal footing with the guest. While the lesson continued, Melinda laid out the etiquette rule before everyone. Sitting, the princess should cross her legs at the ankles, placing the left one forward. This is a sign of friendship, and the right one extended forward means hostility, even if the legs are hidden under the table. Then Melinda placed a cup on the table as a visual example and showed how to behave when tea is served. Next, the lesson practiced sweetening the drink, and Melinda categorically stated, only 1 or 3 sugar cubes, never 2. As if even numbers quietly whispered, a desire to part ways with the person you're talking to. Melinda enthusiastically continued explaining the rules of holding the cup. A true refined lady, she said, must extend the pinky when lifting the cup, but not hold this gesture too rigidly. Too sharp a movement would be considered rude. The pinky should remain slightly flexible to maintain grace. And as soon as she continued, she immediately noticed that the princess's head had drooped, so she promptly drew attention to it. She noticed that the tiara was slipping and insistently emphasized, it must be constantly held at the correct angle. The princess, wherever she is, must behave impeccably. Her words and actions reflect not only on herself but on the entire kingdom. And then there was a mention of Prince Cardis, the princess's fiancé. This made her freeze. She bitterly reflected on how she was forced to become engaged to the second prince, a stranger, and resented the reproaches of the crown prince, another foreigner. This story hung over her like a heavy burden. Melinda then honestly explained how exactly the princess's behavior determines the fate of the kingdom's stability. As one of the chosen, the princess bore incredible responsibility and had to weigh every word before speaking in public. The princess sighed mentally in response. She would rather live the life she chose herself. Although she acknowledged the privileges she received by birth, she was still unsettled by the feeling that foreign expectations mercilessly crushed her from within. It felt as if she was born under a curse. Turning her gaze to the birds outside the window, she wondered if Gale was the creator of the curse. Could this lift the burden pressing on her? And at that very moment, her butler spoke. He reminded her of the long peace with the empire, saying it would protect the kingdom from a bloody abyss, and also advised her to take a closer look at the empire itself. Even a drop of knowledge about them could matter. She pondered aloud about what was gnawing at her and again turned to Vivian. She asked about the rumor regarding the empire, whether it was true that the so-called devil's heart, which was attributed to them, was taken from the body of the true king of demons. And Vivian, hearing this, only sighed despairingly, resignedly. The princess once again clung to the strangest details. The princess was certain. Vivian misunderstood her intention. She, as a princess, wondered if something as catastrophically dangerous as the king of demons could even exist, more likely an oral legend than a proven historical fact, something on the border between a fairy tale and incomplete truth. The stories whispered by those who suffered during the time of the king of demons 1,000 years ago were meant to convey the unbearable pain of the past generation. But over time, the raw horror of these ancient tales became too heavy, so the cruel memories of that era slowly turned into fairy tales. These stories might not have been historically true, but one thing was indisputable. The fact that such stories existed at all hinted, the so-called devil's heart, if it can give rise to such vile and dark legends, then it is truly one of the most malevolent and cursed phenomena, and we still have to acknowledge its existence in this world. Somewhere deep in the forest, blood splattered on the leaves just as the beast grabbed Liznit. The poison quickly takes over her. Her strength fades, the creature opens its jaws, and she is already preparing for the end. Seeing all this, her subordinates screamed in fear, and one of them froze for a moment. Then he tossed an object upward. The spherical device flared with bright fire and exploded with blinding light. The dazzling glow forced everyone to cover their eyes. Nothing was visible in this beam, and someone missed their chance. Liznit slowly reached out her hand to the beast's flesh. With all her might, she dug her claws into his skin, tore the grip, and broke free. She did not expect that an S-class monster. They were vulnerable even to something as simple as one of their flashbang bombs. But the window she opened was enough, and she immediately fastened the bracelet on her wrist. That thing she once spoke about with the prince. Created by alchemy and soaked with the sixth power of the heart, she called it her farewell gift. Landing on the forest floor, Liznetta saw the giant stagger from the wound. Rage flared in his eyes and he lunged forward. Her subordinate immediately sensed the threat. Such a huge creature, wildly rushing at unprecedented speed with horns sharpened to razor sharpness, could tear almost anything apart. And as soon as the beast came closer, Liznetta stood firm, not retreating a step. She raised her hand right in front of his horn and with incredible strength intercepted the beast's lunge, completely stopping him. Her people froze in shock. She tamed this colossus. Liznit felt her heart pounding as the power pierced her through. Her eyes flashed with a new shade, her body tense from strain. They came face to face, beast and warrior. Both growled. She dug her claws into his skin again but already knew her strength was fading. It was time to put an end to this fight. She stepped back, squeezed out every last drop of strength, and with one hand lifted that giant into the air. And then with a terrible roar, it struck him to the ground with full force. The blow echoed through the forest floor. The beast did not move. Everyone who saw it froze, their gazes stuck to what had just happened. Slowly, the giant rose again, dragging the wounded body away from her. Liznit, exhausted and already on the verge of madness, burst into wild, uncontrollable laughter. The hordes of monsters scattered, retreating from the battlefield in complete panic. The aura of the devil's heart, which did not recede, had already taken. It prevailed, and one of the subordinates no longer knew who the real monster was now. Liznit glanced over the aftermath. Her gaze swept over the devastated area. One of the subordinates finally caught up with her. She was still holding the S-rank monster in her thoughts, feeling its overwhelming power and realizing it had not been completely destroyed. A sharp cough burst from her, painfully tearing at her chest. At that moment, everyone rushed to her in panic. Someone dared to shout to bring the one who removes spells without delay. She grabbed her chest and gasped. Fragments of words escaped her lips again, mentioning the Demon King and the heart. Her hand clutched the ground beneath her, squeezing it as if she could tear the support out of pain and despair. Confusion rippled through the group when they saw something inside her body shifted sharply. Another team member inadvertently broke the silence. They were just lucky with the timing, and he assured them he had exactly what was needed. He reminded the others how much that thing had cost, then holding back cautious hope said he hoped it would work. After that, he opened a special container, showed a church-approved exorcism ritual, and raising his voice began to chant a spell calling upon God Rouge. As soon as the words left his lips, a bright circular glow spread around the group. The light grew, Liznit coughed sharply once again, and a bracelet with a sealed cursed entity flew off her hand. A small creature jumped out of it like a little devil. It screamed, writhing on the ground. The creature crawled to Liznit. Its grotesque body dragged along the ground, and in her head the prince's words flashed: she must become the vessel that the devil's heart has been searching for so long. In desperate resistance, she burst into a scream. What it had done to her was already more than enough. She would not let this happen again, though her body still trembled from coughing fits. Others kept reminding. Once such a cursed thing is used, there will be no full cleansing. Particles of the devil's heart will still remain in her, biting deep and leaving no trace. At that moment she realized why the prince in the palace did not give her the talisman that breaks spells. The realization struck her right in the chest. Of all the terrible artifacts she could have resorted to, it was exactly that one. Yet she could not deny the relief. A wave washed over her. The Colossus was fallen. It could still be called a victory, at least for now. But the caravan suffered a fierce defeat. Although some adventurers and mercenaries survived, most of the carts lay in shards and ruins. It became clear travels would not resume anytime soon. Liznit sighed and resigned herself to the delay. They would just have to wait until a patrol arrived from the capital and took them to the outer district of Farmaj. Then she froze and stared long at the hands, faces, and worn clothes of the people before her. Everyone was suffering, and without a word they fell to their knees before her. She understood how much pain they too had endured, sincerely thanked them for their efforts, and one of them modestly waved it off, saying it was nothing compared to what she had gone through. She sharply turned away, looked aside, and disdainfully threw a phrase about the supposed power of the S-rank guild members, saying they turned out to be too weak, and that humiliated her. Her gaze fixed on the sealed container, and her thoughts swirled around its contents. The cursed artifact from the myths course, made from the very heart of the devil, was finally tamed thanks to the numerous seals they had placed on it. One of the men admitted he would never have believed it if he had not seen everything with his own eyes. And the second, with burning ambition, declared that they were capable of defeating even the creator of the artifact, no matter how formidable he was. Liznit clenched her fist. She suddenly felt clearly the hatred was renewed. Gale Hamilton. She burned with contempt for him more than ever. Meanwhile, somewhere far away in Smith's Guild in Farmage G. Gale sneezed again and once more. Mora stood nearby and, waving her hand indignantly, said that Gale had managed to smear himself with the remains of the undead through all those sneezes. And for Gale, everything was painfully clear. Somewhere, someone was definitely talking about him. He glanced at the box nearby. Inside lay what he had crafted according to the blueprint and instructions, a cursed thing, not very attractive in appearance. And as soon as he showed it, Gale faltered. Inside the skull glowed dimly, undeniably skeletal and eerie. And two girls stared at him intently with burning curiosity. Gale displayed his latest work, and as if asking whether this was exactly what was expected of him, showed a mystical lantern generator in the shape of a skull, immediately explaining the principle. Such flames often appeared in crypts. These stood there for centuries, and never went out because the lamps were powered by the energy of tiny fragments of souls in the earthy, as traces left by weeds or insects. Those tongues of fire were ethereal. They could not cause a fire. Therefore, the application proved to be both remarkably effective and truly safe. Gail caught herself for a moment thinking she admired her own ingenuity. What an impressive idea. But another thought immediately slipped in. Wouldn't a street lit by skull-shaped lamps be too ostentatious? At first frightening, and then it could be polished and tested over time. The girls quietly whisper. Red muted whispers clearly revealed they were discussing something between the two of them. When Gail exposed them, the guild leader waved it off and vaguely said it was supposedly nothing. But in her mind she was already spinning another idea. How to first arrange these magical lamps instead of all the central street lighting in the city, and then expand the scale even wider. Sharana, eagerly asking about Gail's projects, inquired if he had already finished anything from what he was asked. Gail said he had indeed completed some things, including another version of the petrification cicatrice beam. And he also completely immersed himself in work. He forged several enchanted tools for the household. Among them were the cursed thresher, the groaning millstone, the crying saw, and the trembling soul sifter. As soon as the two girls heard this list, they fearfully realized Gail had already dealt with everything. Sharon asked if they were already ready to inspect this place. Mora and Gail looked at her. Gail asked if this was finally the very place they had talked about, and Sharona confirmed. She had found the perfect place for him just one block from the main street, right in the center. Gail inquired if this meant he could turn everything into his shop. Sharana explained, all the equipment and furniture from the former alchemy shop were still there, so it was almost exactly what he wanted. It sounded more like a compliment. Gail couldn't have asked for anything better, and she only responded by agreeing. Sharana said that as soon as they cleaned up, filled the shelves, and hung a new sign, this store would become his. When Sharon looked around, she saw how Mora nudged Gail with her elbow and teased him, mocking the fact that he was Gail, the shopkeeper. Gail blushed. Sharon added that she had already informed everyone in the guild. He would continue to have access to their furnaces and other equipment, so they should keep coming. The exhausted caravan stubbornly pressed on, and 10 days had already passed since that behemoth attack. Half of the wagons heading to the farms got lost or were seriously damaged. But as soon as the road patrol officers pulled them out of trouble, the journey moved forward again. So all. It seemed Kush's team had completely repelled the giant and the horde of monsters he led. Kush sincerely gathered every word of praise that the mercenaries generously showered on him and did not doubt for a moment. A huge reward was already waiting for them somewhere. Luke stubbornly insisted that a significant role belonged to him as well, and Norris added, one should not forget about his support either. Melissa assured them that their contribution was indispensable, yet honestly admitted she could not exactly recall what they had done. Luke swore and pointed out that even others seemed to have no idea what role all this played. Norris agreed but insisted, without their unwavering support, they would not have been able to drive away the monsters at all. After all, they had torn out the behemoth's eye, cut off its tail, and even ripped off one of its mighty horns. Kush said that probably Melissa's wyvern dagger had knocked the creature's eye out, but with the severed tail and horn doubts had already begun. He insisted that could only have happened from the strike of his mithril sword. Having said this, he still seemed to live that moment and touched the sword with his fingers. Almost all the other adventurers and mercenary guards were so beaten that they could not remember exactly how the behemoth retreated. Listenit in her group just listened, noticing. There was not a drop of blood on Kush's mithril blade, and wondered how he so stubbornly deceived himself. All guild members lay unconscious. Kush woke up first, and rushed to look for the behemoths. Norris could not understand where the entire horde of monsters had gone. Melissa ran up and declared that the found eye was hers, from which her daggers still protruded, and Luke kicked something nearby and pulled out one of the giant's horns. Kush noticed the tail was also lying on the ground. They were all so absorbed in the fight that their memory was foggy, but from the obvious traces he was sure that they had driven the monster away. The wolf pack collectively reshuffled their memories. One of Lisnit's subordinates whispered quietly, shouldn't they tell the truth? And Lisnit only asked dryly, what good would it do? Defeating that behemoth was never in their plans, and for a killer, extra attention is a pure burden. Suddenly someone waved their hand forward, and joyfully exclaiming, announced that the AgroHub farmage was already in sight, and the passengers, with relief and gratitude, showered thanks as they approached the escort group standing nearby and smiling proudly. The travelers were chatting, saying no one even knew whose security it was. An S-level team, and what a responsible task they were entrusted with. Someone remarked that there were almost no losses of people or cargo exclusively thanks to these people. Luke, full of confidence, declared, when they are on the job, even 1 or 2 giants are no problem. From afar, Lisnit's group watched this, clearly irritated. One of them ironically remarked, The true heroes of the day sat silently and were ignored, while lazy and boastful scoundrels basked in praise. Listenet replied that such a scene was too familiar for this guild. Kush asked what would happen next. Melissa replied that they would look for an inn. She finally wanted to sleep in a real bed. Norris aloud wondered if there was a tavern nearby with charming barmaids. Listenet commented on their usual behavior with restrained irritation. Then he forced himself to smile and advised them to first stop by the guild. Kush agreed, yes, it was a complete hassle, but they still needed to get paid for parts of the behemoth. Luke said that if this task were entrusted to those miserable losers, he would be afraid they would run away with the cargo. Listenet smiled outwardly, but inside her patience was already cracking. Kush raised his eyes and asked what was happening in the city. Skulls stretched along the streets. On the poles they were installed and glowed eerily. Luke inquired about the strange decorations. Why were there skulls everywhere? Melissa noticed. The locals did not even blink and wondered if this was normal here at all. Norris hesitated, then asked if they had never seen anything like this before. The gasps followed and everything immediately became clear to them. This distorted, macabre aesthetic without a doubt was Gale's doing, and someone loudly asked, if so, then what are these things his inventions? Luke doubted and questioned. Could they really believe that this very place completely consumed Gale? Melissa also did not believe. She noted that Gale only made cursed equipment, so this strange cityscape could not possibly be his creation. Norris objected that they should not be so sure. This is a remote town. Kesh smirked. If Gale is here, then nothing terrible, because with so many strange creatures he probably opened a shop somewhere. And someone else intervened. At least Gale should have gone through the local guild. Everyone knew how funny he was, and Norris cut in. Leaving such obvious clues in broad daylight is definitely his style. Everyone smiled slyly and agreed to first head to the guild. Listenet felt they had stumbled upon something truly valuable. One of her subordinates confirmed that Gale Hamilton seemed to live here, but Kush's group apparently did not respect him much. If Listenet had to guess, she would say that Gale did not trust his former comrades at all, and she would also suppose that he hid the fact that he was actually a master of artifacts and used that second-rate team only as a cover for his affairs. Finally, they reached the Adventurers Guild. At the entrance, they were greeted by Gimli. As soon as they went inside, Luke noticed that life was not bustling here at all, and Melissa looked at the walls and said what an old building this was. Norris doubted that they would find any truly worthy adventure here. Heavy footsteps echoed hollowly when He rushed swiftly to the registration desk. He demanded to be brought. The guildmaster claimed his group was a wolf pack and assigned them ranks. Gimli laughed, said she was the guildmaster, and asked how he could help. Kush abruptly shouted a curse, obviously shocked by the revelation, then called Lisnetta and snapped his fingers a signal to bring the cart, and Lisnetta with her subordinate pulled the giant's remains forward. I am laying out the parts before Gimli so he can carefully examine everything. Kush stood waiting for her verdict while she calmly inspected the monster's parts. Gimli smiled and, after a pause somewhat embarrassed, he asked what exactly he expected. Cash responded with a confused grumble and sharply ordered her not to mess with him. He asked Gimli if she recognized these remains. Gimli replied that it was some incredibly large monster, at least that's what flickered in her mind. Luke jumped into the conversation and sharply emphasized how important it was. Does she not understand what that means? It's an S-level monster. Norris immediately added. Such alchemical raw material really costs a fortune in the capital. They would pay a whole fortune for it. But he explained, if it's about a behemoth, to prove you killed it, you need at least a whole head or heart. That's the custom. And apparently even in the capital, they do it no other way. She added, the giant ran away, right? The companions froze and swallowed hard. Kush frowned, muttered irritably, we'll see who laughs later, and the whole group turned and headed for the exit. When they were leaving, Gimli shouted to Lisnetta. Next time she would be the one to finish the hunt. Lisnetta, too disgusted by the rest to care, just snorted disdainfully, and her subordinates began gathering the remains of the behemoth and followed her. Gimli addressed Lisnetta directly and asked which organization she belonged to. Lisnetta froze and slowly turned around. They came across Gimli. He was smiling as if he already knew everything in advance. Gimli insisted further, saying it was clear anyway. They were the ones who actually wounded that giant. So why pretend it was done by some clownish group? If Lisnetta tried to hide something, Gimli said coldly that next time she better come up with a better story. Lisnetta froze speechless. Gimli came to her mind, either involved in the same matter or too close to it, and clearly a master of his craft. She only said that they were leaving, and everyone else agreed without any protests. When they set off, Gimli noted in her thoughts, an S-rank group from the capital exactly like Gale. As soon as they started moving, the things seemed to lift themselves and begin to play. The store stood just one street away from the central main street of the city. A sign hung by the entrance. Gale wiped the sweat from his forehead, announced that everything was ready, asked Sharon how it looked, and she replied, not so bad, a bit creepy, but definitely his style. Gale once again sincerely thanked her and said how incredibly grateful he was to have a professional fixer nearby who makes all this possible. Sharon barely managed to say thank you and immediately added that she did not want to be called that. On the sign in front in black letters it read, "Wonder Shop Gale's Cursed Items," Sharon clarified. Personally, she had nothing against it as long as he still took orders. And Gale smiled, she was one of his best clients. She was the one who brought him here and helped start this place, so he promised to visit the Blacksmith's Guild from time to time. His great discovery was supposed to happen the very next day. He asked Sharon if she wanted to celebrate that night, and she clarified in response whether he meant drinking. Gil only confirmed, supposedly he would also warn Mora about this. And indeed Mora appeared from behind and asked if they had already finished. Sharon nodded and explained. She had the perfect timing. Gale's shop was already ready to operate, rented, but it looked great. Mora sighed and said she wanted to help Gale set everything up, but it seemed she was too late. It really was a turnkey solution. Once there was a tool shop here that belonged to an alchemist, so Gale was able to prepare everything much faster than she had hoped. Gale looked at Mora and asked if she had recently gone on quests with other parties. Mora replied that she had, and Gimli added, if it's about Gale, she only solos quests in crypts, abandoned churches, and similar places, right? Gale said he was gathering the damned materials and no one wanted to join his team for such work. Sharon added that it was not a coincidence. She explained there is indeed meaning in all this. There were almost no announcements for the creators of curses, so there was no chance to find worthy ones. Gale admitted it was really not easy for him despite the fact that he enjoyed his own shop. He still felt like a person who constantly plays on adventure. He did not intend to stay as a full-time shop assistant, planned to continue combining the store with adventures. And yet he hoped that eventually he would hire someone to look after the shop while he was in the field. He needed to buy time, make items and gather more crypts and ruins. But now there was a lack of money. Hiring an assistant immediately was not possible. Eyes of Moore suddenly widened. She could sometimes go to the performance and then maybe they could gather as a team again. Gale turned his head toward her. Mora explained. Although both of them were in the rear detachment, such an arrangement proved successful each time during previous tasks. Blushing slightly, she confessed. When she was near him, she felt she could overcome anything. Gale turned away and disappeared to the side, as if unaware of her feelings. Mora closed her eyes waiting for an answer, holding her breath. Gale was not here at all. He was fussing around something and muttering that it needed to be fixed. On the neighboring shelf, an artifact wrapped in bandages like a mummy suddenly began to unravel. The bandages loosened. Gale rushed there, loudly pointed a finger at the problem and did not even hear Mora's words. Embarrassed, she realized she had just lost to the mummy in the struggle for his attention. Nearby, Sharana only watched and smiled as if it were the best show. Later, when they went outside, Mora said they would meet again after sunset. Sharon nodded and added she would bring something for Gale too. She asked if he had any wishes. Gale replied no. Let her bring whatever she wanted, and he would prepare something for the drinks. When they walked away, Mora whispered to Sharana that adding to the name Curiosity Shop was Gale's idea. Sharana nodded. If he had just called it a shop of cursed things, there would be far fewer customers. No one would enter if they did not know exactly what they were looking for. Somewhere in the distance, Gale heard their laughter. He sharply turned around, searching with his eyes for his shop. He glanced at his store and barely smiled. Friends were nearby. And this is the place where you belong. It was hard to put into words how calming it was. Then the door was struck by a bell, a soft, clear sound that echoed far beyond its volume. It was an inanimate bell, a small enchanted talisman once used by tomb guards to soothe and guide the souls of lost children. Its voice spread for many miles around, and it hung right on the door. There was no mountain of goods here, only shelves filled with artifacts and curiosities that could not be found anywhere else. Later that night, the bell again broke the silence, while Gale stood behind and was already preparing something. He stepped to the shop entrance, greeted the visitors, and apologized that the establishment was not yet open, but he was suddenly caught to see Kush standing right there. Kush threw him a sarcastic hello and cursed his name. Gale froze, embarrassed by Kush's appearance. Kush just continued. After all the trouble Gale had caused them, now he sees him behind a cheerful little cursed shop somewhere in the village. A sharp bang sounded, the door was kicked open, another voice thundered Gale. And the rest of the group stepped inside. Gale stood still as if rooted to the spot. He could barely comprehend what was happening. Then he noticed someone behind Lisnet. He asked what they were all doing here, appeared out of nowhere, and just when the shop hadn't even officially opened yet. Norris turned to Lisnet and asked her and the team to stand outside. They didn't want any obstacles. Gil was confused. Was Lisnet the new me, who was now in their group, and why did they bring such a large company? Lisnet and the team approached the entrance and stood nearby, watching closely. Norris stated that this arrangement should make things easier, and looked hopefully at Gale as if he finally understood what he was talking about. Gale glanced at them casually and immediately blurted out. It was they who once drove him out and even ordered him to open the cursed shop. He spoke through anxiety, his voice trembled, and his legs barely held him just from their appearance. Kush did not waste time and immediately got to the point. He said that they needed Gale to lift the curse from them right now. Gale blinked and froze, unable to grasp what was said. Then he asked for everything to be explained. Nearby, one of Lisnetta's subordinates leaned over and asked if they really were only supposed to stand guard. Lisnetta clarified what exactly he meant. The subordinate replied, "That was Gale Hamilton, right? Why give him to that part if he could have approached him directly?" But Lisnetta did not agree. If this was really Gale Hamilton, the artifact craftsman, then the best thing was to see his skill with their own eyes. The subordinate accepted this logic. But Lisnetta doubted in her soul, was the man before her really Gale Hamilton? Outwardly, he seemed too ordinary. Inside the group continued to watch Gale. He asked again, "Curse," and waved it off, reading whether Kush meant those cursed buffs that Gale once cast on their gear when they were a team. And what did they have to endure to film this? He acted cautiously. He was sure he had not conjured any negative effect on their equipment. He used advanced methods so that only positive forces remained and all dark side effects fell on him. He clenched his fist and remembered back then he was considered a burden, and he agreed, thinking he was protecting his comrades from the cursed equipment. But now, in a flat tone, he told them that he had long ago lifted those curses. Gale repeated the word curse again, still trying to understand what exactly they were talking about. Kush rushed forward and accused him of pretending to be a fool. He insisted. Gale cursed them in revenge for being expelled from the party. But later Gale questioned the very logic of this motive. Why would he do such a thing at all? Without saying a word, Kush abruptly grabbed the nearest thing in the story when Gale did not react as he wanted. Kush threw the object sharply. It shattered into pieces on the floor. Gale fell to his knees, not believing. It was one of his most precious valuable she's main artifact. Melissa froze, staring at the broken artifact. And she asked if it was the very same desired thing. She just snorted, as if it was better for everyone that it was destroyed. Gale's face tightened, his eyebrows knitted into a single ridge, and Norris confirmed their resolve. They would gather to completely smash all that junk Gale had collected. Luke did not stop. He was throwing daggers into the shelves, and each strike caught more and more items. Gale protested loudly, trying to stop him, insisting that these objects were not targets. Norris was already about to pronounce the spell. But Gale, turning to him in horror, shouted for him not to cast anything dangerous in the house because if he caused a fire, it would destroy everything. Gale rushed to the shelves, trying to save at least something. But he didn't manage to take even a few steps. Kush grabbed him by the collar and sharply pulled him back. With a sneer, he said he was tired of talking and wanted action, and again demanded that Gale remove those damn curses. Gale said their indicators could return to normal, but he did not weaken them. Not once did he hit them. Kush blinked, confused by the hint. Could Gale be implying that they were just weak at first? Gale stubbornly held his gaze, and Kush became even angrier because of it. He sharply pressed Gale against the wall in the corner of the room. Kush growled as if he no longer cared what the princess asked and snatched the sword. The hint was crystal clear. If Gale refuses to remove the curse, maybe they can break it by killing the one who cast it. Norris agreed it sounded like a brilliant way out. Melissa added that if Gale was no longer needed, then that creepy junk wouldn't have to be bothered anymore, and Luke added that he would finally make Gale shut up. Kush was boiling with rage. He shouted that they had come all the way here, forced to endure ignoramuses from the backwoods, and now they even wanted to get out of this hole. He raised his sword above his head to strike, but Gale looked up and asked him to repeat. What did he say about this city? Instantly Gale's fist hit Kasher in the face, a clean, deafening blow. Kush did not expect this. Gale, the master of curses, reacted instinctively. He didn't even have time to think. In the cramped shop where heavy weapons were slow and clumsy, the fist moved faster and more precisely, and Kush was thrown back through the door. Gale straightened up and shouted after him. He told Kush that if he continued to destroy the shop that Sharona helped him get, he would no longer tolerate it. Right now is the perfect moment. Gale endured all the insults they threw at him, but as soon as they dared to insult Farmich, the city that gave him a second chance, that was too much. Gale declared that they would settle this on the street once and for all. The anger in him burned so fiercely that his strike gained iron strength. The squad rushed into the open space, and from afar Lisnet's people quietly lined up. As soon as Gale faced his former team, they would finally see what he was really capable of, and then decide to kidnap him or kill him. Any outcome suited their plan. On paper, the Wolfpack party were S-level adventurers. Lisnetta wanted to profit from this reputation. They would become perfect scapegoats. Kush shook the dust off himself and growled at Gale. If he wanted to play that way, so be it. He would put everything he had into it. Melissa shouted, asking if he was ready for what was coming. Norris said Gale would regret it if he overdid it with them. Recently they had a bit of luck, an unexpected catch, so just in case. He was equipped with the most expensive buff items that could be obtained in the capital. A vial gleamed in his hand like a potion, sparkling with powerful magic. Melissa snorted disdainfully. Spending such rare and strong things on someone like Gale was wasteful. They uncorked the vials and drank the contents in one gulp while Gale watched closely. Cash coughed and a bright flash of light immediately burst from him. Gale squinted. He recognized that gleam, not ordinary potions, but elite power enhancers. so powerful that the increase in attributes was visible to the naked eye, and just the smell was enough for an experienced craftsman to immediately sense the substitution. No, this was by no means a cheap stimulant. Kush explained, first-class guild-approved enhancers, disposable elite elixirs that amplify abilities, drink it and the power is unleashed. Such quality things are completely unaffordable for someone like Gale, he boasted, and with them the team almost returned to their damned former glory, and Gale muttered under his breath that he never cursed them. Before Gale could react, a pack of wolves surged forward and Kush led the attack, charging like a berserker. For Gale, this move was a complete monster, like an ogre rushing straight at him, and the formation caught his eye and he recognized it immediately. Here it is, the very front wedge, the formation that was always the pride of the wolf pack. The former rear guard Gale never took direct part in, yet still saw how they practiced this move again and again, countless times in a row, until everything fell into place perfectly. He felt the rhythm. One went straight into the attack and distracted the enemy, while another sneaked up from behind and only for a moment catching attention, the formation immediately restructured. One threat held the front, the other took the flank. If Gale decided that Kush was the only threat and focused solely on him, he would have exposed himself to a precise strike from the other side, and instincts flared at the last moment. Suddenly Melissa surged forward and struck from the side. He dodged, but barely in time. She sneered mockingly, mocking his distraction, while Gale's gaze darted between them. Their stats sharply jumped, and they moved almost several times faster than he had dared to assume. But he still managed to dodge the first attack that was enough to carve out a little space for himself. He could read movements and still react. But as soon as that happened, daggers rained down on him. A hail of throwing knives cut through the air and he had to duck. And he rolled, barely managing to dodge them. Luke laughed from afar and warned that the next volley would pierce him. Gale knew in his mind, Luke's weapon was no joke. The knives themselves were cheap, but each tip glowed with poison. Gale never fully identified it. Even the smallest scratch could mean death. The level of danger was no less than if Kush and Melissa had attacked him simultaneously. Kush lunged forward again and hoarsely shouted, "Are you giving up yet, Gale?" Gale watched his movements closely. No shift in posture, he was still reading Kush's attack lines, searching for the next move. But the greatest threat was Norris. The sorcerer was already gathering power for a hellish spell, deadly and indiscriminate. If it missed and hit the city, the destruction and casualties would be catastrophic. Kush taunted and challenged, "Do you really think you can avoid everything?" Barely had these words left his lips, a storm descended on Gale. Kush launched his signature move, Garage Slash, a torrent of sharp swings. Gale jumped back, twisted his torso, swayed and dodged, but the sharp angles left him almost no room. Kush barked an order, "Surround him, cut off all escape routes." The others immediately got to work without hesitation. Gale's eyes narrowed sharply. He reached into his pocket and quietly, almost under his breath, whispered, "Got it." There was a rustle and scrolls appeared. Everyone ended up exactly where Gale had planned, within reach. He activated the scrolls and a powerful gust of energy burst out like a whirlwind. Opponents guessed that he was fending off their attacks, but the truth backfired. He was luring them, making them believe in their own defense. It would have been enough for them to pump themselves up to absurdity. Gale would simply bring them back down to earth again, shattering their confidence. For all their mockery of his tools and disdain for the fact that he was a cursed master, now they would feel what it was like to be on the other side of the curse. He released Anti-Boost, a remedy against their enhancements, and snapped his fingers. From the very heart of the scrolls, a refined talisman was woven. Its pattern bore the master's seal, delicate, precise, and merciless. It was an object of balance, created to tame excessive bursts of power and restore equilibrium. It was called the Talisman for the Innocent Prisoner. But just now, a giant magical construct grew around, resembling a prison that embraced the place with a sinister glow, and the whole group froze in disbelief. None of them had ever seen anything like it before. What kind of strange spell was this? Gale stood calmly amid the reaction. It was not an ordinary curse. Gale knew it was a one-time tool, an artifact that activates only after the user marks its targets. Its radius was small, only a few yards from the installation point, but in this tight space the power worked astonishingly. Any target entering inside immediately fell under a destructive, weakening curse. The very same thing, made from ashes, was done to a man who had been imprisoned since youth for a crime he did not commit. He lived his whole life locked up and alone, and died in that same cell, soaked in silent resentment. This object was imbued with lifelong resentment. Compressed and turned into a weapon, thus was born a curse that not only drained power, but also dragged along a spirit bound by injustice and time. Gale clearly remembered exactly where that ash was taken from. He lit a torch along the wall of the ruins, and the dead had already grown into the stone. Unlike most undead, she did not even move. She stood motionless, rooted into the very structure, and from her emanated a powerful, hatred-filled aura. Her curse was strong but passive, rather an echo of what she once was, not an active force, and there was a story here, Gale thought. He activated a bit of his own magic, not destructive, but filled with compassion. Silently, he asked the spirit to tell its story. The curse weakened, the rotten features of the undead shone. He turned again to the old man. The man blinked and froze as if struck by electricity. Gale came first, not to fight, not to rob, he came to listen. During his life, no one cared about him and no one spoke to him. He was already forgotten before death. And for Gale, the truth was etched with pain. The old man merged with the wall because he had made peace with his loneliness. Silence and isolation turned him into a lifeless semblance. And when the magic faded, he vanished without a trace. Returning to the present, Gale finally understood what this item did. Kush and the others drank a rare elixir serum, an elite boost for S-rank adventurers, which raises all stats and maximizes strength, magic, and endurance. But the thing Gale had planted was not made to remove that boost immediately, no. It slowly and relentlessly corroded it, step by step, and he did not know how far this weakening would go. But even this was enough to open a crack. Kush laughed at everything and cut off a curse. No curse can overcome a booster made in the capital. And the others picked up on it, weaving irritation with distrust. But apparently this was not enough to somehow cope with their incredible power. Gale darted aside, glanced back at them and dashed away. Kush shouted, confused, "Where the hell is he running?" But Gale had no intention of staying here, not in the city. The curse had already weakened them. It worked. Now he needed to lead the fight as far away from civilians as possible. He called for them to follow. That was the plan. He reduced their power just enough for everything to work, and so far it was going as planned. But he could not risk involving the townspeople. They had nothing to do with this. And changing location was critically important. Although he stayed on the farm briefly, he had already memorized all the important places. The underground crypts, the old church on the district's outskirts, and actually the abandoned hospital could be closer. He had all of this. Wide, spacious halls and strong old protective seals left behind. That was enough. He looked around. All four stayed close, chasing after him. Perfect. He needed them all. The chase gradually dispersed. Kush stopped. His body twisted in a spasm. He gasped for air in jerks. The others collapsed nearby, breathing heavily as if something had broken and gone wrong. Norris growled, saying they used the best alchemical weapon the capital could offer. A potion made to order for adventurers of their rank, but Luke still found it strange. Melissa nodded. There was no sense in all of this. Kush clenched his fists, confused and angry. Why was this supposedly useless crap from Gale so wildly different from what they had been prepared for? In a fit of rage, he shouted at Lisnet, demanding, "Did she bring any items to dispel the spells?" But there was no answer. The pack of wolves froze, looked around, and immediately realized Gale was nowhere to be found, just like Lesnit, around them empty and quiet. Cash cursed, roaring into the night in despair. They could only stand and stare into the darkness, watching Gale disappear beyond their reach. A moment before Gale decided to dash out of the shop, Lisnet finally came to what she needed to know. Gale Hamilton was real, and it was not the reason but the number of artifacts he carried, without even thinking, that frightened her. Her subordinate asked what the next step was. The townspeople had already noticed the commotion. Even in a rural town, guards do not linger long and would arrive soon. Lisnet wanted to take control of the area and not let anyone approach the actions, but it was already too late. In the distance, the guards' footsteps echoed dully. She ordered 3 to take control of the crowd without any suspicion. Lisnet froze in place, and Gale's curse still gripped her, not letting go. She was pierced by a tremor. Had the 6th shard of the devil's heart just activated? She sharply shouted for everyone to hide. When someone dared to ask about the observers, Lisnet waved it off. They no longer mattered. The heart had to be returned. She broke into a cough, groaning in pain. The team grew worried. What if the seal on the heart had cracked? They placed a strong, solid seal on that 6th fragment, so it shouldn't have broken easily, but something was still wrong. It felt like she was pierced. A presence was felt nearby, as strong as the beating of hearts. Something responded in return. Her breath caught right now. Was it the devil's heart responding to Gale Hamilton's curse as if they were equals? Did they resonate with each other? She raised her eyes. Panic washed over her like a wave, and she called for cover again. Black smoke began to roll in, stretching right up to her as if trying to touch her. Her companions froze in confusion. Could this really be a remote debuff? Lisnet felt the indicators sharply drop from the barely noticeable touch of dark smoke. The power was staggering. Could this have been the effect of the artifact that belonged to Gale Hamilton? A chill ran through her body. Cold sweat soaked her clothes. This was not an ordinary debuff. Something deeper and more insidious had taken hold of her. She gasped convulsively for air. It was not just a slowdown. It worked like anti-armor, fatigue that exceeded normal recovery. She stumbled. No, there was more here. Horror clustered in innocence itself and deception under a sheep's skin. The subordinate noted, undergoing training among killers is not yet a guarantee that someone will understand negative states better than the killers themselves, but even they could not unravel this. Lisnet admitted that she had never seen such a powerful combination of debuffs. Even a light touch of that dark light exhausted her. A direct hit would have been many times worse. They were already heading towards the same doom as Kush's team, so she gave a new order. The siege is over, no more clashes with that light. Another wave of dark smoke covered them. Lisnet cursed angrily. Her subordinate cut off the phrase and declared, "The target escaped." Lesnit asked, If Gale uses such powerful artifacts to weaken Kush's team, then why would he run away at all? What was he planning? She abruptly stopped her own thoughts. There was no time for reflection. He had to be pursued. For any adventurer, such an artifact would be the last trump card, but Gale used it right at the very beginning. Her companion agreed, so there was no longer any doubt. Finally, they came across him. Gale Hamilton really turned out to be the creator of artifacts they were searching for. Liznit gathered the team and reminded them they had to defeat 4. There was never time to hesitate. They nodded and confirmed they were ready. One of them asked about Kush's party, but Liznit waved it off, saying it did not matter. They watched Gale as he left the city and headed towards the old hospital ruins, a place closed after the bodies of those who died from the plague were buried along with its history of illness and death. Liznit smiled crookedly. For Gale, who lurks in the shadows, running to seek shelter in such an abandoned, lifeless place was simply ridiculous. She decisively moved forward and they followed her closely. But still, despite their skills, their abilities were significantly higher than those of ordinary people, so they barely strained to keep Gale in sight. Endurance and speed were impressive, yet they still stumbled. Who was this man? Liznit carefully watched Gale's pace. It looked unnatural. Maybe he was on doping. Someone else suggested that Gale was simply incredibly agile by nature. They were not hit directly, like Kush's party, but probably they were still under the influence of that cursed artifact they encountered earlier. They only watched the fight between Gale and Kush's group from the side, a fatal tactical mistake. If their hesitation now cost them their goal, they would bear this shame forever. That was the weight that Gale Hamilton carried. They were not allowed to let him escape. The order was clear. Capture him alive. If that fails, do not hesitate to kill. But despite all their determination, the group fell further behind. No matter how much effort they put into the chase, Gale remained unreachable. Tunnel vision made them ignore the surroundings, something they usually never did, and this completely slipped past Liznit and her team. They had no idea that their noise would attract the attention of a familiar monster lurking just beyond the town's border. Somewhere nearby, in Kush's company, the mood was sour. Kush exploded with frustration. They were supposed to be a wolf pack. Predators, hunters, yet they ran as if they were a pack of turtles. In the midst of the hustle, a man appeared and asked where all the noise was coming from. They started talking about Gale's shop, a complete mess. She voiced aloud a suspicion. Could it be that they had caused it? Kush confirmed, then suddenly froze, stunned by her appearance. Her voice, her appearance, especially those breasts. It was Mora, standing still, holding a glass of wine in her hand in such an outfit that glances involuntarily stuck to her. All the wolves in the pack looked, not believing their own eyes. Melissa flared up with rage. Mora ruined their partiso. Why did she come here now? Norris froze. First Gal expelled from her group, and now Mora, who betrayed them. And both of them ended up here in this remote village. But it could not have been a coincidence. The realization struck his thoughts and he took a step forward. He declared that he finally understood everything, yet still blinked awkwardly when Norris explained. First they find Gale and then Mora. No coincidence, conspiracy. He accused her, and now it should be clear to everyone. She and Gale were probably conspiring against them from the very beginning. The group tensed up and froze in silence at the accusations, and Mora responded with a mocking, distrustful grimace. Could they really have thought that? The proposal was so absurd it wasn't even worth looking at. She had suspected their stupidity before, but this was beyond the limit. She didn't even want to take it seriously. One of the group members muttered in, and everything suddenly became clear, just as they had decided. Norris was praised for tying the facts. Tojdar basked in the praise and assured everyone that he had known the truth from the very beginning. Mora tried to say something, but Norris just waved her off. He laughed arrogantly and declared, with his intelligence, it was easy for him to decipher the inner world of a woman whose brain was no deeper than the valley between her breasts. He finished his speech with arrogant confidence, believing he had completely figured her out. Her idea of Mora changed beyond recognition. The very thought that a pack of wolves would even for a moment believe in her alliance with Gale seemed sheer nonsense. Kush, sweat pouring down his forehead, asked distrustfully who she even was. She answered simply and stubbornly, "Look, listen." These were the very people who had expelled Gale from their ranks. She had joined only after their invitation. And now suddenly they are weaving a story about a conspiracy. She turned the accusation on them. How could it be as if she had some secret deal with Gale, in general? And what had she ever done to deserve that? Kush staggered, drenched in sweat, and his voice faltered. She smiled as if above the situation. In any case, that smile cut like a knife at him. He sighed heavily, and Mora turned away from him and said that he should finally think about what he had done. He wandered into the most remote corners of the village, broke into a stranger's shop, turned it into ruins, and now stands here talking to the person he once expelled himself. She looked at him as if at a child. Kush asked, "Have you never learned the main rule?" "Which one?" She snorted. "Simply put, if you don't want it done to you." And then a dazzling flash. It was more like energy, gray and unrefined, illuminating the air. Kush shouted for them to line up in full formation again, and they charged in a single coordinated formation. Mora dodged effortlessly, while Kush shouted desperately, trying to raise the fighting spirit. Even if they were slower than usual, there were still too many of them, all against her. She remained alone. But suddenly he snapped back loudly. His hands would not obey, he could not raise the sword, and Mora coldly asked if he called that barrage of blows a shelling. But it doesn't matter. His slow reaction gave her exactly the moment she was waiting for. She had already completed the enhancement full exaltation, and immense power spread inside. Now she will show what a real storm is. She clenched her fist. She said directly, "I will carve the truth into your body." A storm of blows fell on Kushund, he could not withstand it. A moment before he fell, Morris grabbed him by the collar. He will feel the same destruction he caused in Gale's shop. Maybe then he will finally realize how his actions echo on others. Melissa suddenly rushed from behind and shouted, warning Moore, "Do not turn your back." And before Melissa could land even a single blow, a stranger's fist struck her face with full force. Melissa curled up in pain. Mora threw Kusha away and sharply scanned the place of the clashes if Gale had imposed serious debuffs on everyone. This was no longer a fight of 1 against 4. And now 2 against 4. Luke sneered, "Laugh while you can." But they didn't need to get close anyway, he had a whole arsenal of shells. But unlike Kush and Melissa, they are not so easily taken down and overthrown. Morris looked at them with a sharp, unwavering gaze. Luke and Norris flew closer, circling around Mora, full of confidence, ready to overthrow her. Luke made a mocking remark as if he had sent a signal about the approaching attack, but as soon as he reached for the knives, he froze. They were gone. He realized too late that he had already spent too much, and a moment of hesitation cost him everything. Mora was already nearby. Her fists bit into his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Luke groaned in pain and rolled on the ground, while at the same moment Norris finished his spell. It was his time to take revenge. He summoned Inferno, but instead of a raging flame, only a weak breath of fire escaped from him. He had not yet managed to understand what had happened when a bottle of wine flew towards him, thrown with extraordinary accuracy, and then Mora's dry voice sounded. She thanked him for lighting her way. The bottle hit him in the face and shattered into pieces, throwing him to the ground, and she loudly noted that his weak flame made it much easier to hit him. All 4 wolves sprawled on the ground, defeated and beaten. Mur stood over them, calm, unshakable, untouchable. Nearby people began to whisper, holding their breath from the spectacle, but Mora had not finished yet. She again approached Kush's company, steps heavy with determination, faces impenetrable. They shuddered and begged her to stop, but Mora remembered that Gale also asked them to stop, and they did not listen. No, she had not finished with them yet. Their screams echoed over the sky while punishment again fell upon them. Broken shards of a wine bottle littered the ground. Mora bent down to pick up a piece. The wine she brought to celebrate with the company vanished, and anger melted away, quietly turning into anxiety. A new question flashed in her mind. Where is Gale? She turned toward the shop and went inside. What she saw inside tore her heart apart. Gale's inventions, his meticulous work, lay in ruins. She picked up one of the devices, broken, twisted, and the image of Gale Jim flashed in her memory. She carefully placed it on the shelf and whispered that this was his best work so far. Everything lay in its place, simple, perfect. She clenched that thing in her hands and thought, why did she even do all this for him? She quietly put the object on the table. It resembled a mummy, as if returning a piece of order to the room. Suddenly someone entered, and muttering curses got stuck in the silence. It was Sharon. She was dragging a barrel and carrying an insanely large amount of booze. Looking around the shattered shop, she demanded an explanation of what had happened here. Mora told her that they needed to find Gale. Sharon blinked, confused. What exactly did she mean? She grabbed Mora by the shoulders and asked her to explain, and Mora honestly said, Gale disappeared. They had to chase after him. Sharon agreed, but she couldn't imagine where he could have gone. Mora whispered aloud. Gale wouldn't have let Kush's squad defeat him so easily. It didn't make sense, but she knew Gale. He didn't want innocent townspeople to get caught in the crossfire, probably deliberately led the fight away. Sharon nodded and added that Gale probably underestimated how powerful his cursed artifacts really were. He likely thought they would catch up to him quickly, so he fled to where he wasn't expected, and that's when Gimli appeared. The outskirts of the city, the ruins of the old hospital. Everyone turned to her in surprise. Mora asked if it was true, and Sharon immediately started pressing, like, how did you even find out about this? Gimli insisted it was just a coincidence, and she gestured outside. Somewhere near the guild, some strangers had thrown out trash, so Mora went out to properly scold them. But as soon as she did, she ran into another group, a completely different one, also chasing Gale. Mora's eyes widened. There were even more of them. And Gimli couldn't say for sure if they were from the same faction, but whoever they were clearly more skilled than the company Mora had just beaten. Mora's anxiety sharpened. She thanked Gimli, decided instantly, and rushed after them. And Sharon just raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Was Mora really going to run off like that, all dressed up and unarmed? Mora insisted. There was no time to change or gear up. They had to leave right now. Sharon groaned, rubbing her temples, but still gave in, joined her, and asked Mora to wait just 1 second. She returned with Kush's sword in her hands and handed it over. It was not much, but still better than nothing. Mora accepted the sword. Now it was a full-fledged operation. an emergency mission to retrieve Gail Hamilton. Gimli stepped forward and offered to show the way. She admitted she herself was poorly oriented in the ruins of the old hospital. She looked at Sharona, and it immediately became clear that both had only heard about this place, but had never properly explored it. But there was something disturbing about it, like before a storm. Mora asked if she was worried about that other group hunting Gale. Gimli nodded and added, the issue was not only with them, she felt something else, something inhuman. She pointed to the pile of garbage that those strangers had thrown out. Some pieces were parts of the body of some giant. Mora's expression froze like stone. Gimli confirmed this creature was of the catastrophe class. Both those lying broken in the guild and those chasing Gale had encountered the monster on the road from the capital. They managed to wound it, but not kill it. A monster of such rank does not forget. If you hit it, it will take it as a personal insult. And this one was rank S, incredibly powerful not only in strength but also in mind. Capable of delivering strategic strikes and commanding coordinated attacks. And worse, it also had that. A keen sense of smell. It could track those who wronged it over long distances. Now it seems it is following the scent of old enemies and may be rapidly approaching Gale. Sharon froze in horror. And on top of everything, they could encounter a catastrophic S-level beast. She muttered that the quest had just been upgraded to AA class. She was already fed up with high-class monsters. These cockatrices were a real nightmare, and sweat was dripping from her forehead as the reality hit her. Meanwhile, Gale finally reached the ruins of the hospital, and he succeeded. He took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and prepared to face a pack of wolves. But instead of wolves, a squad of Lisnet jumped out of the darkness. The people were barely standing, staggering and choking. They asked for a minute to catch their breath. Gale was a bit confused, but without hesitation he gave them that minute. He recognized them. They were near the shop during that clash with Kush. Lisnet frowned as soon as he remembered this and sharply blurted out that she would never be friends with those clowns. Gale apologized for the assumption and honestly said, yes, technically they were connected with them, but it annoyed her that she was put on the same level as them. She looked at Gale suspiciously. How could a person in his place be so fast? He grumbled that he was being chased, so she decided these were people from Kush's squad. Lisnet snorted. Does he seriously believe those fools are capable of catching someone like him? Irritation flared. That scream seemed to awaken a thirst in her. Gale tried to calm the chaos and asked her name. He admitted there was no water, but there was this. But he didn't finish as Lisnet snatched the vial from his hands. She swallowed it in one gulp and immediately started choking. The taste was disgusting, the smell even worse. She was twisted, bent over in nausea, and Gale Kunlai said that this potion removes petrification and that he had experimented with it. The main ingredient, fertile cockatrice fluid. Lisnet suddenly vomited. She instantly turned around and threw the object at Gale. He easily ducked. She yelled at him. Why on earth did he give her something like that? Her companions tried to intervene and insisted that she had grabbed and drunk it herself without even checking. And she sharply cut them off. Shut up. She couldn't hold back. Gale noticed, it's stupid to burp up what was given to you. And in response, Lisnet cut back even more rudely that he was the one slipping her monster fluids. He just shrugged and assured. Save supposedly the worse the taste, the more effective. It turns out real medicine often worked the same way. Lisnet glared at him angrily. Did she really look like someone who needed a potion to remove petrification? Gale reminded her. She said she was thirsty. But Lisnet's patience ran out. She stopped pretending and sharply, irreversibly drew her daggers. The conversation ended. She and her comrades took Gale to themselves. Others from her group did the same, drew weapons, and Gale raised his hands and asked to wait. They ignored him, gave the order, surround dead or alive. Gale asked if things were really that bad between them, apologized again, but Lisnet cut him off. They had long since crossed the line of apologies. She rushed forward. Gale rolled back, stumbling over his own awkwardness. Lisnet grabbed him, deciding he was trying to escape. Gale shouted to her, beware, but she was focused only on one thing, not letting go. His comrades shouted to her, don't get distracted, this guy is not so easy to defeat. Gale kept slipping away, dodging with sharp steps and breaking free from the grip. Lisnet shouted for backup, and this time they all attacked him together. Knives flew in all directions. 3 flew straight at Lisnet's face. Then suddenly an explosion. Smoke and debris burst into the air, blinding him. As soon as everything settled, Gale avoided the worst and slipped into a safer place, catching his breath. Lisnet admitted that he was quite good at dodging. Gale did not really believe it, but still ordered him to just look down. She cautiously cast a glance at her feet. She saw them, skeletons crushed under her boots. Bones littered the space, and her companions finally managed to understand. They had indeed wandered where they should not have. Dale explained. The darkness kept the entire debris in shadow, so navigating here without knowledge of the area was almost impossible. Lesnetta froze, an adventurer used to cemeteries. It rang absurdly in her head, but he walked as if this land was familiar. Agile, unwavering, one comrade grumbled that there were too many obstacles, another insisted that they had even more people. But Lesnetta caught something else. The terrain stubbornly scattered them in different directions. Gale burst out with a question. Couldn't they finally just stop this? The strikes, assaults, coordinated attacks were missing. As soon as they moved, bones cracked underfoot, debris shifted and revealed positions even before they could strike. Listenet threw another dagger, the blade scraped, grazing him. Close enough that he froze and looked around. And she was watching everything too. Gale did not look worried. He was sorting everything out, watching carefully, waiting and looking for the right moment. She felt it. This hospital was ruined and broken, forgotten, battered by years of rain, and it was not just a shelter. He chose it not by chance. He knew this land, that strange silence in the air, the darkness, the bones, and it all looked deliberate. Gale broke the silence and told her everything straight to her face. He did not argue with her desire, but she still had to retreat. Perhaps she really stood more confidently on her feet, but he had brought her here not for that. This place so close to the city, strewn with suitable materials, was ideal for him not only because of the advantageous terrain. Here the battlefield truly boiled. He often came here for supplies, so he knew every turn and every hollow. And now the time was almost at hand and his eyes shone. He declared that this was the perfect arena for a master of curses. The earth here was just right, bones lay right on the ground, dug up areas confused, and wandering spirits had not truly let go of the world. Everything here worked for his craft and he smiled, suggesting to send her and her team home. And then it all began. The dead started rising from the ground and Listenet and her team staggered. Panic exploded, an ambush. No, it was much worse here. Listenet felt it immediately, the stench in the air, the nauseating smell, rot and decay seeping through the soil, and above all that unmistakable aura. This was no ordinary trick. This was the undead. In her chambers, Princess Kara sat alone and did not take her eyes off Gale's portrait. A sad hope was frozen on her face. She waited for the pack of wolves to return with him, and her thoughts kept bringing back the memory of that man again and again. Vivian loudly vented her irritation to Bishop Ureli and Arizel. She pointed at the princess and indignantly declared that Kara still did not take her eyes off Gale Hamilton. Vivian could not understand how one could fall so deeply in love with a man she had met only once. Yuri Eli explained simply. In that one meeting, Gale saved Kara's life and reminded her of the most important thing. Such a strong, painful flash can overturn the heart. Whether from fear or from love, it will still stir the soul. Perhaps another reason clung to that thought. In the fog of danger, the princess's fear suddenly turned into tenderness, and her mind combined one powerful emotion with another. Vivian still doubted. Had Kara lost not only her life that day, but also her mind, and was that why love had seized her heart? Yuri Eli cut in again. Kara and Gale had strange, almost whimsical tastes. Arizel nodded and added that so much time had passed since that meeting, so Kara had undoubtedly elevated him in her imagination, idealized him and turned him into something much grander than he probably was. The two elders exchanged understanding glances and gently patted Vivian on the shoulder as if to say, logic does not work in matters of the heart. The undead surged forward and closed in around Lisneta and her group in a chaotic crowd. When one of the rotten corpses lunged at her, Lisneta instinctively recoiled and instantly drew her weapon. Quickly and smoothly she cut off the creature's head and it spun in the air. She paused only for a moment, assessed the situation. That was all. She realized Gale was not running away. He was luring them, and from the shadow portal, one after another, more and more ghosts and monsters fell out. One of Lesnet's comrades grumbled about the alarm, not believing the number of enemies. Another cursed angrily, shouting Gale Hamilton's name and demanding to know if this had been his plan from the very beginning, to which Gale indifferently replied. More or less that's how it was. He admitted aloud, 4 against 1 is not the best bet, and he awakened the undead in the forgotten cemetery to even the score. Gently stroking one of the ghosts passing by, he confessed. When he said 4, he actually meant Kush's group, and even so, everything turned out quite well. Lesnet only clenched her jaw at his careless tone and snapped back that they were nothing like those clumsy fools. She reminded him her team were killers, those who live in the shadows. And in the next moment, she, together with her comrades, launched an attack cutting down the undead with pure and precise cruelty. Even when the terrifying horde pressed from all sides, Lesnet boldly shouted that this chaos would not shake them. From his place, Gale observed their skill, an unwavering determination, and, at the same time, felt excitement and tension. But he muttered under his breath, a runny nose won't give up that easily. Lisette was thrown back as an especially large group surged at her. One of her comrades shouted for help, but the response was, his partner won't hold the line either. In the heat of the clash, someone slashed through a corpse with a blade, ordering the others to close ranks tighter and leave no gaps. Lisette gave short, commanding orders to build a mobile circular defense to drive Gale to the center. Her team responded in unison, acknowledging her leadership. Blades clattered around, cutting into bones, the undead fell in heaps, and Gale silently held his gazeth. Tension of the moment seemed to pin him in place, motionless. Lisnet rushed forward and cold-bloodedly chopped another creature. Then, barely raising a smile, she turned again to Gale. Is that all he has left? The idea was clever, she admitted, but still not enough. Inside, however, she was already focused on her last move, the trump card, the Devil's Heart, and it could not be used lightly. It carried strict, frightening restrictions, and there was only one chance. At the very moment the last zombie fell, she gathered all her courage into a fist and Gale was watching. Quiet, motionless and silence again, he weighed the next step. Then from afar came a voice calling Gimli. As they raced through the gloomy plain, Mora blurted out something important. Experienced assassins were hunting Gale. Sharona confirmed there were at least 4 of them. Mora insisted they had to chase as fast as possible to even the score at the start. Sharona agreed but grimly added, for now Gale would have to hold on. Sharona, still not stopping, aloud uttered a thought. People never truly appreciate an important person until they lose them. She continued, bitterly recalling how Gale worked on the CURS staff specifically for her. They were going to ignite the agrarian revolution in Farmage. Now he was gone where he had gone, no one knew. She angrily called him a valuable partner and bitterly regretted what had happened. Gimli agreed. It seemed to her that losing Gale would strike with a strong, devastating grief. Mora, embarrassed, still intervened and said that it concerned her too and vowed to herself. Next time she sees him, she will make him understand, even if he is a complete S-rank klutz. She blushed and silently realized what he meant to her. Sharona immediately returned to the urgent problem. The wounded Colossus was still wandering around, so she asked what to do about it. And on top of everything, Mora only agreed, between that giant and the killers that was too much. Gimli replied with cautious optimism, as long as Gale is nearby, the situation can still turn for the better. Curse crafting, which many dismissed as a weak and disappointing profession, held unexpected potential, so she asked if they really understood those special skills available only to those who mastered it. Startled, Mora asked again what exactly she meant by skills. Gimli answered with an example, the rare ability to turn failures into luck. The ultimate evasion technique, shot clock. Mora's and Sharon's eyes widened in surprise. They skeptically asked again, shock luck, like amazingly good luck. Sharon clarified whether this really saves from any trouble. It's just unfair, she said. Any adventurer would kill for such an ability. She could pull you out of a situation where even death itself hangs by a thread. Gimli nodded and added, yes, it's real but rare and doesn't activate whenever you want. For now, as he emphasized, it was only a fragile thread of hope. Meanwhile, in the ruined hospital, a skull thudded dully onto the floor. Lisnetta and her people stood exhausted. They had just smashed a horde of undead, and Lisnetta was still breathing heavily and couldn't catch her breath. She admitted aloud, she managed to exterminate them all, but now she had no strength left even for one more step. Raising her hands and surrendering, Lisnet confessed. None of the undead individually was particularly strong. They were defeated by sheer numbers that simply overwhelmed her. And Gale, unlike them, easily dodged every blow, and that broke her will. Gale threw a light remark saying, let it be so, and agreed to stop. And Lisnetta accepted this in response and acknowledged defeat. She extended her hand to Gale, and Gale, surprised, quietly thought, could it be that she really is offering to shake hands? Lisnet smiled patiently. The hand was still extended, so Gale cautiously reached out in response. Their fingers were a moment away from touching. And then Lisnet smiled mockingly. All her surrender and defeat turned out to be nothing more than a condition. She had the last word, the last move. Then some man threw her a can. She declared that the time had come, and it landed perfectly in her palm. Gale, gripped by panic, shouted, demanding, explain what is happening. Lisnet laughed, snatched the can, her last trump card, hidden up her sleeve. She opened the door and poured the contents into his palm. In a chillingly calm voice, she told Gale that before death he at least had to know what he was dealing with. Gale froze tense, anxious, and Lisnet explained. The substance in the jar devours the life force of the one who uses it, but it pushes all physical abilities to the limit. She had already begun to call the object in her hands the most powerful and terrifying of artifacts, but Gale interrupted. He was not re. She did not even raise an eyebrow at the artifact. It only glowed behind her back. Lisnet froze in the forest, measured, powerful footsteps echoed dully. She slowly turned, compressing all sensations into taut readiness, and a massive figure emerged from among the trees. A terrible roar tore through the air as a huge monster burst out of the forest and flew threateningly straight at them. Both Gale and Lisnet sprang up with a cry of alarm. The giant beast was coming straight at them. It was the same beast as before, the undead that had already interrupted them. She realized too late. While preparing her last strike on Gale, that giant was already about to hit her. While she was waiting for her chance, so as he panic overwhelmed her. She did not have time to dodge. Gale shouted her name, and in one. With one move, she was pushed aside. Lisnet dashed and rolled away. And Gale stood alone, right in the path of the creature. The behemoth struck him right in the forehead, and Gale's body flew into the air like a rag doll. Lisnetta froze and stared, stunned. Her eyes widened. She tried to comprehend what had just happened. A direct hit from that monster. No one would survive that. She stared at the spot where Gale had fallen, her thoughts scattered. After all this chaos and treachery, he voluntarily took the blow, for Heron died saving her. She could not believe it. He really was the most unstable and reckless man she had ever known. She was cut by the roar of the monster. It growled again. She raised her gaze and bitterly admitted, with Gale they had almost come face to face. He chased her all the way, Hera, through traps and dangers like a skilled killer. And no matter how angry she was, she had to accept the beast's stubbornness. Its tracking ability was incredible, a phenomenal sense of smell. But she added with a sly smile, the woman could not stand being pressured. Her smile twisted ominously. She raised the jar again and declared that the time had come. The devil's heart had broken free. From the cracked earth, long black tentacles burst out. They twisted and crawled like living shadows. Shadows swirled around her legs and torso, twining, merging with the body. The cursed energy began to consume her, and she laughed. The laughter sounded distorted and mad. In her consciousness echoed, stand against instant death, ignore fatigue, strengthen muscles, infinite magic, neutralize pain, uplift spirit, and the fire in her eyes flared brighter. She looked at the giant with dark satisfaction. Whatever chance he had, after his last treacherous strike he disappeared. In a quiet voice she asked if he was ready for a rematch. Now this time she would not let him escape. And then she sprang from her plaza, rushed forward, straight at the beast. Meanwhile, Gale lay down on the old creaky bed deep in the ruined hospital. He groaned in pain, stunned, and muttered that he honestly thought he was probably already dead. Incredibly, but he was simply thrown through the roof, and he, by pure luck, landed right on a hospital bed. If he had fallen on the concrete, he would definitely have shattered into pieces. Maybe he was truly tuned to this place spiritually, with no chance for explanation. Catching his breath, he wondered what kind of creature it was. He didn't have time to look properly, only fleeting, blurred impressions were lost in this chaos. But one thing became clear. It was a zombie animal. It had only one eye left. The tail looked as if it had been torn off, and two parts were missing from one of the horns. He froze for a moment, staring at the ceiling. The wild animal had turned into the undead. Maybe a boar. Charana once said that the farm was dealing with an invasion of wild animals trampling the fields. Now everything came together. Maybe this one had died here once and turned into something worse. Gale slowly got up. Whatever awaited, he had to move again. That monster was still outside and could notice his net and the whole team. And in general, when the undead broke free, the Master of Curses had to get to work. He approached the edge of the ruined building, looked through the broken wall, and quietly muttered to himself. He had been thrown far away. Now it was completely dark, and he no longer knew if he was moving in the right direction. Only one thing hung in the air like a cold wind. Would he make it back in time to catch his net? Even worse. Did you realize how wrong he was? Only when it was already too late. Liznit rushed at the behemoth, cutting it with two blades. The creature struck back with a deafening blow, but Liznit managed to slip out of its path. Her eyes widened as she fully realized the power of that attack, and the behemoth looked at her with primal fury. Three of her companions stood nearby, and tension burned sharply on their faces. Liznit jumped down from above and prepared to strike downward. As soon as her sword touched the creature's body, the blade cleanly snapped in half and shock flashed across her face. The monster growled, locked its gaze on her, and charged forward, responding in kind. She kicked out one of its horns, pushed herself back, and tried to keep as far away as possible. One of her men shouted at her in fear. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to stay calm, aiming at its last eye. The enemy, fueled by the devil's heart, however, proved too formidable. Much more than she had imagined. One of the men offered to give her new weapons, but she just waved her hand and shouted that it was unnecessary. She had already torn off its tail and was acting with brute force. This time she decided to tear its head off with her own hands. But right in the heat of her bold scream, blood spurted from her mouth. Her body twitched and rose with a heavy thud. She fell to the ground. A sharp, unbearable pain flared in her chest, as if someone had ignited a flame right inside. Her heart lost its rhythm. The beats became uneven, and each new wave of pain was stronger than the previous one. Sweat ran down her pale face until another sharp wave of burning pain overwhelmed her. She screamed helplessly. People rushed to her with despair and anguish, shouting her name. Lisnetta lay motionless, with blurred, unclear vision, breathing in gasps, and each breath flared with pain as she felt it inside. Enhancements granted by the devil's heart faded one after another. Her immunity to death, enhanced muscle strength, boundless endurance, and magic, even the ability to suppress pain, all crumbled in turn. Her voice trembled in a whisper as she finally spoke it aloud. The power slowly melted away, and one of the men already guessed the truth aloud. After the second use, the burden of the curse outweighed the benefits of the artifact. The heart turned against her. Another man lifted her in his arms. He was grim. If this continued, the curse would consume her until nothing remained. Behind, a third man sharply demanded, "Dispel it now." They could not allow it to take her completely. And the one carrying her rasped back that he could not do two things at once, so the other two must hold back the giant who charged forward again. Two men encountered him in battle. Lisnit, still gasping from pain, tried to scream. She knew what they were trying to escape was about to happen. She tried to warn in time, but her body would not let her finish the scream. The giant struck. His colossal punch tore the space. Both men were thrown into the air and their bodies were brutally beaten. Lisnit watched in horror as the blade of fear swiftly covered them, and she could not look away. One of them coughed up blood, and the other spat red, already smashing his mouth to the bone. Even when the huge monster raised its limbs for another devastating blow, Lisnetta found her voice and, taking a full breath, shouted, "Let it stop." She begged the man carrying her, "Hurry, remove the curse right now," and his hands trembled. He tried, really tried. He poured consecrated potion over her body. It hissed and steamed, and thick clouds of smoke rose from her skin. But nothing changed. In despair, he began to scream, insisting that the divine artifact created by the most powerful church did not work. The holy blessing of God Hage was ineffective. Time and again he cursed, not believing for a moment. Lisnetta's eyes opened wide, her head was spinning. Could the curse have already consumed her so deeply that there was no salvation? A new surge of pain pierced her chest, and she convulsed again. The man holding her shouted her name in panic, but he was powerless. Her body writhed as the curse gnawed from within. After countless days of relentless training, Lisnetta developed an unnatural resistance to pain within herself, so absolute that she could no longer lose consciousness, even if the pain became unbearable. Her screams and guttural moans echoed endlessly across the cursed battlefield like a funeral song drawn from the edge of death, and her sobs merged with the accelerated pulse of the devil within her. The mountains of lifeless corpses scattered across the land together created an irresistible magnet that lured not only the giant who was still lurking, but also something else, much worse. The new invader felt the burden of death that permeated the area. Drawn by the grave silence and the heap of bodies, it recognized this place as one of the nearest gates to the afterlife. Its dark essence began to emerge, thickening and rising through the mountains of rotten bodies that soared into the sky. Then a voice sounded smooth, cold, and ancient. It said that the land covered by death is a spectacle, a worthy view, filled with the very feeling of the end. Lisette heard it. The voice came from a dreadful, unrecognizable age and rumbled as if echoing in her bones. Her gaze fixed on the thickened shadow sand. In the inky darkness emerged something darker than black, less transparent than the shadows cast by piles of corpses. The dim lantern swayed in the darkness, the light barely flickered, and for fractions of a second distorted reality. Nearby in the darkness, a sinister curved sickle shone coldly. Her eyes widened sharply. From the abyss emerged a skeletal figure, not just a ghoul or a spirit of the dead, but something entirely different, far beyond the bounds of the usual. It was a creature from an ancient myth, death itself, a divine entity drawn from another plane by the suffocating density of death that covered the desolate field. And its mission was clear: to reap souls and ferry them to the world beyond life. Lisnet's thoughts raced as if on a hair's breadth. The giant appeared suddenly, a ruthless opponent, no doubt, but what they felt nearby defied all understanding. A presence descending upon them that was not just powerful, it challenged common sense itself. It was the creature mortals see very rarely, a demigoddess who walks the earth only in times of extreme imbalance. And now, as if at the most inappropriate moment, she stood before the very embodiment of death. That folkloric figure who, according to legends, guides souls. The god of death raised both bony hands and called upon his own power. He spoke little, yet the very sound carried deadly power through his nets. She and her companion froze in place, as if the very idea of mortality had pressed into their skin and nailed them to the spot. But they were not alone. Even that giant, the beast that repeatedly shattered opponents, a monster of incredible cruelty, froze, trembling with horror. The god of death tilted his skull-like head and spoke again. His voice became inquisitive, and his gaze sharply swept over Lisnet. Something instantly tore her away from everything. She was not an ordinary mortal. Within her lived something deeper, darker, and much stronger. A fragment of the devil settled above all evil. He laughed with a hoarse cackle, as if from beyond the grave. Even the devil's heart, once wild, pulsating, curled up within itself and fell silent, as if trying to slip away from his gaze. Death cast a glance at Lisnet and her companion, then raised his burning eyes to the gigantic monster. Joy grew within him. He spoke of the sweetness of such a feast and the rich aroma of gathered souls, an offering that begged to be celebrated, worthy of praise that echoed up to the heavens. Lisnet's thoughts whirled in a frantic vortex, her gaze fixed on the huge, shining scythe. She feared that it had already taken her soul, but no, not yet. Yet even if by some miracle she managed to dodge the blow and slip away from the scythe, what then? The devil's heart, now terrifyingly clenched, would consume her from within. But if they manage to shatter her heart, she will remain defenseless before that monster, which is capable of tearing her and her assassin comrades to pieces. Every path led to death. No matter how much she fought, the end was already predetermined for her. And it was right here that she awaited what everything was supposed to end with. But suddenly before her, as if from the void, a mirror flashed. It was summoned by death. He said that it could reflect the thoughts of mortals and offered her 2 sessions with him. In the first, she would have to go through the same path again, live the life she had already lived. Lisnet, half mangled by pain and paralyzed by horror, could not believe her own eyes. He was going to flash her entire life again. A memory sharply burst out in Lisnet's head, a fragment of the life she had so diligently tried to bury. She remembered. She was born in poverty, and the earliest years passed in constant scarcity. She was sent to work from a young age, not out of malice, out of despair. One more mouth that did not need to be fed so that the rest would have enough. She was given to serve in a noble house where they never saw her as a person. She was only a useful thing. Day after day, scolded, punished, ordered, and passed by indifferently. and among those nobles was a girl about her age who looked at her with cold, glassy eyes. Listenet nervously caught herself watching her again and again. The gaze was always felt, but even then her gaze caught on that beautiful dress, and every fold painfully reminded Listenet of her own miserable game. A place where everything was decided at birth. Eventually Listenet could no longer endure the mockery and daily humiliations. She was drawn to freedom, and this desire led to the breathless body sprawled before her, like an early pivotal frame. She killed for the first time and since then slipped through alleys, disappeared from the world of nobles, and dissolved into shadows. The world of hired killers became her home. With age, she forced herself to fit its cold, ruthless rules, convincing herself that she didn't care where or how she would die. Her life, supposedly, had already been given, and she whispered these lies to herself for years. But now when death itself hovered over her last moments, this burden suddenly crushed her. The Reaper came not just to take but also to judge. She who had taken countless lives perhaps truly deserved it. This grim visit seemed fair to her, and she considered her life worthless. A shadow trailed behind her, empty and icy. The voice of death sounded, and with one simple word it confirmed her story. After that came the second session. He told her, "Imagine your life from now on." Listenet staggered from these words. From now on no longer existed for her. Why would she want a future she could not imagine? Her story was over, and that thought suddenly took root. She hated this life to exhaustion. A noble family that trampled her in childhood and Prince Virial who used her. She broke free, tearing the shackles of nobility, and threw herself into the life of a killer. But that was also a lie. There was never freedom, only different kinds of cages. What if she made another leap? Her mind was drawn to the light and she followed it. What if, instead of plunging into the shadow, she chose a place similar to Farmadich, remote Greenland? She would not be rich, but all around her would be endless skies, sincere people, and the peace that a city never gives. People who seek joy not in wealth or status, but in simple things, in personal growth, in family, and in quiet mornings. She glanced mentally at the door and saw it opening and herself stepping over the threshold. What if there was only one person there ready to accept her? She wanted that very much. A quiet life, modest but free. She opened the door and instantly her thoughts scattered like shards. Memory shattered into pieces. Did death roar in rage? No, he called her dream self-deception. Even now, he said, she still cries for the past that cannot be returned, clings to a fantasy about a future that will never come. He came for her soul and for that doubt of hers. It was that very doubt and that hope that made the moment sweetest for him. Tears rolled down Listenet's cheek, and deep in her rage and sorrow boiled a heartfelt curse against him. May God curse him, be cursed. Death raised the scythe, aimed and targeted it at Listenet. She closed her eyes and tensed in anticipation of the inevitable blow. Breath held waiting for the cold blade, but it never came. A hand intercepted the scythe mid-swing bare, without any armor. Gale stood between her and the strike, and the blade stopped a few inches from her face. Liznet's eyes suddenly opened, her face twisted with disbelief, then overwhelmed by uncontrollable relief. She froze, stunned, looking at Gale. Even Death was stunned with surprise, and he demanded explanations, embarrassed that she was interrupted at the slightest moment. In Liznet's mind everything spun, Gale Hamilton still alive. Against all logic he stood, and even more incredibly moved under the crushing pressure of Death's divine aura. Gale's response was calm, almost indifferent, as if he did not notice or did not care, and on his wrist hung a cursed bracelet that incredibly amplified the power. For Gale, the creator of curses, this atmosphere was not just bearable, strangely cozy. Death's tone changed. Panic burst into his voice when he recognized him. Gale Hamilton, master of curses rare and dangerous, and he could not understand why such a person ended up here. Gale sighed with irritation, dissatisfied but without any surprise. Grumbling that Death, as always, should have returned when it comes to the undead, he said it as if he had seen it before, not their first meeting. Death, enraged by his recklessness, roared and sighing lunged at him. But Gale easily dodged the blow. He raised his hand and the attack passed by. He activated a powerful dispel magic. Magic burst around him, and a wild flash of flame exploded forward, engulfing Death. The fire wildly soared upward up to the very heavens, like a sacred pillar of purification. Liznet and her companion froze in place, their eyes wide with admiration. Death demigod, divine reaper, she was consumed by the flames, and she could hardly believe her own eyes. Death lifted into the sky, turned into nothing, and vanished in an instant. Gale, as always calm, without any emotion, said goodbye and told Death to take care of the next time, while the flames meanwhile rose higher and higher, until the last fragment of Death's skeleton fell and crumbled with a final heavy crash. Silence fell, everyone froze and watched as the bones hit the ground with a crash. Liznet could barely find words. Confused and stunned, she stammered in disbelief. Could he really have just defeated Death? It did not compute in her mind that this could be reality. God's beacon. Gale explained this was not exactly a victory, rather a dispelling. If he had truly defeated Death, there would be nothing left to collect, and for a person like him, that would be wasteful. Casually, he bent down and took Death's scythe. Liznet covered her mouth, overwhelmed with emotion. Touching death's weapon with bare hands, shouldn't some terrible curse have fallen? Shouldn't something horrible have happened? But Gale showed no fear and did not hesitate. He looked over the remains and muttered to himself. Death always broke in like this suddenly, like a persistent pest that no one notices. Could this really be enough to scare her? Even the devil's heart, the very thing that had completely consumed her, froze in his presence. But the silence did not last long. A sharp pain pierced Listenet's chest, she gasped, and the man beside her instantly rushed to her, anxiously calling her name. The heart pounded again. Even when death retreated, the cursed object inside her came back to life. She waved it off, swearing that everything was fine, but her main concern was the two men. The behemoth would crush them, and they needed help more than she did. Gale looked at her thoughtfully and, as if in passing, asked if he should dispel her too while he was already at it. Listenet blinked, confused and embarrassed. His tone was casual, but the hints were alarming. He moved closer and said that last time he hadn't looked carefully. Now that he saw clearly, he recognized how rare that cursed object was. Listenet replied, it was not just rare, unique, one of a kind, and even what she carried was a fragment, 1/6 of the whole, part of the devil's heart. Gale froze. Shock clenched his face, the devil. He leaned closer, his eyes lit with curiosity, and a storm of questions was already rising in his mind. Who created it? How, from what materials something from a demon could be made? It did not resemble the undead. He was enchanted. Gale examined the cursed object embedded in Listenet with eyes shining with admiration, and his excitement was palpable. He saw. The item resembled a demonic type, but was too firmly attached to the living to be classified in the same category. Undoubtedly a powerful specimen, and what impressed him most was its richness, layer upon layer of ancient curses. A rare, complex artifact he had never encountered before. Gale fell silent, noticing its incompleteness. A fragment of a whole broken, and even in this state its presence was stunning. Gale's voice trembled with awe as if a curse in flesh, a curse that lived and breathed the essence of all curses. Listenet, looking at him, asked if he really considered it so interesting. She challenged him. If he was so curious, let him try to take it. Even the strongest exorcists of the church had failed, but she warned, a careless touch and he would be the next to fall under the curse. Gale smiled and accepted the challenge without hesitation, immediately making it clear to her. There was no turning back. Suddenly Listenet screamed in pain and fell. Gale managed to catch her before she hit the ground, murmuring that he better hurry. He raises his hand. He released his power. The curse responded and sharply burst out. Gale gave the command, dispel, and a dazzling flash swallowed the cursed fragment. Listenet watched, unsure if she would get even a little. As the light dimmed, a radiant essence flowed out of her body and slowly dissolved into the air. After that, only a solid spherical object remained, pulsating with unstable power. The curse still held on. It flared to life and lunged in attack, and Gale's face lit up with curiosity. Laughing, he watched its furious charges. The cursed object stubbornly lashed at him again and again, but he easily deflected every blow. He was more fascinated than threatened. He eagerly wanted to study it, disassemble, and reproduce the construction. Listenet could hardly believe it. He did it so easily, as if exerting no effort. The devil's heart, the very fragment that tormented her and silenced even the demon's core, beat relentlessly, and Gale stood firm, warding off its rage like a gentle breeze. He sat down before her, extended a vial, and said that this time she really needed to drink that cockatrice amniotic fluid. It could remove the remnants of petrification and help her recover strength. Listenet hesitated, then confessed she was tormented by guilt for having spat it out earlier. Gale smiled and explained, fluids like albumin and amniotic substances were filled with healing nutrients. If they remained in her, she needed to extract the maximum from them. And nearby, a dull, low roar rumbled. Gale's eyes instantly slid there. The giant was approaching. Its massive body was still wounded but no longer stunned. Listenet slowly stood up and sincerely nodded to Gale in gratitude. She begged him, run while you still can. Although she managed to break free from death's jaws, he stayed in her presence too long. That giant was hunting her, not him. Of course he realized it. She asked if he recognized that beast, the very one that had thrown him straight to the next town. Gale answered without hesitation, yes, he knew. He called it a beastly zombie. Listenet blinked, not believing her own ears. What was he even talking about? Gale explained. It was missing body parts, that's what made it a beastly zombie. From what he could make out, it was once a wild boar, and Listenet froze in amazement. He was looking at a giant and calling it a zombie boar. Had he lost his mind? Behemoth roared again, this time even fiercer, even more threatening. Listenet begged Gale, run. The beast accelerated and paralysis seemed to be receding. But Gale stepped forward. He remembered how Sharon endlessly babbled about dangerous beasts terrorizing the farming lands of Farmage. And after all the kindness these people had shown him, he couldn't let this creature roam free. He raised the scythe of death with both hands. It was too late to run. Time to destroy the threat. The monster roared and charged straight at his side. Listenet screamed in panic. Why was he holding that cursed scythe with bare hands? Gale calmly and evenly reminded her, it had to be that way. He was casting a curse. She could only watch and didn't understand why everything ended in death. Taking a stance, Gale took a deep breath and gripped the scythe tighter. Slowly, deliberately, he swung, but the giant lunged forward at full speed, and its rage spilled out. Then Gale, with one swift and precise movement, rushed forward. The scythe passed through the creature as if through air. The blade, made to be invincible, cut not only flesh but the very essence of things through flame, storm, and even through the very light. Blood gushed from the neck of the behemoth when its head was cleanly severed. Listenet froze, her eyes wide open in shock, and at that moment she realized this man dispelled death, cleansed the devil's heart, and now felled the behemoth. He saved her life for the third time. Listenet's heart was beating wildly. Gale Hamilton. He turned and gave her a smile, and Listenet's knees buckled. She fell confused, breathless, and managed to think, what a wonderful man he is. Gale, puzzled, asked if she was okay, and when they stood amid the ashes after the battle, the severed head of the behemoth twitched, and suddenly its dead eyes opened and flashed maliciously. Gale raised his hand with a light wave and called Listenet. She was suddenly touched by this gesture. She shuddered and gasped, and her face instantly flushed a deep red. Quickly recovering, Listenet apologized and assured him she was fine. Calling him by name, she acknowledged his feat. He really did it, but she still couldn't comprehend how he defeated that giant. But her amazement was immediately cut short. Her eyes widened in sudden horror behind Gale. The behemoth's body shifted. The headless, monstrous corpse somehow crawled back into the fight, and Listenet screamed to warn him. Without hesitation, Gale sharply turned and swung the scythe in a wide horizontal arc. The blade cleanly sliced through the living body. The strike severed it completely. Gale took a deep breath and muttered to himself that the creature truly surprised him. He thanked Listenetta for the warning, but Listenetta herself remained frozen, stunned by the beast's stubbornness. In her thoughts, she acknowledged its power. Even fused with the devil's heart, he did not lose strength, and his resilience was impressive. The creature used instincts to track them, and even decapitated, it retained enough will and determination to deliver a final blow. She thought again, truly a formidable enemy, and immediately recalled their previous encounter. That fight ended in a draw, but now in this rematch, it was Gale Hamilton who saved her. She was certain Gale will survive 9 times out of 10. This creature was a wild force born for battle. Listenetta whispered a solemn hope, may that beast finally find peace now, and even in death its eyes remained open. Listenetta shuddered at the very thought. One mistake, one miss, and she would be gone. She looked at Gale. He was already moving to others nearby, calling them and shouting that he had amniotic fluid for everyone. Listenetta watched him, her heart pounding in her chest. He returned alive, and his very appearance calmed her. She remembered her first mission, to capture him dead or alive, but somewhere along the way she surprisingly forgot about him quickly. The men who fought nearby and had endured all the torments finally rose. Gale laughed, and Listenet silently watched him. She turned to the group and announced in a firm voice, the mission assigned to them by Prince Virial had failed. From now on, she said, they give themselves to him, Gale Hamilton. 3 beaten and exhausted men smiled in response. Without any hesitation, they dropped to their knees before Gale and whispered, "Yes, my lady." Gale awkwardly faltered amid this unexpected scene. Suddenly, a loud and familiar voice rolled from afar, "Yo, Gale." He flinched and turned around. "Huh, Sharina." Sharina confirmed it wasn't just her. Mora stood nearby, noticeably worried. As soon as her gaze caught Gale, her eyes suddenly widened. Her heart finally let go and at the same time trembled with excitement. She desperately wanted to see him, truly desperately. Tears welled up in her eyes, and through her thoughts she softly repeated his name. He was alive. Gale turned to her. "Oh, Moro." For Mora, the separation stretched into eternity, and every moment after that became a quiet torment. Unable to bear it, she rushed to him. In her mind, only one thought: to cling and never let go again. Around them spread a battlefield soaked in blood. On the side of the dead, red still dripped. The killers knelt and looked astonishingly submissive. Undead corpses were scattered like ruins, and the giant torn to pieces lay motionless right at their feet. It was a scene Mora could barely watch. Turning to Gale, she blushed, and awkwardly blurting out that there was no romance here at all, threw herself into his arms despite everything around. Only now did it begin to dawn on her how absurd it was. Sharona, standing aside, blinked and asked embarrassedly, "Wow, what kind of place is this?" Gimli replied that there was too much going on here at once to take it all in immediately. Meanwhile, Gale, noticeably cheerful, showed Sharon the scythe, and remarked on how incredibly sharp it was. "It's quite sharp," he said with enthusiasm, as if truly wonderful household tools could be forged from it. Sharon replied reluctantly she didn't know what to say. Her gaze slid to the giant's carcass. It was cleanly split in half lengthwise, and in that silence a question emerged: what had happened here? This destruction was no longer just about sharpness, there was something entirely different. Gale suddenly fell silent, and Sharon, confused, looked at him. He asked her to listen. He finally needed to confess. It was about the shop she had helped him find. Sharon responded with a quiet, uncertain yes. Gale, obviously guilty, admitted that several people from his former group of adventurers had broken in and deliberately wrecked the shop. At least he managed to prevent them from touching the neighboring buildings, but still. He fell silent again, lowered his eyes, and sincerely apologized. Sharon just laughed and told him not to worry. She smiled and promised to find the best carpenter and farmer to repair the place for him. Gale looked at her with surprise and gratitude, sincerely thanking her. Sharon quietly reassured him. Soon everything would again have its usual creepy, strange appearance. Mora smiled teasingly and added that it would look just as cheap as before, so he had nothing to be sad about. Gale looked at them uncertainly and asked if they were trying to cheer him up or, on the contrary, bring him down. Charana smiled in response and said it was both, and Gimli watched the scene with a warm smile. She turned to Lisnetta and formally greeted her again, calling her a killer. Lisnet shook her head and corrected, "No, not anymore." She said she was leaving that life behind. Everything that happened the previous day completely changed her outlook on the world now. She no longer wanted anything to do with it. Despite admitting that she had no idea where to go in her career yet, Gimli cast a sidelong glance at her. Lisnet with a bow addressed Gimli as the guildmaster and asked him to stay and give them some rest. Her people were wounded, and she herself as well, so they needed a place to recover. Gale, who stood silently nearby, glanced at her. And Gimli replied warmly. It was no problem at all as soon as they could feed themselves and find shelter. Then Gale couldn't resist and threw out the idea. What if Lisnet goes to work in his shop? Lisnet froze, looked stunned, and directly asked if he was serious. Gale explained, "The shop just opened, his money is unstable especially after the robbery, so he can't pay much until everything gets back on its feet." He sincerely believed working in the store would give Lisnet and her people a sense of purpose during recovery. They could take as much time as needed to heal, not just physically. Lisnet looked at him with surprise. In her heart she felt, if someone was truly ready to accept her here, then perhaps she could finally live simply and peacefully. But was this not the answer to the desire she was afraid to voice aloud? Tears rolled down her cheeks. Overwhelmed with emotions, Lisnet cried not from pain or fear but from joy. Gale, frightened by her sudden crying, rushed to her and asked in panic if she was hurt or in severe pain. Lisnet wiped her tears and shook her head, and Gale, still embarrassed, apologetically said that his coquetral amniotic fluid had also run out now. Lisette smiled softly. Tears were still streaming down her cheeks. She noticed how strange Gale was and said it warmly without reproach. Mora silently watched them. Her face softened, a smile flashed on her lips, the kind that understands everything. She quietly pondered. She had long known how kind Gale was. He was such an unrelenting, good-natured man that sometimes he even stopped and listened to the voices of the dead. And she, looking at him, barely pressed her lips together. Her cheeks slightly reddened, and at the same time this thought settled in her head, like a confirmation of her own feelings. She confessed until she tells him the truth about her feelings, not yet the time. Sharon smiled at that moment. She stretched her arms above her head, sighed, and said, as if this night is about to end with a pleasant little finale. Gimli smiled and lightly echoed her thought. Gale, still holding it in his hands, said he had to show the artifact to Sharon. Gimli's eyes widened as soon as she recognized the item, and she asked if it was the same as she suspected. Gale confirmed, yes, it is the devil's heart. He turned to Lisnet to verify, and she replied that it was exactly so. She explained it was only 1/6 of the whole heart, and that she brought it from the Empire. The artifact served as an implant in her body until this moment. Gale Hamilton pulled it out of herself before it could fully consume her soul. Gimli examined the artifact, not believing her own eyes. Although it was only 1/6 of the whole, the artifact clearly had demonic origin. It resonated with fragments of the Demon King himself. An ordinary fighter would have died from a single touch, and even the highest-level relics could not neutralize its influence, yet it still stood there. Gale, a master of cursed items, handled it as if it were an ordinary trifle. Gimli swallowed it down to the end. Suddenly a commotion arose from the side and someone shouted, "Kush!" From the disgraced group of adventurers, the wolf pack indignantly shouted about their rank, insisting that they were an S-rank team and deserved better treatment. He complained that he was ignored, insulted, and forced to beg for sympathy and attention. She, noticing the noise, remarked, they did not quiet down even until the very end. However, Gimli admitted it worked to their advantage. After the chaos that the wolf pack raised that night, they could no longer avoid the consequences. City assemblies were quickly convened to pass judgment and assign punishment. But just as everything started, a message arrived from the capital. It seems that in Ku, the capital, several debts had accumulated. So they asked Farmage to postpone any punishment. Usually they could just overlook it, because the crime was committed on their land. But in this message was the seal of the central government of the kingdom, and everything immediately twisted, as if the very wind had changed. If it had been a letter from the Adventurers Guild, the excuse would have seemed easy, but a royal decree is a completely different matter. It could not be contradicted. Yet still, the capital promised generous compensation for the delay. Sharon, the most influential figure in the city, reluctantly restrained her anger. Later, Gimli noticed that Gale had disappeared. He had been locked in the workshop and shop for some time, clearly immersed in a new creative endeavor. She returned to Moira and teased her, as if hinting that lonely expression on her face because she hadn't seen him for a long time. She jokingly touched her own nose and asked again. In panic, she shouted, loudly denying everything, saying it was not like that at all, but simply, well, you know those things. Gimli pressed again, relentlessly questioning what it was supposed to mean. She pretended to be dumb, smiled shyly, and silently waved it off. Mora jumped up, rushed to the nearby shelf, and loudly called everyone to a new quest that looked interesting. Then she said she would go right now and complete it quickly. Gimli looked at her with a smile, quietly wishing that Moira were more honest with herself. Yet still she thought, it was hard to believe that even a fragment of the artifact series Devil could so easily yield to a person. A man with such talent inevitably attracted followers. She understood well why both Mora and Lisnetta were so fascinated by him. Gimli smiled again, but the smile slowly faded and the thoughts became gloomy. She quietly confessed to herself, the woman who now misses Gale the most is definitely her. Somewhere else, events of a much larger scale began to unfold. A millennial curse cast by the Demon King on the Dark Elves still hung over them, a threat capable of destroying them. But now the time had come to challenge it. A shard of the Devil's Heart, which she had searched for so long, fell right beside her. From now on, she could turn to the person capable of lifting this curse. In his workshop, Gil muttered to himself. After so many sleepless nights, he was almost finished. What he created was not just a copy, it was an improved version of the Devil's Heart, a true masterpiece. He picked up materials that had fallen from a certain creature, substances that dulled the harmful effects on the heart without taking away its benefits. And he spoke aloud. He explained how the opposing elements in his mixture balanced the power of the artifact and allowed the good effects to remain. Even when the destructive sides were dulled while being worn, the heart still reached out with tentacles seeking life force to absorb. He assembled a cunning set of talismans to tame this hunger. He looked at her with pride. This was his work, pure storm craftsmanship. He called it Devil's Heart V2. His newest cursed artifact, without any doubt the greatest creation he had ever forged. In Prince Viriel's office, a stifling tension prevailed. The air was stretched like a string. A man stood before him. The prince was reading a letter, clutching it in his hands, while the man watched with open anxiety. Viriel trembled, his eyebrows knitted together from surprise and distrust. The letter from Lisnet came with one simple but devastating line. For personal reasons, I am resigning from my job. Signed, Lisnet. Irritation surged over Viriel. He abruptly stood up, and his voice broke with anger. His thoughts were completely consumed by the heart, the Devil's Heart, one of the Empire's most powerful relics. He had given it to Lisnet for a specific mission, and now he was rereading the letter. He noticed a note that at first did not catch his eye. It stated that Lisnet had agreed to take 1/6 of the Devil's Heart as severance. Stunned by betrayal and distrust, the prince fell to his knees. He was overwhelmed with disappointment, bitterly muttering about how she had rejected one of the Empire's most precious treasures as if it could simply be cut off. The weight of her decision made his face turn pale. Witnesses later said his pallor was so terrifying that it even surpassed the paleness of ordinary undead. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Princess Kara and her knight encountered the infamous pack of S-rank wolves. They stood opposite the squad with stern faces, rage still pressed, holding on the edge. The squad was silent, and under their gazes he did not lower his eyes. Kara watched them intently. She did not back down or show any expression, only noting their slow reaction, silently making it clear they still had not guessed they were being watched. She said outright that she had been watching them all along and knew everything that had happened. Not understanding the motives of the wolf pack, Kara considered them responsible for the serious mess. They wrecked the shop and caused such a commotion that the local garrison had to intervene. Her knight admitted they were not given an official mission, but that chaos in Farmage partly erupted due to the kingdom's negligence. After negotiations with the local authorities, Nish informed them that it was agreed their crimes would be pardoned. She sharply cut off, saying the royal house would no longer cover for them. Their actions could tarnish the honor of the kingdom. Kush, disbelieving, rushed to defend the squad, saying they had done nothing wrong. Melissa chimed in. They simply destroyed the cursed goods of a foolish merchant. Luke agreed. Norris, wasting no time, smoothed everything over with a phrase about it being just taking out the trash, and the princess fell silent for a moment. Suddenly she covered her mouth, feigning shock, and sarcastically lamented the destruction of the so-called wonderful works of Gale. Sharply dissected their actions, undermining their logic. If they called the cursed things trash, what did that say about themselves? A threatening note thickened in her voice as she emphasized her point. Under her gaze, the squad plunged into tense silence. The knight slammed the notebook on Kush to scold him. She reminded him of the huge bill he had accumulated in the capital's shops, and of his confidence that the palace would cover everything. Princess Kara declared, they of course will not be punished for the disorder and devastation of the farm, but they have incurred a debt 2,310 gold coins and 82 silver, so now they must repay it. She listed the expenses. A night at the Silver Wolf Hotel, several expensive dinner sand, then suddenly attacked Luca with a question about the expensive equipment he was still carrying with him, demanding to know what had happened to the other equipment they had purchased. Knight coldly told them the palace initially paid these expenses, but now it was time to return the money, and everyone present knew this. The squad could not cover the payment. Knight directly added that they had already spent the mission salary and had no savings. And when the squad began to argue that these were mission expenses, The knight abruptly cut them off, fiercely demanding to name exactly where it was said that these expenses would be reimbursed, and informed the guards. The squad supposedly helps with the investigation, but their excuses mean nothing. She strictly ordered the guards to take this group away. Kush suddenly froze and asked where they were being taken. The knight calmly explained, if they cannot pay their debts, they will work instead of money, not for a reward but to repay the debts. That job, however, promised to be no easy task. Few would agree to hire people with such a reputation. The knight ordered them to consider themselves lucky at least because they were taken at all, and Kush, still stunned, asked if they were supposed to work without pay. Kush wondered how many years it would take to pay off their debt. The knight immediately threw the question back and asked how Kush herself imagined these terms. She answered without hesitation, all this would drag on for decades. The silence suddenly cracked and Shatterethi erupted with complaints and protests. For them, it sounded like a life sentence. Unmoved, the guards began to drag them away, but they protested and shouted. The knight ordered the guards to start work that very day. The guards nodded briefly and accepted the order. Norris, trying to process what had happened, asked what work awaited them. The knight smiled with a slight sarcasm and told them, in their situation, they should be grateful, at least it is not too cruel in its tasks until they are transferred. It would be better not to squander her fleeting generosity. The squad was still sobbing while the guards forcibly led them away. As soon as they disappeared, Princess Kara turned to her knight and asked if they had taken that group. The knight confirmed and Kara exhaled quietly with relief. Casting a glance at them, she admitted to herself, yes, they really committed monstrous acts. But despite everything, there was one good thing, and that one act was enough for her to spare them. She froze in quiet contemplation, barely smiling and gazing into the distance. Her silence stretched endlessly long. Slowly she raised her hand to the sky thoughtfully, then spoke aloud, as if confirming a revelation. The town of Farmage, that's where he was, Gail Hamilton. Her face brightened. She clenched her fist and triumphantly declared that she had finally managed to track him down. But now another trouble arose. He needed someone to take care of him. She turned to Vivian at night, called her by name, and ordered her to get in touch with her father, and Vivian, catching the hint, hesitated. But the princess, cheerful and satisfied with her decision, gave her the go-ahead and commanded her to act. And finally added that it was time for the royal family to truly think about how best to manage their lands. Meanwhile in Farmage, the sharp clang of a hammer on metal cut through the air. In the workshop, Gale pushed his glasses up to his forehead and muttered curses through his teeth. He called Lisnet. The door opened, and Lisnet appeared on the threshold, a former imperial assassin, now a shopkeeper. She responded to his call with curiosity. Gale apologized. He was so caught up in work that he didn't notice how dark it had become and how her working hours had ended. He apologized again for keeping her longer than necessary, but Lisnet waved it off and told him not to apologize. She added that she was glad she hadn't interrupted him over the cursed gear. Gale stretched and relief spread throughout her body. She was nearby. Her presence seemed to tighten the circle, found it easy to concentrate. While he could not leave, Lisnet served the clients. That day he was working on a special item, a smiling skull. He was cut out of the skull of the Reaper of Death, and he had a creepy habit of laughing every time someone appeared. Gale did not deny himself the truth. He really madly liked the work he did. But he still admitted, it is always better when a real person is nearby. Lizette admitted a little shyly. She borrowed this bartender outfit from her previous job. The store deducted the cost of the outfit directly from her first salary, and it infuriated her. The pay was meager, yet she thought she would never wear it again. To her, it was a clear violation of workers' rights, and now she is wearing it again. With these words, she told Gale that she was going to bed and said goodbye. Later, already in the evening, Gale Long shook out a heavy sigh from his chest, then burst out in triumphant delight. He had finally finished the work and considered it a true masterpiece. He not only preserved all her functions that enhanced abilities, but also ingeniously adapted the tentacles. Those very ones originally intended for a tacto precisely hit the user's acupuncture points. Gale's face was glowing with delight. He had embraced the devil's heart. He liked how brilliantly everything was arranged, and he wondered why the idea to use the tentacles exactly like that had never come to his mind before. He playfully tapped on the artifact and, of course, immediately remembered, this item is cursed. He opened the door and, choking with joy, blurted out, unlike ordinary cursed objects, this one can speak, albeit only in a quiet voice and only occasionally. He was completely delighted. Gale spun in a dance with the skeleton standing nearby and fiercely cherished the thought. Now he would never feel lonely even during solo missions. And the fact that this was only 1/6 of a full heart only intensified this feeling. He was overwhelmed by the realization of the scale of it all. Damn it. It was colossal, simply incredibly huge. What an exciting world this must be. They were certain, somewhere there in the shadows, even more amazing cursed artifacts were waiting, just dreaming to finally be discovered. Leaving the room, he decided to continue hunting for new, unknown components and forge even more cursed creations. He was proud of his recent success and was already eagerly rushing to start the next project. Humming under his breath, he wondered what would be his next endeavor. He stared long at the renewed heart, not knowing what to do with it. He could sell it if a buyer was found, but for now he simply decided to place it on the windowsill. Someone interrupted the conversation, murmuring excitedly, insisting that the Demon King probably had no idea. One day it would end up on the top shelf. Startled, Gale asked who was being talked about, and the voice confirmed yes, this heart once belonged to the Demon King. And almost mockingly added, so why did Gale take on fixing such a dangerous thing? Others insisted that such artifacts should be sealed or even destroyed. Gale waved his hand indifferent. He had no specific reason, just a hobby, but as soon as he said this aloud, he froze and felt something was wrong. He sharply turned his head and saw Gimli. Anxiety widened his eyes, but Gimli remained calm and looked at him intently. Gale even exclaimed in shock but responded with calm greetings. Still stumbling, Gale asked how long she had been there. She answered. As soon as he called the artifact a true winner and praised its incredible design, Gale, embarrassed, covered her face. She was so ashamed because she heard almost everything. Gimli admitted, from how she started talking, he understood she decided that someone else was in the room with him, so she did not immediately announce her presence. To this, he indignantly objected, saying it was cruel. After recovering a bit, Gale asked how she got inside. He was sure he locked everything. Maybe Lisnette just forgot something, but that seemed too unlikely. Gimli laughed and said she came alone. She returned to him the devil's heart. Gale, confused, asked if she really did that. Just realizing the hint, he quietly laughed. That's why he didn't notice it. But suddenly he froze. Could it be she just entered by herself? Gimli smiled slyly, winked at him. He asked her to stop looking at him like that, and at that moment he realized that this definitely counted as hacking and intrusion. He still did not understand her intentions, so he said directly, "What does she want? Did she come to buy something, or was she too busy earlier with the duties of the guild leader?" But Gimli said no, she was not here for that, she came for him. Gale turned to her, obviously embarrassed, and then gloomily knelt before him. He was increasingly confused what was going on here at all. Gimli froze for a moment, not taking his eyes off her, before she finally called him by his full name. Seriously and firmly, she spoke about his incredible skill in curses. She quietly but sincerely asked him to listen to the desperate plea of the dark elf race. Gale froze in surprise. Her usual carefreeness disappeared, and the noise retreated into the shadows. When she uttered the request, a deep sadness froze in her gaze, heavier than any words. And in the local tavern, Mora, already drunk, loudly declared that she was completely drunk. Sharina, more sober than her, called Gale, and Mora, mumbling, warned that they were not yet in his shop. But Sharon was too excited to worry about details. She did not believe she had run into Mora in the tavern, and was annoyed that for Gale they had only arranged an approach so far, not a real celebration. Mora staggered, agreed, and suggested going to the store for a second round. Sharon snorted and recalled the unexpected appearance of Lisnett, not understanding how Gale did not notice it. After all, he is a master of curses. Mora only nodded and declared that with such an amount of wine in her blood, she was no longer afraid of anything. As soon as they reached Gale's workshop, Sharina knocked on the door and called him, and Mora picked up the voice and demanded that he open it. When Sharina turned the handle, the door was unlocked and they exchanged sly smiles. Mora, giggling, decided not to bother with formalities and just enter herself. She burst in with enthusiasm, shouted Gale's full name at the top of her voice, and announced, "It's time to party." She earnestly asked him to join them for a few drinks, and Sharon encouraged her, nudged her, and jokingly demanded a kiss in her honor. They stepped over the threshold, and what they saw inside pinned them to the spot. Inside, Gimli tightly held Gale in his arms. Gale, frightened by the sudden intervention, sharply turned around and, still confused, looked at them. Seeing Mora, he exhaled her name with disbelief, and Mora froze, stunned by what she finally saw. Mora asked what was happening when Gimli awkwardly was hugging Gale only in his underwear. In response, Gale, embarrassed and confused, also asked aloud what exactly was going on. Later, everyone gathered for dinner. The table was overflowing with food. None of the four uttered a word. Tension hung between them, and Gale mentally felt how the air became unbearably heavy. Eventually, Gimli spoke. She explained, 1,000 years ago the Demon King placed a curse on the Dark Elves, designed to last exactly 1,000 years. Sharna, by no means delighted with this grim story that spoiled her evening over a drink, snorted her displeasure but still nudged Gimli to continue speaking. She swallowed another drink and kept listening. Gimli moved forward. Demon King, Demon King. Although 1,000 years ago, supposedly, he was defeated by some group known only as the Heroes, in reality, no, he was not destroyed. He remained almost immortal. And that battle did not cut him down completely. Instead of sealing or erasing him forever, the Heroes did otherwise. They dismembered the body of the Demon King, turned each part into a cursed artifact, a portable devilish item, and scattered these remains all over the world. It was then that Mora sharply intervened, when everything came together in her mind. The Devil's Heart is not just a symbolic name, it is the real heart of the Demon King. Gimli only smiled slyly in response, as if confirming what the whole picture already knew. She added that now the Demon King acts from the shadows, gathering the torn body again. The only goal is resurrection and the scattered artifacts are the key to it, and he is not alone, puppets are beside him. Those pawns were magical creatures, tightly woven into his own essence. Now they are called dark elves. Even being sealed outside the physical world, the magical influence of the Demon King still remained colossal. Humanity faced a dilemma: extinction or slavery. Dark elves had no real choice. They were forced to submit and swear allegiance to their ancient lord. But despite the terrifying threat that gathering all the things could bring him back to life, Gale ran through every consequence in his mind. The news was grim, and he blurted out a question: why did Gimli come to him specifically? If these legendary threats still loom, aren't there living people today capable of bearing this burden like heroes 1,000 years ago? He doubted aloud whether he could really change anything, and Gimli continued telling. Many cursed artifacts, demonic things, had already reached the lands of the Dark Elves, and their wild, cursed energy poisoned that land to the bone. Her mission was not just to collect cursed things, she was desperately seeking a way to cleanse the land of this plague. And finally, she told Gale that her search had led her right to him. He was the creator of curses, the one who could tame even something as formidable as the devil's heart. Sharana and Mora turned to Gimli and silently nudged her with their eyes. Their eyes asked, what should she ask him now? Gale, suddenly frozen by her unexpected seriousness, pondered. Since then he had never looked so deeply lost in his own thoughts as at the moment when Gimli first met him. Her heart swayed with uncertainty. Had she done the right thing by revealing all this? Had she wasted her time in vain? Everyone trembled at the cursed artifacts. People avoided them at all costs. Even the ancient empire regarded the devil's heart as a sleeping disaster so dangerous that it was locked away forever. Was she a fool to think this could be handled? Did her hopes make any sense at all? And who would ever listen to anyone's pleas? Then Gale broke the silence. With a slight smile and a spark of interest, he repeated her words. Could there really still be cursed things somewhere like the devil's heart, hidden in the lands of the Dark Elves? The question hung in the air, fueling intrigue. Gimli barely flinched in surprise. She felt the gleam of admiration in Gale's eyes. She confirmed his guess. Yes, all the devil's items kept by the Dark Elves were of the same kind and power as the devil's heart. Gale, impressed and inspired, let out a joyful exclamation from his chest. He couldn't wait to examine them. His mind was already racing with thoughts how to create even greater cursed masterpieces, and inspiration surged over him like a tsunami. Without wasting a second, he dashed off with his head full of design and new possibilities. Mora, carefully watching all this, noticed with distrust. Gale seemed to care more about his cursed creatures than about the looming threat of the Demon King. Gimli, not losing composure, replied that it did not matter to her whether Gale considered such a mission deadly important or just entertainment. What mattered was that he took part in it. From afar, Gale's voice echoed. He ran to get something and shouted to wait. He did not want to miss a single detail. Taking advantage of the pause, Gimli said in a serious tone, contrary to what someone might think, the Dark Elves never swore allegiance to the Demon King. Her people only joined him in the war against humans. But that war was long over, and she held no grudge against humans because of it. For the truth, human life is short, so most have already forgotten that war themselves. Now almost no one looks at the Dark Elves askance or with prejudice, and many do not even remember that they were once considered purely magical beings. Mur agreed. For those like her, all those stories about the Demon King had become just a fairy tale, a fragment of ancient folklore. Gale returned with notes in his hands, and hope rang in his voice. He said that the comrades would definitely take Gimli's side, and he hoped that she would feel the same. Sharana, on the contrary, did not share the enthusiasm. Suddenly she interrupted the conversation, and tension stiffened her posture. Gritting her teeth, she expressed her dissatisfaction. The whole story frankly worried her, and, more precisely, she did not like the very way Gimli and the other Dark Elves acted. Gimli, interested, asked what the matter was. The tension in Sharon only grew. Mora became worried when her friend suddenly stood up sharply, and Sharon asked Gimli if she understood the real source of her anger. After all, they had known each other for a long time. It went on so long that Sharana could not understand why Gimli kept everything to herself until today. If she and Mora had not appeared that very night, she would still know nothing. Sharana was clearly boiling with rage. Gimli closed her eyes and began to explain. Outside their land, devilish items were considered strictly classified artifacts. Even pronouncing their names was like committing sacrilege, a deep cultural taboo. Before telling the truth to Gale, no, she needed time. She had to carefully watch him, test his abilities, and check if he could withstand such knowledge. Sharon clenched her jaw, her fists involuntarily tightened, and then in despair she slammed the table. Watching the situation, Gale felt a strange déjà vu, as if he had already seen or experienced the same force from Sharni before. Sharina, filled with irritation, sighed heavily and drank a whole mug in one long gulp. Then she turned to Gale and asked what he really thought about Farmich. Gale blinked surprised, because he did not fully understand where this question came from. Sharon clarified, saying that it seemed he had already settled in well there, and Gale agreed. Yes, he liked life on the farm. The town had its own charm, the food was excellent, and the local dungeon suited him perfectly. And most importantly, there were plenty of undead parts for his craft. This gave a huge advantage. So the three women were momentarily speechless, and Sharon, looking thoughtfully at Gale, thought that he seemed never to change. Gale quietly whispered that it would be great if sales in his shop increased, and Sharana encouraged him and added, although business was slow, the streets and amenities in the town had clearly improved thanks to his presence. She had long been observing the local craftsmen, so she recognized true talent at first sight, and Gale had it. Gale was glowing from hearing this. Sharana continued and smiled. Although they had been working together on various projects for some time, he still remained the first creator of curses she had ever met. Gale explained that this work brought bad reputation. Most who succeeded at it sooner or later abandoned it and moved on to something else, taking with them only a few necessary skills. Yet no other business bore so much fruit until it was finally mastered. Sharon caught on to his words and reluctantly admitted maybe he was right. She insisted, no, she had never considered this work a failure. Professions are not ranked by which is harder. Mora chimed in, agreeing with Sharon, but still noticed. Gale's life looked quite harsh from the outside when she saw how they acted in their adventures. Gale admitted this profession is by no means glamorous. Curse creators worked from the rear only as support. They could not go out and fight themselves. Mora replied that despite everything, he fought impressively. To this, Gale only responded, recalling the old words of his comrades Kush and the rest, who always told him the same. He simply was not made for battle. As a curse creator, he worked as a craftsman specialist from a safe rear. He polished and sent debuffs to enemies, so Kush ordered him to be silent and stay aside. Mora was surprised, but Gale did not stop. He only looked back and realized that he should have left their company much earlier, even before they were eventually expelled. Back then he was too timid and did not even suspect that everything could be changed. His worldview was too narrow. Suddenly he felt a hand gently patting his head. It was Sharon. She told him, do not let what they weave pull you even lower. Their words undermined his faith in himself. She would not return quickly, but that did not mean all was lost one way or another. Now he was a citizen of Farmage. He could stay forever. She even offered to arrange everything for him. Then Gimli noticed that she was pleased to see how Sharon recognized Gale's talents, and that was her own thank you. Sharon agreed and immediately shifted the conversation to another topic. Gimli had to understand she was not the only one who needed Gale. If he left Farmage, it would be a painful loss. Then Sharon had asked why Gimli simply did not ask the church to remove the curse. Gimli replied that no ordinary priest was capable of that. They had once dared to try. They forcibly brought aggressively, with pressure, that famous priest to try to expel the curse, but he failed. Mora noticed with disgust. Gimli did not even try to hide how suspiciously it all smelled, and Gale interrupted and asked if at least he returned the priest alive. Sharon asked again if Gimli really intended to take Gale to her native land, and Gimli confirmed it. For her people, it was the only real way forward. Sharon, torn apart, admitted that it hurt her to think about Gale's departure and asked Gimli not to expose him to danger, and Mora confirmed what was said. His journey would have its own rules. Mora Glaris, the support sorceress, firmly declared that she would accompany Gale, and Sharon added that she would take the lead. Gale looked at them in surprise, but Sharon and Mora quickly asked him not to look like that, and Gimli quietly chuckled, amused by this lively scene between them. She decided that now they were a foursome and she would set out on a mission to lift the Demon King's curse. Gale instinctively grabbed his hips. He felt finally everything was coming together. He agreed, the more the merrier, flashed through his mind. Sharana raised her glass and solemnly proposed a toast to the beginning of their newly formed party. Sharana, Gimli. Mora and Gale walked side by side toward the challenges that awaited ahead. Glasses clinked loudly and everyone together cheerfully shouted toasts. The night flowed with the aromas of delicious food and warm conversations. They drank heartily, and everyone savored both the meal and the company itself. At one point, Sharon even sang her drunkenness was already taking over. In the silence, Gale briefly reviewed everything in his mind. When he was with the Kush people, he was almost never, if ever, invited to such drinks. He was struck by the sharp contrast. Someone mockingly shouted that he looked sad. Gale threw back at Mora. He was not sad. But inside he knew well, the days with that former party had already become a distant memory, although it had all ended quite recently. Ahead awaited a new matter. Gale sighed and said that he still had to finish a few cursed things, some for their journey, others perhaps to leave everything behind. Mori interrupted. They were relying on him. That night Gimli returned to her dwelling and got into her bed. Hardly had she managed to get comfortable when suddenly a voice sounded addressing her formally as you. She recognized the voice, wearily waved it off and said she was too tired for conversation, yet still asked the woman to bring her an item, a cursed chest full of sinister power and riches, which binds and a curse everyone who touches it. The woman hesitated, swallowing hard. She could not rely on Gimli's certainty. In the end, Gimli made incredible efforts to wrest that item from their homeland and paid a considerable personal price for it. Gimli confirmed his intention with tired contempt. He dismissed all those efforts as a futile waste of time. She remembered Gale, the cursed smith. She quietly laughed and he immediately noticed how strange he was. She was even ready to give all her treasures, perhaps even herself, just for him to agree to help. However, it did not come to that. At least now everything was going well, she thought. Gimli gave the woman a new task, preparing to welcome Gale in their native land. The woman nodded and handed over a stack of papers, her report as always. Then she disappeared again into the hidden passage, throwing a brief farewell. When he was left alone in the room, Gimli got up from the bed. She quickly flipped through the report, her eyes skimmed the lines. It said that monsters were becoming more active and she muttered aloud that this was hardly a coincidence. As soon as she finished reading, the paper burst into blue flames and burned to ashes. Fortunately, Gimli had already memorized its contents. She began assembling the puzzle in her mind. A flock of sorceress cockatrices, a frenzied ear of grain, and now even the Reaper appears uninvited, all against the backdrop of scattered, devilish objects. Each event triggered the next, they were linked to one another. It could not be that the Demon King had slept for 1,000 years without external influence. Behind the scenes, something deeper and more hidden was unfolding. When the wooden floor creaked under her feet, Gimli headed to her desk, pulled out a drawer, and muttered about the stakes. Now they could not afford a single mistake. She decided to engage both the underground network of dark elves and her guild connections to get to the truth, but again she thought of Gale. His skill in creating curses was indisputable, but his skills were too one-sided. In direct combat he was almost helpless, but his devices could level disaster-class ships. He was simultaneously the weakest and the most powerful. When she realized this, her hand clenched and broke the hairpin she was holding. The contradiction was not in her. How could she so fragile gather within herself a power that stuns? She abruptly stood up. The burden of responsibility pressed on her shoulders. Leading Gale alone would be too dangerous. Gathering together with Sharon and Mora was a wise move. Their path mostly ran down the river to the port. And then on ships they crossed the inner sea, beyond which stretched the forest of darkness, a boundless wild space full of dangers. Entering there without thorough preparation was a death sentence. The curse they were trying to lift could end life, and even getting close enough to see it meant falling under its influence beyond measure. Gimli solemnly promised her leader, Lady Minerva, that she would safely escort Gale Hamilton to their homeland. Far from the place where Gimli made the vow, a figure stood still in the silence, incredibly similar to Gimli, another of her kind, Lady Minerva. Gale was about to set off, and Lysnet looked at him and bitterly regretted that her condition had not improved enough for her to travel together. But Gale noticed, the Demon King's curse still resided in her body. It would take a lot of time for it to completely dissolve, so the wisest thing now was to rest. Lysnet thanked him. Gale reached into the bag and pulled out a reconstructed version of the Devil's Heart. In its altered state, it no longer beat randomly against its user, as had once happened to her, but it still remained a little studied artifact. He warned any ordinary person who even touched it would almost certainly be consumed mind, body, and soul. That was the full harshness of this curse. For Gale, the shop where they now stood was not just a job, it was a part of himself, valuable as life itself. The fact that Lysnet would look after it slightly eased the pressure, but the fear did not recede. Supplies might run out before he returned. In case of this, he asked her to take any orders and calm the customers, and he himself would do everything as soon as he returned. Lysnet smiled, but inside she was skeptical. In the current silence, with no customers, she sincerely doubted that would happen. Still, she answered affirmatively and offered a small, soothing lie to tame his anxiety. When he walked away, she stayed in the doorway and watched him wave. His figure, retreating further and further, held her gaze for a long time, and the thought spun in her head, how amazing he was. Encountering a curse of overwhelming power, he sprang and rushed down into the earth, where even fiercer dangers lurked, and there was neither fear nor hesitation in him. Her gaze held firm like a wall, and Gale Hamilton's stubborn determination made him incomparable. She silently wished him luck, and Gale moved on, leaving the shop under Lysnet's care. When he reached the meeting place, Mora waved to him and he waved back. Sharana noticed that their group was already fully assembled, so she asked, could she, leaving the duties of the guild leader, set out with them on this journey? Sharana reassured him the guild would not fall apart because of her short absence, and besides, she reminded Gimli of the promise she made, the very one that helped convince the Guild of Smiths to allow her to go. Gimli nodded, but at the same time seemed to brush it off, as if saying nothing too important. Interested, Gale asked what exactly that promise was about. Gimli explained, their homeland would supply the guild with stocks of native metals, an extremely rare and generous concession. Usually no one managed to export these materials, but the current situation was an exception. Gale and Mora froze at the scale of this deal. Nearby, Sharon couldn't resist a remark. She still suspected that Gimli might change his mind about the agreement. That's why she came personally to check that words would not differ from deeds. Mora asked if the offer was so tempting that Sharana decided to see everything with her own eyes. Gale clarified which metal could be so valuable as to cause such a commotion. Gimli, smiling, admitted they would soon find out everything themselves, so naming it now wouldn't hurt. She pronounced it like this, Orichalcum. The name immediately sparked curiosity. Mora and Gale instantly bombarded him with questions. Suddenly Mora recognized it. She froze from astonishment and repeated the name. Gale, confused, asked if it was really such a big deal. Mora challenged him and pointed to his indifference to everything that was not cursed. Then she explained in more detail Calcum was the metal of legend. They say the sword forged from it was worth an entire castle. And if it was woven into armor, the owner became almost invulnerable, enduring the resilience of 1,000 battles. It was known as the hardest and most expensive metal that ever existed. Gale responded with sincere surprise and admitted, let them embark on this journey for the sake of Gimli and Sharina, and he himself would still gain incredible benefits. Sharina because she would gain access to Orichalcum, and he by acquiring rare cursed artifacts. With hope, he said he hoped Mora would also come across something no less valuable during their travels. Mora was certain that Gale had no reason to worry she would obtain what she was looking for. Gale thoughtfully replayed her own determination in her mind and tried to understand how deep it was. Sharon took everything upon herself and announced that it was time to set off. Their journey started with the familiar rocking of the cart, the first such trip in a long time. They rolled together in their cart. For Mora, this adventure was more important than any mythical treasure, and no amount of orichalcum could match it. She made it appear just in time and spent time next to Gale in a wave of adventures. But this thought did not leave her as the modest caravan quietly rolled forward. Behind it stretched a line of several wagons clinging to the winding road, and they left behind the town of Farmage. The road led to the city of Imbalance, a large settlement slightly to the northwest, almost at the borders of the empire, which lived and thrived as a lively trading center. The continuous rocking in the wagon tired Gale so much that he simply yawned. The gentle rhythm affected Mora too. She yawned in response, thinking that this gentle rocking strangely quickly lulls one to sleep. Sharon, in high spirits, cheerfully talked about the charms of the road, saying that even alcohol tastes better during the journey. And Mora, half annoyed, retorted that Sharon lacked nobility. Sharon waved off the reproaches and declared that they had rented the entire wagon just for themselves. And although most of it was taken up by supplies and luxury was out of the question, she saw nothing wrong with enjoying the trip in her own way. Gale, noticing it was still early, advised not to overdo it. They had a long road ahead. But Sharon waved her off in response. She drank only to pass the time because there was not much else to do on the road. That, from her place in the wagon, Gimli quietly sighed. She understood what a hassle it was and thought with regret that her homeland lay so far and so isolated. Mora asked where exactly they were going, and Gimli answered, to the Forest of Darkness. Mora admitted without hesitation, the distance is frightening. No matter how far they walked, it would take several days. Suddenly, Mora was struck by an insight. She asked again for the name, pressing Gimli whether it was really the Forest of Darkness. He confirmed that as far as he knew, nothing else with that name existed. And Gale turned to Mora, interested if she recognized the name. Mora again recalled that eerie story, how an entire kingdom's army disappeared without a trace somewhere in that place, and Gimli indifferently replied that it was not just a legend. In their time, it was already considered an indisputable historical fact. Mora immediately added another infamous association, the forest where, supposedly, the ancient dragon rested. Gimli corrected her. The dragon was not sleeping at all, on the contrary, it was busy digging its lair. Such a revelation took Mora's breath away. She associated this forest with a grim legend. Whoever entered did not return alive. Gimli added, it was not a fabrication. The old dragon really devoured that squad, and Mora, gathering all the terrible pieces together, involuntarily shuddered. Gimli also vividly remembered how insatiably the dragon could devour, and Mora was still shocked that she had seen it with her own eyes. When she was asked at what level on the adventurer's scale such a creature would be, Sharona, relying on her own conclusions from the stories, did not delay in answering. She leaned over and whispered her assessment to Mora. It sounded much stronger than any S-rank quest. As soon as they heard this, both women gloomily lowered their heads and felt there was no chance. And Gimli smiled to dispel fears. They would not go to the dragon's lair. The path she had laid seemed to her the most reliable of all she knew to reach the homeland of the Dark Elves, at least. That was obvious to her. Sharona, in a depressed mood, said that the wine suddenly became much more bitter. She said she had enough. She simply fell asleep, and soon Mora did the same. But Gale still had one thought stirring, and it wouldn't let go. He voiced the question, if they actually managed to bypass the dragon's lair, would they really have to face the living remains of that lost army? Gimli smiled to himself. Gil really hadn't changed at all. Mora waved off the worries, joking that maybe he should start greeting these undead in his dreams. But Sharon sharply stood up and ordered Gale to be quiet. And the wagon, as if rocked by an invisible hand, floated into the depths of the night. Gale, Mora, and Sharon were already falling asleep. Gimli, always on alert, reassured herself again that she would lead them by the most reliable path she knew. Though what counts as safe is a matter of perspective, and she could not promise complete safety. She hoped that everyone finally understood this, and the time had just come to switch to another mode of transport. Gimli clapped her hands and called out for everyone to wake up. Their stretch of the journey on the wagon was over, so now they had to transfer. The group stepped outside, and they froze in amazement. River boats stood before them. Gimli explained that she had prepared everything in advance specifically for this part of the journey. As before, as soon as their supplies were loaded, the group took up all the free space and gave none of it away. Gale twitched with surprise. It turned out she had booked a ship and Gimli confirmed it. The riverboat would be much more spacious than the cramped cart they left behind, so Gale and Mora were simply beaming with joy. Gimli explained that the boat would sail along the Cactus Rivera wide stream near Farm Edge. The stream, as it turned out, flowed straight from the kingdom into the inland sea. Hearing this, Gale involuntarily thought to himself, indeed this looks like the beginning of a new adventure. Everyone settled as they were told. Sharon lingered a bit. She was annoyed by the rush, so she didn't run. Gale, confused and at the same time curious and also a bit impressed, noted that he had never before had to swim down a stream in such a boat. Mora agreed it was a new experience for her too. When Gale stepped onto the wooden floorboard, it creaked under the weight and barely wobbled. He noticed the boat was shaky. Gimli assured that the wavy movements would subside as soon as he sat down, and the water rhythmically splashed against the side. The sail went into full swing. Catching the breeze, a loud whoosh sounded. Mora gladly noted how pleasant it was to sit under that shade and added that the sound of water was soothing. Gimli decided it was the right time and reached for the bag. She is intently staring at one single thing. Someone peeking over her shoulder gasped in surprise. She had a guild map of incredible quality in her hands. Gimli warned, do not distribute. This is not for outsiders' eyes. The map granted them a rare privilege. Mora said bitterly, information from Hilda could be costly. Gale noticed additional marks and notes, and Gimli confirmed, yes, these were indeed extra notes. He inquired whether the map contained more data about the dungeon and items. She honestly nodded, yes. Surprised, he wondered whether it was worth saying what was kept under lock and key. Gimli admitted, usually this is not allowed. Under normal circumstances, she would have charged him for that. Nora, staring at the map, was impressed. It contained a bunch of data, maybe, even more than the local guild could know. Sharana noticed. The map was very old and some marked places were completely unfamiliar to her. And Mora, exclaiming in surprise, could not believe there are corners even Sharana does not know. Gimli again drew their attention and said that several paths lead to the native lands of the Dark Elves. As she had already explained earlier when they were riding in the cart, the route was less direct but much safer. Sharon asked which path Gimli would take if she were alone. Without hesitation, Gimli answered, the shortest road. But Sharon did not back down and asked again, how would she do that? Gimli explained, she would slip past various border patrols and fortifications waiting ahead. Sharon immediately rejected this idea, too impossible for their group. Mora clearly laid out the plan. Sail the river all the way to its mouth, transfer to another vessel, cross the inland sea, and then proceed into the forest of darkness on the other side. Gimli pointed out 3 dangerous places in the forest, and they would definitely bypass them when approaching the native land, and Sharana only nodded, slipped through the back door. Catching how everything was stretching out in time, Gimli sighed and agreed. Yes, this journey would indeed be long. Although the path through the forest is winding, most of the way they would cover by wagon and boat, so they would not wander on foot in vain. Mora suddenly felt how much effort and planning Gimli had put into this route, and Gimli once again emphatically stressed, this is extremely important. This could have been their best chance to lift the millennial curse placed on their people. Mur agreed. Acknowledging the mission was too important to retreat. Watching Gale, Gimli silently thought to herself, if she really wants him to lift the curse, she must keep him in the best shape from the start to the very end of the journey. Sharon pointed to a spot on the map and curiously asked Gimli about that structure in her native lands. Gale joined without hesitation. He was passionately drawn to the castle hidden in the forest thicket. Gimli told him everything she knew. Once it was the castle of the Demon King. This revelation instantly drew all eyes. She nodded and immediately explained. The castle no longer stands, only the foundation remains. The rest was later dismantled and used for new buildings, roofs, walls, and so on. Gale reacted with surprise and Mora noticed their resourcefulness. Nothing was wasted in vain. Sharon put it all together, realizing that the Dark Elves built their homeland by enveloping the ruins of the Demon King's fortress. And Gimli confirmed this, saying the ties between the Dark Elves and the Demon King dated back to ancient times. Gale, staring at the map, froze at the vastness of the inner sea. Mora only said that the children have known about it since childhood. But Gale noticed something strange in the middle of the sea and immediately asked about it. Mora leaned closer and suggested, maybe a squid. Sharana fixated her gaze on one detail on the map and immediately understood what it meant. There really must be excellent fishing here, and as it seemed to her, it would perfectly fit their drinking. Mora and Gale paid attention to it. Gale said that he knew in advance. On the road they would have to gather and prepare food, so he took with him the sharpest kitchen knife he could find. Sharna approved, and Mora said that Gale was actually a skilled cook, and those words made him feel so good. Gimli nodded. The idea of cooking on the road was not bad, but she doubted whether that squid was fit to eat, and because of this she raised her eyebrows a little more. She explained that the mark on the map meant Kraken and everyone was stunned. Mora instantly associated the word with the infamous sea monster that dragged ships to the bottom, and Cherana was surprised to learn that the map even contained information about monsters. Kraken is a legendary creature like a giant squid. It unleashed a merciless assault with its numerous tentacles, and any ship it attacked almost certainly sank. The burden of events fell upon them. Gale imagined what would happen if they encountered such a beast at sea and realized there was no escape. Instead of early excitement, a cold fear swept over him. One panicked and screamed that she did not want to die yet. Another shouted that she could no longer, and she turned around and immediately went home. Gimli asked them to stay calm, reminding them that they were a strong team, but Gale caught her words with anxiety and persistently pressing asked, "Is there a way to avoid such a threat?" Mora joined in, demanding an answer whether Gimli had taken this into account in planning. Gimli explained that their route would run along a major trade route, which ships often travel and which usually passes without incident, and this sparked a glimmer of hope in the others. Gimli smiled and added, all they could do was pray that their ship would be among the lucky ones. Gale exposed her words. He understood that this was not a plan but blind optimism. Sharna cursed the boat. Mora insisted that this time she was serious and demanded to be put ashore. Gimli warned, once they were taken on board it would no longer be possible to get off. The others, pressing, asked if she had considered this case as well. Somewhere deep in her soul, Gimli knew. Encountering the Kraken would mean nowhere to run and there would be no chance to defeat it. But she could not avoid this route, not when she wanted to bring the whole team to her native land. But she was warmed by one advantage. She had a curse removal master Gale, with an amazing temper and incomparable skill in evasion. A monster that could not be defeated was not a problem as long as they never encountered it on their path. Secretly, she placed great hope and boundless trust in Gale. Later that same day, the quiet, muffled babbling of water was still heard. They stopped right by the hot spring. Someone warned Gale, do not look where you shouldn't. Gale, already lying in the warm water, lazily waved it off. Realizing that you can't peek through fences or cracks, no way to spy, he felt pure bliss. He did not expect at all to come across a hot spring on the way. Two men entered. One noticed that Gale looked as if he was truly enjoying himself, and the other immediately declared that this was the perfect opportunity to drink and relax. Where people gathered, trade and buildings invariably emerged. The Cactus River was dotted with piers and resting spots, where those traveling downstream most often docked. The square buzzed with tents and market stalls like a small traveling town. Gale, looking around, caught waves of noise. When a woman called a man named Gale, he asked where she came from, and Gale replied that she was from Farmage, a town where agriculture holds the main place. That man explained that he and his companion were traveling merchants. Gale, unable to resist curiosity, asked what they did, and he answered. He opened a shop under his own name but admitted it was hard work. Then the conversation turned to what kind of store he had. Gale said it was a shop of wonders, unique, filled with things you wouldn't find anywhere else, but the trade was held by dead silence and the two men nearby exchanged brief, silent glances. One of them admitted, quality goods do not yet guarantee that they will be bought immediately. He nodded sympathetically. He explained, finding and procuring the necessary things is only half the job. The real magic is in how you can promote your store. While the drinks were being poured, the man kept insisting, the key is to tell people. Gale took his drink, sincerely thanked him, and said that this lesson was truly valuable, so after returning, he would focus more on marketing. And now the store is run by a woman named Liz, who is just recovering from an illness. He also noticed this. The absence of a flow of clients could become a real salvation, less pressure on her while she recovers. One of the men splashed water from the spring and joked that he was leaving his beloved wife to look for new goods. The second teased, saying that Gale was here to complain about her or maybe to praise her. Gale himself replied calmly. He was indeed looking for things, but Liz was not his wife. He sincerely thanked for the advice and asked their names. They just waved it off, saying they were not special at all. Gale said he hoped to meet them again. When one of the men was leaving, he looked back at his partner and asked if he had noticed the bench of oddities, filled with rare and unique items. It sounded like a great opportunity for their next target, and his brother agreed. Their next stop was supposed to be Gale's shop and farm. Gale did not even suspect that he had just come across the Walter brothers' notorious bandits, who disguised themselves as traveling merchants and pretended to be friendly traders while secretly preparing their robberies. The next target was supposed to be the shop Liznit was watching, and at that very moment Liz was struck by a strange feeling something was wrong. She turned sharply, her gaze becoming wary. For now, near the hot spring, Gimli was splashing water on himself, and Sharana, caught by curiosity, was aloud pondering what the real connection between Mora and Gale was. Mora was caught by surprise and asked where such a question came from. Sharana smiled slyly and reminded that love is a usual topic on the road. When Sharon first met them, she laughed at the thought. It seemed to her like a young couple from the capital running away together. Mora dismissed the assumption and said their acquaintance happened quite by chance. She accidentally replaced him in that old team of adventurers, accidentally escaped from there because it was terrible there, accidentally got into the same carriage as him, and then just as accidentally gave Farmage a chance. But then Mora could not help but ask herself, could it all have been just a coincidence? Sharona was not sure. As soon as Mora thought about it, it seemed that so many things had happened purely by chance. Their situation was already almost hinting at the division of territories, but Mora firmly denied it and insisted. It was not like that at all. Gale was not a bad person, on the contrary, he had helped her a lot. Gimli, joining the conversation, threw a smile and noted that after several incidents where they almost died, this already sounded like the beginning of a novel about to bloom. Mora sat, smiled, and clearly enjoyed the moment. Mora groaned, protesting and irritably muttering that even Gimli was teasing her now. She sank even deeper into the warm water, her cheeks glowing with a blush, and stubbornly insisted. If they had to give their relationship a name, the answer was simple: they were friends. Just friends, nothing more. Sharon and Gimli exchanged barely noticeable, knowing glances, and Mora immediately caught it and demanded, "Explain." Sharon, smiling, said they would remember it, believe her. Gimli tossed a teasing question. If Mora and Gale were just friends, did that mean others could still compete for him? Sharona agreed and casually added, Gale was so talented that one day he might even inherit her guild. And at that thought, Mora felt like she was struck by lightning. She whispered aloud, "Inherit the guild." If Gale inherited Smith's guild, did that mean Sharon would adopt him? She said it aloud directly, without any detours, and Sharon immediately blushed. An angry Sharon splashed water at her. I immediately apologized, saying it was just a thought. After all, dwarves and elves live longer than humans, right? So it would make sense in terms of age. Sharona snapped at her, "Shut up." Nearby, Gimli quietly giggled, and Sharona transferred her irritation to the next person and looked. What was she laughing at? She called it as it was visible to everyone. Lately, Gimli had been closely watching Gale, and it was impossible not to notice. She reminded them of the night when she and Mora entered Gale's shop, hinting that what Gimli wanted then still remained a mystery. Gimli admitted it with a giggle. She called Gale charming but slyly added, if Sharon or Mora wanted to take him first, let them try. She herself was cast into a millennial curse, and waiting became her second nature. She looked at both, eyes sharp and bold. Sharon was even twisted by such audacity. Mora quickly repeated the same thing she had said earlier: she and Gale were just friends. A cold breeze slid over the surface of the hot spring, and from the contrast the women shuddered a little, so Mora hurried to restore their comfort. Reminding them that they were here for bathing, she suggested enjoying it, pointed to the drinks, and warned rest is good, but in a public bath one should not get too carried away with alcohol. Her thoughts smoothly lingered on this. Yes, they were friends. This was exactly what she believed under the soft moonlight. She kept pulling herself back to the thought that it would remain so as long as Gale did not look her way. Before setting off on the road, Gale asked Listenet to watch over his stall. Since then she had not seen a single customer. Sitting alone in the quiet shop, Listenet muttered that keeping the stall open without any work was pointless, and was already considering whether to close it. But suddenly something fell with a crash. One of the strange trinkets, a laughing skull, broke free from its place and shattered into pieces by itself. Listenet froze, staring at the fragments with unease. Why did it fall? Why right now? From the premonition of trouble, the air became heavy. She could not shake the feeling that something was about to go wrong. Whether for Gale or for herself. Or perhaps for both at once. Far from the shop, on the river, Gale and the others held fishing rods in their hands and stubbornly continued on their way. Someone sharply jerked the fishing line. Gale felt a tug, reeled in, but the hook was empty. Sharon noticed. It was already the third day on the second boat trip, and he still hadn't caught a single fish, so Gale just shrugged. He noticed that none of the women had better luck, and Gimli reassured him. Nothing to worry about, they were saving their luck for more important matters, for example, to avoid the Kraken. And Mora agreed and added that they already had enough provisions. She glanced at Sharona and asked if she was hungry. And Sharona, sprawled on the floor of the boat, only replied, she always had an appetite for everything she caught and cooked herself. Gale winked and said, if he caught something, well, he already had a knife to clean everything. After that, he pulled out a long blade. This made Sharon smile and tease, saying that it could even cut a giant fish. But as soon as she sharply looked at him, suspicion settled on her face. Was that knife cursed too? Her face changed as a creepy feeling overwhelmed her. She recognized it, the same presence, the same energy. Wasn't it the same Reaper's scythe? Gale admitted. The knife was made from the same weapon. Mora had seen him reforge the scythe into a sickle for fieldwork, and now he took the remnants and carved this knife, and both women recoiled in disgust. Gimli laughed, looked at their faces, and said that maybe it was even for the best. No fish bit the bait. If Gale had taken that knife, he could have cut the ship right through. Sharon muttered that something was a little off with Gale. Then she suddenly turned around and suddenly noticed something. The river suddenly spread out sharply, and before she hadn't even guessed it would look like that. Mora was also staring. The opposite shore had completely disappeared from view. Gale said it felt as if they had already gone out to sea, and Gimli urged them to breathe deeply. Sharonet took a deep breath. The air barely smelled of the sea, and Morris smiled, a good sign because when the river smelled like that, it meant the sea was very close. Along with the salty breeze came another smell, rotten flesh. The stench spread from the box where Gale's knife lay. It smelled of undead remains. Gale explained that these were probably the parts he had brought with him. Sharon led him to immediately close it. Gale resisted, muttering that he had endured it for a long time but sharply cut off. "This is not wine." Birds circled overhead. Gale raised his gaze upward. The harbor bell rang dully, a signal. The ship was about to depart. New sounds rolled over the rhythm of water splashing. Fish sellers shouted their offers, and their ringing voices intertwined with the drunken quarrels of sailors. Gimli warned the anchors would be dropped any moment now in the harbor near the river mouth. The port they so longed for already flickered ahead, as their boat slipped through the river gates and drew ever closer. Others froze in place, watching spellbound. Gimli laughed. Everyone wore the same surprised face. Sharona asked them to wait a moment, and clutching her bag in her hand, stepped off the boat. Gimli narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Was she leaving them? Gimli. Gimli shouted back and asked them to stay near the pier while she checked if there was a trading ship they could sail on. They arrived at the port of Nanoen, a lively town where the cries of seabirds echoed over the water. It was considered the main gateway of the kingdom, connecting the great inland sea with distant foreign lands. Gimli was glowing, as if to say she quickly found a trading vessel where they needed to board. It seemed luck was on their side. And a few rumors caught on with her as soon as she voiced them. Everyone immediately became alert. One of the biggest rumors was that the Kraken had just surfaced, attacked, and sunk a warship under the influence of some unknown force, while others just grimaced. They didn't like how this rumor, which Gimli called juicy, looked. Gimli explained that they were lucky not because of the attack itself, but because of what happened afterward. According to the captain of the merchant ship, the Kraken does not break out too often. When it strikes once in a while, it usually falls silent for a long time afterward. Mora loudly suggested that maybe the Kraken just had to discharge or do some exercises. Gimli dryly replied that this gave no comfort to the victims. But the incident cleared the sea route, at least for some time. The ship she had already prepared was just about to take advantage of the pause, so she pointed to it across the harbor. This vessel was pulling a patch sail and looked as if luck had long since run out on it. It clearly showed signs of countless journeys and a bunch of patches. From afar, it resembled a ship doomed by the very fact of its existence. Near the ship stood the captain, slowly smoking, a man named Captain Nick. Mora and Sharona stared at his face, and their features were trembling with uncertainty. Mora whispered that in his gaze trembled a desire to once again seize the course of events for his own benefit in particular, hoping that the Kraken would not appear. Sharona grumbled he was the kind who would squeeze lemonade out of any lemons. Gale did not even think about giving up. He said they needed to load equipment onto the ship and offered to take on the transportation himself. Then he asked a nearby worker where their storage was and rushed to gather supplies for the group for a moment, temporarily distracted from everything else. Sharona leaned closer, lowered her voice, and quietly suggested to use this moment to talk seriously. She confirmed what everyone already knew: the sea route was their only chance. Gimli nodded, confirming this with barely noticeable sarcasm. Sharona reminded them she had not led the guild for nothing. She was extremely knowledgeable in logistics. Mora did not have time to understand where Sharona was leading the thought, but she continued anyway. Unlike the Dark Elves, most of them could not cross borders unnoticed, and no country would issue them an official permit. The path led to the Forest of Darkness, hidden deep within political and magical boundaries. Sharon lowered her voice even more and cast a sideways, attentive glance at Gimli. Two guards walked nearby, faces stone-like, trained, ready at any moment, but there were more around them than usual. Sharona immediately noticed how rumors were spreading. Supposedly the military presence was only growing, the kingdom was behaving strangely, and the empire was increasingly active. Mora looked embarrassed. Both the kingdom and the empire, what could have happened to move both sides? Sharona honestly admitted these were only rumors so far. They say that somewhere in the very capital someone allegedly attempted an assassination on an influential person. And this event is only part of a broader confrontation that is flaring up between the two countries. And at the very heart of the whole story are powerful artifacts. The more oppressed will need further explanation. Sharon nodded, as they said these things were so dangerous that they could destabilize entire nations. No one, it seems, knew their exact nature, but the artifacts had already begun to surface on markets, black or otherwise. Mora grabbed Sharon by the shoulder and snorted discontentedly. She was deeply embarrassed to hear the word market in that sense. Sharon rolled her eyes and snapped, "Don't look at me so nervously." She did not sell them, but confirmed. Both the kingdom and the empire were indeed closely watching each other because of these relics. Gimli added another detail: the military ship that the Kraken sank was also part of this story. Mora blinked and asked if all this was serious enough to deploy the fleet. Gimli answered sharply. Whatever the details were, the essence was one: both countries did everything possible to prevent the artifacts from falling into foreign hands. Mora barely nodded, so everything fell into place. enhanced security measures, and even the fleet had grounds. Gimli confirmed, probably that ship was patrolling to ensure no artifact was taken off the continent by sea. It was rather a screen and it promised problems for their group. There were no proper land routes near the border, right? So their only real option was that very ship right now, the last lifeline. Sharon confirmed this, and Mora picked it up and said briefly as if without alternatives. In this situation, the sea route was not just the best choice, it was the only one. Sharona added that on the way to the forest, they would have to cross several different countries, but doubted that any of them would dare to completely stop ordinary travel. Trade must continue even when times are tense. Mora lowered her gaze and furrowed her brows. Clearly something didn't add up here. Hadn't the kingdom and the empire had quite stable relations until recently? Gimli nodded. As far as she knew, even if political maneuvers were happening in the shadows, from the outside it looked like the balance had not been shaken. Sharon nodded. Exactly. As soon as the fragile balance cracked, rumors about artifacts started spreading. The kingdom and the empire had long maintained a tense but controlled confrontation, evenly matched in power. But the sudden appearance of such powerful items could shatter this delicate balance completely. Gimli's tone changed slightly. Because now, at the very heart of everything, only two remained, and without exaggeration, they stood at the epicenter of a global upheaval. One of them was the Demon King, who wanted his own resurrection and dominion over all. The other was an anonymous figure who distributed artifacts and undermined the global balance of power in ways no one had yet been able to perfectly calculate. Sharina sighed, despair spreading over her. Who was even capable of that? And as if voicing what pressed on the others, she firmly made it clear she was not going to take part in the country's affairs. None of them dared to. Gimli felt the same. For their group, the Demon King was the center of everything. Even despite what they knew about Gale and the cursed mechanisms he created, they couldn't bring themselves to see the connection. A man with a strange job, awkward charm, and eccentric inventions. Their eyes saw nothing in this that remotely resembled a person capable of changing the world on a large scale. Not in their eyes. Gimli snatched the thoughts from her head and threw out that it would be better for them to go for supplies themselves. Sharon agreed. It was not worth hanging all the work on Gale Hall, and they still needed to manage to load everything on board before the ship sailed. She shouted, ordering the others to wait a minute. And then there was the unmistakable dull thud of heavy footsteps, along with the clear sound of a shift in weight. All three women instantly turned. Their noise frightened them, and their eyes widened together in one moment. Here was Gale, dragging all his supplies behind him, bundles and backpacks, tightly packed and tied as if he really were a beast of burden moving, and he looked at them with a mixture of confusion and hope. The three silently watched him. Something between admiration and distrust froze on their faces. Sharona quietly noted that what he was carrying was hiking luggage for four. Gale stammered in response. Gimli leaned a little, confusedly asking himself, could this really be within the power of an ordinary person? Mora suddenly remembered something important. Of course he was wearing her homemade cursed bracelet for lifting equipment. That's why everything fell into place. He was not just walking like a living cart, or more precisely, a living, breathing supply line. Even against the backdrop of previous adventures, this exceeded all expectations. Sharon spoke again. A true team of travelers must share the burden and stick together in every trial. But as soon as she looked at Gale, she froze and could not gather words. She didn't even pull out that usual sarcastic remark. Laura quietly smiled. She perfectly understood what Sharon meant. Gale awkwardly groaned. He didn't intend to pretend to be strange. He just wanted to help. Gimli silently fixed him with a gaze. Even his supposedly universal cursed items could go far beyond the usual. Everyone considered him a weirdo, an eccentric, even funny, but what if what he was doing could actually change the world? He will notice your gaze. He asked if everything was all right. Gimli emerged from his thoughts. No, she pressed on herself. Such a future will never happen. She shook her head and pushed the thought away. She answered without any difficulty, saying she had simply lost herself in thought, and she was already quite ready to move on. Meanwhile, a pair of guards headed to the group. One was barely holding on after yesterday's drinking spree, and the other admitted himself that he had really overdone it. They petty complained that patrolling under the scorching sun had become unbearable. Meanwhile, Gale and the rest carefully combed the surroundings. When the guards approached, they asked to check the group's luggage before boarding the ship. Gimli watched everything with obvious interest. The guards' questions were a surprise to him. I let the volunteer pass. Let him go first. While inspecting her belongings, the guard came across tools and decided that she was probably a blacksmith. Pleased, he thanked her, then called Gale. He stepped forward and radiated friendliness. During the inspection, the guard came across a creepy collection of dismembered body parts. He froze for a moment in shock, covered his mouth and nose. He suspected Gale either as a cursed craftsman or something much more sinister. But despite this terrifying discovery, Gale's cursed artifact-class equipment was still allowed to be brought on board. The cursed items now on board will inevitably affect the fate of everyone on this vessel. The guard, clearly alarmed, demanded that he remove them. Even looking at them was dangerous. Sharona scolded the guard, considering his reaction unnecessarily harsh. Later, the whole group gathered on the ship, and the sea around them rhythmically splashed. Gimli noticed that one of the crew members was approaching them. The man politely greeted her, apologized regretfully for not speaking earlier, introduced himself as the ship's bosun, and invited them aboard. He noted the vessel was old but had endured many long voyages and was still reliable, which she finally acknowledged approvingly in her reassurance. The bosun added, even if the sails looked worn, they were skillfully rigged to catch even the slightest breath of wind. Gimli looked into the ship's storage space. There were many, and the bosun confirmed, heavy cargo adds stability to the vessel in stormy waters. Gimli also noticed a skillfully made ballista on the deck, so the bosun, hoping it would not have to be used, replied with relief. When another team member called Gimli, she quickly apologized and promised to continue the conversation later. Then she waved her hand and mentally noted that the ship was not as unpleasant as it had seemed to her at first. Gimli turned around and looked. Mora and Sharina were bored at sea. Mora grumbled that ocean waves confuse more than the river's movement, and Sharina faintly admitted with nostalgia she missed the constant rocking of the riverboat. Gimli approached Gale and quickly glanced at her. Gale looked as if the sea had not affected her at all. She smiled and explained that she wears a necklace that suppresses trembling. Mora, unable to hold back, threw out a remark that this necklace looked like a pair of female hands such as those that strangle. Gale explained where he came from. He was made from the bones of a woman's hand who was married to a sailor. Every day she knelt on the cape and fervently prayed for her husband to return safely from overseas regardless of the weather. Mora saw a symbol of prayer in the necklace. But Gale corrected her. The full story turned out to be much more complicated. The sailor led a double life. In every port he gambled passionately, not restraining himself, and at the same time had relationships with several lovers. Eventually, the consequences of his actions reached even his wife through debt collectors and women he had once humiliated. When he returned, he was sure his deception had worked after all. The wife's rage struck him without warning. She grabbed him by the throat. Mora, worried, signaled to stop and confessed, she asked, but in reality did not want to hear these grim details. Sharina noticed. This necklace looked more like a sign of anger than a symbol of devotion. And Gimli decided whether it was longing for a distant beloved or anger at the unfaithful one, it still held Gale firmly. Suddenly Gale remembered and with regret realized he had brought only one talisman against the evil eye. He reproached himself for that mistake and muttered quietly in irritation. Sharon brushed off his guilt, and Mora, still shaken from the seasickness, admitted, seasickness is unpleasant, but Gale remained the only one unaffected thanks to the magical amulet. Suddenly hurried footsteps rumbled behind. Two men from the crew ran up abruptly. One immediately began adjusting the sail, and the other pointed forward at what was emerging on the horizon. Sharina, trying to understand why everyone was in such a hurry, decided that land was already near, but Gimli sharply stopped her. At least 3 more days to the shore. Sharina sighed bitterly with disappointment and immediately noticed something in the sea. An object was surfacing in the water, whether a silhouette, and it immediately caught her attention. Gimli squinted, intrigued, and gazed into the distance, but still could not clearly make out what exactly was there. Maybe it's another ship, she said aloud. Sharon noticed. Since they were on a trade route, encounters with foreign ships were quite likely. Gale gloomily suggested that it might be a pirate ship, but Mora dismissed the thought. She was not convinced. Suddenly, a bell rang throughout the ship. A sharp bell full of urgency rang again and echoed in every boat. Gale wondered if it was a warning, and Sharon just groaned. Her head was already aching from seasickness. The bell rang again, and this time the announcement rolled out like a formidable wave. A large, suspicious object was spotted. The crew was ordered to take positions, and hurried movements swept through the ship. The sailors moved in unison, precisely as if after training. The arrows were already loaded. Weapons in place, everyone took their battle post. Sharina, stunned, noticed how seriously the crew reacted. Mora asked aloud if pirates were still active even after the recent Kraken attack that sank a warship. Gale's anxiety intensified. Confronting pirates was no joke. Tentacles burst to the water's surface. Gimli recalled the informant's warning. Sea monsters had become more active lately. Her nerves tightened, and trying not to break down, she let out a trembling laugh. The captain, focused and alert, announced, a mysterious object appeared in the field of view. Looking through the telescope, he only confirmed what they feared most. The Kraken. The very monster that destroyed the warship was now rushing at them headlong with frightening speed. Gale could not believe her own eyes. It shouldn't have returned so quickly. Mora, who had doubted from the start, cut in. Those previous assurances were outright lies. Sharon screamed, shocked at how rapidly the monster was closing the distance. When it emerged from the sea farther and farther each time, they were stunned by its colossal size and they froze in complete silence. As soon as it surfaced above the water, a colossal splash arose. Gale froze. It was not just a lot of water, it was colossal in size, almost as big as their ship. He hesitated whether the king of demons would resurrect. The influence spread not only to land monsters, it reached those lurking under the ocean. The captain, sensing danger, ordered the crew to gather and prepare the sails. Full speed, their only hope. Panic pierced his voice as he asked why the Kraken attacked again so soon after the last encounter. But this was not the time to look for reasons. Gimli immediately realized. Thoughts about origin could wait, because delay would now cost them their lives, so the only priority was to survive. One of the crew volunteered to rush at the beast, although it was clear to everyone, a direct confrontation was futile. The captain decisively cut off full starboard. The sails sharply tightened from the wind, and the ship surged forward, rapidly accelerating. And suddenly the Kraken let out a deep, unnatural sound and disappeared beneath the waves. In a moment it surfaced again right in front of the vessel, and one of the sailors finally realized how bad it was. The Kraken not only caught up with them, it outmaneuvered them, and the captain acknowledged its terrible speed. Gimli remembered that squids are among the fastest creatures in the sea. Together with their lateral fins, they can both hover and dart forward with stunning agility. The Kraken loomed over the merchant ship, a huge, otherworldly force, causing both crew and passengers to freeze in confusion. Without hesitation, its massive tentacles slid onto the deck, and the full figure of the monster emerged in terrible clarity. Two long, sensitive tentacles. And then from the depths outward stretched 8 huge tentacles. It seemed there were indeed countless of them, and they writhed with a grotesque, liquid smoothness. The monster reached out its paw to the ship's masts, and with a disgusting crack they broke. Gimli immediately understood what this meant. The ship was doomed. Screams raged on the deck. Panic overwhelmed the passengers and crew. The Kraken tore apart the main mast along with the sail, cutting off the ship's escape route. Now it barely limped and hardly maneuvered. Behind, in despair, they shouted over each other. They said all was lost. The captain shouted for help, and every sound he made rose in helpless horror. But despite all this utter chaos, Sharon stood her ground. She could not accept the thought of abandoning her post, no matter how grim the situation was. Mora reminded herself that the ship was armed precisely for such cases, so probably they could fight back. But one of the sailors cut her off sharply and categorically. "This is madness. The deck's ballista is made to scare off sharks, not for battle, I mean against legendary monsters. No merchant ship is ever equipped to go face-to-face with a Kraken." Gale heard splashing nearby. Several crew members had already jumped overboard. Sharana froze at their actions. The thought chilled her. People were throwing themselves into the icy sea. But Gimli, as always vigilant, explained that in panic they simply could not think clearly. Or they preferred death in the sea rather than being torn apart by monstrous limbs. Sharon made her choice. She grabbed the warhammer. And they declared that this threat would have to be faced by themselves. Mora confirmed her determination, and Gale gave the signal he heard their plan. Gimli acted quickly. She would climb to the highest point of the ship. From there she could see everything in real time and shout about every movement of the Kraken. Sharana fixed her gaze on the beast and rushed forward, challenging it. As soon as she touched the prey, a crack ran through the air and a piercing gaze struck her. She staggered. The eyes were huge, alien, and eerily intelligent. This sight sent a chill down the spine. Gimli, watching from above, shouted a sharp warning, and Sharini had to stay to the side and be ready. Mora directed magic and cast the spell Overlap, an enhanced version of her usual amplification sorcery. It wrapped around Sharini, boosting her energy and physical strength, and a magical flash burst outward in an explosion of light and warmth. Gimli and Sharon recognized it equally quickly. Overlap is a refined high-level enhancement spell that Mora revealed during her travels. The effect doubled, and the mana cost also doubled. Sharina realized that if she wanted it to work, she would have to strike truly hard. She felt Mora's support, prepared for battle, and recalled their previous clash with the Kakaitri Snow. Her war hammer blazed with a scorching spell. She dashed forward to deliver a devastating blow. The Kraken responded. It threw several tentacles toward her, and Sharon deftly darted between them. Jumping on their slippery surfaces with impressive ease, she kept the pace and did not miss a chance. She reached his head and raised the war hammer. Height. A target was clear, to crush the grotesque sensory organs that probably controlled his attacks. Just then, as she struck S, something pulled her attention. A strange feeling surfaced, resistance she did not expect. The Kraken recoiled slightly, but the damage was much less than they had hoped. Sharon froze, confused by such a result. Mora immediately noticed. The Kraken seemed to shrug off the blow that should have torn everything to pieces. Gimli quickly understood the reason. The creature's slippery outer coating absorbed most of the force. Power spread across his skin like futile steam. They gritted their teeth and swallowed the bitter truth. Even with magical enhancement and coordinated actions, none of their attacks had any real effect on the Kraken. Sharon crept up to one of the Kraken's tentacles and was already reaching to strike. She swung the war hammer with all her might, but the Kraken reacted lightning fast. It caught the weapon right in the middle of the swing. A moment and she was hanging in the air, holding onto the handle while the Kraken itself gripped the hammer tightly. Gimli, looking from above, warned her, the next move will hit her directly. This creature did much more than just grab and crush its victims. Its tail whistled, as if it swallowed enemies whole. Seeing the danger, Charana instantly loosened her grip and let go of the hammer. She rushed like a whirlwind through the air. Falling, she tensed because she knew the landing would be painful, and below Gale was calling her. The ship's captain, together with the assistant, rushed forward, and held up a large torn piece of sail to catch it in flight and soften the impact. Her hammer was now stuck fast in the grip of the Kraken. Gimli watched from his place, holding his Brethold legends had come to life, and reality confirmed them. The monster methodically grabbed everything within reach with its limbs. Step by step it moved forward, leaving complete destruction in its wake. His strategy was ruthless: grab, crush, and throw away. It ground its own goals into mush, then threw their remains into the sea. Catching him was a death sentence. Gimli insisted everyone at any cost must avoid such a fate. The sea froze in place, and the gaze was fixed on the huge sea beast. Her legs trembled beneath her, as if the ground underfoot was about to crumble. This monster was many times larger than the cockatrice they had once defeated. Sharon, as the hammer, had felled that creature, yet it did not even flinch, and here was the Kraken, not better, unchanged. Even worse, the fight had to take place in its native waters in the sea. There the creature had all the advantages. Then the Kraken shifted its gaze to Mora. Attention narrowed, intentions became crystal clear, and Gimli immediately understood what was happening. The squids were formidable not only in body, they were intelligent and learned lightning fast. From the very beginning, this creature deliberately disabled the mast and sails, making a precise tactical move. Only a few exchanges of blows passed, and it already understood. This was what kept the group in its grasp. Feeling that danger was near, Gimli shouted a warning. Gale and Sharna instantly rushed to protect Mora, but the Kraken proved more agile. One of its tentacles twitched sharply, shot out and wrapped around her, lifting her from the deck, and Mora suddenly gasped as the tentacle squeezed her. Sharon did not immediately rush in, but another whip of a tentacle shot toward her while the first still held Mora in its grip. The hammer was still trapped in the Kraken's tentacles, and Sharon remained unarmed. Engaging it with bare hands would mean suicide. It would be just as easy to grab her as well. She was torn by a feeling of helplessness when she suddenly realized how powerless they all were at this very moment. Then Gale, who stood nearby, sprang into action. He rushed forward against the Kraken with an uncharacteristic speed and aggression for him. Gimli's eyes widened sharply as soon as she recognized the blade in his hand. The Kraken, though intelligent, could not predict someone like Gale. He simply did not fit the image of a frontline fighter. In the whirl of movement, Gale surged forward, flashed with speed, closed the distance, and cut the tentacle that was gripping Mora. The tentacle was severed with a clean cut, Mora was freed and fell, and the Kraken recoiled stunned. The severed tentacles of the Krakens disappeared beneath the waves as Mora fell through the air. Gale acted precisely. Now he stood, gripping a knife made by himself. Sharp, deadly, and clearly forged with a specific purpose. The Kraken, long considered the ruler of the sea depths, suddenly found itself stunned and confused after the unexpected loss of one of its tentacles. This was the first time the counterattack worked as it should. Mora, freed, came to on the deck. The experience, hanging by a thread from death, sharply pulled her out of paralysis. When Sharon rushed to her, Mora in the blink of an eye reassessed the situation. Now she saw the way forward. Gale's blade was forged from the scythe of the Reaper, one of the strongest known materials. In Gale's eyes, there was probably nothing he could not cut, and the wounds he had already left on the previously impenetrable tentacles of the Kraken were the best proof. The blade's effectiveness worked only up close, and then a clear plan emerged. Gimli would stay higher and watch the Kraken's movements, while Chirana would provoke and lure out other tentacles, opening a window for the strike. If she was lucky enough to hold on a little longer and take the counterattacks, Gale would be able to close in and rush into the attack. While all this was unfolding, Mora was casting supportive spells simultaneously on Sharon and Gale. Mora honed her skills to mastery and mastered magical multitasking. She placed her hands on their foreheads, preparing a spell that suppressed the instability of the wet, rocking deck beneath their feet and maximized mobility. As soon as she activated it, her face froze. Terraformer multitask. It was a double enhancement spell, advanced and rare. Their steps became confident, and their bodies merged into the rhythm of battle. When the plan worked, Gale honestly acknowledged his role. If he managed to cut off 9 more tentacles, the Kraken would no longer be able to attack. Sharon caught his determination and was already dreaming of a whole pile of squid meat. The Kraken shuddered and regained consciousness again. Gimli raised the alarm. The tentacles now lashed in unison, targeting both fighters simultaneously. Gale barely managed to dodge the first strike. Sharon hugged herself as another tentacle reached straight for her. She responded with a precise kick, showing her special move, honed to perfection through her own training. Gimli froze for a moment in surprise. The power of the Kraken's whip was countered by the skillful, accurate movements of his legs. Mora continued to maintain support. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest, as the magic feedback to 2 warriors at once rapidly exhausted her. Would they manage to defeat the Kraken before she collapsed? Sharon held her concentration tensely. When one of the Kraken's tentacles was destroyed, its thrashing slowed and she lunged forward. Forward, on the other side of the deck, Gale staggered for a moment. Gimli knew that Mora and Sharon relied on him, and Mora's support gave strength to every step he took. Once he acted instinctively, driven by the urgent need to protect Mora. But now, standing before the monster and feeling all its power, even he froze. This was not a fight with the undead, such lay beyond his usual element. He would never be allowed to go to the front line at least. Such tasks are not assigned to people like him, so Gimli intervened. She acted in her own way. Those overhanging, grotesque eyes of the Kraken scared her, but at the same time made the monster an easy target. She made a sling and shot not to harm directly, but to cloud its vision. The smoke grenade exploded on impact. Thick smoke instantly enveloped the monster, blocking its view. Gale rushed forward, seizing his chance. Gimli urged him on from behind, not giving him a second to hesitate. This moment was made just for him. As soon as he got to work, Gale flashed and showed why he remained both the weakest and the strongest in the team at the same time. His strikes were precise and relentless. Another limb sizzled, cut off from the Kraken's body. The monster emitted a strange low sound. A painful, heavy howl could be heard in it. Sharon rejoiced at the progress. Limbs fell one after another, and Mora mentally noted Gale's skill. He had always been agile with a blade, even in everyday matters. Gimli said they were already halfway. 5 limbs remained. But the Kraken, as if gathering itself for a moment, roared again. The smoke began to dissipate. Gimli shouted to Gale to retrieve. Was already within range. Gale agreed and immediately broke free and ran away. And the Kraken burst out of the sea in fury, and the air shimmered. Gale turned sharply and caught the beast's gaze. It was staring fiercely right at him. Then he spat, and a huge stream of ink fell into the air. The dark sludge rushed straight at Gale. He darted, trying to shield himself with his weapon. But the pressure knocked him off his feet. The blade was snatched from his hands, as if he weighed nothing at all. With a crash, he twisted and fell onto the deck. His body sprawled on the wooden planks. Ink covered him completely. Mora screamed, and sharp anxiety rang in her voice. Sharon, seeing what had happened, got scared. Gale took the full blow, and when he tried to get up, he coughed hard. Ink seeped into his eyes. He was blind and could no longer see. Gimli felt that everything had gone awry. They ran into a giant squid, and of course it could shoot ink. And now it blinded Gale. Gimli looked at Galish was struggling. The assistant, without taking his eyes off the cursed knife, offered to take Gale's place. He gripped the blade so tightly as if he had already been given the command to break free from the spot the moment the chance arose. He ordered the other to stay behind, but he shook his head and refused. He would have ordered Agin, but he glanced at the ominous aura of the weapon. It was clearly cursed. Gimli assured, once it was the Reaper's scythe, but later it was remade. And if Gale does not take it in his hands, the consequences could turn into a catastrophe. This weapon can drive insane anyone who holds it. It pushes to attack indiscriminately both friends and even oneself. The man flinched sharply. Before him was a blade of incredible power, a deadly danger. Sharon sharply seized everyone's attention to the Kraken. It trembled, convulsively shuddering as if held by its last strength, and slowly retreating backward, dives into the sea. And the sea grew back the torn tentacle along with the hand. Sharon could not believe her own eyes. They found themselves at the beginning again, but Gimli noticed. Each time restoring such massive limbs clearly exhausts the creature. They exhausted him, but still. Gale and Sharon told the bitter truth. Gale went blind, no one else could safely take the blade, and Mora realized Thisther was no longer a way to wound the Kraken. The monster unleashed all its fury on Galeth, one who became the source of its pain. Gale whispered that his sight was gradually returning, but he didn't even have time to react properly. The Kraken grabbed him, a tentacle wrapped around his body. It lifts and crushes him. Gimli recognized it. Another deadly finishing move, a terrible gale that, like the previous broken hammer, tore swiftly into the tentacle. He shouts at the creature and scratches it with his bare hands. Kraken striker. She was thrown into the air. She crashed onto the ground. Gimli was filled with regret. Why did Gale get Gale into this mess? He had no involvement whatsoever in the Dark Elves' conflict. If not for her, he would still be safe and calmly working in his shop. She froze in horror and whispered hurried apologies. Mora rushed to Sharon, picked up her wounded body, and could not believe it. This cannot be, not now. Mora did not even have time to tell Gale what she had just felt. In despair, she blurted out an exclamation, his name. A call sounded, and with it came deadly destruction. 3 women froze in shock when an explosion thundered where they were holding Gale. But as soon as another spell was cast, the deadly destruction recoiled back. Their jaws nearly dropped. Gimli turned around and asked. Mora noticed. The Kraken shattered into pieces in an instant, and Sharon, confused, could not comprehend what had just happened. Gale confidently landed back on the ship and returned to them with a smile. He touched his neck as if showing what had saved him, the very choker he had mentioned earlier. It was made by the hand of a dead woman. As soon as Gale spoke, the choker crumbled into tiny fragments. Mora and Sharon froze. All this time it had been that cursed item. Gale confirmed, if the choker was hit by a devastating blow, it worked only once and reflected the attack back at the attacker, doubling its force. Its special effect, Wife's Revenge Grudge. Sharona and Mora now clearly imagined it, and Sharona laughed, noting how fitting the name of this item sounded. Gale explained. The Kraken, exhausted from growing its tentacles, threw its most powerful strike at him and received a response twice as strong, so it is no wonder that it was simply torn apart. Who could say how many ships that creature destroyed? And now it itself lay across the sea, scattered in pieces, and the question arose, was all this horror part of Gale's plan? No, it was not. Gale froze in shock, barely managing to get into his unusual role in this strategy, defeating the Kraken exactly that had never occurred to him. If that creature had decided to strike or swallow him, rather than crush him with a blow, the collar would not have worked at all. Mora felt relief. She felt lighter. She tightly squeezed him in her arms. She did not care at all that ink had spread in spots across her face. She only imagined how painful that crushing by the monster must have been. She clung to him, seeking not so much strength as a soothing, gentle touch. She pressed closer, snorting, grateful that he survived. Gale did not know how to respond. Under pressure, he began to sweat both in body and soul. He froze, became awkward, and a blush covered him. Slowly, he raised his hand and gently ran his hand through her hair. Charana watched everything from offstage with a warm smile. Gimli landed nearby, quietly giggled, and reminded her that the Kraken was the main threat in this region, so she did not believe that now any other creatures would dare challenge these sea roots. Perhaps everyone really would benefit from thanking Gale's unexplained streak of luck or his incredible agility after all. From now on, these waters became safe for everyone who sails them. After the battle, people trembling in shelters began to come out. A confused man barely managed one thing. He could not understand why everything turned out this way. The Kraken exploded. And another immediately waved it off. There was nothing to understand here. Having said that the true and only meaning is that they survived, the crowd burst into applause and shouts, grateful for having stayed alive. Unfortunately for Gale, Gimli did not believe that he would receive so much praise. A sudden splash snapped the captain out of his thoughts. He became alert and asked if the Kraken had somehow survived. Sharon and Gimli immediately became anxious but just as quickly felt relief. It turned out it was not the Kraken. Survivors who had been swept overboard in the chaos were being pulled aboard. The captain immediately gave the order to lower the lifeboat to rescue them. Sharon, full of hope, asked if patching the ship meant they were finally safe. But the assistant interrupted her and brought cold, unpleasant news. The blade that wounded the Kraken could not be found. No one dared to take it. Rumors said it carried an incomprehensible curse. It was left on the deck, but when the Kraken exploded, the shockwave probably pushed the blade into the sea. Charana accepted the loss without excessive emotion. She was not too upset because the explosion even removed the mask that the Kraken had previously torn out. Still, better that than death, and Gale agreed. Regarding the blade, there was no need to apologize. He explained that the necessary materials were easy to get, so he could always craft another one at home. Most importantly, he had already neutralized 99 of the curses in the weapon's components, so now anyone could safely take it. Everyone around fell silent and looked at him with distrust. Gale admitted that he was probably too busy wiping ink from his eyes to remember this earlier. The assistant silently processed what he heard. Cancel. Charana insisted, not believing her eyes. Could the Reaper's drops really be so easy to get? More anal, besides Charana, both equally stunned. Could Gale really nullify 99 of the Reaper Blade's curses? Charon irritated him, and in despair she began to shake. They were already exhausted. She said, "Don't joke with us like that, not with those absurd jokes." But Gale insisted he was telling the truth, and Gimli silently stared at him and thought. Gale exceeded all expectations, challenging common sense. She leaned her palms on the ship's railing and slowly shifted her gaze to the horizon. Muttering something under her breath, she turned to Minerva and whispered that they would never find a man like Gale Hamilton. But very soon Minerva herself would meet him. Somewhere far from the sea, a woman raised her hand to greet a butterfly. It gently landed on her palm. She was sitting on a pile of stone boulders right in the heart of the forest. Minerva, the chieftain of the Dark Elves, as if snatching Gimli's thoughts, whispered in response, "Oh, really?" Returning to the ship, Gimli realized. The calm was a trap. Trouble does not come alone, so he could no longer predict the next horror. From the very core of the ship, a new water threat began to emerge. This time a sea undead. Gale clenched in his hand the remnants of the broken necklacia, thing he truly loved. But now it was gone. Charon behind his back saw no reason to mourn that loss. Mora said that she herself played a decisive role in the Kraken's defeat, so why grieve over what saved them all? And Gale was not sad because it was useful. It lacked aesthetics, craftsmanship, and thoughtful design, but in all this suddenly felt a sophistication that no one else seemed to notice. This very thought caught him and ignited the spark of an idea. Maybe even the greatest works of art live and die without ever being truly understood. He let this feeling echo in his head, twisting it, urging it, pressing it into his thoughts. Charon and Mara couldn't endure this. They turned away, irritated. Gale muttered that perhaps the only person who ever truly valued those damned things was the girl from the town. He hoped she was all right. While in the majestic halls of the castle, the call for Princess Kara echoed like thunder. Calm and resolute, Vivian declared that she would go with Kara to Farmich. Kara asked in surprise why Vivian could not stay in the castle, but Vivian firmly cut her off. Nosh would not stay behind. Over the sea, a bird flew up and circled high above the damaged ship for a long time. Charano worked persistently on repairing the ship. Her assistant thanked her sincerely and directly, as he was grateful that, even being just a passenger, she still took on the repairs. Sharon assured that she was not a ship carpenter, but still as a blacksmith she could help. Her work will not make the ship truly seaworthy, but at least for now it will stop the leak. The assistant reminded her. The Kraken tore off the main mast and threw it into the ocean. Patching can fix that. Gimli asked if this means that the ship is now completely stationary. The man confessed they were essentially left to fend for themselves. Gale said the ship now looked more like a floating bathtub than a real vessel, and Mora nodded. After the danger they had to endure, it was a real miracle that it hadn't sunk at all. Gimli has agreed for now, and they were still stuck in the middle of the open sea in a confined space with limited supplies. Time was squeezing them tighter and tighter, and hunger was strangling them more stubbornly with each passing day. Supplies were melting away, nerves were snapping, tension was rising, people were already capable of breaking down and crossing the line because of what was left. Something had to change soon, otherwise it would only get worse. Then the captain himself entered with a theatrical gesture and, announcing that the leaks had been fixed, solemnly declared. It was time for Captain Nick, the favorite of the seas, to take the stage. Mora asked if he really had some way to steer the ship. He answered her briefly, "Watch." Later, while the crew was washing, a bunch of leaves was thrown into a shallow pan and lit with a candle. The flame crackled, smoke slowly rose, and the captain explained. This was a smoke signal, a call for rescue. Now they were just waiting. Rescue could only come by luck. Mora couldn't resist and asked why he was acting so dramatically about lighting a fire, and Sharona doubted what were the chances that any ship would accidentally sail through this corner of the endless ocean. Gimli felt the air freeze. If there was any plus here, it was only that the calm wind was not rocking the ship too fiercely. But they still wouldn't be able to escape the storm without sails. They will become easy prey, added Sharina. My repairs are only temporary patches. If the bad weather breaks out again, the damage could become irreversible. Mora looked at the clouds. The sky did not seem friendly, and at that moment Gale suddenly noticed something. He waved his hand and caught their attention. A ship was approaching. Mora's voice shone with hope. We are saved, she playfully nudged the captain, amazed by such a quick resolution. Maybe the sea really loved him. The captain smiled a self-satisfied grin. All together they howled and waved at the distant vessel. The waves rustled more distinctly, the ship approached closer, and the creak of the planks and the crack of torn sails reached their ears. Mura's excitement faded. These sounds were not those made by a healthy, sturdy ship. Charon agreed, it looked worse than theirs. Gimli carefully examined it. Despite all the wear, the ship still flew straight at them, cutting through the sea with unnatural precision. In such a condition, it wouldn't move like that. So something else was at work here, or not. It was not just a vessel. It was a ghost ship. Such long-abandoned ones still wander the seas. Its hulls were covered with scars of time and battles, yet they still held afloat, and sailors whispered about the doom awaiting anyone who dared cross their path. And then that vessel rose above the horizon, swiftly flying towards them. The assistant broke the silence with a sharp strike on the ship's bell. No sooner had they been informed that it was a ghost ship on the starboard side, they had not yet recovered from the battle with the Kraken, when a new wave of horror swept across the deck. Mora and Sharon, gripped by panic, clung tightly to each other as if that could hold them on the very edge of disaster. Finally, the battered ship appeared. Its hull was marked by both age and violence. Then they noticed the coat of arms, which seemed to peer inquisitively. Gimli recognized it instantly. It bore the battle flag of the Imperial fleet. She recalled that not long ago she had heard about the Kraken's attack. It had taken a military ship. So everything they had recently sunk had to be that very ghost. A vessel that once belonged to the Imperial army, resurrected from the sea, crippled, distorted, and lifeless. The captain looked grimly at the approaching ship, reading the angle of the bow and the unnaturally smooth movement on the water as if it was about to ram, an aggressive, deliberate maneuver. Mora asked about this, and the assistant explained. The sharp bow of the ship was made so that it would crash into the enemy's hull like a bull's horn charging. A brutal but classic naval battle tactic. Whether firing ballistae, raining fire from catapults, or boarding for hand-to-hand combat, everything started with the first devastating strike. The captain confirmed their fears. If the ghost ship hit, the hull would split and water would flood inside before they could recover. They saw the vessel creeping closer, quiet, relentless movements cutting deep, and Gimli finally understood what was happening. This ghost ship had already taken them in its sights. The crippled ship could not maneuver. Without a mast and without a sail, they were completely helpless. The Kraken sucked out their strength and spiritan. They barely stood on their feet. There was no longer any point in thinking about battle. In this hopeless situation, there was only one way out: negotiations, diplomacy. It was necessary somehow to persuade the dead not to attack. Gimli ran through the logic in his head. If there really were sailors on the phantom ship who had been lost at the hands of the Kraken, would they recognize the monster's killer in this merchant vessel? Wouldn't they consider him an avenger, not an enemy? The captain immediately dismissed this thought. Talking to the dead is foolishness. The dead do not listen. He sharply pointed to the ship approaching through the ring and ordered them to look closer. Who exactly was on board? The rain suddenly poured down in large, heavy drops. The captain explained, those they saw on the ghost ship were no longer the people they once were. A shameful death had erased their humanity. Now only the hideous ghouls remain, creatures that took pleasure in the defeats, pain, and misfortune of the living. These are drowned undead. The captain lost his voice, who would have thought to run into a cold in the middle of the open sea. One of the crew members noticed. At least the sky grants them a brief moment before the inevitable collision. He quietly apologized, asked to write a letter to his wife and daughter, hastily scribbled a few words, pressed the paper into a bottle, and threw it into the sea, praying that the letter would somehow reach them. His hands trembled so much that his handwriting was barely legible while writing. Sharon did not notice anything. She quietly thought, his handwriting almost illegible was a sign of how hopeless they all felt. She passed by him, resigned. There was nothing left, so she decided to take one more sip while she could, the last before the end. Gimli quietly addressed Lady Minerva in his thoughts, acknowledging her own despair. She was on the edge. Mora responded with the same horror, insisting that these drowned undead were creatures driven only by envy of the living. Mindless only hatred, a swarm of lost souls with whom no agreement can be made. Then suddenly she fell silent, and Gimli remembered. On board them was someone who constantly communicated with the dead. Gale answered calmly as if nothing had happened, and he was not at all surprised by this meeting. Gimli noticed that everyone on board was trembling with fear, but Gale's reaction was completely different, almost indifferent, so Sharna asked if he could really talk to them. The question became increasingly sharp. If the ghost ship's crew consisted only of the undead, could Gale drive them away by listening to their stories just as he had done before? Gale agreed, saying it was his business. But Gimli warned, before they were in a dungeon and now at sea, and there were many more of them. It would no longer be the same, so did he really have a plan to deal with this? Gale confirmed, yes. Fortunately, he had prepared some cursed equipment in advance. The rain poured like from a bucket, and Gale carefully laid out the cursed items he had charged. As soon as he finished, he immediately went to the captain. He explained, during a usual ramming strike, not only the target ship suffers, the attacking ship often also receives severe hull damage. In the worst case, both ships can sink. Therefore, such tactics have long gone out of fashion. Ships are too expensive to be thoughtlessly thrown away. And that ghost ship where the dead served had no reason to avoid such recklessness. Gale noticed, it didn't matter whether the ghost ship intended to ram them, the very fact that it clung to them already gave an advantage. If only Gale could establish a connection with it. He could unleash the full power of the cursed items he was armed with, and that was the whole point, Mora understood. So it would be just like then, when he drove away the undead with a single touch, only on a much larger scale and immediately an entire ship. Gil confirmed, he decided to finish not only with the dead but also with the ghost ship itself. Gimli asked if it was even possible. Gil replied, in theory yes, but they need to wait and see. Gimli said solemnly, if this fails, the sea will become a nameless cellar grave for all of us. Either Gale will win or we will all perish. The captain agreed, either them or that ghost ship. Sharina admitted, now everything depends on the master of curses. One more step forward and she cast Terraformer on Gale. A spell meant to root his feet to the deck beneath the rising storm. The ghost ship was coming closer, and now it would not let the wind or waves sweep him away. Gale thanked her. Mora said that if the choice was between death and the destruction of the ghost ship, she would place her bed by the latter. Gale froze for a moment, then smiled. He nodded, accepting her faith, and turned away. Mora watched him with her eyes and quietly thought that she was not yet ready to part with Gale. Gale boarded the phantom ship. Her team moved towards him, faceless, gloomy. The ship loomed over their battered merchant vessel, a former warship, huge and deadly dangerous. If it crashed into them, no illusions would remain. Gimli realized, persuading the ghost ship's crew was like persuading the Kraken. Cherner agreed, the enemy was already too far to retreat. The captain Growlitzy were about to collide. Everyone froze, tensing every muscle, gathering for the strike. But just then Gale raised both hands, high and firm on the deck of the ghost ship, and the rain poured down on him like a downpour. His gaze fixed on the crowd rolling straight towards them. He uttered a powerful spell stronger than any other. The words tore through the storm and sounded as if the very sky had been split in two. Gale stood firm and unleashed the full power of his magic forged from a curse, heavy and merciless. On the trading ship Mora, she silently held him with hope. She gave her whole soul, whispered and begged with her eyes for him to save everyone, both the living and the cursed, even the undead. Gale was left alone with the undead captain of the ghost ship. The eerie figure caught his gaze and barely nodded. When he quietly, barely noticeably smiled, the whole ship flickered with a strange glow, as if acknowledging this moment. Two ships now stood side by side. Gimli, watching everything, asked in surprise, "What is happening?" The ghost ship approached so close that it seemed a collision was imminent, but suddenly it froze as if stuck in place. Then she realized, contact had been made, and instead of an attack, the ghost ship simply stopped. The captain noticed a strange calm, as if that very ship had come to visit them. Everyone looked around, trying to understand what had just happened, and there was no longer any doubt. The ram was completely avoided, and if at the last moment they had tried to maneuver themselves, they would never have succeeded. Relief overwhelmed Gimli. He looked up and noticed a deeper change. The wind died down and the storm waves slowly calmed. Charana said that even the fiercely turbulent waters of that storm seemed to clear their path. Inside the ship, a man knelt in prayer, or grief truly rose and spilled onto the deck. Through the fog rising like a wall, the ghost ship loomed before them, and the dim outlines of the undead crew barely appeared. Gale, standing before the remains of that cursed crew, raised his voice and gave the last order, all to the deck. In a stunning spectacle, the undead began to dissolve in the light like mist, fading, evaporating, melting into silence. Those who still held on to Gale's ship emotionally repeated and saluted the ghost ship. At the last moment, Gale saw the phantom captain again, not as a ghost, but as a man. He stood upright and in human form returned Gale's salute. He drew his blade, gave a solemn military salute, and just as quietly disappeared. The clouds above parted, a ray of sunlight pierced through them, and the sea froze. Gimli stood over the water and could hardly believe her own eyes. Mora responded with the same uncertain trembling. Even for her, who had already seen something extraordinary, all this seemed beyond imagination. Someone turned to Gale and asked if all the souls were really on the ghost ship. Gale answered, not quite. Gimli and Mora froze from sudden fear. Would there be more of them? And Gale explained. His dispelling spell was so powerful that it affected not only the ghost ship's crew, but also other wandering spirits on the seafloor, those who had not participated in the battle at all. The scale of the magic turned out to be much greater than they expected. Gimli acknowledged the feat but immediately blurted out a simple thing. The sea is calm now, the ghost vanished, but their ship is still crippled without a mast and wind. They won't sail anywhere. Nothing has changed, as before they are stuck. Mora again looked up at the sky and watched the seagulls soaring freely. A pang struck her chest. With envy she whispered that she would give everything in the world just to fly now like them. Here Gale abruptly blurted out an idea. Maybe we should switch to another ship. The group shuddered, blinked, and exchanged questioning glances, confused, restless, not yet able to comprehend. Gimli grimaced. She did not want to think about such a thing at all, but to be honest, there was almost no choice left. Gale smiled and pointed to the ghost ship, and a wave of disappointment and distrust swept over the entire crew. Smiling just the same, Gale announced that the phantom ship was seaworthy and fully capable of continuing their journey. Despair surged again, and Gale finally managed to say what no one had said before. Before disappearing, the ghost captain personally thanked him for the victory over the Kraken, and as a token of gratitude, offered his ship. Mora and Gimli stood, unable to believe their eyes. Some of the men didn't believe it. Were they really going to board this creepy ghost ship? Gale reminded them, this is no ordinary vessel, a naval warship, and despite its ominous past, it is very powerful. Sharon shrugged. If it were free, she would take it. The ship they were on was being patched up hastily. It would sink sooner or later anyway, so Gale agreed. The merchant vessel had served them well but would no longer hold. The old captain, broken with grief, fell on the battered hull of his ship, wept, and whispered to it like a beloved lady finally abandoned. The assistant, soberer and more practical, declared there was no choice, and they immediately began unloading the cargo. So they set off for the ghost ship. The next day, everyone got to work, transferring supplies and preparing to continue the journey on the ship once manned by a crew of the dead. Mora and Gimli tensely leaned over the railings and looked down. Below them, their former ship, an old merchant vessel, was slowly settling into the waves. Creaking beams stretched toward the bottom like an old soldier finally given rest. It seemed to surrender willingly, as if with relief after duty fulfilled. The assistant only managed to note that the heavy cargo they carried pressed the hull so much that the waterline went lower than it should have. The irony was that this made it a bit more stable in its final days. Mora, moved by the moment, exclaimed thanks and was grateful it had lasted so long. She and Gimli looked around, held their breath, and as if swallowing frame by frame, absorbed the whole terrifying picture. Their hands rested on the rough railing of the new ship, covered with crust and dirt, as if after a long storm. Covered with seashells and patches of seaweed, it was not just a ship, a real ghost ship. Hoping that this was the last turn in their already absurd and dangerous sea journey, Gimli replied dryly. Briefly recounted the chaos. They were stuck in the open sea, almost drowned by the ghost ship, yet Gale somehow managed both troubles on his own. Even ancient legendary heroes would hardly cope with this. A person like him was needed, a true master of curse-making, to do the impossible, but Sharon interrupted her with an excited shout, not letting her finish. In the ship's hold, she dug up new weapons, a military-grade crossbow and a genuine imperial battle axe. She exclaimed that both had lain underwater and were forgotten, but just a little cleaning and they were like new again. What a catch. After that, Gale approached her with his find. A pile of fresh materials about the undead, what he had gathered. Mora wrinkled her nose at these words. Fresh. Those were remains of the reanimated dead, rotten, stinking, and impossibly disgusting, and the smell left no doubt. Later the captains gathered to thank Gale and his companions for their efforts. Thanks to them, they finally returned to their previous route. Gale said that during the night cargo transfer, he took the opportunity to pin several talisman spells that enhanced speed to the ghost ship. so now the vessel should fly faster than anything else on this route. The three women exchanged glances and looked at him with distrust. Moreover, the very capture of the ghost ship was unheard of, and Gimli also said that cursing it afterward and enhancing it with necromancy was simply unthinkable. And yet they wanted them to simply accept the ship and its mysterious treasure gold coins of unknown origin. The assistant clarified, asking if that was really the agreement. Gimli replied that it suited him. The main thing was that they kept their word and prioritized the cargo route, as agreed from the very beginning. That was the most important, and the assistant promised there would be no problems with that. The captain picked up the conversation and stated that he had already told the whole crew how they got this ship, and who should be thanked for the very ghostly vessel and for their survival during the Kraken attack. None of the crew complained they were alive only thanks to this team. Gale, pleased that everything had finally fallen into place, willingly offered to explain how this new scheme really worked. The sea curse had soaked into the ghost ship, along with all those amazing abilities that he then added to it. The captain and his men became alert, nervously gulping air. No one knew for sure what abilities from Gale could mean. Sharon smiled slyly and chuckled, saying that Gale had already exceeded all expectations yesterday, and this was just the same. And Gale laughed and began to explain that he had embedded undead elements into the hull of this massive Imperial ship. He had rebuilt it, now it had formidable properties, lightning speed, and was unsinkable. A sailor's dream, exclaimed the assistant. But that's not all. What if they were attacked again someday? Now the ship was armed with a powerful catapult, one that hurled skulls like bullets. The assistant noticeably became excited by the idea. He was struck by the thought that from now on they would have something to defend themselves even against pirates. Gimli, though impressed, decided not to leave any comments about Gale's creative, albeit eccentric, design solutions. Gale, fueled by attention, smiled and declared that he had saved the best for last. The most incredible feature of this ghost ship: its navigation system. He claimed that it was capable of working on autopilot without any problems. Everyone froze at that statement, and Mora just squinted and immediately noticed something wrong on the deck. A shadowy figure was moving and seemed to be steering the ship, not a mechanical device and not a grid of magical runes. It was a ghost piloting the vessel. Mora caught the truth. It was an autopilot, a literal ghost pilot. Gil confirmed proudly, just specify the direction and the name of the destination and the ship will do the rest. The captain, half smiling, half stunned, noticed what a trick this was, then urged them to name their destination. Gimli stepped forward and firmly said they would sail northeast. The crew exchanged glances, and something barely noticeable flashed quietly between them: a smile. They headed toward the forest of darkness. The ship groaned, old planks shifted, and the ghostly vessel slowly but surely moved forward. Ahead, the forest loomed like a shadow on the sea. The captain froze, stunned. It was really moving. And Gale, as if that were not enough, declared that he had one more thing he wanted to share. Meanwhile, three women, Mora, Gimli, and Sharona, nervously twitched behind his back. Their faces twisted. They felt something irreversible was about to happen. The captain and his assistant tensely watched the moment. Gale finally revealed the last detail: the true scale of the ship's curse. Women moaned. They had already foreseen this from the very beginning. The captain and his assistant suddenly became alert and asked what exactly he meant. Gale answered briefly, once you find yourself on the ghost ship, there is no way back. No one else will be able to disembark. Never. They are doomed to remain on board. The captain could not believe his own ears. Gimli said that sailing to the forest of darkness was pointless. Upon arrival, they would not even be able to set foot on land. Gale reassured them. He can lift the curse, so it only needs to be dispelled by his own hand. Mora squinted and stated the obvious. Only Gale has that power. Without him, they are doomed to remain. Gale's mother, Gale, and her son Gale went to the forest of darkness. Gale's mother, Gale, and her son Gale, went to the forest of darkness. To everyone's surprise, Gale handed the captain and assistant a set of talismans to remove the curse, explaining that with them he could break the curse when the time comes. And Mora, irritated, remarked that he sounded like a conceited nobleman, offering hungry peasants cake, and loudly asked how else could one man be so insolent. Gale only smiled, no embarrassment, and said that if they ever run out of talismans or need more catapult ammunition, they can visit his shop, Gale's Cursed Things, in Farmage. The captain and assistant both admitted they would definitely need more of those supplies. Sharon muttered that Gale was really polishing his sales pitch now, and Gimli, who had been silent until then. Finally, Sharon turned to her companions. She finally confessed what she had kept inside for years. She apologized for the Kraken attack, for the encounter with the ghost ship, and for every deadly adventure they had gotten into, unconditionally taking all the blame upon herself. All this mess exploded because of her dealings with the Dark Elves. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. Mora gently restrained her and whispered for her not to go further, saying that so far everything had been going well. And Gale added, everyone chooses for themselves whether to follow Gimli, and he himself, by the way, was grateful for his path. If he had stayed home, he would never have gotten the chance to tame the ghost ship. It was not easy, but for him even the journey itself was worth everything. Sharon spoke up. If the Demon King ever returns in full strength, it will be trouble not only for the Dark Elves, the whole planet will get involved, and then she will never be able to drink peacefully again, and she could not allow that. The others quietly laughed and everyone smiled at Gimli. She wiped her eyes. She blamed the sea breeze. It gets in her eyes, she said, that's all. While they were sailing, Gimli was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of memory. It was calling Moru. And suddenly Moru was struck. Mora once heard from Mora that she never managed to confess to Galen. This reminder caught her off guard. She answered honestly and without embellishment. But how else? With Gale it was never possible to catch the right moment. Gimli was interrogating her, so she was not going to say anything. She said she felt deceived and jokingly suggested to Mora to change her profession from a support mage to a fraudster. She laughed, but Mora objected and asked Gimli to stop teasing. She said that Gimli saw Gale. He was constantly immersed in undead finds and obsessively fiddled with the cursed equipment at night. In his world, it seemed there was no place for either love or hatred. Curses, obsession, and secret mechanisms prevailed there. Gimli joked again, and it was not like foolishness but a real skill, dodging love. Mora asked Gimli once more not to laugh at her. As for herself, she honestly admitted she was not going to make excuses. She confessed. She was scared, she was afraid that Gale would reject her. Even now, the simple act of being near brought her quiet happiness. But if she tried for more and failed, everything would never return to how it was before. It is enough to break the order in the group and she might have to leave. Gimli responded with some understanding, as if everyone has their own view on things. But while Mora hesitates, someone else might come and win Gale's heart. Mora frowned and Gimli reminded her of this. She herself was one of those who belonged to others. Mora called her cruel. When Gale's journey was almost at its end, that pair of thief brothers finally reached the town of Farmich. They looked up and read the shop sign, Gale's cursed things. Cursed? This had not been mentioned before. And what now? One brother asked hoarsely. The other replied that they had already gone too far and must see it through to the end. They stepped over the threshold. Inside, Lisnet smiled as if she had been waiting for customers. Suddenly everything stopped, something made her freeze. These men did not come to shop. One of the brothers noticed her reaction and Lisnet froze in confusion, not understanding what was happening, while the rest only said, "There is only one way out." There was no one around, so they decided they could act calmly as soon as she stopped interfering. Someone threw a weapon. Lisnet dodged and immediately a rain of knives fell. She grabbed the table, pushed it to the countertop, and blocked the attack. One brother got scared and she used the counter as a shield. Lisnet confirmed, naming them by their real names, thieves, and added that countermeasures are put in place exactly for such cases. The other brother watched her, quickly focused without any hesitation. A normal person wouldn't withstand that much. Lisnetta agreed she really was not ordinary. She said she came from the darkness. It's a pity her health was no longer what it used to be. If she were strong, she would have long ago thrown back one of their blades. One of the brothers immediately noticed, 2 against 1. The odds for her were far from encouraging. Lisnet shrugged and said bluntly, close combat is her element. She lunged forward a quick kick. She grabbed one of the brothers by the arm and retreated as soon as there was enough space. She jerked her leg and hit right in the head. She seized the other's head and, a moment later, he got a knee strike. He vomited blood. The first one did not stop and tried again, grabbed his arm with her elbow. Then he sharply turned and struck back with his elbow. At such moments she reminded herself, bones, knees, and elbows are natural weapons, sharp and strong. It does not matter how strong someone is. Fools are those who dare to go against her unarmed. She looked at them, their bodies sprawled on the ground, and dryly asked if they had anything left except weapons. Because if all they were capable of was throwing knives, which were easy to predict and just as easy to avoid, then they had no chance against her. One of the brothers instinctively glanced aside at the swords hanging on the wall. He grabbed one sword and shouted as if he now had a real weapon. His brother immediately caught him, pushed him and threw, "Come on, do it." But at that moment something went wrong. He looked at the blade again. The sword seemed to be waiting. Whether he was cursed or not no longer mattered. It was too late. The armed brother sharply turned around and cut his brother. The strike landed without warning. Blood splattered on the floor. The wounded man shouted, "What is he doing? He is not an enemy." The attacker replied he knew. But his body did not obey. The wounded man twitched at the scream and ordered to drop the sword, but he replied that he could not. The grip held tight and would not let go. Lisnetta watched how everything unfolded and pursed her lips in a gloomy smile. She said that when people lost self-control, they made exactly those mistakes they would never have made under other circumstances. Like grabbing a delicate blade without hesitation, she constantly pressured them emotionally, pressing into their heads and tearing their support from within. She had gained this psychological advantage through a hard path and remembered how she lost it before the undead when Gale kept calm and defeated her. But she still had to admit, the brothers had prepared a good blade for Hera's sword they pulled from the wall. It was enchanted to suck blood, and every harm it caused returned to the wielder as healing. Once Gale showed Lesnet that sword and asked if she was familiar with devices that suck blood. She nodded affirmatively. She was told that the equipment converts part of the damage into healing for the user. Gale confirmed this and added that this sword has an exceptionally high conversion rate. Lesnit guessed about 20. Maybe she meant 50, a number that, in her opinion, would match his level, but Gil corrected her. This weapon converted 100, and she froze in shock. Full transformation, that was not just unrealistic, it was madness. But Gale only explained that he used extremely rare materials. One of the key attractions of creating curses. She looked at him with distrust. They say this blade, the blood sword, was once held by a man from some country. In a brutal succession battle, he killed all his blood relatives. Gale carefully returned the sword to the stand. Lisnit put everything together. The legend behind the blade paired with the curse Gale created, that's where this crazy effect came from. Gale agreed and began to explain in more detail. He also activated the sword's original curse. It forced the wielder to attack the nearest target, even if he himself did not want to. Lesnit asked what use such a vow could have at all, and Gale replied, "It is perfect for solo missions. There is no risk of hitting allies. Moreover, such tasks are often solitary, and the vow gives the bearer an inner push and strength to move forward in battle." Scenes flashed in Gale's mind: uprisings, rare moments when the fight was for life and death, and where one hesitation could cost everything. The sword would leave no room for doubt. Lisnit agreed. In the work of a killer, even a trembling moment of pause can ruin the mission and reveal the executor, but the cursed weapon made these fears unnecessary. She guided the hand of the one holding the sword whether he hesitated or not. A thought flashed through her mind. This is what reveals a weapon of the dark element. Such effects are never seen in the equipment of the light, and the creation of curses, as she suspected, is much deeper than most imagine. She could not reproach Gale for being completely immersed in it. Returning to the scene with the two brothers, she felt the blade seemed to especially reach for the blood of kin. They just pulled it out and could no longer remove it, and she did not tire for a moment. The cursed sword still swung until the last breath of its master. The brothers, curled up, howled in pain. She calmly and unhurriedly swallowed it all in her thoughts, crumpling bitter irony in her heart, yet still sat with pleasure in the front row of this tragic little drama. Her patience snapped at the mere thought of wiping blood from the wooden floor because instead of a killer, a housewife suddenly settled in her head. She threw them a card of dispelling to the side. After all, it was their first visit to the shop. If the wounds are treated quickly, they might survive. She clarified once more. It was too clear. They had to go immediately. The brothers, stunned, apologized and rushed to flee. Left alone, Lisnit barely audibly muttered to herself. She was not even embarrassed by the sight of two amateur thieves. Her former job had opened her eyes to much worse things that would harden anyone. Her heart merged with the darkness. Even traces of the very element of the Demon King remained in it. She glanced at the sword. Gale managed to defeat the invaders without appearing. He was truly incredible. She thoughtfully said this aloud, just realizing maybe he was protecting her too, not directly, but through others, even from afar. And this thought suddenly took firm root in her mind. She vowed to guard the shop until his return, so he had nothing to worry about. Somewhere else, Lisnit was making the same oath. Gale and his entire team disembarked from their ship onto a small boat moored to the ghost ship. The target was already close, so it was time to say goodbye to Captain Nick. The boat moved forward. A ghostly shadow urged the oars as if invisible hands kept the rhythm. Mora noticed a strange autopilot. Sharina admitted it was useful and at the same time disturbing. Gimli agreed, and the unease immediately intensified. She gazed into the distance and saw harsh terrain ahead. They were almost there. Gale gave the order to stop rowing, and three women grimaced, as if he was commanding the very ghostly rower. But the boat obeyed. Gimli descended first and announced she would go ahead. They reached the edge of the forest ahead. It seemed like a completely different world, and Sharon finally believed that Gimli was not exaggerating. It was eerily silent to the point of a crunch. They stepped into the forest. It unfolded around them as a solid wall. Thick thickets stretched endlessly, and this wilderness did not allow easy passage. Mora, feeling tired, noticed how quickly the untouched paths drained her strength. Sharon took the initiative. She began to cut through the dense thickets with a battle axe she had taken on the ghost ship, and ordered Gimli to go ahead and watch to ensure the others stayed close behind. Thick thickets stretched as far as the eye could see. Step by step, they were enveloped by caution, as if someone was nearby, rustling in the bushes and movements just at the edge of visibility. Sharina glanced around sharply. Creatures seemed to be creeping all around, so vigilance could not be lowered. Despite the anxiety, Sharon felt calm from the weapon in her hand. Her thoughts scattered as soon as she raised her eyes, and suddenly she noticed a winged figure, a wyvern. Her surprise had not yet settled when a loud thudding grabbed their attention to something even more grandiose. A troll, its gigantic figure, loomed ahead. Without hesitation, Gimli pushed everyone down and sharply gestured for silence. The troll carefully surveyed the area but did not notice them. Gimli quietly whispered a warning: "No sudden movements and no sounds until they are noticed. The troll will not attack." It froze for a moment, then moved on again. When the danger passed, Mora admitted, if compared, hiding in the sea would be much easier. Meanwhile, Gimli reminded, "Stay alert." Wandering through such wilderness or along deep mountain paths can confuse much more than they can even imagine. People involuntarily gravitated towards easier paths, subtly giving preference. Cross one leg over the other. They unconsciously shifted their weight, their steps bent in arcs even when trying to walk straight. Over time, they could realize they were wandering in circles, not noticing it themselves, repeatedly bypassing the same patch of forest. This was referred to as tracking the traveler's ring, Mora. Humboldt bitterly regretted having once underestimated the forest. Gimli reassured her, it's a common mistake. Then she unfolded the map and quietly confessed. She herself had fallen into the same trap, got lost. Both Mora and Sharon froze in shock. Gimli instantly covered their mouths with her palm. Sharon protested, shouldn't this be Gimli's territory? Mora picked up on her concern. Gimli admitted that a very long time had passed since she was last here. Sharon, increasingly worried, asked what they would do next. Darkness was quickly approaching, twilight wouldn't last long, full night would come in a moment. Gimli felt trouble approaching, the forest of darkness could swallow them whole in an instant. She suggested setting up a bivouac set up camp right here. Mora insisted and categorically refused to spend the night in such a sinister place. Sharon grabbed Gimli by the shoulders, demanding assurances. Gimli, slightly on the defensive, asked if they were already beginning to doubt her. Gale, who had been almost silent until then, finally intervened. He stated that quarrels would change nothing, and they needed to focus on finding a place for the camp. Sharon irritably pressed her lips together, but could not deny a word. He was indeed right. Then Gale suggested that he would take everything upon himself and ordered the whole group to follow him. Sharon asked if he even knew where he was heading. Gale replied, he had no exact plan, but he was used to navigating in dim light. Gimli noticed, the thickets and the shaky path did not throw Gale off his rhythm at all. And Sharon only praised him for how he kept the pace on the hike and admitted it was hard to keep up with his speed. Mora added that she was used to snooping around cemeteries and ruins, where the living dead swarmed gloomy and treacherous like this forest, and Gimli agreed. Dark, damp places strewn with bones were almost a home for a person like Gale. Even this gloomy forest was a trifle for him. Gale, a little ahead, I called them. He had already noticed something and was sure there was water nearby. Sharon turned to Gimli, and there was one question in her eyes. Was Gale's assessment really accurate? Gimli honestly admitted that she did not orient herself at all in this part of the forest. Sharon sighed, irritably pressed her lips, and smiled ironically, joking about the reliability of their so-called guide. Mora, as always the voice of reason, defended Gimli, saying that even she could not be expected to know every inch of the dark forest by heart. Gimli sincerely apologized. She explained that she would be able to orient herself only when she came across a familiar landmark. She looked closely, nothing stood out. Sharina, irritated, reminded that it was precisely because of this uncertainty that they got lost, and Gimli, acknowledging this, apologized once again. While everything around was tangled, Gale focused on what was nearby and demanded that others listen more attentively. Many plants bore fruits, a clear sign there is water somewhere nearby. After that, a telling sound was heard, splash and dripping of water. Mora's face lit up as soon as she confirmed, she hears the current. And Sharina, though reluctantly, still exhaled. Gale really found this current, although at first it seemed only a guess. Gimli, casting a glance far ahead, spotted a shallow valley. It seemed the water disappeared into the ground, then emerged from underground passages. Gale pushed through the leaves and parted the branches toward the source. He smiled when they broke through the thickets and finally came upon it. A fresh spring, three girls froze with wide-open eyes in admiration. It was the perfect place, by the spring. Gale enthusiastically noted the favorable location. Gimli felt the sandy soil around and decided this was the best place to set up camp. Mora readily agreed, and Sharina echoed her approval. Gale took this agreement as a definitive yes. Here their new camp was to be established. The group celebratively without unnecessary words. They put their backpacks on the ground and Sharon immediately got to work. She reminded them of the previous plan. At her command, everyone went to their roles. Gimli looked around carefully in all directions, not straying far, hoping to recognize a familiar landmark. Sharona, strong and reliable, bustled nearby, gathering firewood. Gale and Mora set out to look for food. Mora said anxiously that no one knew how long they might still be stuck in the forest, and that their ability to procure food could mean life or death. While he was searching for food, Gil noticed fish in the water. Having made sure the spring was safe, he decided to make a homemade fishing rod, and Mora, with curiosity in her eyes, asked how exactly he planned to do it. Gale explained there is plenty of bait here, so he could use the bones he carries with him. Mora dryly remarked, only a master of curses would keep bones at hand. Gale indifferently broke one in half. The marrow from the dry, thick bones stretched out, crumbled into fibers, threads suitable as fishing line, and the shards were often sharp enough to become hooks. He demonstrated, tied the fishing line, baited the hook, and cast it into the spring. Almost immediately there was a splash. They did not take their eyes off the fishing line. The water stirred again and Gale reeled in the line. He is holding a freshly caught fish. Mora was stunned. Everything happened in a few seconds. Gale explained, unlike sea or river fish, fish in isolated forest ponds are usually less cautious and easier to catch, and Mora, impressed by his self-reliance, finally appreciated the true extent of his survival skills. Then Gale pulled out another fish and earned even more praise. And Mora, blushing and awkwardly fidgeting behind him, showed that she also wanted to try. Gale noticed her excitement and asked if she wanted to try. Mora agreed excitedly and joyfully. She asked how it is done, and Gale simply explained, bait the hook, cast it, and when you feel a bite, wait a little. Because the hook is not that strong, the fish needs to swallow it completely before pulling. Mora grabbed the improvised fishing rod and cast the fishing line into the water. She instantly felt a jerk and named the sensation aloud. Gale encouraged, wait a little longer before reacting. In a moment he gave the signal. Mora sharply jerked the fishing line, but nothing rose from the bottom. The bait with the hook had disappeared, and irritation crept in so much that she had to grumble with displeasure. Gale cheered her up again, saying that such mistakes are common for the first try, and offered another bait. Mora resolutely cast the fishing rod once more. This time, feeling movement in the water, she became more cautious. She tightened the fishing line. This time, a huge fish jumped out from beneath the surface. Her eyes widened sharply. Surprise and admiration froze in them simultaneously. Gale noticed such a catch, but before he could say another word, how more. Mora rushed into his passionate embrace, overwhelmed with happiness from her success. At that moment, Sharon had already returned from gathering firewood. Hearing the screams, she thought in passing that something had gone wrong. But instead she saw Gale and Mora in an embrace. She was confused, immediately apologized for disturbing them, sharply turned around and left. Mora and Gale, embarrassed, called after her, and their cheeks immediately flushed. Later they all gathered around the campfire. The air blossomed with the smell of fried fish. Gale looked at the flames and said that dinner was ready. Mora nodded, feeling how appetizing the smell was. They simply fried the fish with salt, and it turned out sincere, hearty, and human. Sharon praised its simplicity and taste. Gimli agreed and added that it was a wonderful meal. Gale invited everyone to eat their fill and promised, if needed, he would catch more. Meanwhile, as they ate, Mora asked Gimli about her reconnaissance, and he replied that he had moderate success. She knew their general direction, but the darkness, which was growing thicker, did not allow her to precisely determine where they actually were. Meanwhile, Sharon announced that she had made a schedule for night watches, and Mora agreed. The burden would be shared, it would be safer and easier. Gimli also nodded and said that although the dinner was tasty, today's hike had exhausted them to the bone. Gale proposed another solution. Instead of relying only on watches, why not set traps and guard them at night? The three women looked at him with interest. To their surprise, in the forest it turned out that Gale had already prepared everything. One of his improvised cursed traps, where paralyzing effects from ship ghosts, spectral chains, and icy water energy were mixed right where these spirits once lived. The women froze in amazement and asked what the camp had turned into. Gale, openly proud of his work, explained. The curse activates as soon as a hostile creature steps into its zone, and at that moment freezes the intruder in place. Although the trap was hastily made, it still saved them for one night. Thanks to Gale's efforts, the three women slept without monster attacks. Whether it was the strange calm given by the enchanted net or the creepy scarecrow skeletons around the perimeter that disturbed their dreams, they themselves could not explain. Later that night, the whole group lay down to sleep and sank into a quiet rest. Mora suddenly realized she was dreaming. In the dream, she and the others stood before an impressive woman, majestic, calm, and dark-skinned. She acknowledged their presence with dignity and grace as if greeting them, yet not a single word escaped her lips. Mora intuitively felt the message. They had traveled a long way and now stood on the threshold of the Dark Elves' homeland. And the figure in her dream was majestic and calm, strangely resembling Gimli not only in skin and hair color, but also in the shape of the eyes and the delicate curve of the ears. Just as Mora tried to speak to her, the dream dissolved. The dream gradually receded as morning approached. At dawn, Mora told the group about the vision. She described the noble woman who appeared to greet them and again noted her resemblance to Gimli. Gale confirmed that he had seen the same woman, and Sharna chimed in she had also seen the same dream. Gimli explained that the woman they saw was Lady Minerva, leader of the Dark Elves, and Mora remarked that her elegance was striking. It turned out that the dream took place at a location called the Hill of Promises. Now, as they found themselves in the Forest of Darkness, Mora thought these dreams were Minerva's way of noticing them and greeting them. Sharna enthusiastically noted that leader Gimli had. She had an incredible gift. She could enter people's dreams. Gimli confirmed this and said they were very close to Minerva's domain. Sharna felt Minerva's sensitivity and aloud wondered whether, having climbed that Hill of Promises, they might meet her in person, and then visits in dreams would no longer be necessary. Gimli nodded yes, it is quite possible. Later the group set off on the road again. Mora quietly pondered their situation. Supplies were dwindling before their eyes, everyone was increasingly exhausted. The night was calm and pleasant, but it was already time to move on. They still did not know where to go, but staying there was no longer an option. After breakfast, a brief wave of irritation suddenly hit. Sharona complained that after 3 days of eating only fried salted fish, she was completely fed up. Gimli dryly cut in, she had eaten them all without any hesitation. Sharona replied that fish had indeed become a problem, but her main complaint was the alcohol was finished. Mora tried to calm her, quietly reminded her not to shout so much, nerves were already on edge. Gale picked up the conversation and immediately turned to practice, suggesting to summarize their current state. Since they had set up camp, they had tried more than once to break through further, but each attempt again and again led them in circles. Gimli admitted, this area was foreign to her, so they were repeatedly pulled back to the same place. Mora noted the camp provided safety, but they had not advanced a single step forward. Sharina called this a real crisis. Gimli regretted that they had once deviated from the original route. They wanted to save time by taking a shorter path, but it only turned out worse. Gale tried to calm her. He said he was watching everyone, so no one was to blame. But Sharon still revealed her surprised confusion. How could they get lost where Gimli thought she was walking in her own territory? In the end, Gimli admitted she had completely forgotten how truly vast the Forest of Darkness was. Gale counted a few pluses. They had water and at least for now enough food fish, but the fish would not last long. He agreed it was time to move on. Sharon warned that this should not be taken as an endless vacation in the wilderness. Gale picked up her thought and reminded her that she had to manage the blacksmith guild. And he himself hated the very idea of leaving Liz alone in the shop. He imagined Lisnetta, who would probably doze off from boredom due to lack of customers. This only fueled his determination more. As soon as their goals were clearly confirmed again, Gale firmly said they must move forward no matter how exhausting the road was. Gimli quietly added that it would be a real blessing for them to find a guide, someone who knew these places and would lead them out. And at that moment, Gale suddenly froze in place. A rustle like the swish of a cloak made him strain his gaze. Someone had just passed nearby, and despite the dimness of the darkwood, which hung in the air even during the day, his sharp eyes caught what others might not notice. Mora unconditionally acknowledged Gale's vigilance, and the three women immediately rushed to where he pointed. Speed and impatient desire to act carried them forward, but Gale stopped them. Haste only wasted each one's life energy. When they reached the place and stopped, a strange sight appeared before them. In the distance stood a whole group of figures in cloaks, and some seemed to glide weightlessly from the trees. Gimli cautiously approached one of them. They were embarrassedly searching for words, trying to explain that they were lost. But Mora, looking at the lower part of the figure, suddenly noticed a creepy detail. There were no legs at all. The figure spun around, the mask was torn off by a ghostly vortex, and beneath it was revealed a skeleton. An animated armed skeleton, and it was not alone. They were tightly surrounded. These cloaked figures were not travelers, the undead. Their armor and regalia screamed it. Mora found out these were the remnants of a royal army detachment thought to be destroyed. Now cursed, they wandered under someone's or something's control. Sharon shuddered. She did not expect this at all. She retreated. But when she tried to break free by force and rushed away, another skeleton appeared ahead and blocked her path. She recoiled, not believing her own eyes, and stared in horror at the one she herself called All Bones. Empty eyes, a gaze that promises nothing. The group quickly closed into a circle. Gimli, Mora, and Shirna had no choice. They would have to fight. They grabbed their weapons and chopped at the undead, but in response, it silently and relentlessly rolled a wave of attack. Right in the midst of chaos, some hand sharply pulled Gimli back. Gale finally appeared. He instantly whispered a dispelling spell and immediately aimed it at the attacking skeleton. The monster retreated and crumbled under the cleansing glow. Gimli's legs buckled from tension, but she still assured Gale that she was unharmed. As soon as she looked at him, emotions overwhelmed her. And at that very moment, his presence, timeliness, and strength were etched into her memory. Then she understood it unmistakably. This was truly love. While Gale was focused on the fight, he said aloud that these skeletons were too strange, not just reanimated bones but cursed, so dispelling them was not only possible but incredibly effective. Even more such creatures shuffled forward. They were drawn loudly, and Gale was already preparing another move. Kneeling on the ground, Gimli raised her eyes upward. When Gale's magic took effect, the souls of the fallen skeletons responded. Their once fierce spirits emerged and were drawn into a radiant pillar of light rising up to the sky. The cleansing was complete, majestic, and breathtaking. Mora, though she had seen his power many times, always stopped in amazement and whispered quietly. Gale's skill never ceases to amaze her. As if he were dancing a waltz among the undead, graceful, yet deadly. Then Gale explained why the undead had appeared during the day. Usually they slumber. But in such a dense forest, where infected mist seeped from the ground and unnatural darkness poisoned the air, it made sense that they were awakened. Sharon noticed that Gale looked strangely pleased with this meeting, and he did not object. In his hand, some object gleamed. It flickered faintly in the dim light, so Mora asked what it was. He said that these were the cores of nasal mucus left from the cursed skeletons, small spheres, clots of the curse itself. They were found rarely and appeared only after monsters above a certain class were destroyed. Sharona turned to Gimli and asked if he had heard anything about that. Gimli only sighed and admitted It was news to him two undead materials were not considered desirable in most circles. Her guild bought parts of the undead, but paid for them many times less than for ordinary monster trophies. As she emphasized, the value generally started with the undead. Below are the dead, above are monsters, further up are metals, and at the top are rare items. She did not know these cores, she might have heard of them vaguely but had never seen them with her own eyes. Gale continued, and confidence flared in his voice. With such cores he could cast curses on various instruments, armor, weapons, scrolls, and much more. The appearance was not affected, the application did not touch either the aesthetics or how it looked from the side. However, it was purely practical, and the possibilities were enormous. He believed that with the right technique he could eventually significantly enhance all their equipment, while Mora became worried because she felt that the undead cores that would empower him would inevitably bring a curse. Gale admitted it, yes, these enhancements really carry a curse, but he promised that it could mitigate its effect. Yet three women looked at him skeptically and pressed with doubts. Was he really so sure he could handle it? Gale reminded them that he himself could absorb the cursed part of those reinforcements as long as the items remained nearby. Once they retreated too far, the curse would bounce back, a phenomenon called the curse bounce. Sharon shuddered at the very thought. She was terrified by the horror itself that he was capable of forging equipment with such terrible power. But what crushed her most was the truth. It seemed that this was exactly how he had strengthened Kusha's party. It is not surprising that they did not know this. All the equipment they used was cursed. Gimli jumped into the conversation and explained that it was just the mechanics of item drops. Although such things are indeed rare and valuable for Gale, for her and her guild it was nothing unusual. And Gale added that the undead drop not only rare artifacts. Their distorted existence was born from the emotions they carried throughout their entire life. The cursed skeletons we fought were once soldiers, part of the royal division that tried to escape the Forest of Darkness, and their end turned into a tragedy. Since then their souls have been trapped here, unable to break free. The echo of that emotion haunted the forest for centuries, and this prompted Gale to the idea. He asked to be shown the map of Gimli. Having looked at this, he stubbornly came to the conclusion that he had already understood something. These damned soldiers still left the last thing, another, truly necessary one. The pendulum of divination of sorrow, forged from the relentless pain of the royal squad doomed to wander the forest, responded to emotional energy. Gale commanded it, lead them to the native lands of the dark elves. The pendulum stirred, began to sway, and whispered, moving at barely cries. Gale realized these fluctuations were not accidental. The pendulum was leading, and it had already chosen a direction, so finally they could break out of the forest. The group froze in wonder. How could such a thing even exist? But that was not all. The undead soldiers were bringing their former war horses to speed up the journey. The team froze in amazement. Now they could ride out of the forest, and it turned out to be quite easy. Gimli felt a deep relief in her soul, so obvious it almost overwhelmed her. Perhaps now they would finally reach her native land. Mora and Shirna, however, remained more skeptical. Undead horses were just too much. She had heard the phrase, beating a dead horse. But here everything was completely different. The terrible figure of those creatures made her shudder. She clung to Gale, seeking at least some comfort, and he allowed it. As soon as they sat down, it became immediately clear to both. This trip would be neither instant nor smooth. Horses with wild jerks broke free from their place and threw them as if they were sacks. Sacks of grain, and Gimli was momentarily confused. It seemed as if an earthquake had occurred underfoot. Mora noticed how the chaos was gradually subsiding and immediately asked, "What is the royal squad doing so deep in this lonely thicket?" Gimli replied that even when the Demon King was sealed, the kingdom sent troops to the dark forest to capture and cleanse it. But instead of a battle, the soldiers became prey. They were swallowed by the ancient dragon. Sharon had heard about this before in the cart, but only now did her mind catch up with her thoughts. Wait a minute. If they had just stepped onto the territory of that very division, it could only mean one thing: they were in the domain of the elder dragons. Gimli glanced ahead. Gale froze, another jolt, no worse. A fierce roar tore through the air. From the very sound, the atmosphere seemed to crack. Gimli cursed her own overconfidence. She had relaxed, and it was already too late. They had wandered right into the dragon's lair. And now the ancient dragon had found them. In the dragon's throat, a glow flared. Blue tongues of flame twisted and rapidly expanded. Sharon held her breath for a moment and immediately understood. The dragon was about to unleash its breath. Panic swept over her like a wave. Now the true dragon fire would incinerate them. Gimli jumped out, shouting, "Run!" And the dragon opened its jaws. The breath burst out with a roar, scorching the ground. Sharon froze in shock. The burning, scorching gust of wind confirmed everything. It instantly burned their lifeless mounts. Gimli sighed with relief. It turned out they were not the target. They had simply been caught in the sweep of the dragon's strike. Mora added that it is precisely this wide sweep that makes the attack no less dangerous. And again an explosion thundered. Flames closed around them from all sides. There was nowhere to escape. Sharon cursed this situation. They could not just die like that. Mora agreed this was not the end. She called others and ordered to prepare weapons. Gimli assessed the situation. A dragon's breath can turn vast spaces to ashes, but what made the elder dragon the undisputed ruler of this forest was. It was not just flame, it served as armor. The creature's body was covered with scaly plates, so strong it seemed they were forged from steel. Mora prepared to attack. She gathered all her strength together. Every drop of energy and all efforts merged into this strike. Sharona rushed straight at the dragon's head. He said he was going to smash his skull. She struck with the bamboo brain breaker and the dragon barely flinched. Her gaze pierced his ancient rage. He roared and a wave of impact threw Sharona to the ground. Sharon sighed bitterly. Forget it, because even their best weapon, imperial forging or not, could not pierce this monster's defense. It was time to pull out her last trump card, a secret dark weapon capable of turning everything upside down, and/or the dagger Calcum. Gimli stumbled and sharply recoiled backward. She extended the dagger. It had to work. With a decisive movement, she plunged it into the ancient dragon. The blade slid through the scales. Nothing surprising, orichalcum was the hardest of known materials, but even that was not enough. The weapon lacked length. The strike was shallow, not deadly at all. The dragon broke the pause and swung directly at her. She managed to dodge at the last moment, barely avoiding the strike. A clean stab through the hardened scales could not bring down the beast. Mora struggled to her feet with all her might and immediately felt she was completely exhausted. She stood powerless. The magic was exhausted due to overexertion of spells, as too many enhancements pushed her beyond the limit. Gimli jumped up in the air again and shouted Gale that she was still in the fight. He could have stopped and looked at himself, but he had to take care of others. Gale rushed to Shirna and Mora. The group closed ranks, again facing the roaring dragon. The dagger plunged deep into the dragon's body. The wound was fresh but not yet fatal. The beast roared as if in a sign of defiance. Gimli assessed the situation. Ancient dragons were incredibly territorial and fiercely proud, and any invasion of their domains was met with ruthless force. That is why the royal division was completely destroyed. They literally stepped into the dragon's lair. She burst out screaming, "Scatter! Keep the dragon moving, don't let it settle on any target." Even the old dragon, despite incredible strength, could not reach for 4 opponents at once. They had to press their only advantage, numbers, but the fiery ring squeezed and narrowed all paths. Gimli knew this was only a temporary trick. Suddenly Sharon screamed and a gap appeared in the flames, a small patch where the fire died down. Morris saw it too. From that spot you could really escape. Gale agreed and they moved. Gimli followed them. But she was overcome by a dark anxiety. This unexpected luck didn't seem fair. Everything was going too perfectly. The ancient dragons were not only fierce but also clever. They accurately noticed that crack in the flames. Gimli froze a trap. A trap, a classic predator's trick. To drive the prey into a narrow line and then strike all at once. She shouted to them, "Stop." But it was already too late. The dragon loomed behind, jaws wide open, and the flames gathered again into a fiery ball. It was about to unleash its fiery breath a second time, and this time they all stood in a perfectly straight line. Gimli dashed forward, desperately trying to reach them, but time ran out at the worst moment. Her thoughts wildly raced. They were all about to evaporate. Suddenly a voice thundered. Someone shouted, "Princess." A projectile whistled through the air and a dart hit the dragon. The beast twitched and staggered. The flames dispersed. Its fiery breath stopped. The dragon froze in shock. They all turned together and in the silence hung the question, what just happened? Gale noticed it first. The explosion hit the dragon directly. Mora froze with her mouth open until several figures in hoods emerged from the smoke. They lunged forward lightning fast. Only they surrounded the group, immediately forming a tight defensive ring. One of the newcomers explained, "The bolt from the crossbow by itself would not have wounded the ancient dragon, but the explosive charge is another matter. It can knock the creature off balance and interrupt its breath." Another explosion sounded. The dragon sharply glanced at the newcomers. The commander's voice thundered, "Fire to kill," and arrows and bolts flew from all sides. The dragon was relentlessly struck. It twitched and staggered under the barrage that allowed no respite. Gale still did not know who they were, but it was clear they were coming to help. More guessed they were allies. Sharon said that their cloaks and armor closely resembled the gear of the assassin Gimli. Gimli caught the gaze of one of the hooded warriors and she recognized him. One of the figures removed the hood and addressed Gimli directly, "Princess, you are safe." Gale immediately noticed their pointed ears, distinctive eye color, and dark skin tone. Dark elves stood before him. The speaker bowed low to Gimli and sincerely apologized for being late. Gimli calmly replied that she was fine and named the warrior. Question 8. She asked how they managed to find her. Ask 8 said that later the time will come to explain everything. For now, all they could do was survive. She suddenly turned, took aim, and fired. A shatite exploded right above the dragon's head. As soon as the strike hit, she gave the order to retreat. Smoke grenades exploded simultaneously. A thick fog disoriented them. The dragon roared, and at that moment it was swallowed by a dense, impenetrable mist. Gale realized they got out of there alive. Gimli exhaled and relief washed over her in a wave of warmth. She turned to the Dark Elves and sincerely thanked them, explaining that during the fight with the Kraken she had used all her smoke bombs. The Dark Elves nodded reservedly and replied, "Yes, my lady." They said they had earlier seen hundreds of bright lights rise into the sky. So they rushed to their source, for they could never have imagined that their princess would be in such danger. Gimli suddenly understood. This was exactly what they meant. The lights appeared thanks to Gale. He scattered the entire undead unit, and this unexpected act became a beacon that led her people to her. She turned back to Gale and he rushed to save again. Time and again he intervened exactly when everything depended on it, so this man kept pulling them out again, and again he simply has no equal. Asgate barely managed to come to his senses and looked at Gale with interest. Sharon leaned toward Gimli and asked if all these people were her friends. Mora looked away embarrassed. Why did they call Gimli a princess? And if Gale only caught her surprise, was Gimli really a princess of the Dark Elves? Gimli smiled hesitantly, a little awkwardly. Gale insisted again, so is it true? Mora honestly admitted she did not know at all. Everyone was tormented by one question. What kind of strange princess behaves like Gimli? Gimli himself, embarrassed, remained silent. Somewhere else the same call rang out again, princess. The carriage rattled along the country road, and inside Carlin opened the window wide and breathed in the cool breeze with pleasure. Vivian instantly darted to the curtains and sharply drew them closed. Kara asked in surprise why she did that. Vivian replied, if someone looked inside, they would immediately recognize Kara, the very one under royal guard. It was dangerous. Recently, someone had already tried to attack and kill her. Kara waved it off, downplaying the fear as if a little sun wouldn't hurt her, but Vivian firmly insisted Kara needed to be more cautious. The trip, although held to tradition, was hastily put together. Finding the right guard turned out to be a real nightmare in terms of organization, and they hadn't properly arranged accommodation at all. Kara abruptly broke the initial plan and led them to a rural town, which made things even more complicated. Vivian asked if she even imagined how much time, effort, and money this inspection would consume. Kara cut in that no one had invited Vivian to come. Then Vivian snapped. Not going with her meant neglecting her own duty. While the caravan was traveling in the neighboring town of Farmage, several local men noticed it. They immediately spotted the curtains embroidered with gold, an unmistakable sign of the royal family. And the flag, that was definitely the royal standard. The men whispered quietly, could someone from the royal family really be here? In such a backwater, Farmage was nearby, that's why it seemed incredible. The guard sternly looked at the crowd, and people instantly lowered their eyes and bowed. Looking directly at a royal person was forbidden, so one extra glance could end in trouble. They murmured their suspicions. Could it really not be because of the recent border unrest? Due to the chaotic schedule of the royal guard, there were not enough people. So Vivian had to run for reinforcements at the last moment, and then the church also got involved. They claimed they wanted to strengthen ties with the crown. They learned about the trip and sent their paladins to reinforce the royal guard. This only complicated things. Although both sides were incredibly influential, the church and the royal family was completely independent, none had power over the other. And their knights and paladins belonged to completely different chains of command. Vivian, despite her own reluctance, agreed due to urgency. She was appointed to lead the entire security operation now. It consisted of a hastily assembled joint unit. She was bursting with anxiety. A conflict could erupt between the two groups, especially because of the strict, arrogant church warriors, and at that moment the carriage suddenly stopped. The horses broke into a whinny, the wheels rolled and screeched on the road. Kara flinched from the sharp jolt, and Vivian immediately was beside her and caught her, preventing her from falling. She sternly asked if something was blocking the road. When the monster attacked the caravan, the guard approached and saluted. He reported that the royal guard and church paladins were already involved in a fight, exchanging blows, exactly what Vivian feared. So she went out to deal with it personally. She ordered the princess to stay inside and be safe. What Vivian saw on the roadside ahead only confirmed her worst fears. People in royal armor and paladins in lavish church robes were fighting each other. Clearer than any monster attack was only one thing: complete internal chaos. For a moment Vivian froze, stunned and horrified, and thought, what on earth are they doing? Vivian sharply demanded an explanation for this mess, and one of the armored men, Justin, the chief paladin, stepped forward. He sighed with relief upon seeing her, said it was too dangerous to proceed, and suggested immediately calling a team of priests from the church. Impatient Vivian cut him off. What is he talking about? She knew for sure Princess Car's arrival for inspection could no longer be cancelled. Where did this anxiety suddenly come from? Justin claimed that the city ahead was cursed. He nodded at the lanterns hanging on the poles along the road. Strange, ominous things. Vivian frowned as soon as she finally made them out. That eerie glow could not be mistaken, but Justin had not yet finished speaking. He waved his hand at several unnatural, eerie landscapes, and they crawled right into the field of view. He declared this place cursed. As soon as they approached the city, strange signs became stronger. Vivian, though noticeably nervous, sharply objected. Yes, it was terrifying, but it was no reason for panic. She reminded that she had seen worse. Corpses impaled on stakes in the middle of city squares. Whatever his opinion was, they would still have to go further. If the paladins wanted to abandon the journey, she would not stop them. She was thrown off her rhythm in the open field by trifles something Vivian could not tolerate. Vivian turned to the gathered soldiers and sharply gave the order. All forces must resume the march toward Farmage. The soldiers obeyed without any resistance. Justin, confused, rushed with questions had she lost her mind. He shouted to her once more, "Lady Vivian," but her cold, unwavering gaze instantly silenced him. Realizing there was no choice, Justin spat in frustration and, reluctantly and sharply, gave commands to the paladins. They set off after. Meanwhile, Vivian returned to the royal carriage and apologized to the princess for the delay. Kara was staring out the window and Vivienne was trying to talk to her. And the princess froze in silence. Eyes wide open, gaze mesmerized and fixed on what was happening outside, so Vivian held her breath. Along the road to the city stretched rows of lanterns shaped like skulls, an invention of Hale's. These sinister creatures instilled panic in the hearts of Justin and his sacred warriors, while the royal guards, on the contrary, paid them no mind at all. But suddenly everything went wrong. Vivian told Kara that they would arrive any moment, but the princess suddenly stood up and, without saying a word, silently left the carriage. Vivian felt it and quietly whispered that she suspected as much. Kara stood in the middle of the road, made a full circle, and looked around in awe at the strange landscapes. There was no fear in her voice, only genuine admiration. Her face shone with uncontrollable joy, and she said that all this was beautiful, incredibly beautiful. And she could hardly believe her eyes. Vivian froze, stunned. The royal inspection was now led by a strange princess, completely captivated, indescribably happy even before that eerie, cursed town. Sharona froze, realizing the hidden royal origin. She was stunned by how long this important truth had remained silent. Gimli, smiling, admitted the secret had finally come out. But Sharona, not hiding her irritation, sharply said, "This is not a trifle and it should have been said." Gimli did not argue, he simply confirmed the obvious. Despite all the obstacles that stood in their way, they finally reached return to her native land. They reached the land of the Dark Elves. The journey was over. The group froze in admiration. Mora admitted her long and exhausting mission had come to an end. Gale glanced around and absorbed every little detail he saw. Lifeless land suffocated by rot. The trees stood withered, the plants charred and wilting, and a thick fog in the air kept covering them all. Beneath this poisonous veil lay the skeletons of huge beasts, giants, and monsters that had long perished. Behind them stretched the remains of an ancient city, ruins thoroughly pierced by destruction and sorrow, and this corruption was deeper and more terrifying than anything they had seen so far. Mora finally understood why the former Demon King had chosen this cursed place for his fortress. Gale agreed and added that if one of those fortresses stood here, then they were standing exactly where another representative of the Demon King's lineage once lived. Sharona noticed the object in Gale's hand responded strangely and pulsed as if alive. Gale guessed it resonated with something nearby. Mora immediately recognized it. It was the devil's heart. She had long wondered where Gale had hidden it and still could not believe he had brought it with him. Gale proudly confirmed this. Gimli added that Mora herself had asked him to carry it. Asgate suddenly stirred and turned to Gale and grabbed his hand, demanding to know where Gale had found it. Gimli rushed to intervene, pleading for calm. Before completely losing control, Asgate apologized for the disturbance. The artifact seemed to overflow him from within. What they were seeing now was one of the most important relics of their era, the true heart of the devil. The whole group instantly fell silent, as if overwhelmed by anxiety. But Gimli quickly clarified. What they held was only a fragment, and although it looked small in size, it deceived the eye. The others froze in shock. Only a piece. Where is the rest then? Who shattered it? Asgate voiced this aloud, and Gimli immediately answered without any hesitation. The Empire. They stole the heart and scattered its pieces. The Dark Elves were stunned by the revelation. If the Empire had other fragments, the threat still remained. Asgate, consumed by rage and distrust, cursed the desecration committed by the Empire, but he was suddenly overwhelmed by confusion. Why was even this fragment here right now? When it was still in their possession and all previous attempts to retrieve even part of the heart from the Empire had failed, Gimli concluded. Gale lifted the curse from it. That's how it became his. Gale smiled quietly and everyone else froze in disbelief. Asgate could not believe it. Could someone really have lifted the Demon King's spell? Was this really the same fragment? Gale turned to Gimli and his twitch and response eloquently showed she was offended. She challenged Asgate. Did he really think she wouldn't recognize a fake? Asgate, realizing his serious mistake, trembled and fell to one knee, pleading for her forgiveness. But just as he was about to speak, a new voice stopped him. A figure appeared, another dark elf. His own people surrounded him. Asgate, without hesitation, fell to his knees and called him the chief. The elder greeted the travelers kindly, sincerely thanked them for their efforts that helped his people. And Mora, a little embarrassed, pointed to their role in provoking the ancient dragon, because of which the forest ultimately suffered and was destroyed. She apologized for the damage caused, and the chief only laughed. He said that sometimes even in their practices controlled burns are necessary, and the forest will definitely recover over time in just a few decades. For their kind, this was just a trifle. For the elder of the Dark Elves, a few decades is a trifle. The chief addressed him by name Gale Hamilton, and Gale briefly confirmed. It was him. The leader already knew about Gale from Gimli's letters. There she was described as an extraordinary master of curses. And although Gale was modest, Gimli did not deny her assessment. As soon as the leader saw Gale with his own eyes, everything suddenly became much more serious. He watched Gale closely. They noticed his calm even when he carried one of the relics of the Demon King. At that moment, Asgate interrupted the conversation, addressing the elder and the princess, and he himself was stunned by this revelation. Is this the creator of curses really chosen to become their savior? He had no such information. Gimli explained. The secret was kept deliberately. The plan required caution. With such an impulsive and brazen character as Asgate showed himself for the first time, the mission could have been ruined even before Gale arrived. Her words struck him as if they touched the deepest strings of his soul. He stumbled, tried to justify himself. But Gimli gently stroked his head and praised him for his courage because, despite everything, he risked his life and pulled them out of the jaws of the enraged ancient dragon. She sincerely thanked him, and Asgate was noticeably moved. At first he declared without hesitation that he would give his life if it would help in the crisis. Then Gimli turned to the elder and showed that they were ready to move. The chief agreed and ordered his people to lead them deeper into the Dark Elves' territory, warning that it was still dangerous around. Above their heads in the sky, wyverns flew, living evidence of the danger he spoke of. Mora noticed them as a direct echo of the Elder Dragon's words, and Sharana confirmed. Even now the distant roar of the Elder still barely sounded in the air. Soon they reached the place they were going to. Before them rose a massive castle looming with a bulky wall. Gale exhaled with relief, finally arrived. Mora expected it to be a bit closer than it seemed, and Sharina, looking at the huge scale, said that it was hard to estimate the distance from afar. As soon as they stepped over the threshold, they found themselves inside. Sharina instantly recognized. Before her were the very same famous ruins of the Demon King's fortress. She stretched out her hand and touched part of the structure. Gimli confirmed that it was real. Gale nodded. The construction was indeed strong. Sharina froze. The material was both strong and strangely light, unlike anything she had ever encountered before. Mara, glancing over her shoulders, shuddered. Darkness appeared right before her. The elves watched them intently. Embarrassed, she begged them to stop, saying they were making outsiders look ridiculous. Sharon, puzzled, asked why, since it was just curiosity. Gale agreed but himself did not understand the point. And Mora muttered irritably that the Dark Elves only cared about their own benefit. Gimli additionally explained. The economy of the Dark Elves was mostly sustained by forging items from such rare materials. For them, ruins are history, and true wealth lies in the material itself. Part of it was occasionally sold on the market. And it was also used in remnants of ancient alchemy, and Sharing Up came alive upon hearing the word rare. Gimli noticed her reaction and smiled slyly. Sharon was breathless with shock as soon as she realized that the material for the castle was not ordinary at all. She barely restrained herself, stumbling with disbelief, and blurted out the question. Is this calcium? When she finally realized that it was real, Sharana joyfully pressed herself against the wall. Mora was surprised by such behavior, but for Sharana indifferent. The entire castle was made of orichalcum, so she loudly declared that she would claim peace for herself. Laughing madly delighted by the advantage, Mora, embarrassed, asked if it was possible to be even more shameless. She looked at Gale, but he was busy, examining a huge skull, presumably of a troll, and rummaging through the remains of a massive creature scattered around the castle. Unable to endure their antics under the watchful eyes of the hosts, Mora grabbed Gale and Sharon and tore them away. The Dark Elves continued to watch, and the chieftain laughed. Apparently, he enjoyed their zeal. Mora was about to start complaining when suddenly she noticed a young elf. Around them, other Dark Elves were intently staring at the whole group. The chieftain explained that in such a corner where there were almost no entertainments, the appearance of newcomers only fueled curiosity. The people did not wish harm, they were simply intrigued. Mora gently leaned toward the child, acknowledging the commotion they had caused, and gave her a warm, soothing smile. Then the whole group gathered together on a mat. But as soon as Mora glanced around, anxiety began to grow. It turned out to be not as joyful as it seemed at first. The elves around looked fragile, thin bones, many wrapped in bandages. Illness showed in everything, and worst of all, Mora saw how the dark miasma barely spread in the air. The leader, noticing this silent concern, stated that it was still better now than before. 1,000 years ago, right after the defeat of the Demon King, it was even worse. Even the Demon King himself remained the force that restrained the poisonous mist that permeated the land. For him, the miasma was not poison, it was life force itself. The force that restrained was as natural and necessary as air. But as soon as the hero and allies sealed it, the restraint broke. There was no one left to hold it back, and the miasma from the depths of the earth began to seep out and slowly engulf the region. The irony of fate is that the victory over the Demon King opened the world to a new, widespread threat. and the Dark Elves rushed to find a way to resist it. Artifacts known as items of the Lord of Demons series are fragments that were once parts of his body. Gimli said that these items were once scattered all over the world to leave the Demon King no chance to resurrect, but one of them was always kept here, on their land. Since then, the Dark Elves began to extract even more relics. Gathering them at the site of the former fortress of the Demon King, they hoped to accumulate enough power to contain the miasma. And a side effect of this plan was another. Agents of the Dark Elves spread throughout the world, weaving a hidden network of information and influence. Mora finally understood more deeply. That is why Gimli, although a princess of the Dark Elves, lived on the border there. She led the guild. It was part of his far-reaching plan, and by no means safe. As Gimli explained to them before the journey, such an approach could directly play into the hands of the Demon King by gathering too many of his parts again. This could end in resurrection, and then they would again become his slaves. And it was a hopeless dilemma, to collect the items and risk awakening the ancient evil or not collect them and be consumed by the poisonous mist that is already approaching. It was a cruel paradox that gnawed at their fate. The cursed artifacts became the very thing on which their survival depended. The only hope was in a task almost beyond their power: to extract benefit from these dark items and at the same time tame their destructive consequences. Somewhere deep inside Mora, she felt this painful contradiction. Attempts to save her people were inseparably intertwined with the very source of their suffering. The chieftain looked again into the present. The appearance of Gale Hamilton seemed to him a true sign. Finally, they found a person capable of unraveling the ancient curse of their people. No one in the whole world could handle this, only Gale. Mora watched the sensations around. The miasma seemed to hang in the air, but she did not feel it on her own skin. Sharon noticed that probably it was because of the artifact in Gale he had active suppression of the miasma's influence. The group whispered among themselves. The chief admitted that he had several questions for that subject, but for now set them aside to solemnly greet on behalf of the entire native land and wholeheartedly welcome them all. When Gale inquired if he was sure and Sharon jokingly asked about drinks, the chief responded warmly. Mora felt something strange. Every time Gale received recognition or praise for his talents, a quiet joy flared up within her. The chief nodded for them to follow him deeper into the territory. When it was time to leave, Sharon's thoughts suddenly broke free and flew somewhere else to Lady Minerva. It suddenly occurred to her, they still had not had a single chance to meet Lady Minerva. As soon as they opened the door, the three froze for a moment in delight. Before them unfolded a luxurious banquet, and the table was laden with countless dishes. Nearby, dark elves whispered to each other, and their glances flickered one after another toward the newcomers. The chief waved his hand, inviting them to sit wherever they wished. This meant that the meeting would start with drinks. Sharon, filled with anticipation, patiently awaited her moment. She incredibly wanted to take the first sip after a long break. The drink slid down the throat like silk, and its quality left no doubt. Sharon and Gimli shared this unrestrained pleasure, and the chief, noticing her enthusiasm, smiled and appreciated how resilient she was in drinking. Of elvish origin, the drink had an exquisite, light taste. Seeing her pleasure, the leader smiled, seized the moment, announced introductions, and beckoned Gimli with a gesture. Gimli was the first to glance. They had already seen one of their comrades. Asgate, her old friend since childhood and one of the best warriors in their ranks, a true master of hand-to-hand combat. After that, she introduced another key figure, Pado, their leader and second in importance, the most influential official in their homeland. But Pado could not stand it. He was offended by the too simple tone in which he was introduced. He interrupted and demanded to be named properly, with all honors. Mora quietly caught uncertainty in Gimli's tone, and Sharon, emphasizing her princess status, asked in surprise where such informality came from. Gimli laughed and reminded that this was her first return in a very long time. Pado took it with good humor. Deciding to congratulate her on her safe return, Gimli responded to her gratefully. Formalities were already behind. It was time to get acquainted. Mora introduced herself as Gimli's friend, and Sharon followed suit. At the same time, he also recalled her long-standing connection with Gimli. Pado noted Sharon and sincerely thanked her for the efforts she made to undertake such a long journey. Finally, Gale stood up. They had already been talking about him, but he officially introduced himself: Gale, Master of Curses. He talked about his work, forging cursed items, running a shop and a farm where Gimli worked as a guild master, repairing and enhancing enchanted things, and also making talismans. People paid attention to his hands. Local blacksmiths, guild master. And despite recognition of Sharon's talent, he was once reproached for lack of taste. This time they silently took it into account. Then she asked, if Pado is the second most powerful figure in this land, then the first, without a doubt, must be Lady Minerva, the very woman whose image appeared repeatedly in their dreams. The atmosphere shifted, and silence hung over the group. Then Gimli confirmed, yes, Lady Minerva is indeed the same one they saw in their dreams. Mora, also surprised by her disappearance, asked where she was, and Gale wondered if they could meet her. Gimli said that Lady Minerva lived in the deepest part of the palace. There, in the heart of the dungeons, right at the very bottom. She had been held captive for years and centuries past that way. She herself bears the curse, those harmful side effects of the Demon King's artifacts that they collected. She isolated herself so that the curse would not affect others, and it is her sacrifice that is the reason their homeland still holds. Lady Minerva, the most gifted among them, was the only one who could take on such a task. Then Sharon realized this dream was not just a voluntary meeting. It was the only way Minerva could see them. The promised hill from their dreams turned out to be fake. It was an artificial construction, an inner refuge created by Minerva herself to avoid losing her sanity under the dark influence of the Demon King. Sharona snorted irritably. They should have told them earlier. Pato, lowering his gaze, sincerely regretted it. Sharon quickly controlled her own anger, immediately noticed the heavy burden Gimli was carrying, and apologized for speaking at the wrong time. Gale felt the full seriousness of what was happening, but yet he repeated his request again. He still dreamed of meeting Minerva someday, and he hoped they would just lead them to her. Mora agreed the acquaintance was necessary. Gimli responded with a smile, and then promised they would spend the night here and in the morning visit her. Later, the faint splash of water was heard. The group was luxuriating in the bath, savoring the rare peace. One of them decided that she had not relaxed since their last day at the Hot Springs Hotel, where delicious food, wonderful drinks, and a warm, soothing bath gave a feeling almost like paradise. Gimli said that soft, comfortable beds were also waiting for them, and Mora and Sharon rejoiced simultaneously. Their luxury stunned them. After long, exhausting journeys and rough camps, this moment was a true paradise. But they did not forget about the approaching clash with the curse of the Demon King, so for now they savored the moment, rested their bodies, and kept their feelings alert. And again water splashed. The three allowed themselves a moment of silence and peace. Charana pondered over the Demon King's items. The situation was undoubtedly thorny, dangerous, and too complicated, so it made little sense to scatter them as widely as possible. At least, this would delay the Demon King's revival or prevent it altogether. Mora acknowledged this strategy, but in a moment realized its hidden flaw. It overlooked the direct threat posed by these relics. In foreign hands, the artifacts could become strategic-class weapons, instruments of tyranny or conquest. Gimli confirmed this risk. Once the Empire, for example, guarded the Devil's Heart as a priceless treasure, locking it deep within their own treasuries. Charana decided that one of the reasons why the Dark Elves collected these items could be ridiculously simple: to prevent them from falling into such hands that they would become tools for overthrowing countries or igniting global chaos. Gimli admitted, yes, this was definitely part of their plan, and the Dark Elves had a reliable storage for them. But her mind immediately darkened. It turned out she now feared that the very chaos they tried to prevent was what was about to unfold. And a few others looked at her with undisguised concern. Gimli stood up and waved his hand as if putting a full stop. The conversation in the bath was over. They had already stayed too long. It was time to return. After bathing, they went to their rooms and called Gale, apologized for the delay, and said that the bath was already open and waiting just for him. Gale was busy immersed in the materials he found around and spoke about one specific thing he passionately wanted to do. He had never seen such phantom trees before, and Gimli admitted his eyesight was truly sharp. These phantom trees were so rare that they could even fool a wyvern they had already encountered in the forest. Sharon immediately noticed. Although they were pampered here like kings, Gale was most impressed by the rare and valuable materials he found. Getting to work, he decided to postpone bathing. When everyone gathered again, Gimli immediately brought the conversation to the very essence. As a guild master, she firmly stated, the Demon King's things are a disaster for the whole world. Even the legendary hero with his companions could not completely get rid of this threat. It was a challenge that no one could overcome in 1,000 years, a constant danger with no simple way out. Mora raised the question, is it really possible to lift the curse from the items of the Demon King guarded by Lady Minerva? Sharana reminded everyone that these were ancient, millennia-old curses, so even with Gale's skills, she wouldn't blame him if he failed. And Gimli emphasized the main point. Gale had already lifted the curse and safely reforged the shard of the Devil's Heart, and the very fact of this was a colossal achievement. But that fragment is only a small part, nothing more. It all boiled down to one subject, the Demon King, but Lady Minerva had much more. She held 4 key parts: the left hand, the body, the wings, and the head of the Demon King. Mora bit her lip and asked, so there really were 4 of them. Gimli confirmed this, but even those 4 parts along with the Devil's Heart did not make up the full body of the Demon King. Sharon noted that other elements, including the right hand, still exist somewhere else. Gimli agreed, but she insisted, each part by itself is a colossal danger. And when they are gathered together, the threat does not just add up, it multiplies. The parts feed each other and the threat grows exponentially. So the combination of 4 such artifacts gives power dozens of times greater than any one of them alone. The situation was so unstable and explosive that Gimli was not even sure if it was safe for them to approach Lady Minerva. She was holding the cursed parts of the Demon King in her hands. The Devil's wings are sharpened for long-range strikes. They deliver deadly attacks from afar. The left hand works at medium range, it strikes with stunning force even before the enemy can get close. And if someone survives these two stages, they will face the devil's head, an inevitable threat in close combat, impossible to dodge once the fight begins. The threat covers everything close, medium, and long range. There is no gap for attack anywhere. The devil's torso completes the picture with an impenetrable wall. It repels both physical and magical blows, standing like an unshakable fortress. Hearing this, Mora and Sharana instantly tensed. They were already frightened by the very thought of a clash with such a complex, multi-layered force. Gimli noticed that most of this remained rumors, but the weight of the threat was not diminished in the slightest. Sharana tried to get Gale's attention, but he was completely absorbed in crafting a new item from materials he had obtained earlier. He was not listening. Mora told him that Lady Minerva was currently holding 4 relics of the Demon King in her hands. Gale was clearly surprised. He was struck that the number turned out to be so large. The real question was not whether he reacted, but why so enthusiastically when something truly dangerous was happening. Gimli clearly saw what was going on in his head. The consequences of such risky relics for Gale had a completely different meaning than for others. While they felt horror, he saw a challenge and perhaps a chance. And deep in her heart, Gimli quietly matured a recognition. This strange man might really be the last one. I hope these people have already left. Later, somewhere deep in the castle, the group reached a new level. As they descended, a piercing cold silence fell around, and the deeper corridors loomed with a sense of pressure. Pado sincerely thanked them for their unwavering determination. They were approaching a place long abandoned by people and avoided by all. In the dark dungeon of the Demon King's castle, the door leading down opened by itself and spat out a long, dreadful moan that echoed through the corridor. The sound rose from the depths like a whisper of buried antiquity. 1,000 years of rot and torment burned and writhed somewhere below. It was a cry of ecstatic hunger, distorted, as if from another world. The air from the surface, fresh and unfamiliar, greeted the darkness below as if it. Finally, a new prey appeared. It was gladly welcomed after eternal hunger, without hesitation and without pause. Gale and his comrades plunged into the abyss. Their path was cut by the dim beam of a lantern. Nearby walked Gimli, Pado the Elder, and Asgate. He stayed behind and covered them, never taking his eyes off the darkness. The underground labyrinth was once built by the King of Demons himself, but his creation collapsed. Now only separate sections remained strong and passable. Pado told them, before they reached Lady Minerva, there is an ancient story he very much wants to tell. Words that had been held silent for years between history and truth finally broke out, and the whole company froze. Step by step, the darkness became more restless and dense, as if it could be felt by touch. Pado began to tell about the forgotten past, and his words immediately shattered the fragile calm. At that moment, the peaceful life of the Dark Elves was shattered. Suddenly, the Demon Gate appeared, a portal that connected the surface world with the shadowy depths of the Dark Kingdom. Sharon looked around and was thrilled to feel how boundless and magnificent this place was. Gimli had never seen all of this live before. But she knew, when the Demon King was defeated 1,000 years ago, both the dungeon and the upper citadel were destroyed. Sharon concluded that the Demon King's castle must have been even more grandiose than what they saw, and wondered with surprise how such a structure could have been built at all. Gimli recalled an old story. Supposedly, the Demon King himself created it by thickening that cloud which was filled with poisonous mist. They say it began to rot from the very moment the king died. The chief said, the Demon King will never be completely defeated, so this base will never truly be destroyed. Write this down in a note with obvious sarcasm. Yes, such power was necessary, otherwise this massive structure would have collapsed long ago. As a blacksmith, she knew well this structure was F. This is physically impossible, such a thing cannot exist in nature. Mora noticed the deeper they descended, the thicker the miasma became. Gimli confirmed and added, without the modified Gale of the 6th part of the Devil's Heart, their hearts and minds would already have been corrupted. With every step, even ordinary walking became increasingly difficult, aggression and unrest growing more and more. And scaly shoulder. Later the leader told them about the Demon Gate. As soon as everything appeared, it immediately unleashed the army of the Demon King's monsters, drenched the once lush forest with cursed poison, and turned it into a hellish wasteland where every defenseless creature perished. They say those gates are still hidden somewhere deep in the dungeons, and their malice never fades. Others also wondered, would they have to face the Demon Gate? Not only Lady Minerva. The elder said, the Demon King, despite defeat, did not disappear. He cursed the world and tried to gather his body parts to be reborn. Gimli added that it was Lady Minerva, once the reluctant assistant of the Demon King, who finally put an end to his long-lasting influence. When Minerva realized that the remains of the Demon King were trying to resurrect again, she, to prevent another catastrophe, took upon herself all the curses. That is how she defended the Dark Elves, so that people all over the world would never again live under the terror of the Demon King. Tears trembled in Gimli's eyes as soon as the others turned to her. Gimli continued the story about how Lady Minerva picked up one by one the body parts of the Demon King's corpse and assembled them onto her own body. Her eyes darkened, her hearing seemed to be covered with cotton, and her body became heavy and bound, like lead. When Minerva realized that no one else would be able to reach her, she decided to act so that the curse would never again threaten their homeland. She descended into a solitary chamber deep underground, holding the remains of the Demon King with her. Sharon kept turning over the same thought, what Gimli really wanted from her, and whether she believed that Gale's magic could somehow read all the fragments of the Demon King. Gimli hesitated as if frozen between thoughts when the chief looked at her. She closed her eyes, and Sharona, Gale, and Mora silently awaited her answer. The group froze in the cramped, oppressive air. Gimli's doubts burst out. She spoke as if simply relying on chance. Sharona immediately noticed that her tone betrayed the previous moment, and Mora wondered if Gimli was trying to steer events in the desired direction. Gale acknowledged their concerns and reminded them. He came here fully aware while knowing what they would have to face. Despite all the odds against him, he retained an iron determination to complete the task ahead. Mora accepted this decision. Anxiety would change nothing, especially if she still could not help. Even dwarves like Sharon were accustomed to mines, caves, and tight spaces, but here it was so restless that she could not help but feel a shadow of pessimism. Yet she forced herself not to waver. But Mora still could not shake off the anxiety. The thought squeezed her chest. The Demon King was shattered into 4 parts, and a single mistake could turn into a catastrophe. Usually, if the removal failed, the one who tried would receive the full brunt of the curse. All the malice woven into it would fall on their shoulders. Mora faltered as soon as she realized this. For her, this was the culmination of all that those relics, maintained for years, had inflicted on the Dark Elves. Now it could only strike Gale. Fear burned on her face, and she whispered for him not to overdo it. Lost in thought, she began to speak, not even noticing that she was addressing the statue nearby. A sudden correction from Gale on the other side shook her, and she sharply turned around, barking irritably in response. As soon as the words flew out, a trembling chill ran through her. When her gaze fixed on the figure before her, she gasped. The looming gargoyle confirmed the worst. What she had taken for stone was alive. Gale instantly recognized them as statues of demons, and Shirna immediately noticed that they were scattered throughout the hall. She still could not help but notice their grotesque appearance. Every feature from the monstrous faces to the leathery wings was depicted with terrifying accuracy, and unable to restrain herself, she stepped closer and looked more intently at one of them. But she flinched when its head suddenly turned sharply toward her. A scream cut through the air. At that moment she realized, none of them were ordinary statues, these were real gargoyles. Nearby, other figures shuddered and sprang into motion. One by one, the statues shattered the stone stillness and burst from their places, unleashing swarms servants of the Demon King. Carved as demons with bat-like wings, they rose together and, like a pack, attacked as soon as they noticed the strangers. Their wings beat the frozen air in flight, and their sheer number without any words proved the group would not pass. The leader said firmly, their appearance was the very reason this path was guarded. He ordered Asgate to confront the threat, and that very order sounded like a signal. Asgate lunged forward, raising his falchion made of orichalcum high, and dashed straight at the nearest gargoyle. He shouted and, driving the blade forward, tried to pierce the skull with it. The weapon hit the target. The blade passed through the head, but to everyone's surprise, the gargoyle slipped away unharmed and flew off. It was then that Gimli realized, gargoyles are undead creatures, they have no real bodies, so you strike there but it's all in vain. Physical blows won't destroy them. They will toy with the enemy, scatter, and gather again, wearing down resistance until it breaks. The gargoyle hovered over them and darted past while they recoiled. Its massive body carried it straight to the door, and it was then that Sharona understood how terrifying it was. The gargoyle hovered over them and darted past while they recoiled. How agile these creatures were! In mere seconds, the gargoyles surrounded them. Someone sneaked up behind Gale and lunged at Sharona. But Gale sharply pulled her back and released a dispersing force. The creature vanished, as if dissolved into the air. Sharona caught her breath. His intervention truly saved her. Gimli pondered the nature of the cursed beings. Could the root of most monsters, even demons, lie directly in the curses themselves? Mora immediately realized, Gale's gift works not only against the undead, it affects demons too. Gale confirmed this. It all depends on his ability to sense their history, and the news caught Sharna by surprise. It turns out he really could speak with demons. Her face lit up with a smile as soon as she noticed a glimpse of escape from their predicament. Above them, gargoyles circled in the air, and their wings relentlessly drove a constant, oppressive flow. Sharona persistently asked Mora to strengthen her and promised she herself would draw the gargoyles' attention. They left Gale to scatter them one by one, and he agreed to the plan. Gimli suggested becoming bait, and Mora decided to show the enemy the full power of their coordinated work. As soon as she spoke these words, Gimli started shouting multitask, and Sharina summoned Sylphide Force. The body flared up with furious speed. She dashed forward, and her gaze was fixed on the demonic figures. She ran so swiftly that even the chief froze in amazement. Her speed surpassed the agility of the gargoyles themselves. Sharon gave Gale a sign his turn. He activated his magic circle and firmly said, "Switch." The gargoyles crumbled under the spells, and Sharana and Gale exchanged a sharp high-five before scattering to finish off the remaining enemies. Gale dispelled another one, while Sharon rushed to another target. Their movement flowed in harmony, honed almost effortlessly. Nearby stood the chief and Asgate. Asgate muttered that he could do nothing against such creatures, but the chief insisted that he look more closely at how Gale, Sharina, Gimli, and Mora dismantled the opponents with precision. The gargoyles fell one after another until none remained. The team froze in victorious silence. Sharon marveled at how far they had come, considering that once they were just a chaotic bunch. Others nodded as soon as it became clear that they had finally arrived, realizing how much their team's spirit had grown. While Sharon laughed and searched for a fitting name for the party they would dare to have as soon as they returned home, Gimli reminded them that ultimately their success depended on Gale's power, which drove away the gargoyles. She had no idea that Asgate overheard her words and jealousy flared in his eyes. He felt that the princesses paid more attention to Gale than to him. The chiefs jumped forward and declared, "The horde of Gorgles is the last of the guardians, so it's like an intermediate boss before the final enemy." Then the chief solemnly proclaimed that they had finally reached where they were going. Huge doors loomed above them. They radiated cold and silence. He called it one of the most forbidden places in the forbidden basement of the Demon King. Once the throne of the Demon King stood here, and now the resting place of their mother, their founder, their revered leader. The giant doors rumbled and slowly opened at the call of the dark elves. Dust rose in clouds, and the hinges groaned sluggishly. And suddenly a stream of black fog burst out. The stench of decay covered the air in a wave. Sharon and Mora instinctively covered their nostrils, and Gale's gaze narrowed as soon as he saw it. This darkness was blacker than anything Shadow Mora had ever seen, and the miasma released such a concentrated curse that it crushed her lungs as if she were drowning in the air itself. She had no idea that a woman could even exist in this suffocating darkness. Gimli warned them, this suffocation won't last long. Even now, if it hadn't been hidden so deep in the castle, their people would have long been consumed. The chieftain nodded and added, even with their innate resilience, they would not withstand prolonged exposure. Mora shuddered, standing before the doors. As her thoughts whirled to Lady Minerva, she imagined her stepping step by step into this abyss alone, allowing the curse to pierce her and permeate everything within her. Even if it were for her people, even for just one note, the very thought of remaining alone in this endless, suffocating darkness was unbearable. The thought of enduring this alongside the pile of the Demon King's body fragments shocked her. Sharon whispered to herself that such a fate was too cruel and bitterly added, "If this is not hell, then there is nothing left to call it." Gimli admitted she was right, yet stubbornly pressed on. He insisted, without Minerva's sacrifice, the Demon King would rise again and conquer the world, so this was exactly what they encountered upon crossing the threshold. Everyone's gaze fell on the throne looming somewhere ahead. A figure sat upon it. Gale's eyes flared with anxiety. He froze, thinking, was that really Lady Minerva before them? As soon as they crossed the hall's threshold, the torches along the walls flared, but it was no ordinary flame. Black shadow flames flickered and seemed to come alive. Gale recognized in them black tongues of fire, and Gimli shards of emotions fueled by accumulated curses. They resembled those light skulls that Gale had once created. Each of them flared up as the squad advanced further, and the hall was flooded with cold blue-black light within it. The silhouette of a figure on the throne was outlined, a demonic contour looming from the mist. From the foot of the throne, shadowy roots spread out thick, knotted. They crawled across the floor outward like veins of corruption. In the glow of the cursed flames, the figure of Minerva appeared, but only barely noticeable. Mora recalled that vision from the dream when she met Minerva, a woman of incredible beauty and grace unlike any other she had ever seen. Sharon II felt the same again, but everything happening before them now was completely different. It was not a meeting with a savior, rather something that again resembled the king of demons himself. The figure on the throne sat in armor shards that once belonged to that king. The chief said, as soon as all the remnants of the demon king were grafted onto her, Minerva became a vessel through which the king could regain his physical form. Mer involuntarily asked himself if Minerva was still alive, and the answer appeared right before them. Her body sat on the throne, almost crushed by twisting tentacles and pulsating growths. The very walls and floor trembled, as if they too had become living flesh. Gimli confirmed Minerva is alive. This sight nearly drove Chernu to retch, so Mora had to study it. As a blacksmith, Sharina knew the damage the curse inflicted on the body. Even from afar, the layers of effects were visible to her. Those that, like whips, lashed Minerva's life, relentless pain, bleeding, decay, and self-healing, twisted into grotesque cycles. Inhuman torments clung to her like shackles, and endless punishments were meant only to humiliate and break her. Sharon felt their full extent, but hesitated to say aloud what she saw. This was something no person should have to endure. The dark elves slid their gazes over her until Sharon stopped. Her voice trembled with rage. What she saw was the embodiment of madness. Minerva was kept alive so that she writhed in pain, and her torments fed something insatiable. There was no crown of gears or metal on her head. Instead, a solid mass of frozen malice was firmly attached. clumped lumps of pure evil, tightly bound together. Sharon struck the wall with her fist. In anger, Sharon cursed what she saw. Gimli explained to her, each shard was a demon king. By their very existence, they spread a curse across the world. They corroded everything they touched simply because they were there. That is why Sharon dedicated her life to studying the shards and ways to disperse them, and to finding someone who could lift this curse. Now her pleas sounded utterly hopeless. Someone must save Lady Minerva. Her words reached out to Gale. Gale froze, his eyes seemed glued to the throne. He could not suppress a whisper of admiration at the sight of Minerva, and at that moment the figure moved. Minerva twitched sharply. Then she rose from her throne. Mora immediately realized. Their presence here. Sharina felt nothing good in that movement, only a heavy, ominous premonition. Asgate called her and his voice broke, because seeing her condition he could not bear the grief. And Minerva simply froze in place. She did not even flinch from her position. He smiled, watching her stand motionless, until his gaze caught something noticeable. Wings from the tense back of the Demon King, they unfolded outward. They made one sharp flap, and the space exploded with a deafening roar. The shockwave madly rushed through the chamber. The sonic boom tore the air, shattering it with inhuman force. At that very moment, Asgate vanished without a trace from the place where he had just stood. Gimli shouted his name and darted her eyes around, but in response only a dull rumble of crumbling stone answered her. The wall behind them crumbled into pieces with a roar, and Asgate slammed against it with his whole body. His back was pressed against the stone. He coughed and barely moved, and from the nervous throne slithered winding tentacles, alive, disgustingly alive, and reached straight toward him. Gimli's voice trembled as she realized. He was pressed against the wall and held there not only by force but also by the very curses that filled the air. Mora's thoughts spun. This was the overwhelming power of the Demon King's relics, impossible to withstand. The wings of Minerva spread once again with a single stroke. The jolts shook the camera, and Gimli noticed. There was no longer just one wing. The entire structure tensed, preparing for what was about to happen. Tentacles like snakes crawled closer and closer to Asgate. This place filled her with pure horror. Sharon noticed the movement and immediately understood. From what was approaching, they could not protect themselves. The wings flapped again, and a devastating gust of wind crashed into the air. Mora instantly reacted, signaled to the others, and held the fight at the sharpest edge. Gale shouted for them to hide behind his back and warned that the explosion would bounce back, but the group rushed to him. Closely huddled, they pressed under him, and he spread his cloak wide. Heavy fabric wrapped them in a solid wall, and the roar of the storm filled the room without a single gap. The rattling trembled in the bones and reached all the way to the bone marrow. While the cloak held protection, others peered through the cracks and saw a multitude of tools of the cursed craft of Galeland. The cloak turned out to be not just clothing, but a true repository of artifacts. A mosaic of objects forged and bound by curses like a shield. Their combined properties enhanced its resistance against all elements: fire, water, wind, earth, even light and darkness. And he was protected from all possible misfortunes: poison, fatigue, fear, hallucinations, pain, and even instant death. Sharona realized Gale had prepared everything too thoroughly and asked if he had gathered it all last night. Mora corrected her. It was not a last-minute impulse. Gale lived in these creations, constantly wrapping himself in them. And Gimli, observing, anxiously wondered if his own collection might prove more dangerous than the parts of the Demon King himself. When the winds receded, Gale dashed forward and charged straight at Minerva. She raised her hand, and it transformed into a monstrous claw, the left hand of the Demon King, to strike lash forward. And Gale caught it and deflected it aside. Sharon was already loudly encouraging, and Mora involuntarily widened her eyes in surprise. Spikes unfolded from the palm. They extended like two whips and cracked outward. From both sides, merciless hell was closing in on Gale. Gimli shouted that no one could dodge such an attack. The blow landed, but Gale did not fall. He remained standing. Pain made him grimace and clutch his head, but he quietly whispered that it was bearable and he would endure. Sharon was stunned by his resilience, watching admiringly as he shrugged off what could have killed him. Mora, however, there was only left to watch as Gale reached all the way to the foot of Minerva's throne and now stood by her feet. Gimli muttered with horrors, recalling his words from the previous night. The torso of the Demon King nullifies both close strikes and magical attacks. Any blow against him, whether by sword or spells, would be worthless, like paint stains washed away by rivers of ink. They responded even more quietly but with unwavering confidence. So what was Gale trying to do? It was neither a physical strike nor any spell, and it was even impossible to call it an attack. Minerva's attack finally subsided. Gimli quietly whispered about her unease. She felt that she was not expected here. But somewhere deeper, perhaps there really was a war raging, and it was within Minerva. Gale slowly stretched out his hand, reaching for his head. Somewhere in her consciousness, a battle was raging. The control of the Demon King against Minerva's not yet extinguished will, against her faint hope for salvation. Whether it was naive hope or sincere truth, none of them could say for sure. Gale placed his hand on her head. He uttered the word release, and a flash of light burst out as soon as he invoked dispelling. a radiant power created to break through. For a moment hope flared, but dark tentacles rose and strangled the light, swallowing it whole. Gale's eyes widened sharply in shock. His attempt was consumed. Gimli's heart clenched as she saw the darkness devour the spell. Her legs buckled, she fell to her knees and whispered that she had always known. Sharon screamed in despair, demanding to know if this really meant Minerva was beyond saving. Moore's face froze in horror. He realized that if the dispelling failed, the echo of the curse would now return to strike Gale, and a sinister shadow was already looming over him. Everything was about to collapse, Gale muttered about a chain. Chance like dice cast by fate, black mist spread over his hand. He whispered that he had not expected such a turn at all. And then, before anyone could even move, the darkness from above crashed down on him like an avalanche. It engulfed the figure and pressed him to the ground. Mora, Gimli, and Sharon froze in horror, seeing what emerged right before them. Gale stood in the very heart of the storm of sinister mist, thick and black, as if the very air was soaked with despair. The oppressive darkness covered and swirled around him, like living shadows hissing with evil intent. And Gale stood motionless, calm and unshakable amid the chaos surrounding him. Around, the battlefield raged, but he did not flinch for a moment. And suddenly the poisonous mist began to thin. It melted, unraveling into thin threads until it completely disappeared. It stunned more than it caused distrust. The curse was supposed to bounce back and hit Gale, but it didn't work. Sharon and Gimli exchanged stunned glances. Gimli's voice trembled as she thought that the Demon King's curse probably didn't affect Gale, but then she grimly added Gale didn't remove the curse, he only neutralized it. So there was only one thing left: the fight ended in a draw. And a draw in this case was like a defeat their forces lost. Gimli fell to her knees, and she clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Gale clenched his fists. His fingers tingled and went numb. Ordinary dispersal would not be enough here, he muttered to himself. Earlier, when he dealt only with a fragment of the demon's heart, everything worked, but now the real heart. Part of the evil and its true source seemed to come from different worlds. The mumbling caught attention, and Mora, Sharon, and Gimli instantly turned to him, frightened. Gimli sharply asked if Gale had something more powerful than the usual dispel magic. Gale nodded. Turning back to the ship's side, he activated a super-powerful dispersal spell, a wide-range technique that could clear several targets at once. And there was still one more spell left, made specifically for the fiercest curses, those that sink into the very soul. His name was Ultra Dispersal. It was a spell that demanded much more than any ordinary one. It exhausted both body and mind to the limit. There was no choice left. He raised both hands, his gaze fixed on the cursed figure of Minerva standing opposite. Her armor, blackened by the corruption of the Demon King, barely pulsed with evil power. Gale took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Then he whispered barely audibly and placed his hands on her helmet. He spoke the words Ultra Dispel. The air trembled, and the ground beneath him hummed. It was a reserve of spells available only to masters of the highest level curses. A cleansing that pierced even the darkest corners of despair. Gale focused all his power on the helmet before him. Its might tore into the deepest layers of the curse, entwining the frightened soul. Sharona, Mora, the village chief, Gimli, and Asgate watched silently, holding their breath. Then the armor slowly cracked. The demonic darkness peeled off like old paint from metal. From beneath it burst a faint ray of light, and in the final surge the helmet crumbled. Her eyelids barely twitched, opened, and before them appeared the calm, pale face of Lady Minerva. Gale froze as if enchanted. Mora gasped and blurted out, "So he did it." It had just become clear that Gale really removed the demonic helmet. Gimli trembled with relief but noticed Minerva was barely conscious yet alive. Sharon, whose voice trembled with excitement, whispered that maybe she would survive, then glanced at Gale and dryly added, "Only he himself probably doesn't believe it." Gale blinked, almost stunned, and said that it was not what he was thinking. He was simply impressed by how beautiful Lady Minerva was. He had once seen her in a dream, but the one standing before him now was incomparable. His heart involuntarily trembled. Sharon rolled her eyes. "That's what he's thinking about now," Mora frowned. He was reminded that Ultra Dispel drains an incredible amount of energy. He could not possibly endure repeating it 3 more times and remain standing. Gimli agreed. Yes, they could save Minerva, but not at the cost of destroying Gale. The 3 women looked at him the same way, with anxiety and irritation. Sharon finally asked what he would do next. Gale smiled tiredly. "What do you think I'll do? If the curse needs breaking, I'll be there to break it." Because he was the creator of curses, and that was exactly what he was doing. Gale placed his hands on Lady Minerva's armor. His face serious, focused, and from his fingertips quietly shimmered magical light as he whispered the words Ultra Dispel. The air barely trembled and hummed with the resonance of a powerful spell. Cracks crawled over the cursed armor, and with a metallic clatter, a corrupted fragment fell off. Dark energy dissolved into harmless mist. Wasting no time, Gale rushed to the next part. He gently ran his fingers over the armor on her back, then over the breastplate, whispering the same incantation each time. The cursed fragments fell off and crumbled until finally Lady Minerva sat there free from every trace of the millennia-old curse. Gale exhaled deeply, his shoulders shaking. breath faltering, words coming with difficulty. He admitted to himself that 4 ultra dispels in a row exceeded his strength. His hands trembled slightly, and Sharon, standing nearby, asked Gimli if this meant the millennia-old curse was completely lifted. Gimli hesitated, then nodded. Yes, it was gone, everything was over. Mora opened her eyes wide and whispered that something so ancient and terrible was lifted in a single moment and by one person at that. Gale shifted his gaze to Lady Minerva, whose eyelids slowly and heavily opened. As if she had awakened from a sleep that lasted centuries, her lips moved and a fragile quiet whisper escaped her mouth. Gale. Without exhaling, he barely smiled in response. A quiet, gentle laugh burst from Minerva's lips. The sound was almost foreign to her ears. She noticed that she hadn't spoken to anyone for a long time. The words trembled between relief and distrust. But her gaze caught on Gimli. Gimli froze, tears welled up before she could hold them back. Minerva smiled and gently called her, and as soon as her name sounded in that voice after so many years, the last shred of Gimli's composure shattered. She rushed forward, and tears flowed endlessly. She stretched out her hand, the tips of her fingers touched the tips of his. And for a moment the whole world seemed to freeze. Minerva whispered, on the Hill of Promise she and Gimli could meet only in tiny moments in dreams. Then her voice was barely audibly, almost not reaching through the veil, but now, when she replied that this was no longer a dream, Gimli's voice trembled. Mora stood aside and wiped her tears. She no longer had the strength to hold them back. A gentle smile flickered on Minerva's lips, and her body sagged. Fatigue overcame her. She quietly sat down on the ground, weakly explaining that it was just the result of cleansing. Kursesh was simply tired. Her cheeks blossomed with a gentle blush, and her face retained a peaceful expression until consciousness sank into unconsciousness. Gimli picked her up in his arms, held her tightly, and through interrupted sobs whispered words of relief. After 1,000 years of waiting, Minerva was finally free. Charna wiped her nose, smiled, and slapped Gale on the shoulder, praising him for never letting her down. And Toucher turned into a triumphant punch. Then she turned to Mora, half-jokingly asking how long she was still going to cry. Mora, with a voice trembling from emotion, objected she could do nothing. Gale laughed and reminded her that this was a joyful moment for everyone, not just for Gimli. Morin nodded through tears, agreed, but quietly added that it was not only about that. She reached out and touched Gale's hand. Gale blinked and looked down at their joined fingers. In Mer's eyes, anxiety froze. She asked if he was all right. It was clear that worry would not let her go. 4 ultra dispels in a row could break almost any other summoner. Was he sure that there would be no long-term consequences? Gale admitted. He was completely exhausted, his limbs heavy, his strength almost depleted, but otherwise he felt fine. She was truly tired but not broken. Rather, her shoulders finally relaxed with relief. She smiled and said she was glad, truly glad. Without thinking for a second, she pulled him to herself into warm, strong embraces. Gale closed his eyes for a moment, and then quietly, almost whispering, called her name. He reminded her. Asgate and the Elder were still pressed against the wall by their own curses, and though this comfort warmed them, there was still work to be done. So in a tired voice, he asked Mora to allow him to move even for a moment, and Gale removed the curse that bound the chieftain. The old dark elf bowed low and whispered that Gale could never be thanked enough. But Gale just waved it off. The main thing, he said, if these cursed relics of the Demon King are used skillfully, they can cleanse the land of all that miasma. The chieftain looked at him with admiration and called him the savior of his people. Gale continued, stressing intensely, if they really intended to cleanse the cursed things. He wanted to analyze, improve, and reproduce. Mora noticed they would need several artifacts placed in exact locations to cleanse the miasma, and Gale nodded. He stated that they could even decorate them. Sharana gave him a doubtful look and asked if that was even necessary. Gale suddenly got carried away with enthusiasm and announced that they would be mass-produced. Sharana and Mora immediately objected. Panic almost burst from just that thought. They all groaned. She couldn't keep up with Gale's reckless antics. Mora fully agreed, and Gimli just burst out laughing. That was exactly the kind of thing that could happen from him. Gale turned back to Asgate and solemnly apologized for making him wait, pressed against the wall. Asgate waved it off and grumbled for him to start already. Gale placed his hands on the cursed bonds and at that moment dispelled them. In Asgate's mind, distrust stirred. They had spent their whole lives fighting the same curse, trying to lift it and never succeeded, while Gale did it as if it required neither effort nor fear. Mer sighed with relief and said it was time for them to get out of this creepy place. Gimli nodded. Now that the curse was lifted, this deep, gloomy cave would probably never see a visitor again. The chief turned to Asgate, anxiously asked if he was okay and if Lady Minerva would help. Asgate was silent. When the chief asked again, he sighed and said, all is well. It's just that since they had come this far, he wanted to inspect a few more things before leaving. The chief agreed, only warning not to get carried away. After they showed the message, Asgate sharply clenched his face in irritation. It was clear he did not like being told what to do at all. Gale himself offered to carry Lady Minerva out, and the chief hesitated. After so many spells, he should be exhausted. But Mora just laughed and said that Gale was much stronger than he seemed. Carrying one woman was nothing for him. Sharon inquired about the Demon King's artifacts and offered to carry them herself. The curses were now gone. Gay refused. He said he would take the relics, carefully wrapped them in cloth, threw the bag over his back, and lifted Lady Minerva in his arms. The chief watched in amazement. Gay easily carried both the bag with 4 cursed artifacts and the woman at the same time, as if he never ceased to surprise him. When they returned to the surface, the chief promised they would summon everyone for a great celebration. The 1,000-year curse of the Dark Elves was finally lifted. That day, he proclaimed, would be remembered as the beginning of a new era, and songs about the 3 great charm breakers would echo for another 1,000 years. Sharon blossomed with excitement. Another party was needed, because after all the tension she desperately wanted to drink, she was already imagining the taste of elven ale. Jokingly, she asked Gay if he had something that would instantly transport them to the surface. Gay laughed and replied that no such convenient thing existed. Lady Minerva, pressed to his chest, dozed off, and warm fragments of a distant past surfaced in her memory. She saw a man with a sword shouting a battle cry. The blade rushed forward like lightning. The earth trembled, and with one formidable strike he cut off the demon's head. Lady Minerva fell to the ground, barely conscious. When her vision blurred, she still managed to see. The man stood before her in an aura so bright and powerful that it repelled all attacks, all spells, even the barrier of the Demon King himself. He shattered that king's ambitions completely. All her magic had been drained from her into him. No strength remained to rise. She raised her eyes and whispered, "Kill me," because he was a hero, shining, untouchable, and just. But instead, the man simply sheathed his sword. Lady Minerva blinked in surprise and asked why he wouldn't finish her off. He replied with one word, "Why?" That word echoed in her head and angered her as only an insult could after all she had done. Anger and confusion clenched in her chest as the dream faded into darkness, and the man before Minerva remained calm without any hesitation. Minerva, on the contrary, spoke defiantly. They were demons, and the king of their kind, overthrown nearby, was him. She was sure that the man would kill her, and that after this, if he displayed her body before the crowd as a warning, she would not object. That man quietly approached her. To her surprise, he did not draw his sword. Instead, he knelt down and gently took her in his arms. The man smiled as he carried her, and behind them the companions looked on with warm, approving smiles. Minerva's thoughts were jumbled with surprise. What was he planning? Then a dark suspicion flashed. Was he going to desecrate her before killing her? She laughed bitterly at the very thought, but the man calmly assured her he would not cause her pain nor violate her dignity. Before coming here, he had visited the homeland of the Dark Elves and talked at length with her people, and Minerva was struck that a human hero would even listen to the Dark Elves. Then he explained, a true hero is not only about slaying monsters, but about the ability to speak with people in every town and village you step into. Knowledge and understanding, he said, are shields stronger than armor and roads brighter than any sword. Therefore, he knew, Minerva was forced to help the Demon King not out of loyalty, but to protect her people. And now, with the king overthrown, there was no need to serve him anymore. The man smiled again and said they should return to the homeland of the Dark Elves. For Minerva, this was both the first and last conversation with that hero. Later, she was informed that he died young. Although Gale was not a hero, during work his face suddenly reminded her of that man, a gentle confidence hidden beneath his own strength. Mora, looking at the sleeping face of Lady Minerva, quietly asked she thought Minerva had just barely smiled, and Gimli said that she was probably having a pleasant dream. In the dream, Minerva's lips indeed barely moved in a smile. Meanwhile, far behind, Ascate lingered in the cave where the fight had not yet ceased, watching as the group disappeared into the distance. He muttered under his breath that he would be damned before he would breathe the same air as Gale again, and his gaze snapped back to the throne. Memories suddenly surged. He saw Gimli embracing Minerva and Gale standing nearby, and rage rose within him. He clenched his jaw, kicked the stone floor, and began cursing. Everything that was supposed to be his was taken by that man Gale. A black, bitter thought festered inside him, and he spat with disgust on Gale's name, muttering through his teeth that he could not bear to see his face. If lifting the curse meant relying on Gale, then maybe it would have been better if it had never been lifted. The words stuck in his throat. Ascate froze, feeling what he had just said. He sharply inhaled, trembling with his own bitterness, and it was then that he noticed something strange. Behind the throne, a small hole was nestled in the wall. Curiosity when he grabbed the heavy throne, strained, and pushed it aside so the hole became clearer. He peered into the darkness beyond, and cold immediately enveloped him. The air coming from there was foul and icy. His heart pounded in his chest. Could it be that the demon gates had been kept here all this time? This story was about how everything happened somewhere inside the Demon King's castle, and now finally every detail fell into place. Lady Minerva did not just endure these curses. She sat there guarding those gates, never letting anyone in. Suddenly his gaze jerked away from an unexpected movement, and the darkness responded with a look. "And I big unblinking alive." Ascate jumped back in horror when the eye blinked, and it pierced him with its gaze. The air grew heavier, and suddenly a voice sounded not from anyone's mouth but simply inside his head. The voice began to praise Asgate with excitement, saying he had opened the demon gates and awakened the demon that had slept so long. The entity called itself the Third Eye of the Demon, and Ascades's face twisted with distrust. He muttered that one of the Demon King's shards had been sealed in the gates all this time. And the third eye explained appeared differently. When the hero killed the Demon King, his body was torn apart, and this shard managed to hide in the demon gates just before they were sealed. It stayed there waiting and measuring time until the hero, distracted by a conversation with Minerva, did not notice how the eye quietly slipped away, unnoticed by anyone. Now it glanced at Asgate with a mocking, calculated sneer, and suddenly it stabbed into him what burned his heart. Insult, envy, and hatred that festered inside day and night. I am the third, it said. Such powerful hatred makes Asgate the perfect vessel. Asgate immediately demanded an explanation of what this meant. The voice of the third eye sank deeper, seductively echoing in his thoughts and pressed on Asgate, forcing him to accept the demonic third eye into his body. If only he. If you do this, promised the eye, Asgate will gain a tangible demonic power, one that surpasses all human. At the beginning of chapter 50, Gale and others were walking through the corridors of the castle. Gimli noticed. Everything happened exactly as the Elder described during their journey, and there was not the slightest sign of destruction in the Demon King's castle. The Elder confirmed this and added that, in his opinion, gargoyles would soon swarm here again. Gimli reacted with obvious surprise. The Elder explained, gargoyles are like mold, moss, or fungi that relentlessly spread in damp forests. As soon as Sharon imagined this, she was overcome with disgust. While the conversation continued, Mora did not take her eyes off Gale carrying the sleeping Minerva. She noticed the burden on him really looked heavy, and Gale immediately nodded, as if to say this is definitely not light. Sharona asked if she should take something from his hands, and Mora also offered to help carry part of it. Gale thanked both but insisted he could manage on his own. Sharon gently said that he didn't have to carry everything by himself because they were all friends. Gale reassured them in response, everything was fine. Sharona and Mora exchanged glances, and Gale at that moment thought that. Suddenly the burden of the load became unbearably real for him, and he could not hide his surprise. Now he had as many as 4 fragments of the Demon King. And in response, Mora and Sharon cast dissatisfied glances at him. Gale burst out laughing and cheerfully said that he felt the pressure like a pleasant warm embrace that enveloped his body, even noting that it strangely calmed him. With renewed enthusiasm, he quietly continued walking further. Mora whispered to Sharon that maybe it was worth just letting Gale carry everything all the way, and Sharon agreed. Later that night, loud firecracker explosions tore through the sky. Another explosion thundered this time right above what looked like a stadium. Sharona looked up, smiled, and exclaimed excitedly, "What an impressive spectacle." Mora was also watching the fireworks and noted that they were beautiful. Gimli said she was glad to see them having fun. Both Mora and Sharon noticed how she waved at them. Embarrassed and blushing, they thought that Gimli really could look like a princess, while Mora considered her undeniably cute. Gimli thanked them and glanced. Raising her eyes to the sky, she explained, "The fiery flowers are the result of technology originally created for war. They were invented as a substitute for magic so that dark elves could survive. At first, this technology was meant to take lives and drive away monsters. But now it has become a way to illuminate their joy on this day of liberation." Later people called it Flowerworks. Mer noticed that she liked the name. Gimli chuckled and immediately said she was sure it was used for the first time, not for war. At that moment, laughter rolled nearby. Lady Minerva, who stood next to the Elder, almost unnoticed by everyone, made a remark saying that she looks good, although the Elder herself did not intend to think that she would fully recover. Sharon nodded and added, "The true heart of the celebration is somewhere else entirely." Together they turned their gaze to the crowd that had gathered. Gale crouched down on the ground and carefully noted something, confidently mumbling that he could draft plans, make precise measurements, analyze materials, and significantly improve these projects. Mora said she always knew. Gale was not ordinary, and now he was also unraveling the curses left by the Demon King. Gimli quietly laughed and admitted, although she herself asked Gale to do this, she was still genuinely amazed by what he was achieving. Sharon looked at Gimli and said this. According to her, now Gimli was free too. Gimli flinched embarrassedly, and Sharon clarified. She meant that Gimli had spent her whole life thinking about how to free her people. And now, when the goal was finally achieved, Gimli could do whatever she wanted. Gimli muttered to herself about the idea of doing whatever she pleased. Scratching her head, she admitted that she had no idea what to do and thought, "At least, this is quite a pleasant problem." Mora suggested, "Until Gimli comes up with a plan, she can just live as usual." Gimli asked again what exactly as usual means in this situation. Sharona replied that, for example, it could be running her small guild. Mora added she could also come up with sillier quests. Gimli nodded as if agreeing, leaned closer and asked if they were deliberately provoking her. Sharona and Mora both denied it, then looked at each other and burst out laughing heartily. Sharon stood up, raised her glass, and loudly toasted to Gimli finally getting rid of the spells, those that had held her captive for a long time. She called everyone over and made them raise their glasses and shout hooray. Then Sharon loudly shouted to Gale, "Stop fiddling with the calligraphy papers," and joined them, saying he was the real star of the evening. Gale looked up from writing, raised his eyes, and replied confusedly that he should first be allowed to finish one more thing. Later Gimli sat alone somewhere high up and listened to the wind rushing past the cold. Roaring thunder engulfed her completely. Nearby Sharina, Gale, and Mora were lively discussing something and clearly having fun, while Gimli got lost in her own thoughts, detachedly watching their laughter. Minerva approached and exclaiming with delight said what an exciting event it had been. Gimli immediately noticed Lady Minerva and without hesitation fell to her knees before her, but Minerva told her, there is no need to kneel. She quietly laughed and said she was enjoying the fresh air and gentle breeze. Gimli suddenly fell silent while the festive night raged around them. Together, Gimli and Minerva looked down at the people below. Minerva apologized for everything that had happened, and Gimli replied that no apologies were needed. Lady Minerva had suffered more than anyone. Minerva asked Gimli not to behave so servilely around her. Gimli nodded, but before she could add anything, Minerva smiled and gently stroked her head. Minerva said that Gimli was a very well-cared-for daughter, and she said that whenever they were alone, Gimli could call her mom. Minerva smiled gently at her. A spark flashed in Gimli's eyes when she agreed and quietly. She called her mom and they hugged tightly. Gimli felt Minerva's smile as she held her, and then Minerva told about her past. She was born a princess of accursed people, and having a natural resistance to miasma, took upon herself the cursed items of the Demon King even when carrying children. Among all of Gimli's noises, Minerva distinguished one thing. She already knew it. Tears filled Gimli's eyes. Minerva laughed quietly and added that he cared for her mother more than anyone else. Minerva said that now that she was here, their nights had become peaceful and they could finally enjoy freedom. After that, she addressed Gimli, saying that she should live as she wants. Gimli replied that that was exactly her plan. Although she admitted that she had not yet come up with any specific plan, Minerva advised Gimli to live with the person she wanted to be with, and Gimli stopped, confused. Then Minerva asked, is Gimli in love? They were talking specifically about Gale Hamilton, and Gimli's eyes widened sharply. Her face flushed deep red as soon as she vehemently denied it. Minerva grabbed her hand and sharply, firmly stated that Gimli could not have either her mother or anyone else. Because it was too obvious, Gimli stubbornly denied and insisted that Gale was human and would die much earlier. Minerva cut in, it's all because of this. Why were the Dark Elves blessed with almost eternal life? She added, the Demon King and his fragments are also eternal, so even after the millennial curse was lifted, the threat from the Demon King still hung. Minerva looked up and continued further. Human lives were much shorter, almost a moment, like a normal blink. Even Gale, the Great One who lifted the Demon King's curse, could not cross the boundary of his own life. She said that Gale's unique skills needed to be passed on and asked Gimli if he agreed. Gimli admitted that Minerva was right. Then Minerva said that this could be done by Gimli Berengel's children, and Gimli froze, not believing his eyes. But as soon as the realization reached her, she stammered, not believing that Gale could have a child. Minerva calmly confirmed Gimli heard everything correctly and immediately spoke about her passionate desire to have a sweet, healthy child. Gimli objected and cut off his mother. She was jumping too far ahead. Gimli froze, looked back at Gale, Sharon, and Maru, and then showed Minerva Gale and the people who were next to him. Minerva instantly realized that she was trying to convey to Gimli. As soon as she looked in his direction, what the daughter was talking about began to take shape, and Sharon was a completely different matter. Then Gimli turned her gaze to Mora. Next to Gale, she was clearly blushing, and Gimli told Minerva that Mora should not be dismissed. Minerva assumed that Gimli did not mind Gale having 2 or even 3 partners, and said there was nothing indecent about it. Gimli grimaced and replied that Minerva's generation looked at such things very differently from theirs. She also noted, in general, people still remained quite chaste as they had centuries before, except for occasional rare exceptions. Gimli added that there was another woman in town. She openly flirted with Gale, and no one knew what else he might be dragged into. Minerva replied that even so, Gimli still had feelings, so she did not hold a grudge against Gale. Gimli clarified that it would be. It was not at all that she hated Gale. Depressed, she hid her head in her hands from despair, and Minerva gently smiled and soothingly stroked Gimli's head. Meanwhile, outside the window, the loud, cheerful noise of celebrations did not subside. In the Demon King's castle, something completely different was unfolding. The third eye spoke to Asgade and asked why he felt so lost. Asgade looked at the creature hanging in the air right in front of him. In his mind, he acknowledged. It was something strange and disturbing, but he could not understand why he felt such unbearable torment, as if he wanted to tear his own heart out of his chest. He even confessed that he had been in love with their princess Lady Gimli all his life. Asgate suddenly recalled his first meeting with the princess, the very one when they were still children. Then the elder said that Asgate was almost the same age as the princess, and asked him to become her faithful confidant. Young Gimli, burning with joy, rushed to Asgate and took his hands, thanking him with a radiant smile. It struck Gate like thunder. He could not expect such a turn. Asgate himself always understood this. His place in society made these feelings incredible. Yet still, as long as the princess belonged to no one. He knew how to keep himself together. Seeing her smile was the greatest happiness for him. When the battle began, Asgate emerged victorious every time after time. And Gimli looked at him with admiration and said that no one would ever be his competition. These words and her praise filled him with pride. Even when Gimli was far away, her smile constantly lived in his thoughts. Finally, he managed to see her again and he immediately felt something had changed. Gimli's smile no longer warmed him as before. Now it was aimed directly at Gale. That crazy man grabbed himself a path to where he should not have gone. He stood next to Gimli as if he had every right to be there, spoke to her with a light, casual familiarity. And Asgate suddenly realized, Gale should know his place, but just as these thoughts overwhelmed him, he was breathless. The first time Gimli's smile brought him only pain and the reason was obvious. She was supposed to be for Gale Hamilton, the man. After all, this was a man of a completely different race. Asgate could not even imagine that Gale would take the princess from him. When he saw them both, everything immediately became painfully clear. Gimli was his only joy, and for her his presence was no different from anyone else's. He felt that he was just a blurred face in the crowd, no more important than a pebble on the roadside. Offense and envy tore his chest. Asgate shouted Gale's name and raged because the princess needed Gale, while jealousy tore him apart and he fell to the ground in fury, tears filling his eyes as he raised his gaze to the third eye, and it coldly replied, "Since the princess was already given to another, Asgate just needs to take her back." Asgate reacted with sharp doubt about the idea of returning Gimli, and then sharply looked away when he admitted Gale has enough strength to lift the curse from the artifacts of the Demon King, and the third eye answered, "If Asgate does not defeat Gale face to face, then he must lure Gale to his own death." It turned out that the space behind the throne hid the true castle of the Demon King, a world where the pieces of the king revealed their true value many times stronger than on the surface. Asgate muttered to himself, calculating whether it would work if he seized the third eye and led Gale through the demon gates. He could simply erase him completely from the equation. The third thing I noticed Asgate. He staggered in place and couldn't decide, would he really dare to take this step? Asgate clenches his palm and thinks that. His rational mind insisted, do not appropriate the third eye. But the dark emotions he had long suppressed were about to burst out and they could no longer be restrained. It seemed to him it would become even more unbearable if he continued to see Gimli smiling at Gale and not at him. He firmly decided, let her face be twisted by a grimace as long as this becomes the price for making her his power. The third confirmed consent, and I immediately began explaining. Once Minerva claimed that the Dark Elves were forced to give up their power, but the truth was quite different when Asgate asked what that meant. Thirdly, I told how during the first raids through the forest, the ancestors of the Dark Elves of Ashgate, who knew little beyond the forest, experienced the greatest shock of their lives, and how that shock later turned into delight. Asgate's eyes suddenly opened wide as soon as the third eye suddenly appeared. Infected with delight from power over the weak and intoxication from burning cultures that had lasted for generations, they, enchanted by that iron call, merged with the race of monsters and in crowds marched to the Demon King, spreading violence and moral decay across the land. And thirdly, I insisted, only ruthless evil can lead to the highest joy, and Asgate was a direct descendant of those very people. Asgate admitted if this were true. So agreeing to these goals required no explanations as soon as Gimli's smiles flared up again in his memories. He confessed that he was exhausted from bearing unrequited feelings for so long. The third eye seemed to reply sympathetically, as if to say everything is clear, but sincere feelings that Asgate buried deep within himself, and his tireless efforts never received a reward not because of his fault, but because of this very world. It decisively declared that it was time to right this wrong and that from. If he needed power, Asgate could fix it. Then Asgate endowed the demon with a third eye. He exhaled sharply and immediately opened his eyes. He immediately began to tremble. His body suddenly collapsed to the ground. He groaned, tentacles crawled and twisted, his body convulsed spasmodically, and dark shadows swirled in the air while he screamed madly in pain. Meanwhile, far away in Farmedge, the net parade was raging. She muttered to herself how annoying all this is. She regretted that now all that remained was to stand every day, look towards Gale and pray for his safety. She was trembling with irritation. She wanted to make Gale take her with him, the loneliness from not being able to see him pressed so heavily, and she scolded herself for that missed chance. Then suddenly her heart pounded wildly. Liznit clenched her hand on her chest as the blows grew even stronger and the rhythm accelerated, breaking free from control. And she whispered to herself that this was exactly what Gale had warned her about. She had not yet completely rid herself of the residual influence of the demon's heart and knew. In such a state, she would only slow others down on their journey. Yet the changes that the heart bestowed upon her body and abilities were truly captivating. The results simply multiplied her capabilities many times over an astonishing experience, for which she still could not fully calculate the price. Power of a completely different scale. The madness living within her had nothing to do with what she had known before it broke far beyond the bounds of ordinary instability. What terrified her most was that the demon's heart she had equipped turned out to be just a fragment 1/6 of the whole. When she imagines someone like herself with a cold, clear purpose, deliberately reaching out for a piece of the demon king to extract benefit for their own ambitions, she could only imagine the horror that such a fragment's power could become. Somewhere Skates was choking and gasping for air while his body finally got used to the new. I praised the third. Many who tried to master her perished without success. But Asgate's unbreakable discipline tempered both body and spirit, so he was able to fully accept the power of the Demon King. Skate smiled and admitted, "It's nice when your merits are recognized even if it's by the embodiment of the Demon King himself." And yet he was gnawed by the question, what would he gain from the third eye if he was given such colossal power? I waved off the third. Bringing up this conversation now would be rude, since Asgate had already accepted it and their faiths were now intertwined without chance of rupture. Later, Asgate will understand the answer not with his head, but with his heart, pressing his hand to his throbbing forehead, and a horizontal line will grow before him. They opened and the eye crawled out, and I, the third, burst out right in the middle of his forehead. Asgate was stunned by the power raging within him. He had never felt such omnipotence it took his breath away. He devoted an immense part of his life to mastering martial arts, and even at his peak never rose to the heights where he now stood. It seemed to him that only the fragments of the Demon King could grant such power. Suddenly a dazzling light flashed. An explosive discharge thundered behind it and the wall it hit crumbled into fragments. Asgate laughed. He was filled with admiration for the stunning, absolute power that now fully belonged to him. He smiled and shifted his gaze to the throne. Once the Demon King sat on it and then Lady Minerva secluded herself there. Now it was his turn. Asgate sincerely believed only he was worthy to take it. Feeling what it was like to sit on the throne, he fell silent for a moment and thought, what awaits beyond the demon gates, the land he now stubbornly called his own. Meanwhile, somewhere outside the castle iron clattered someone was forging. Gale exhaled deeply while working. Sharon came in and immediately noticed he was intently focused on his work. Gale noticed her and explained that he had begged the dark elf blacksmith for permission to use this space for a short time. Sharon teased him, saying what a nuisance they have to share a bedroom, just the two of them with such an attractive woman. Gale smiled and bluntly said that he didn't care at all, so these words unexpectedly confused Sharon. She turned her back to him and Gale didn't notice her reaction at all. Sharon's heart was pounding wildly, and a wave of warmth instantly covered her face. And suddenly she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Sharon had almost come to terms with the fact that someday, maybe, she would have to accept this. But as soon as everything began to change, she could no longer call it that. But as soon as she ran this through her mind, it became clear to her. It seems she is beginning to fall in love with Gale. No sooner had this thought settled in her head than Gale unexpectedly appeared behind her and asked how she was doing. Sharon flinched at his appearance and answered uncertainly. Her voice broke, she sobbed and forced herself to pull herself together, then threw some object at him. Gale asked what it was and catching it immediately felt, the object was strangely light. Sharona proudly showed that it was his own orichalcum, more precisely, a faded fake, and emphasized, in one day he could not have created a real orichalcum. Gale asked skeptically what she meant by calling it a faded copy. Sharona explained. During its creation she realized as if that thing was pulling about half of Gale's possessions, although she still could not fully understand why exactly. Gale was left confused and directly asked, what relation does auric alchum have to him? Sharona replied that she feels, this substance is demonic. Only a crumb can be taken from the Demon King's castle and after purification it turns into an even smaller fragment. She demonstrated this by raising a hammer. When Gale asked what she was doing, Sharona said she knows how to recognize material of demonic origin. Sharona slammed the hammer on the table so hard that it shattered into pieces, and Gale froze in surprise. Sharona explained sadly that by any reasonable measure this material does not get along with any other substance. It is almost impossible to shape, neither blows, nor freezing, nor repeated beating yielded results, so she no longer knew what to do with it. Because of this, she turned to the dark elf, the master blacksmith. She asked how to deal with the material, and he said it needed to be placed in miasma to soften it. Sharona herself never fully understood what exactly that meant, and Gale was completely stunned to learn that she had treated it with miasma. And he asked if he could borrow the material. They took it, put it in a barrel, and the machine before them immediately came to life and started working. Gale said they would try it. He grabbed the barrel with the pieces. As soon as they touched, they immediately began to melt. Gale noticed the master forger made no mistakes. Sharon nodded, as if to say Gale did it too easily, and a bit irritated added that now it was definitely cursed. Gale waved his hand indifferently. Of course, and there was no reason why it should be otherwise. Irritated, Sharon said, if Gale might not object to cursed junk, then she wants to work with what is already familiar, ordinary, or calcum, something usual and normal. She thought that by asking Gale for advice it would become easier, but now it seemed to her there was no way out. She called the whole process unbearable pain, and Gale rarely saw Sharon so completely confused. She froze and he gently stroked her head and said he could help figure out the material at any time and would try not to swear while doing so. He smiled reassuringly and his eyes widened as if there was something warm and convincing in him. Sharon looked away for a moment and said the offer was good, but she could not bother Gale for help every time. Secretly, her cheeks flushed red. Gale told her there was nothing to worry about. Sharona immediately objected, emphasizing that she had pride as a member of the Smith family and added that she once heard a story. The legends of the Warsmiths told a tale about the one who managed to create Orkelcom entirely on her own. If she wanted to prove that the legend was true, she had to figure it out herself. Next time she definitely did not want to rely on Gale's help. Gale apologized, thinking he could no longer help her. Sharon quickly explained that she did not mean that. She wanted to say that just the possibility of venting to Gale already eased her, and after these words she fell silent. Gale smiled and said, "If so, then that's wonderful." We separate the pause again. Then she mustered courage and let Gale understand that she wanted to say something. Sharon's face flushed red and Gale had no idea why. He asked what she wanted to tell him, and Sharon lost her train of thought. She tried to explain with gestures that they were both craftsmen from different fields. While they argued about the differences in their work, she suddenly realized these moments are some of the most pleasant in her life. Gale responded with a radiant smile and said he felt the same. He also found these moments incredibly fun. Sharon continued and said that Gale knew the eldest among them better than anyone else, and she was sure he had already fully earned Gimli's trust. She also added that she would take care of her network for some time. And she was sure she and Gale were a perfect match for each other. Every time she saw him in the forge, he gave everything he had to forge the cursed items, and that made her want to become even better. She stammered again and nervously twisted in place while continuing to speak. She quietly made it clear she would be pleased if a relationship developed between them where they both support and uplift each other. Gale fell silent. He became embarrassed and it immediately became clear he hadn't listened to her until the end. Sharon thought about how scatterbrained this damned craftsman was. She did not insist. She suggested returning to work, stretched, and Gale remained nearby, still puzzled. Sharon quietly exhaled through her teeth and again brushed aside her true feelings, calling them a joke she knew. This was a bad habit of hers. In the forge, metal rang out sharply. Sharna asked Gale how the work was progressing and he froze. Gale explained that he seemed to be stuck in a dead end. Sharon muttered that this rarely happens. Gale objected, "It's not impossible, but the materials must be absolutely stable. Applying effects to unstable ones is dangerous." Moreover, the materials themselves contained a whole bunch of effects, and some of them could cause trouble for anyone nearby. Sharon nodded and remarked, "It might be easy for Gale to dispel such effects, but here everything is different. These are items connected to the Demon King." Gale confirmed and added that he is still trying to figure out some things. He said that his shop has a stock of useful tools, but while they are on the way, everything becomes complicated. Sharon, quickly putting the puzzle together, interrupted him and clarified and immediately understood. Gale keeps tools at home, capable of working with items made from the Demon King's materials. At the same time, she felt she also needed to complete the cleansing as soon as possible and noticed that Gale seemed to be running out of supplies. Gale agreed he could return home, but it would take some time. He decided if they detain him longer, sooner or later he will figure it out. Sharon asked why he was so sure and inquired if he could really work with materials from pieces of the Demon King. Gale replied that he believed he could, and Sharon just muttered, clearly doubting. She thought whether he finishes the work at home or here, the result will be the same and the road roughly evens everything out. Gale agreed, the choice is really difficult. Sharon was irritated and poked with her finger. It all comes down to her pride as a craftswoman, especially since it causes her so much trouble, unlike how smoothly everything goes for him. Gale admitted this and explained he wanted to really get the work in order. But this very situation made him wary. There would be enough materials from the protective wall below, but he sought something a little better. Sharona realized that his reasoning would not convince her complete nonsense. Gale lifted his cloak and noticed everything is really starting to come together. Sharona jerked sharply and warned he should not pull out the cloak made from demon wings. The cloak rustled as if somewhere in the chest an invisible heart was beating a rhythm. Sharon murmured that it seemed to have a heartbeat inside it, almost like a living creature, and asked if it was really safe to bring it back to Farmage. At that very moment, someone behind them sharply spoke up and asked if they needed anything. Asgate approached and said he did not address the dwarf now, he has business with Gale. Gale asked if Asgate meant him specifically. Aski confirmed this. Allegedly, Gale clearly needs materials. Gale did not object, admitted that this is the case. Asgate suggested if Gale has nothing against what he collected, he will give him everything. Gale clearly rejoiced at this offer, and Asgate brushed off all doubts their savior should not be modest. Gale's eyes opened wide as soon as Asgate showed the items. Having asked if they would be of any use, Asgate laid them out on the table along with the formidable child's core and the bones of the Marvel demon. Asgate added that deeper underground Gale would be able to find even better materials, asked what Gale thought about it, and promised to hint where to look for other things if he needed anything else. Gale. Gale instantly rushed forward, eagerly picked up, and asked Asgate to take him there. As soon as she tried to intervene, the door clicked and closed right in front of her nose. In her thoughts, she cursed Gale. It was enough for someone to show the materials for making cursed things, and he rushed for them like a devoted puppy. Recalling Asgate's facial expression, she muttered to herself, "There is something bad in him, as if he has a hidden motive." But Gale had already gone with some man, not stopping even for a second. She called him a fool to herself. After that, Sharn was called by someone. Mora asked why she looked so worried, her eyebrows knitted into one sharp line. Cherna nodded warmly to Mora and Gimli involuntarily noticed. It was not just the two of them here. Soon Minerva appeared nearby. Minerva explained that since awakening she had been up to her ears busy with the affairs of her compatriots, and finally hoped to sit down and talk with Gale. And Sharona replied that Gale would probably be glad to see her, but on F. But as soon as a young dark elf appeared, Gale immediately went with him. The three women shuddered with surprise upon hearing about the young one. Sharon frantically tried to recall the name and wheezed that Gimli knew it. Asgate. Gimli froze and asked if Asgate had taken Gale. Sharona confirmed this and explained. Everything happened after Asgate showed Gale the materials, and Minerva gasped at this revelation. Gimli returned to her, and Minerva immediately explained. Those materials can only be found in one single, very specific place. When Gimli asked what exactly she meant, Minerva answered without hesitation. It is beyond the demon gates. Then Minerva asked Gimli if Asgate, after saving her, left there together with him. Gimli said that Asgate himself stayed a little longer to inspect the surroundings. Minerva seemed to understand everything, and Mora asked again if Minerva was hinting at something. Minerva confirmed that it was indeed her. She explained, at the place where she was found there stood a demon gate. Asgate was an outstanding figure in his world, and his status ignited excessive pride in his soul. While everyone celebrated Minerva's return, only he did not appear, and this troubled her. Asgate devoted himself entirely to searching for the remains of the Demon King. And if such a proud person saw that someone else, a mere mortal, succeeded where he had failed, she would take it extremely painfully. Minerva instantly suggested another possibility. A faint memory from the distant past suddenly surfaced. She again recalled the moment when she spoke with the hero who defeated the Demon King and freed her. She felt how several tiny fragments of the scattered body of the Demon King flew off and disappeared through the gates into another world. But exhausted from the battle and calmed by relief and tenderness in his embrace, she could relax her vigilance so much that she brushed off this feeling as if it were just imagination. Minerva lingered on the thought about the weather. When the hero scattered the remains of the Demon King across the world, a tiny fragment could slip into another dimension. Gimli became worried and tried to call Minerva, but instead his attention was instantly caught by Minerva herself. She warned all three of them. Ahead lies a great trial, even more terrible than what they had to endure to lift her curse. Minerva pondered how the combination of physique, bodily impulses, sudden temptation, even with extreme restraint, could suddenly bring to light traits that seemed entirely foreign to her usual decent and prudent nature. The Demon King had not only overwhelming power and absolute authority, but also a cunning gift to subtly influence the hearts and minds of people. Once he had already used it to crush everyone without any resistance. Minerva feared that the same danger might lurk in the scattered remains of the Demon King. These fragments could bring a curse upon a person's body and seize their mind, even despite Minerva's powerful mental strength. She herself barely restrained her own destructive impulse. At any moment they could shake her sense of self and distort everything dear to her. The promised hill that Gimli saw in dreams when they first met turned out to be a runaway Minerva, refuge deliberately created by herself in her mind to keep her from going insane. But if a young dark elf accidentally opens the gate of demons, and he may come across any remains of the Demon King still lingering there, the tempting whispers of the demon can instantly seize his mind. Minerva felt there was no time to delay. They had to immediately head back to the basement of the Demon King's castle. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's castle, Gale was following Asgate step by step, and he was struck by the sight of numerous gargoyles lined up along the entire surrounding area. For Asgate it was usual, a place thoroughly soaked with miasma, and he did not believe it could unsettle a cursed craftsman like Gale, although Gale himself still hesitated. Asgate reassured him. This time the gargoyles would not attack. Gale looked more closely at the statues and strangely was convinced Asgate was not lying. He was only puzzled why everything happened exactly that way. Asgate explained that on the other side was a long-hidden dungeon, deeply embedded inside and teeming with demons. They can cultivate the very materials he had shown Gale earlier, and Gale was almost bursting with admiration. Side by side they stood before the throne. Gale realized that a dungeon was hidden there, and Asgate confirmed. It stretched far beyond the throne itself. He said that secret dungeons hidden under or behind royal thrones in demon castles were almost commonplace. Gale admitted he had never ventured there and had no idea what was considered normal there. Gale shifted the front aside and revealed the gates hidden beneath it, and immediately he felt he had sensed this before. Asgate recalled the moment when the wall cracked and split in two, the place where he himself had once been held in chains, bringing back to them the turbulent memories he could not ignore. Then he sincerely praised Gale, acknowledging there was something truly incredible in his actions during the decisive battle. Gale listened as Asgate pondered the moment when the fate of the Dark Elf race depended on Gale's success. Calling it the last battle was no exaggeration. Asgate remembered how demon wings grabbed him and pinned him to the wall, was helpless, unable to move a step. He could only watch as Gale successively scattered the remnants of the Demon King, while the princess stood nearby, barely believing her eyes, watching everything. At that moment, Asgate became a silent witness, humiliated, painfully aware of his own powerlessness. Gale reacted with surprise too. A smile flashed across Asgate's face. The thought that they had somehow been given a second chance another round spread a quiet pleasure, while Gale remained puzzled by this hint. Gale asked Asgate what he meant by another round. Asgate threw his arm over Gale's shoulder and pushed him forward, preparing to get involved, and, seeing what lay beyond the demon gates, they stepped through them together. Gale stepped into another world, and as soon as he crossed the threshold of the gates, his eyes widened at the spectacle unfolding before him. They froze for a moment while Gale quickly scanned the scene. It looked as if it were a dried-up wasteland, almost lifeless in every direction. Noticing the bones of the demon marvel nearby, Gale dashed to run there, and Asgate suddenly remembered that there used to be a cemetery there, and these words made Gale freeze. They insisted on confirmation. They wondered if this was really the place where one could get even better materials that Asgate had mentioned. Asgate moved from his place, nodded to Gale, and suggested they go further. Gale blushed with excitement, thanked him, and they moved forward. Above them hung a simple, empty sky. Finally, they stopped in front of a wonder hidden right in the ground. A huge hole. Gale bent down and looked down. Seeing the giant chasm, Asgate said that in its depths was a terrifying darkness through which no light penetrates, and that it led to a realm that was once home to the king of demons. He was called the bellringer of hell. What do you call a faith when the screams of those who wandered there echo like a dull, ominous bell? Gale whispered to herself. And indeed, behind her stretched a cemetery. Asgate quietly called it Gale's graveyard. Gale sharply turned around as soon as Asgate called her by her full name, and at that moment the third eye opened. Gale shuddered from surprise and, confused, blurted out, "What is happening here?" Asgate revealed the truth. It was the third eye of the demon. In this outer dimension, the remnants of the Demon King spun up to maximum power. Even with Gale's abilities, nothing could be done as before, and this fragment of the Demon King could not be dispelled. Asgate calculated, in such a time interval no one could avoid what was about to happen. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Guaranteed strike, instant death. A deadly heat beam burst out like a whirlwind. The blazing, flashing mass crashed where Gale had just stood. It hit him directly and he fell. Behind him, a dark, gaping abyss opened. Gale screamed, falling into the pit nearby. Asgate froze silently, staring at the place where Gale had stood just a moment ago. He heard Gale's scream and thought with satisfaction that it was music to his ears. But his expression suddenly broke. He froze, fell to his knees, and clutching his head with his hands, muttered under his breath. A curse crawled through his body from his forehead, cutting off his breath with pain. But in a moment he forced himself to smile and firmly decided, this means nothing. At the same time, Minerva and 3 girls were flying headlong through the Demon Lord's castle. Thanks to Minerva's hints, they found the shortest path through the dark, tangled underground passages. While they were running, Mora suddenly noticed a stone statue of a gargoyle. And suddenly it dawned on them, very close now, the place nearby. She noticed that they had arrived much faster than during their first visit, and secretly hoped that Gale would hold on a little longer. But Sharon immediately caught a troubling detail. The gargoyles they had defeated before should have disappeared, but if they are appearing again, it means they will have to fight them again, and just the thought made them grimace. And instantly cast the spell Agility Boost on Sharon so she could move faster. Sharon thanked her and rushed forward, gaining speed thanks to her blacksmithing skills. However, she perfectly understood. The previous strategy against the gargoyles worked only because Gale's ability to remove curses weakened them, and although she could lead the gargoyles away, without Gale she did not know how to defeat them later. No one had even had time to think about worry when Minerva calmly told them, "Leave the gargoyles to me." She raised her hand and hurled a spell, Demon Banishment. The gargoyle before them was struck in an instant and began to disappear. Soon the entire group vanished. Minerva waved her hand again and another swarm of gargoyles dissolved into the air just as quickly. One gargoyle tried to sneak up behind Minerva and mock her, but before he dared to attack, he stopped. Minerva simply raised her hand, and in a moment the gargoyle also disappeared. Mora froze in admiration how effortlessly Minerva destroyed an entire swarm of gargoyles. Sharon was no less impressed, especially after seeing that Minerva defeated the last gargoyle without even turning around. She realized this by feeling the true power of the Dark Elves' leader upon herself. Gimli explained, Minerva had been the right hand of the demon lord for years, which is why her power is so astonishing, and Mora compared her magic to how Gale removes curses. For Mora, Gale's power was like gently taking off a heavy coat from a weary traveler under the warm sun, while Minerva's demon banishment was like a raging storm that sweeps away everything in its path with irresistible force. Minerva warned them, as long as the miasma remains in the castle, gargoyles will be reborn again and again. Gimli urged everyone, forcing them to move quickly. Mora quietly admitted that she had no idea Minerva could be so powerful while they were making their way through the underground labyrinth. Minerva explained, this path is the only way to the gates that lead to another world. She was convinced Asgate and Gale could have passed earlier without a fight because the gargoyles, seeing the demon lord's equipment, were mistaken and took Asgate for his incarnation. Sharon pondered their journey and understood only how difficult it was not only to break through this place in battle, but also to pass through it without fighting. Making their way through the underground passages, the group finally found themselves before gigantic gates. Minerva quietly noted that the throne had indeed been moved. And that meant only one thing, they had just stepped through the demon gate. Step by step, Mora moved forward, wondering what dangers awaited ahead, and as soon as she sensed that Gale was in trouble, she rushed there without hesitation. Side by side with Lady Minerva, Mora stubbornly believed their future would not end in despair. As soon as the group passed through the gates, everyone cautiously looked around. Sharon immediately noticed a foul miasma in the air, and Mora also felt there was more dark energy here than even in the deepest levels of the Lord of Demons' castle. Gimli carefully surveyed the surroundings, but Minerva suddenly froze somewhere far away. An unknown sound echoed faintly in her hearing. She asked Gimli if he heard what sounded like Gale's scream. Gimli nodded, yes, he heard it, but it seemed to come from afar. Mora once again confirmed how sharp the Dark Elves' hearing was. They were able to determine Gale's location from such a distance, and Sharon clenched her teeth in anxiety, imagining what could have happened to Gale if he was truly screaming in pain. Wasting no time, the whole group rushed after him, and Minerva urged them on again and again. Meanwhile, Asgate froze before a huge abyss. He admitted to himself, if he could, he would rather have hidden Gale's remains, destroyed all evidence, and quietly left here, but it seemed fate still took sides. Soon Minerva and that other one appeared. Minerva narrowed her eyes at Asgate and sharply went on the offensive, as if she already understood everything. They said that, although they were late, they still managed to hear something that sounded like Gale's scream, and Minerva immediately noticed a strange mark on Asgate's forehead. Asgate calmly replied, Minerva, who was once the right hand of the Demon Lord, would definitely recognize this. The Demon Lord himself revealed it was the third eye of the Demon Lord. Mora sharply demanded, where is Gale? Asgate shrugged and indifferently explained that Gale had hit his head on that abyss behind him. As soon as Sharon heard this, she was overcome with rage. She cursed Asgate and rushed straight at him, relentlessly throwing accusations, saying that he was the one who pushed Gale into the chasm. Gimli and Mora shouted, Sharon, stop, but it was already too late. Sharon suddenly fell to the floor, not managing to reach Asgate. Minerva sharply shouted his name, and Asgate only smirked as if he found it funny. Gimli hurriedly anxiously asked if Sharon was all right. Sharon apologized for losing control of herself. She desperately wanted a cool gate, but she knew, first she had to save Gale. Mora panicked and suggested they jump into that hole themselves to bring Gale back, but Minerva immediately stopped her and forbade even thinking about it. Over the years of serving the Lord of Demons, criminals and soldiers were thrown into that abyss as punishment, but no one ever returned alive. Minerva explained, below was a real demon nest full to the brim and powerful high-ranking demons sat there. So Mora, hearing this, could only whisper in horror. Minerva continued talking about demons as cruel beings who mock human deaths and turn souls into toys. And the abyss was filled with evil creatures from the demonic world. These were creatures that appeared along with the demon lord himself. Because of the fear reigning here, this place was called the Bell of Hell. It was a true bottomless abyss, no one, no matter what power they had, returned alive from it. Gimli quietly, in despair, whispered Gale's name. Asgate mockingly asked Minerva and Gimli what they would do next. Did they really decide to start a hopeless battle against him right here? He stated the wise Lady Minerva should have already realized this, even she was no longer his equal, because he had gained new power. Mora looked stunned at Minerva. In her eyes, Minerva was incredibly powerful, yet even she was silent before Asgate. Asgate did not miss a chance to mock them. He mimicked their sorrow and claimed they were just a moment too late, so they didn't manage to save Gale. Ultimately, he was convinced they all willingly got involved in that perfect situation for him, like a moth flying straight into the flame on a summer night. At the beginning of chapter 54, Sharon harshly blamed herself for what had happened. She was sure if she had stopped Gale a little earlier, none of this would have happened. Even when her chest tightened, it was enough for her to just see how happily Gale shone. She still couldn't manage to say a single word. Gimli immediately objected and took the blame upon herself. She was sure that everything happened because of her, because she was the one who brought Gale there, and now she admitted that her decision turned out to be completely wrong. Then Minerva confessed that she was the true source of this tragedy. She regretted that she did not notice the third eye of the Lord of Demons when it broke through the gates to another world. While others drowned in guilt, Mora could no longer tolerate it. She was suffocated by irritation and a gloomy mood. She exclaimed that none of this matters now. Asgate stands right before them, so there are far more important matters than arguing about whose fault it is. Hearing Mora's, Gimli's, Sharina's, and Minerva's words, they apologized and refocused. Minerva asked Asgate what he was going to do next. And at that very moment the third eye spoke to Asgate, assuring him that he could pretend nothing happened and continue to serve Lady Minerva and Lord Gimli technically. Such an option still existed. Now that his insidious plans have been exposed, there is no point in hiding his true intentions anymore. The third eye, laughing, noted, "The Dark Elves clan has just celebrated Minerva's rebirth and will soon celebrate again." Asgate proudly declared that the next celebration would be his ascension as the new leader of the Dark Elves clan and the beginning of their world conquest. And Minerva clenched her teeth in anger, realizing he was completely under the influence of the Lord of Demons, both in mind and body. With despair and distrust, she muttered the name Asgate again and again. Asgate calmly continued, "He and the Demon Lord will eventually fully synchronize, then the Lord Demon will resurrect, and Asgate himself will become the supreme king of the world." According to him, that moment was already at the threshold. The legendary hero will never return, and the cursed master of curses has already disappeared. There was no one left in his mind who could stop the ambitions of Asgate and the Lord of Demons. Mora could only whisper in horror that such a future simply could not be. Asgate laughed at her, saying she was too loud, and suggested throwing her into the Bell of Hell. He cruelly added, "If she is lucky, she will end up next to Gale, another corpse at the bottom of the abyss." Mora, not accepting his words, screamed into the void, demanding that Gale return immediately, and Asgate laughed and said that now calling him was pointless. Suddenly, from the depths of the abyss, a huge pillar of light shot upward. Everyone was shocked, even Asgate himself froze. Minerva fixed her gaze on the glow and could not understand. What could it be? Asgate was not going to be silent and passionately outlined plans for the future just before gathering the rest of the Demon Lord's artifacts. First, he will burn the useless elders of the clan and destroy every one of those old fossils to the last. Gimli, engulfed in anger, called him a traitor. But Asgate, it seemed, did not get angry. She was even pleased by her hatred. He replied that he had never expected to hear such harsh words from Gimli, the princess of their clan. And this only hardened his resolve to betray his people without remorse. Moreover, he incited her to insult him even more harshly, and Gimli looked at him with burning rage, like at a flame. And then, without any warning, a voice rang out, "He has returned." Asgate's eyes widened in shock, and in a moment the roar of mighty wings thundered across the area. Suddenly an icy wind burst from the hole, and from the abyss emerged he with huge wings spread behind his back. Gimli immediately looked at him joyfully and with relief. Asgate froze and stared, not believing his own eyes, and panicked, wondering if those were the cursed wings of the Lord of Demons. Gimli told Asgate that he was a man capable of betraying his own kin, and Gale was one who constantly defies all expectations. Gale rushed to the group, and Minerva froze in shock, barely believing that he had returned alive from the Bell of Hell, a place from which no one was supposed to escape. Asgate muttered in disbelief, not understanding how Gale managed to return after falling into the abyss. Mora wiped her tears and joyfully said that she had asked Gale to fly back, and somehow he really did. Sharon suddenly noticed in Gale's right hand a huge ominous great axe and asked in surprise what it was. Gale calmly explained that he had just picked it up when he was downstairs. When Minerva was examining the weapon, she was suddenly overwhelmed by an irresistible feeling. She had seen this thing somewhere before. Gale smiled and said he was glad. Everyone had rushed here just for him. Mora explained that since then something had been wrong with Lady Minerva, and Sharon admitted that after what happened, none of them could calm down. Minerva quietly added that she had really hoped her bad premonition would turn out to be wrong. Altogether, they turned their gazes to Asgate. He was clearly boiling with rage. Minerva told Gale what had happened. She warned him. Asgate had fallen into darkness and armed himself with the third eye of the Lord of Demons, intending to crush everyone who stood in his way and conquer the world by the power of the Lord of Demons. Asgate rejected her words. He insisted that he had not fallen into darkness at all. Instead, he had only opened his eyes and finally saw the truth about humanity. He claimed that the root of humanity was evil. Violence and power were the main pleasures in his entire existence, and nothing compared to the joy of forcing others to obey, feeling his invincible strength. He asserted if someone gains such power, they will inevitably become just like him, ceasing to pretend to be someone else. Minerva explained that Asgate was once a master of martial arts, but now he had borrowed the power of the Lord of Demons, and gained another advantage fighting on his own territory. Let's put it this way, their current situation is pure despair. But Gale's return from the Bell of Hell became a real miracle. She thought it just pulled them out of hopelessness and put everything back in place into balance. Gale, as if casually, said that unlike the darkness of the forest, the road in the Bell of Hell was straight, so he was lucky not to get lost on the way back. Minerva looked at him with disbelief. She couldn't understand how he spoke so calmly about the Bell of Hell, almost as if it were a happy place. She reminded him powerful high-ranking demons should have blocked his way. Gale only asked if she meant those very demons. Then he indifferently said that he had already driven them away. Sharon shook her head and said she was not asking about that, but about the huge axe he carried. She whispered barely audibly, "It looks even bigger and scarier than Death's own scythe." Gale said that a huge figure appeared in the depths. It called itself useful, so he decided to take the axe with him. Sharon looked at him confused and asked if the giant's real name was I Am Useful. Mora, not understanding, repeated this strange name. While Gimli tried to recall if she had heard it before, Minerva suddenly realized something important, and startled by the shock, stumbled halfway through a word. She couldn't shake the thought. Could this axe belong to the being who rules the deepest bowels of the Bell of Hell? And she directly asked if it was the property of the great demon Belial. Even more stunned and surprised upon hearing this name, Minerva stated that Belial is the trusted person of the demon lord, and at the same time known as the gatekeeper of the very gates of hell. While Gale enthusiastically described the great axe as a rare drop, he decided that it would be the perfect souvenir for Sharon, and the girls only looked at him in disbelief. They did not understand whether he really considered the Hell Bell just a simple walk. Sharon demanded explanations from Gale and insisted he must tell everyone what exactly happened. Gale tried to gather and reconstruct the events in his mind as they were. He said that after he fell into the pit, he grabbed onto the wings of the demon lord to avoid falling from the height. They softened the impact of the fall and allowed him to land safely. Although he had not yet had time to properly examine this item, deep down he was sure. Turning the wings into a cursed artifact and hiding them in a cloak was the right move. As soon as he landed, Gale walked around the area and breathed a sigh of relief. He could not believe that Asgate was behind everything. Suddenly, he heard giggling nearby and instantly, decisively shouted, "Who is there?" Turning toward the sound, he saw Claude pause, stepping forward. The creature towered before him, Belial. It was the great demon who guarded the gates of the demon realm. Belial loudly praised Gale for reaching the deepest part of the Hell Bell. But Gale awkwardly objected, saying there was no Marith, simply fell in head first. Belial laughed, standing right by the gates. He thought aloud, how many centuries have passed since someone last tried to open the gates of the underworld and enter the realm of demons? He was trembling when he spoke about the fight. Blood seemed to boil, his heart wildly pounded with anticipation. Calling Gale a man, Belial passionately invited him to fight. Gale sharply tried to explain that he had no intention of doing, that he just needed to return to the surface. But Belial ignored him and with passionate excitement began to tell how he would tear Gale's flesh, drink his blood, and instead hear his bones breaking. Gale, as if it were an ordinary thing, calmly raised both hands to Belial and showed that the demon had left himself completely unprotected. Raising his hands, Gale, without any preparation, cast a spell to lift the curse. A huge magical circle instantly flared up, and Belial was immediately cleansed. Gale thanked Belial for acknowledging that he was a demon, now he could be banished. After that, Gale glanced at the huge axe left behind, and decided to take that valuable item that had just dropped with him. Before finally disappearing, Belial muttered something in a low voice that Gale did not hear completely, and it seemed to him. The demon hinted that he could be useful. Returning to the present, Minerva asked whether the beam of light they had seen earlier was really Belial's purification. Asgate muttered, not believing for a moment, and insisted, such a thing simply could not have happened. Then Gale added that the reason he was able to return alive was. It turned out that all this actually happened thanks to Asgate himself. As soon as Asgate heard about it, he immediately demanded that Gale repeat what he had just said. Then Gale told what happened after he fell into the Hell Bell. Landing at the bottom, he looked around and realized he had finally reached the deepest part of the abyss. Raising his head, he saw giant gates towering above him, and he wondered whether their doors might open directly into the demon world. He carefully felt the rocky walls around and ran his hand over the protruding stones and cracks. While he was staring at it all, he began calculating how to climb up. Shifting weight onto one stone ledge and grabbing another crack with his hand, climbing slowly step by step. As soon as he imagined the climb itself, he immediately realized it would turn out to be incredibly difficult. Even if he climbed as fast as possible, relying on both hands and feet, no one could say how long it would last. He feared that this grip would betray him before he managed to return. And besides, everything around had fallen into deep darkness, nothing was visible. Suddenly a roar rolled through the darkness, and someone's glowing eye flashed right in front of him, looking at Gale straight in the face. Gale froze and listened intently. In a moment, strange cries echoed from all sides as if the darkness was breathing them. He instantly realized the demon he had already driven out was far from the only creature lurking there. In the darkness, countless other demons clung to the shadow, circling around like bats. The realization hit him in the face. Climbing with occupied hands, he would not even be able to properly use the ability to cancel curses in case of an attack. And at that very moment, one thought flashed in his head. Gale jumped back to the ground and considered another approach. If he used the wings of the Lord of Demons to push himself upward, he could break out of the hellish bell on the very first try. Gale thought if in that otherworldly space the series of the Demon Lord received a huge boost of magic, then it was definitely worth a try. He pulled out the wings of the Demon Lord and put them on. Remembering that they had a special ability called Flight, he counted silently before activation, and as soon as he whispered the command to move, everything went as it should. His body was thrown upward with incredible speed straight to the entrance of the hole. Gale flew high through the darkness and broke free from the abyss. Returning again to the present, Sharon finally understood how Gale managed to survive. She turned to Ask and coldly reminded him how he had mocked them before comparing them to moths flying into the flame. She threw his own arrogance back in his face, implying that careless words could easily turn into troubles for the speaker himself. Asgate clenched his teeth, bursting with irritation. Minerva said that Gale had fallen into the deepest and most dangerous part of the Hell Bell. But he not only returned alive, he also brought with him the massive two-handed axe of the great demon Belial. For her, this was indisputable proof Gale had tamed the Hell Bell itself. Gimli added, for Gale, it did not matter how powerful or high-ranking a demon was. If it was a demonic monster, it remained just another target for him to drive out. Suddenly she realized, Gale was no longer just someone who exceeded expectations. He was doing what none of them could even imagine. Suddenly Asgate laughed bitterly and said that maybe being thrown into the Hell Bell had actually been to Gale's benefit, then immediately added, now he would unleash the full power of the third eye of the Lord of Demons without any restrictions. In a cold voice, he declared that they would all die here as soon as they saw the true horror of the third eye of the Lord of Demons. Asgate sharply inhaled a huge amount of miasma. As the dark energy flowed through him, veins all over his body bulged violently. Gale and the others froze in horror, watching as Asgate's body grew larger, and with each exhale his transformation became even more terrifying. Soon Asgate no longer resembled an ordinary man. His gigantic body loomed over them, and he looked at the group with stunning fury. Despite the terrible sight, Mora immediately told Gale that she would cast a support spell on him. She was certain, even if the battlefield gave Asgate an advantage, they still had the power of teamwork because they had all gathered together and could weave their skills and fight back. Sharon confidently took a step forward and caught Mora. Asgate, they said, had already grown significantly, but against monsters like the cockatrice or kraken it was still useless, so she decisively declared that she would also join the fight. Mora immediately began to cast a supporting spell, Muscle Boost, which had tremendous power. A magical circle flared before Gale for a moment, but it vanished before the spell could take effect, so Sharon looked around in surprise and asked what had happened. Mora was trembling and suddenly realized that she was no longer able to properly control her magic. Minerva then revealed the true danger of this place. As soon as Mora and Shirna crossed the threshold, they should have felt it. The evil miasma that enveloped them was thicker than in the village of dark elves, and even denser than the miasma inside the demon lord's castle. It was from here that the corruption grew. As Minerva assured, the miasma was not just sucking magical power for nothing. It devoured endurance, broke willpower, and dulled the mind, relentlessly taking everything from those caught under its influence. Gimli silently agreed. The Wenga recalled how thoughts became unclear when she once got lost at sea and in the forest, but here the pressure was much more terrifying than anything she had experienced before. Like an endless crushing void relentlessly pressing down on her. Minerva threw out a phrase with a bitter smile. Even legendary heroes might not have enough strength to cope with the Demon Lord if they had to fight under such conditions. Hearing this, Gale suddenly took a deep breath of the surrounding air. Sharonot and Mora immediately fixed their gazes on him, anxiety flared in their eyes. Sharon was stunned. How could Gale voluntarily draw such thick miasma into his lungs? Gale calmly assured her he was fine. He shrugged. Compared to other professions, he was a cursed craftsman. He had long been used to the miasma, so he naturally had resistance to its effects. He even admitted, while forging in the smithy, he kept in his pocket an item that suppressed miasma. That is why he truly believed that they could still manage everything. Mora, although surprised, nodded and decided to trust Gale. Sharon recalled, they had already used 1/6 of the power of the heart of the Demon Lord. But even with that support, they still had to endure the poisonous haze, and this again clearly showed her how abnormal Gale was. At that moment, Asgate drew his weapon and stood directly in front of Gale. In response, Gale only gripped the handle of the massive two-handed axe he carried even tighter. The two warriors silently stood facing each other. Gimli watched closely and waited. And suddenly, everything fell into place. Both were waiting to see who would dare to make the first move. The tense duel of gazes froze on the battlefield until Asgate let out a piercing scream and swung his sword. The ground shook fiercely as Asgate let out a piercing scream. His power struck so hard that Gale froze for a moment, and the girls instinctively covered their ears. Gimli immediately recognized the technique and loudly declared it was the monkey scream. She had already seen this skill performed by Asgate more than once, a piercing scream to intimidate opponents and disrupt their focus, while Asgate rushed to close the distance and take control of the battle. Catching that moment, Asgate lunged forward with Bullrush slash a blade straight at Gale. Gale barely managed to dodge, but Asgate gave her no pause and immediately struck the next blow. Asgate shouted the name of his move, two-handed thrust, and sharply pushed the weapon forward. Gale instantly parried the attack with the hilt of the massive great axe. The loud clang of metal echoed across the battlefield. Sharon watched the clash tensely and noted that Asgate's attacks came one after another like endless waves. And Gimli added, Asgate was a true sword master, so Gale had to defend himself with extreme difficulty. Sharon noticed another problem. Gale was originally intended for rear support, not direct close combat, and the longer the fight dragged on, the worse it became for him. Moreover, he was clearly not used to such a huge axe, so the group had already seen him struggling to breathe under the pressure of the clash. Mora asked aloud whether it would be better for Gale not just to carry the Demon Lord's heart, but to wear it, but Minerva immediately rejected this idea and explained. Equipping two parts of the Demon Lord's gear at the same time was too dangerous. Combining the curses of several Demon Lord relics was like recklessly mixing volatile chemicals. An explosion could happen at any moment. Their curses amplified each other many times over, and a real threat loomed. The combined power would instantly destroy both Gale's mind and body. Minerva bitterly explained. Even she had managed to arm herself with only 4 Demon Lord relics, and that only after extremely careful planning and gradual preparation. Yet despite all these efforts, in the end she still lost her freedom. She also warned, the third eye, which grew directly onto the head, and the heart, which affected the entire body, were especially dangerous because of their strong, destructive influence. According to Minerva, Gale felt that danger best of all. He himself dispelled and reworked the curse of the heart, so she decided that was probably why he did not wear it. At that moment, Asgate lunged forward again. During the clash with Gale's hands, massive gray nails slipped from him, and Gale's eyes widened in shock. Asgate immediately seized the chance and delivered a powerful slash to him. Mora shouted Gale's name in panic. But at the last moment, Gale managed to snatch the axe handle again and parry the blow at the very last moment before it struck him. Yet still, he was heavily gasping from exhaustion, and Asgate growled irritably and pulled the sword back. Minerva watched the fight tensely and admitted to herself, this duel was truly formidable. Suddenly, Asgate smiled and acknowledged that Gale had talent once able to push him this far. And even added, it's a pity that someday he will have to kill someone with such ability. To everyone's surprise, then Asgate proposed to Gale. Then he offered Gale a chance to join his side, promised to become an assistant after he conquers the world. Gale froze in place, such an offer knocked the ground from under her feet. Asgate did not stop dragging along temptation and promises. When he becomes the ruler of the world, endless celebrations will last every evening, and the future will be filled with the most delicious dishes and the most beautiful women. He continued, saying it would be a life of pure dreams, and asked Gale if she was not really drawn to such a world. As soon as Minerva overheard these words, she was shaken. She lunged at Asgate and sharply stopped him. Her sharp ears caught every sentence. After that, she immediately called Gale and ordered her not to even think about that offer. Minerva recognized the technique, Whisper of the Demon Lord, a technique that corrupts and tempts others with darkness. At the beginning of chapter 56, Gale and Asgate continued fiercely clashing blades, and everyone around froze, holding their breath. During the fight, Mora asked Minerva about the strategy of the Whisper of the Demon Lord. Minerva said, no matter how talented a person is in battle or in mind, they will never fully reveal themselves if their attention wavers even for a moment. She explained, Asgate deliberately scattered sweet, tempting words to distract Gale during the clash. Minerva warned Gale, Asgate pretends to be a reliable ally only to deceive him. She spoke urgently and firmly, do not let yourself be deceived, not even by the slightest trick. While the fight blazed, Gale quietly repeated Asgate's words about the creation of the world like a dream. And Asgate, noticing this, smiled confidently. Minerva's expression darkened. She feared that, as the third in the Lord of Demons, I had corrupted Asgate and that this temptation might affect Gale as well. At that moment, painful memories suddenly flared up in Gale. He remembered how Kush said that Gale had done nothing for their party, how Melissa waved it off, saying he was kept only out of pity because he was a rear fighter, and how Norris coldly called him a waste of money, even wondering what Gale's parents might think of such a worthless son. In his memories, the S-rank team members continued to insult him and treated him as if he were worthless until eventually he was kicked out. Soon other memories surfaced. Gale remembered how Mora and Sharon discussed possible names for their new party, how Gimli asked for suggestions, and how Sharon jokingly declared that whoever came up with the best name would get a free round of drinks. He again felt how Sharon casually asked Gale to share his opinion as if he truly belonged to this circle with them. Gale realized, after he was abandoned, he founded a new company with Moro, Sharon, and Gimli. He even built a shop in Farm Edge, and Liz was waiting for him there deep inside in the shop. Carefully sweeping the premises, Liz tidied up until. Breaking through these memories, he cleaned everything to a shine so that before Gale's return there would not be a speck of dust left. Gale fell silent for a moment, then barely smiled and admitted that he already felt as if he had everything Asgate offered. Gale looked Asgate straight in the eyes and flatly refused his offer. Asgate was clearly stunned by the answer. Minerva instantly realized that the whisper of the Demon Lord's strategy did not affect Gale, and this moment sharply brought back an old event related to the participation of a legendary team of heroes. Several years ago, the Demon Lord confronted the hero and his companions just as they became the first people ever to reach his chamber. The Demon Lord realized how many countless minions they had to defeat to get that far, and even admired their determination despite the fact that they were his enemies. The heroes silently passed through the laughing Demon Lord, who remarked, "Almost a pity, because he would have to kill such an impressive person just as Asgate did with Gale." The Demon Lord extended to the hero a place within his power. He promised endless celebrations, the most delicious dishes, and all earthly pleasures imaginable as soon as the world was conquered. But even before the Demon Lord could finish reading his phrase, the hero instantly and loudly shouted a refusal. Minerva remembered how she was instantly surprised then. The hero interrupted the Demon Lord before he could continue tempting him. The Demon Lord got angry the hero rejected his offer so quickly and complained that he should at least have listened to the end. Turning to the present, Minerva could not help but remember the legendary hero when she looked at Gale the cursed craftsman who stood against Asgate. While Gale and Asgate were locked in battle, Gale quietly smiled. Asgate sneered mockingly. Gale might be strong, but he clearly lacked intelligence. Both of Asgate's hands were occupied. He held the hooked weapon, and that was exactly what he was aiming for, now that they were so close. Gale would have to feel up close the full power of the cursed eye of the Lord of Demons. Asgate immediately unleashed the boundless power of the sinister eye. A powerful explosion thundered between them, and the blow threw Gale backward as if he had been snatched from the air. Minerva and the others froze in horror. Gale crashed face down into the ground and his gigantic axe clanged nearby. For several moments he did not move at all. Gimli felt despair creeping into her thoughts, and Minerva feared, could the Dark Age have begun again? Meanwhile, Asgate twitched slightly, pain pierced his arm. Yet still, grimacing and muttering bitterly, he dragged on, wondering how some simple cursed craftsman had caused him so much trouble. Suddenly Gale's hand twitched. A quiet voice questioned Asgate's words that he was supposedly just a simple creator of curses. Asgate turned in shock and saw Gale slowly rising. Gale then remarked with feigned cheerfulness that Asgate clearly did not understand the true pleasure that mastering the craft of curses gives, and said this with a confident smile. Asgate froze in amazement. Even the full power of that evil, which he could not overcome, did not break Gale. Sharon and Mora a moment ago rejoiced seeing him unharmed, and Gimli immediately realized the attack most likely just pushed him back and did not cause real harm. Minerva instantly assembled in her mind the picture of what had happened. She understood. The relics of the Lord of Demons in the demonic world had become much more powerful, so it was worth taking at least one in hand, and immediately an overwhelming power emerged. And if the opponent also had a relic of the Lord of Demons, then everything fundamentally changed, and previous conclusions no longer made sense. Gimli also quickly realized and asked if Gale was using the wings of the Demon Lord to hold back the power of the third eye. Minerva had to admit, she herself did not fully understand the mechanics, and indeed, this should not have been possible, but one thing was indisputable. Asgate's ambitions began to crack and crumble right before his eyes. Asgate silently froze for a moment, then irritated and furious made a swing with his weapon. He angrily muttered that he could not curse Gale to death. In despair, Asgate inhaled even more miasma. His body fiercely swelled again. Asgate became even bigger than before. Mora cried out in horror, realizing he was absorbing even more miasma to force himself into another transformation. Gimli was stunned. He could not believe that Asgate was capable of transforming further. And Minerva immediately realized such reckless transformation would lay an unbearable burden on his body. She could hardly believe that he was ready to push himself so far. Seized by rage, Asgate rushed forward and shouted, "If the curse doesn't kill Gale, he will tear him apart by force." Gale felt the tension freeze him for a moment as both fighters lunged straight at each other. Their weapons struck, and from that collision it seemed that such force could not exist. And then, as if the horror itself forced it to flee, Gale's sword suddenly shattered, cracked, and broke into fragments. Mora froze in disbelief and glanced at the weapon. It was forged from orichalcum, a legendary metal said to be more valuable than a castle. And armor made entirely from it supposedly protects against almost any danger due to its unmatched hardness. Asgate cursed in shock. Sharonet carefully laid everything out and concluded. Asgate's sword was indeed forged from genuine calcum, or the hardest material in their world. But she knew that in the demon realm, the laws could work differently. She explained, after many clashes, even a blade of orichalcum can eventually crack if struck exactly where the rules differ. especially when every moment you have to strike close to the massive great axe of the archdemon Belial. Hearing this, Gimli quietly and uncertainly wondered if this conclusion meant that the true winner of the duel was not the one named. In the end, he became the real Gale Hamilton, Master of Curses. Gale raised a huge axe high above himself. Charonot immediately noticed the movement and thought that Gale was about to finish the fight, and Escate also decided, now Gale will split his head in half. But instead of attacking, Gale suddenly threw the great axe aside. Escate froze in confusion, and his gaze was drawn to the discarded blade. Charonot was equally puzzled and wondered if Gale had simply lost his grip. She knew that he was not really used to wielding such a gigantic axe. Mora shook her head. It seemed to her that Gale deliberately threw away the weapon. She could not understand why Gale did this at such a critical moment.